everyone in the car see like the shadow, someone is playing the PC.
What?
And then like we thought it was like, because we used to have two team in one house, so a CS team and Dota team, and we thought it was like one of the CS player in the house.
What?
And then so like we called that guy, oh, you here? He was like, no, I'm not there yet.
Dude, I'm spooked out. You guys caught a gamer ghost? That's hype as.
And we thought it was like a thief or something in the house. Like,
What? Do you think you're still being haunted by the gamer ghost to this day?
I don't know.
That's incredible. What an incredible tale. That's wild. All right, so what are you guys doing besides Dota? Come on. Movies, TV shows, food, any activities?
Eat and sleep.
Eat and sleep. What are you eating? Don't say food. I know you were about to mouth food. Favorite food? What do you
Ramen.
eat? Ramen?
Yes.
Okay. You get any of that in Riyadh over here, Saudi Arabia?
No.
No.
You don't even eat it in
I ate it.
KL.
I ate.
Where?
Grab.
Okay. You guys have been doing a lot of traveling in the last year, you know, been to a lot of spots. What is the best food in the world right now to you?
Ramen.
Oh, ramen is like the cheap. Okay, sorry. Jabs, can you get me out of this?
The best food?
Yeah, best food in the world.
Of course, in Thailand.
What is that?
I don't know, everything.
Everything in Thailand.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Think we're gonna get a Thailand event coming up?
I hope so. I hope so.
Would it be good?
Would be good.
How's the crowd, do you think?
Oh.
What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? It's supposed to be hype.
I mean, it's not a really popular game, so I think it's not gonna be fun for a crowd.
Dang, that's not a glowing review, you know? Sound like you're Swedish or something. You're a very depressed crowd over there. Where do you guys think the best place to have a TI would be? Or a Riyadh Masters remote?
Where? Dubai.
What do you mean Dubai? I think either it's gonna be in some of the Philippines or Peru.
Oh,
The crowd are like crazy. So
that would be crazy.
the vibe is kind of good.
Oh yeah, the
Absolutely.
Peru.
Yeah, I think like at the Lima Major.
Yeah, South America.
Yeah, I think that they are like the best crowd.
So I'm going to say something a little offensive here, potentially, but I want your actual input. When I was starting out in Dota, sub 2014, 2015, Southeast Asia was like this growing region where there was a lot of people that played, but they actually started getting really, really competitive. And then we saw those really incredible moments happening at like internationals where C teams were getting bigger and bigger. Now, you know, we see that a little bit from South America, where there's a lot of people that play, but they're coming in their own. They're actually, in this event in particular, doing pretty good so far. Do you guys feel like, you know, the C region is kind of an older region now, where it's like standard, and SA is where a lot of new talent is coming, or do you think there's a lot of growing talent in C as well?
I think in C people kind of shift into world mobile game, so
Yeah.
there's not a lot of like a new player. I think in the South America there are a lot of like new blood and like young coming up.
Sure. Do you think we're going to see more C talent coming up?
I think there is some, but not gonna be a lot.
Okay.
Just like WS is one of the player coming
Oh.
out. Yeah.
How's it feel to be the old men in your scene then? You know, you guys are the new Dendy and puppies.
I don't know, kind of feel old.
Hey, retirement isn't anywhere near though, right? You still feel like you're in your prime? You're still cooking?
I mean, I don't know, I still feel like I'm always 22 years old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have the same problem. You know, I've grown old and bald and fat, but I still feel like a child because I play video games all day. You know, it keeps you young. It's good for you. All right, cool. Any outside of Dota activities? What do you wish you could do instead of play Dota right now?
Ice skating.
Ice skating?
Yeah.
Where did this come from? What makes you like ice skating?
Because I never tried it. I want to try it.
Tried it?
Yeah.
You never tried?
What? Dang. This sounds
did you
like great
try it?
content, brother. I'm sure they got that here. We can go ice skating. Does it seem like you'd hurt though? I mean, you'd probably fall down a lot.
I mean, it looks fun.
All right, fantastic. Gentlemen, what hero gives you the most anger when you see it in a C pub? Who's the worst one? Who's the one that insta-tilts you as like a support or a carry?
Push.
Pudge.
I don't know. Like when enemy pick it, it's like 100% hook. But when my team pick it, it's like 0%.
Yeah.
Literally like 0 hook.
That's a worldwide problem, I think. Everyone deals with that, you know? It's makes me very angry as well. But what about for you, sir?
Dark Willow.
Dark Willow. Now that's something I can get behind. Why?
Because the Bramble.
Yes.
I cannot dodge.
Yes.
I don't know. I just have a magnet to make me hit the Bramble.
BKB the Bramble. You know, only one other person said that today, and I believe it was Gabby.
No, I just use Shadow Demon and get a shard and hit all the Bramble.
Just take it off.
Yeah, that's so annoying, dude. Dark Willow is a super annoying hero right now with those brambles. I'm too old to walk in between them, okay? It's annoying. What can you do? How come you guys haven't moved on to be mobile gamers, huh?
What?
Why are you sticking with Dota?
I don't know.
I was expecting a grand speech about the lineage of the superior game. I was gonna, I don't know. That's not good.
It's okay. I mean, I tried to play like mobile game, but it's kind of get bored after like a while.
There it is.
Yeah, cause like I think everyone I know playing a competitive mobile game, they're playing like PC.
All right, sweet. If you could change one thing in Dota, what would it be?
Change one thing in Dota.
That's right.
Delete Tinker.
Delete Tinker. Can we talk about this? Aren't you a Tinker player?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you want to get rid of your own boy?
It's too strong.
Too strong.
Yeah. So I like to play it.
What are you talking about, bro?
I like to play it, so I don't like people to play it.
What position do you play it as?
5.
You play 5 Tinker, right? Still? Didn't they just dunk it even harder?
I mean, it's stronger if people play as mid.
Oh, okay. So why are you playing as 5?
It's still strong as a 5.
He's ruining your pop.
Jabs, what do you think about this? Would
He's
you
ruining.
recommend a pos 5 Tinker?
No. It's pop ruining.
Ruiner. What would you delete from Dota if you could delete anything?
What's that? Delete the. I don't know. Delete the get.
The what now?
Get.
Who is that? What?
Get.
The
Proto. Proto? I don't know.
Get.
Get. I mean, it's get.
What?
G-A-T-E.
The gate?
Yeah, the get.
Oh, the ones that you go through? The
Yeah.
top of the bottom with Roshan?
Yeah.
What problem do you have with the gate, bro? What's the problem?
I don't know. It's just make a game like more complicated. It's more need like more easy.
I get it. Okay, they do have a lot of impact, like roaming and stuff and all that stuff. But Roshan, he would just have to walk through the middle of the whole map.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That would be.
Just walk over.
Yes, that would be good. I still think Chen should be able to take over Roshan, like back in the old days.
Oh,
Remember
maybe
that?
like
Okay. Oh, I forgot. All right.
just bring back like Shen send back home and hook.
Is there any old Dota things that you liked that they got rid of, like a bug or something? You guys like that Meepo thing that was just going on? That was a joy.
Which one? The like.
The Grimoire and Meepo and the illusions and stuff
Oh.
that they just patched.
I mean, I think people will find a way to like abuse the bug to get MMR.
Yeah, no good. Was there anything you miss in Dota that they took away? Can't say Tinker?
Not really.
Never the entire history of Dota, there's not something that was fun that they took from you? I can say Techies, 100%. They took that away from me.
The old techies.
The suicide or
Oh, everything. Suicide.
oh, the bomb.
When 5 people came to your lane and you could just insta-kill yourself and they get nothing out of it. Oh my god, that was good times. You just think Dota's perfect, as it is, huh?
It's a new game, like every patch.
That's true. And that's what makes it fun. Alright. Anything? Do you miss anything about old Dota?
I don't know, like a lot of things. it used to be more creative back then.
What? Facets are pretty creative, bro. You don't agree?
It is, but I mean, like, just in general, the gameplay.
Oh, I see. Okay, I can see that for sure. All right, well, gentlemen, it has been a blast, but unfortunately we are out of time, so it was fun getting to catch up with you. I wish you the best. Hopefully we get another top 3 finish here at this event. Hopefully we get a top 1 finish. We will see. But thank you so much for your time, and I hope you get back out there to your 12 hours of Dota a day and your delicious ramen. Get it all, my friend. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you next time for another Riyadh Roundtable. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Aurora Jabs to catch up on the last few days of Dota. Want to know, your impressions as a captain of Aurora's performance over the past week in this group stage?
It's quite okay. Like, I wouldn't say that we are happy on the loser bracket, but I feel like our group is really tough. Like 1 or 2 win can go to like upper bracket, or you can drop off the tournament.
Yeah, it was narrow margins throughout the whole thing, but how about you as a team? How are you looking to improve from, if you can remember, day 1 group stage Aurora to day 4 group stage Aurora? What are some things that you worked on?
I think we improved a lot from the playing, because I think we played so many games, and from the day 1, I think day 2 we didn't do it quite well. Like, we started with 2-4, and we need to improve something, not to like everything game plan and some stuff. Yeah.
So you think the days in the play-ins definitely benefited you? If they put you straight into group stage, do you think that you would still be feeling as comfortable right now, or you like the extra days experience?
I think in the play-in, people kind of not playing fast, but like when you in the group stage, the game's kind of change a little bit, so you have to adjust.
So you could tell the difference in opponent caliber between play-in opponents versus group stage opponents?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then between the two groups, you were feeling that your group was probably there were less differences between the top and the bottom in your group?
Yes. I'm not sure about like who's stronger in the other group, but in our group is that like 1 or 2 wins like can change.
Were you surprised by any new heroes or flex picks or things that came up during group stage that you didn't see during play-ins, or you kind of got a good handle on the meta after play-ins?
Kind of surprised that a lot of like offlane just changed toward team fight and like mass primal, a lot of like fast tempo hero.
Is that compatible with your type of offlane, or you were a little bit reluctant to have to play the Mars and those team fight tempo heroes?
I'm fine playing with both. It's just that, you know, sometimes you don't know like which one is the best, because like you can play both and you have to adjust.
How about some of the weirder offlaners that we're seeing? I'm seeing like Venge, I'm seeing Amar run off, like Slark offlane a lot. Have you considered these picks quite yet, or not yet?
I think he's like it's his like signature hero, so I think if you play that hero to like the base and win lane, I think it can work. But for me, I don't think like I'm gonna play a Slug off lane.
Oh, but you like playing the farming offlaners. I've seen many of your Slardars on the offlane who farm. You used to run Naga Siren also offlane, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to.
What happened to those days?
I don't know. Sometimes need to change.
No, the meta isn't quite as compatible with that kind of heavy farming offlaner. Like you said, you need more team fight tempo these days.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a top 3 of this event. We'll say Aurora will win the whole thing. Give me a second and a third place that you think you face off against.
I think I would say, I don't know about other group, maybe Tundra and Falcon.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna get revenge on Liquid for last year?
Yeah.
All right, nice.
We will.
That's what I like to hear. Did you know that you've been involved in more than 13 hour-long games at Tier 1 events as Aurora, which I think is pretty uncommon for most teams? I mean, I've always known you to be in Southeast Asia playing long games, but that's quite a few. What is it with Aurora, and are you holding on, or are you not being able to close out games?
I feel like most of the game is we holding on the game, and you know, gonna keep it even if it's like 1% is still winnable.
I like the survivor attitude. How do you feel going into playoffs? Are you confident that you're going to be able to make a lower bracket run?
Right now, I think kind of confident that we'll make a run. So I think pretty confident going to in the playoff.
Perfect. Can't wait to see it happen, Jabs. Can't wait to see the revenge match against Liquid, and can't wait to see all of Aurora. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to another day of Riyadh Masters 2024 playoffs. We've seen last night a lot of upper bracket matches. Falcons and Gaming Gladiators being the first semi-finalists of this year, and also Team Liquid finally taking revenge from Team Spirit after the grand finals of Riyadh Masters 2023. And now Spirit is in the lower bracket, but it's not just them. There's a lot of other teams that are trying to catch up to everyone else and get to the grand final. But they have a long way to go. We have a lot of matches to catch up to in the upper bracket tomorrow. But for today, it's going to be a lot of lower bracket matches. So let's just get it started.
A very good morning to everyone as we're live with Riyadh Masters from the Esports World Cup, and we have got quite some matches today. I'm smiling from ear to ear because I really enjoy, this sounds really bad, no, I enjoy competition, and I do think that with elimination series, it brings the best out of every team. So in my opinion, we're going to see some of the best Dota this Riyadh Masters has seen so far, because today is an elimination day. We're going to talk a lot about all the teams playing today and the ins and outs of them, and I'm going to do that together with my panels. Good morning, Jenkins. How are you doing?
I think we should just be honest with ourselves here.
Yeah.
We're all Dota players.
Yeah.
We don't play to win. We play to crush the souls of our opponents. That's the entire point. We're all very spite motivated, so when we see these elimination days, we understand the pain. We want the pain. We yearn for it. Mira.
Yeah.
Mira.
Yeah. No, I think the teams are playing to win too, though, right?
Yeah.
Because when you get to these lower bracket games, you feel that air of desperation when you're watching these teams play, where they're pulling out maybe potentially crazy picks, or they are doing insane moves and just trying to win even when the game looks really miserable, and that's always exciting as a viewer.
You see the best and the worst, because there's of course a lot of stress, there's a lot of nerves. You know, some people are gonna power up, they're gonna rise to the occasion, and other teams, they're gonna kind of maybe get slapped by the nerves, but that's just, you know, that's what competition is.
That is what competition is, and there's been already quite a few teams that have risen to the occasion here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup with different titles, and those teams that have done that are doing very well in the Esports Club Championships. And if you're talking about, if you're wondering like, what's the Esports Club Championships? Let's take a look.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
This is the second time we have a club championship. And it is phenomenal to see what kind of change that already happened from this year, from last year to this year, as we are getting the final touches sorted on our surprise, because this is the first ever Esports World Championship.
That was like a surprise birthday party.
It's just a surprise, guys.
Where the person who's keeping the surprise can't keep it.
No.
It's just really obvious. But then you're nice about it anyway.
Yeah. The first time ever, we're on the panel. You're about to play Lorna, and you're joining us for the panel. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Feel fine.
Yeah?
Just okay.
No stress? All good?
Not at all. Just play good Dota.
Just play good Dota. Welcome to the panel. It's so good to have you here with us. I'm just curious. You had an extra day compared to the teams yesterday to watch the games or prepare or watch replays. What did you do?
I mean, we watch Steam every game and trying to learn something. Playoff is different than the group stage.
Did you do that together with your team?
Yeah, together.
Yeah, you look at it through it together and you come to conclusions together?
Yeah.
Good to hear, because we heard Jabs say in an interview just now that he already felt a very big difference between play-ins and groups.
Yeah, different games.
Yeah, do you feel like you're prepared for also the step up from groups to here?
Of course, of course.
All right,
so
let's hear it.
When you guys are playing XG WBG today, is there anything specific that you looked at from their games yesterday that you feel like you want to like kind of abuse today, or did you guys more look at maybe yourselves, we need to fix this, like our mid game? Because I feel like in your guys' games you pop off nearly all the time, but the rest seem a little bit inconsistent. How are you guys going about that?
I mean, Extreme play a bit slow, so we'll try to play just faster as we see and trying to make lead before 20 minutes because the team kind of wanna play late game every time.
No, that makes sense. Mr. Jenkins?
How do you feel XM compares to the other mid laners in the tournament? Is this a gentleman that you are afraid of going 1v1 mid, or do you think you're going to crush him? How do you think that matchup is?
I mean, only one player who really raped me mid was Malrin on last week, so not really.
And only on last pick.
Yeah, makes sense with his cheese picks. What is this? People talk about Aurora being a team that plays for late game. Is this a load of bull, or why do you guys think your games go so late?
It's because of draft and our restructure in game, so it's about it.
Is that something that you are trying to change for today? So you talk about the XG, maybe they play a little slower, you guys want to play a bit faster? Because I will say generally you guys are on the slower side. Will that come mostly from your picks, all the other picks, or the supports? Like, do you know how you guys want to do that today?
Not really.
Okay, hopefully it will work. Okay.
Hopefully it will work, because what you have seen is that there are a lot of teams right now playing a little bit faster, and those are the teams that are more successful. So you're feeling like your playstyle is matching up well against Extreme in this case?
Yeah.
Have you perchance scrimmed with them before? No. Oh, so no data whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds exciting. What is the thing you've worked on most from the play-ins to here during your time in Riyadh so far with the squad? What did you work on most with the team from, because the play-in started what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So what have you worked on most from then till now?
I mean, it's same every time. Laning stage, moves first 10-20 minutes, so every game is different and every game is different. Just trying to play good every day.
Do you think mid laners are the best laners in the world? Are mid laners better laners than side laners? I want to settle this argument.
Let's see.
I don't know actually, because mid lane right now it's not so hard lane. You can just play on your own farm and you will be not pressure. So I can't say it. I don't know.
Like XM yesterday with the Beastmaster mid.
Yeah, you just pick hero, you just take your farm. They cannot stop you at all.
How do you like that play style, or do you wish you could beat people 1v1?
No, I'm fine with both. I think it depends of how you feel today, how you want to play today.
I have one last question. When you guys have tough losses, which you have had in the play-ins, who's the one that will step up the most after a game and be like, guys, we can't do this, we need to fix this? Like, who's like the driving force when it comes to that? Is it your coach?
It's our coach, it's Sanbi. He do a lot of energy in team.
Okay, and what is like the last big thing that he told you, Laurenov, bro, come on, you can't do this?
I mean,
There must be something.
last thing, I cannot even remember it, just in general.
You're just perfect, all right.
He's already in the zone. I
That's
would
true.
imagine. Do you do something in particular to get in the zone for a match like that with your squad, maybe together?
No.
No, let's
Nothing.
just sit down and play.
Yeah, just sit down and play.
Does it matter at all to be on a stage with the lights? Because we heard Kezu was talking earlier this week how it is easier to get distracted when you're sitting down to play, obviously on a big stage with lights, than what it is to play the play-ins and the groups from the
It's
other
true.
location.
It's true.
How do you? Because you can't practice that. How do you deal with that?
I mean, anyway, just look on monitor, just play Dota, so I don't know. But you still, I mean, lighters come into your eyes,
Yeah.
you hear something, but I mean, it's okay, just here to play Dota, don't think about anything.
You're able to phase that out
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
well. That's good, because this was your first time on stage last time, right? Exciting. Looking forward to coming on that stage in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, well, with that in mind, good luck on your match in just a moment. We're going to say goodbye to you and move on with our show, and we'll love to see you playing on stage in just a moment.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Luck, homie.
let's take a look at the brackets and see where we are at right now as we thank Laurenov for joining us. We are getting ready for our first match of the day, and it is going to be a banger because we have seen Aurora in situations where it looks like they might be out and then they come back swinging. And we've seen the same thing in the past from Extreme WBG, and with the playstyles matching up, I think, quite nicely, Kezu. I think it's going to be a good one.
I mean, I do hope that what he said just now, that they want to play a little bit faster today, that it will happen, because I think they need to. XG, WBG, sure. I will say they didn't look amazing yesterday against Falcons, but if there's something to take away, it's the early game, it's the mid game. You need to play fast, you need to have good lanes, and you need to fight back into your opponent, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a mid diff here today. I think that...
Beef Laurenov?
I'm really not sure. I mean, Laurenov, unironically, he has been doing very well in his lanes, even when Aurora is losing.
Yep.
He will have a very solid game, and I think XM has been a bit hit or miss. There's been like the Venge mids that have been questionable unless they're played against the Doom or something, and even then the mid game can feel a little bit weak. So I actually could see a mid diff coming in here. I also think XG WBG is relying very heavily on Ame to do like the 1v5 carry thing, and it just kind of feels dated, I suppose, for this patch. So we will see if they can remedy that today.
Yeah, at least, I mean, if you want to do that, it needs to be a sick game for your carry, which yesterday was not, so that is definitely something for XG.
Good for it.
Yeah. I think what we've seen yesterday, if we want to quickly recap the result there, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves talking about XG WBG, but I think yesterday what we saw, particularly in regards to Ame's playstyle, it wasn't necessarily his playstyle, Effie, that caused them to not be able to pull through, but maybe the pick in general and his priority on the pick and his pressure that he has on delivering with that pick.
Yeah, I think that call for Terrorblade on 18 was just not good. And I wouldn't attribute that to XG not being able to play a different style of Dota, because they have been. I think they just need to draft differently, because we've seen XM stomp people 1v1, and we've seen him step up, and we've seen him carry games too. So I don't think XG are in a position where they need one player to carry them. They have very strong players on their team.
They really do, and we might even see some plays of yesterday featured in our Aremco top 5 plays of yesterday.
And with the BKB on the Razor and that shard pulling him in, are they going to use the RP to try and bail him out? Collapse says no, not for now. Mickey diving past the tier 2 with BKB now warm thin. It's going to be RP'd underneath the tier 2. Try and get the stolen skewer away from Boxy to be able to heal out Mickey. Mickey getting some distance. Radon, Yatoro needs the vision. He can't quite get it. He misses the kill on Mickey.
I don't know if they want to be baiting the duel, because I feel like whoever gets jumped is going to die.
He's in.
He's just going to go for the easy one first. Goes for the backlines, catches the Chikiro. But actually, I say easy. They don't kill GQ off because Sunray's coming out. Mark's going to be a bit careful. Stepping back, does get healed up. He's still surviving through. He's actually going to be able to turn and take down DY with the help of Crit and the Scatter Blast. And XM, he's out of mana.
He's going down.
So whilst he may not have won the duel, they certainly won them the fight by starting it off there. Amar, they get 3 kills. They lose no one.
If he doesn't get chain stunned,
this is
he's gonna have a
difficult
good
for
fight.
Falcons to try and find this fight. They are going to attempt to do so. They missed the pushback, jump forward, they go for the spin, the spin doesn't connect, and now they just turn, burst for Amar. XM's in with the BKB, the Supernova will be taken out by Falcons, but they've already lost 2 heroes, both Crit and Amar dead. XM, they'll turn over the wall, take the Boundless Strike out, but Arme's able to turn to the Monkey King, return, use the Boundless Strike against him. Beautiful lineup there coming in from Arme as he turns into the Monkey King, continues to chase forward. They're going to be able to catch the entirety of Falcons as Extreme get the team wipe. XM, he's caught on the front, he's dead for once. The Illusion will be able to swap out to the side, but Maorine's going to go chasing after him with the Rolling Thunder, and they'll be able to pop the Illusion as well. They'll keep the push going. They get the catch onto Maurine, but indeed he's back up to full HP. Able to push it off. Beautiful angle there, comes in with a cleave.
And that's it.
And that's Arme out of the game, no buyback.
That is the literal dream. He's going to have 33 right behind him, so they might be able to get... Oh, no! He got the flick away before the damage came in. Oh, that's bad. Now they're going to be slowed down by the Shivas. Mickey is going to be able to hit them from behind. 33 is just going to charge in. He knows this fight is good for them. All they have to do is just catch as many heroes as humanly possible, and it's going to be a lot.
A #1 play from our last series of the day yesterday, where Team Liquid very convincingly 2-0'd Team Spirit at the end of the day, and Team Liquid therefore secured top 6. We already saw the upper bracket yesterday, but obviously it created some big smiles all around, and we had some overall top reactions, as we can see from our Pepsi reactions right here. We had on the main stage 2 series, and on the side stage 2 other series. 4 upper bracket matches played yesterday, and I do want to continue, Jenkins, on talking about the difference from the quality of games we saw during groups versus the quality we saw yesterday. Did you notice that difference?
I did notice the difference. I mean, even between like the play-ins, or from the start of play-ins to the end of play-ins, I noticed a lot of the teams powered on. Like, for example, LGD is a team that I would be very afraid to play against in the lower bracket, because I think they started looking a lot better and more playing as a unit as the tournament went on. Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, like both of these teams dropped a lot of games at the start of the groups, and then all of a sudden they're like crushing everyone. Everyone's calling them the best team and the best teams in the world. Liquid just took out Team Spirit. Team Spirit crushed people day 1, and I don't think Liquid kind of flew under the radar for this tournament, to be honest.
During the groups, they often do so. I feel they start always a little slow.
But a 2-0 stomp on Spirit that's new. Like, that's honestly new territory for Liquid. At least for me, it feels that way.
No, for me too. I didn't really expect it, but you know, they always do it. I don't know how they do it. It just always happens, but a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mrs. Shiver.
We have 4 teams already secured top 6, and that means 4 teams already know they get a minimum of $300,000. That's a lot of money.
Not bad, Jenkins.
Not bad.
I'd buy a boat.
we'll have some of those upper bracket teams playing again tomorrow, but not right now. What we are going to have, well, not exactly right now, but what we are going to have today, you might know, is going to be some crushing happening. We are going to have keys being crushed, and if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let's take a look.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Can't wait to see who is wanting to crush whose Key. We already know Japs really wanted to crush Blacklist team earlier, or Blacklist Key earlier during the group stages. So we know the players have it in mind already. And what is also cool to note is that every single game from this point onward will be played on the main stage. And that means we no longer need the second stage, but we still need Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, the Jamil Motorsport match of the day is going to be Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. This match is a really big deal for both teams, obviously, because we are into elimination series, but I think it is the best story of the tournament so far is how far LGD Gaming went to get to this moment. They were so close to being eliminated in planes. They played a tiebreaker because G2IG had the same score as them. They managed to win that. They played through group stage. They got all the way here, and this could be a defining moment for them. So that's the match I'm going to be watching today. It would be very unfortunate if Team Spirit got knocked out after their first loss, after their second loss technically of the plane stage, considering that they won last year, but a huge moment for the day and definitely the match of the day.
I agree with Purge. I think our final series of the day is one to look forward to, but we're getting blessed with good Dota 2 all the way through. Our second series of the day, the Entity versus BB team, should also be amazing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Entity kind of faltered versus Gaming yesterday, but they still are a team that has performed incredibly well this tournament, where BB team they have not met expectations. That's a little bit of an opposite going on, where the team you expect a lot of does poorly, and the team you expect little of just owns.
At least for BB team, they've had some time to adjust. So hopefully, the break days will help them, because yeah, their performance has been nothing but disappointing so far.
Well, who didn't have a break day? Actually, WBG, as we see at the Jamil Motors.
Motorsport.
Jamil Motorsport player arrival,
yeah.
Of course. I was looking at her tablet for that one.
Very good. But we did see that, and they did indeed not have a break. It also is Aurora that was able to watch them yesterday, so they know how they got dismantled by Falcons yesterday. They should have a lot of things learned from that series, but I want to focus our attention first on XG WBG, because they are the team that I think people were not expecting Kezu to see in the lower bracket at this point.
I mean, I did expect him to do better so far, so yeah, I will definitely agree with that. The one thing that I struggle with a little bit for them is that yesterday Ame had to do the same thing 3 games in a row, where he's kind of kicked out of lane, has to do a gate play, which he did very well to salvage the game, but that's not really where you want to put yourself into. So I'm just hoping that today they make it a little bit easier, because we know how incredible these players are. They're all capable of carrying if they're given the situation, but they need to find these spots better.
Well, let's see how they're feeling on this elimination day as we find Purge with Xingqiu.
Hey, I'm here with Xingqiu of Extreme Weibo Gaming. I have questions about your matches yesterday. In game number 3, you guys went for Vengeful Spirit mid, and I feel that hero's a little inactive compared to other mids. Was that something that hurt your drafts?
星哥你好，首先就想问关于昨天打的第3场，就是你们选了一个 VS 中单嘛，然后 VS 这个英雄呢，打中单的话可能稍微被动了一点，然后就想问你对这个英雄的选择的想法有什么想说的吗？
因为我们当时是23手嘛，然后别人有一手24手的中单，然后可以克制我们，所以我们必须选一个对线比较强力的英雄，而且他必须跟我们的阵容比较搭配，所以我们选择了 VS 来配合 TB， 然后保持一个良好的线上能力。
I think the main line of thought that we had back then was that because they had the last pick anyway, so we felt like we needed something. So since they had the last pick, they definitely could counter us no matter what we pick. So we felt that we simply wanted something that is very strong in lane, able to stay in the lane, and able to also combo with our Terror Blade in order to dish out more damage throughout the game as well. So we decided to go with the Vengeful Spirit.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. In your second game, you played Lion. It was very fun to watch. Is that your normal itemization when you play Lion 4, or was that just because you had such a good game?
就想问第2场看到你打那个莱恩也是打得非常有趣嘛，然后就想问你那个莱恩的出装思路是否就是正常都是这么出装呢？就是绿鞋系带，然后战鼓引刀等等，还是因为你们打得那么优，所以才这样出装的呢？
我觉得这个版本莱恩基本上就是这个算是正常的出装吧，因为它有那个命时恶魔之拳。然后我在训练之中有见过更有趣的出装，然后比如说，但是是波西给我玩的，如果他。但是我觉得他会介意，所以我就不跟你们说了。
I think this is kind of like the standard build for Lion nowadays, especially with the new Facet, the Fist of Death. I think this is actually a pretty standard build that is that can be commonly found with Lion players. I have definitely seen even more interesting item builds. Like I think there was one that was being done by Boxy. You know, it is kind of his proprietary build, so I'm not. So I think he would be kind of pissed off if I were to share it with everyone here. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming match.
非常感谢, thank you.
I can't wait to see more interesting item builds. Of course, if you want to watch Boxy's interesting item builds, you gotta wait until the upper bracket. But maybe Zinq will feel the need to pull out some in the upcoming best of 3 series, as they might need some extra help to deal with Aurora. Jenkins, I feel like Aurora having the rest that they had 2 days and being able to watch XG yesterday on the stage gives them a little bit of an edge.
It does give them an edge, and also Aurora is the type of team that, you know, we talked about it yesterday. They can pretty much take a game off of any team. They can take a series off of any team. They're extremely high MMR, individually skilled. They make really clutch late game decisions when it comes to team fighting. Like, they're kind of the Southeast Asian team spirit, in my opinion, in that way. And, you know, you give them a day to relax, you give them a day to rest, and we might see that powered on Aurora. At least that's what I would like to see, that Riyadh Masters from last year Aurora, or, you know, whatever. What were they back then?
Talent.
They were Talent, but pretty much the same roster, right? I would like to see those guys today.
Well, you get to see those guys today, and even more so, we already saw Aurora now for an interview here earlier today. We're also seeing Jabs a little bit more up close, as he had the chance to talk to Purge earlier today.
Hey there, I'm here with 23 Savage of Aurora. In the group stage, you guys took a game off of almost every team except for Falcons. How do you expect to do against Extreme Weibo Gaming?
I think we'll get at least 1 game, and we'll need to see how the 3rd game goes or the 2nd game.
You're not really proven yet, right? You guys are a great 1-1 squad, but you don't know if you're a 2-1 squad yet, right?
Yeah, we're the 1-1 squad.
Okay, well, how did you spend your last 3 days in preparation since you had a lot of time off?
We've been practicing and scrim, like 2 sets a day, and play as much as pop as we can.
Okay, great. In your opponents typically grab Phoenix in the first phase. When you guys draft, do you really focus on getting your draft, or do you do a mix where, like, you want to shut down their favorite picks, or do you fully counter pick? Like, what's your blend?
I think we try to get our draft for the most of the time, and if we can ban their hero, we will try. Yeah.
Do you like playing against Phoenix, or do you prefer not playing against it? I mean, do you like breaking the egg open? It's like a nice moment in every team fight, right? It gives you a lot of energy.
Carry player usually doesn't like Phoenix because the egg is kind of annoying, and the carry that can hit the eggs are not really good right now, but I don't really mind. It's only post 5.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully 2-1.
Hopefully.
That was not Jabs, I know. It was also not 23.
It was Kingslayer.
Kingslayer, guys.
Kingslayer. And we now know that it is based on Game of Thrones. He was just late to the party, and I think maybe he didn't know that it was already done before. Or he just thought it was really cool. It's so cool that it could be done.
Should have not watched it being
Is that still his name?
No, he needs to earn the title. He's 23.
Yes, I don't think you can change it.
He's 23
right?
cabbage until
23 cabbage,
until
I
he
agree.
wins at least 1 game. If he wins 1 game, then on panel we can also call him Kingslayer.
But he was 23 during play-in, so you can change your name.
Yeah, but you can only do it every, like, there's a time limit, I believe.
Something like that.
We'll find out once we get into the game, but let's talk about this upcoming game, because we said already that we might think that maybe Aurora is going to play a little bit more fast than XG WBG, but I want to know specifically what we're going to see, what the lessons were from yesterday, Kazu, that Aurora will have taken away from the series that we saw yesterday, and that they're going to put into practice today.
I think stuff that they could take away is that Sand King is very beatable. That's something that Liquid showed us with like an early pipe. Jabs loves heroes that give you team fight, that can build that, so that's one of the things they should take away. And I think secondary for XGWBG, just try to take the fight to them. Of course, they will fight you in the mid game, but Falcons had the upper hand from lanes into the mid game. They took that, so Aurora should look to replicate that and do it with all 5 players instead of 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think we should be a little bit fair when looking at this matchup, because it's not like Aurora has been playing fast Dota throughout this tournament. Like, they've had extremely long games, and they've been run over in the early game quite a few times, unless Lorinov can, you know, rotate the side lanes and correct a lot of issues. Yep. So they're actually very similar to XG WBG in how they play, and in the duration of their games, and in the heroes that they pick, with the exception of the carry role.
But I would trust Aurora to win the late game fights. Like, they're...
Guys, you guys are talking about potential fights that might happen, but before we get to that point, we really need to get these players on the stage. XG WBG versus Aurora starts now.
Time to get day number 2 of a playoff started. We already had 4 upper bracket matches happen and 4 semifinalists are ready. But now we have more of the juicy part of the tournament to happen.
That's right. We have 3 lower bracket matches to get to tonight. And that means 3 teams are going to get eliminated by the end of today.
And the beauty of the eliminations means that we get to start crushing some keys down here. We have been seeing them on the booths constantly, and all of the teams have been elegantly placing it. But now it's about time that we start eliminating teams and, well, ending their story. And what's with the hat?
Oh, I mean, as you already know, we have a hydraulic press backstage, which is going to crush a lot of keys tonight. And so I gotta be careful from that backstage.
Sure.
And we also have Tiny's crash landing on stage, so I'm not gonna take any chances, man.
I see. Keeping safe both in and out of the game. Very wise of you, Fancy. I appreciate that sensibility, but I still need the emotions of these players, because we've been taking things easy on them. All these upper bracket matches, it's double elimination. You get a chance when you move down to the lower bracket. No more chances left.
Yep, and they have a long way to go to get to the grand final, especially after last night's matches. We've seen a lot of intense plays from all of the teams that played with us, especially XCWBG going against Falcons, and they're pushing them to the limit and almost being able to get them to the lower bracket themselves. But now they are in the lower bracket and they're trying to make it. And they are ready to come on stage. So please, let's welcome them. It is XGWBG. Ame, XM, XXS, thank you, DY. It's the team that pushed Falcons to the limit yesterday, but fell short in Game 3. And now they have a long way to go to make up for their loss.
And their opponents, please welcome Aurora! Kingslayer, Lorinov, Jabs, Q, and Oli. I hope they're here for the long haul, because man, do they like to play some long games of Dota. Here in the Katia Arena, we're keeping things prepped, because I imagine multiple 60-minute games, given the caliber of both of these opponents. Let's just see which of these 2 teams will be able to make that lower bracket dream come true. Take your seats, please, gentlemen, and maybe touch your keys for the very last time, because at the end of this match, one of these keys will be crushed, and the other team will be moving forward. Fancy, let's get out of here.
Let's do it.
2024, XWBG has won every single series against Aurora.
You missed a letter.
No, I didn't.
You said XWBG.
XGWBG.
Pretty sure you said it right, Shiva. Please
Thank you.
move on.
What I was coming to, if you think that this is going to be a record that's going to be broken and Aurora will take their first series against XGWBG, then get your predictions in right now. Also, if you think that XG is going to win, get your predictions in as well. We're looking forward to seeing it. www.stcplay.gg. I think this is at least a good shot for Aurora, and things might align. The stars might align for them to finally be able to take a series. They were able to tie earlier this year, but a best of 3 hasn't happened yet. But we're going to dive into it. We are moments away from the draft. We are moments away for getting these two teams in a situation where Key might be crushed. I'm looking forward to that, but I'm looking forward to the Dota most of all. Couple of seconds for the draft, and I want to know the changes. What are we going to see from Aurora this time around, Jenkins?
I don't know, Shiver.
A clockwork ban, already an unusual first phase considering the games we had yesterday. The rest is all pretty on brand.
These are some changes. You mentioned changes. You're playing against XGWBG, and you absolutely have to take out that SF. XM said that, hey man, I'm invincible on this hero. You let us have it. We're going to take it, and we're going to own you with it, which worked 50% of the time, which is really good odds.
Yeah.
And then we saw XM on the Beastmaster also do extremely well. These are all XM bans, actually. That's interesting from what Lornov said.
But it's also that when XGWBG have first pick, they will often first pick these core heroes. Or like if none of the core heroes that they want are available, then they'll take their Phoenix. That's basically what happens. Whereas for XGWBG, they're target banning the Aurora supports, which actually a lot of teams do against this team, because the most consistent players on Aurora have easily been the 3-man ball of their mid player Lorinov and Q and Ollie. And when Q and Ollie get their ETs and their tinies and their clocks, they pop off incredibly well.
Yeah, I like both the bans, like from both teams' apps, and you can already see that like yesterday bleeds a little bit into today, right? The beast ban that they, like the beast that they played on XGWBG. You have the supports that you mentioned for Aurora, because I'm absolutely with the same opinion. Like their supports are generally the ones that do pop off. But one hero that slipped through for XGWBG today is their ET. I believe that Falcons yesterday were either banning it or they always had very good heroes against it with their enchantresses and so on. But Aurora, they will get themselves like their Snapfire. So overall, first phase pretty chill. But I feel like this is exactly what XGWBG want. DY's ET is honestly like top notch and one of his best heroes.
And they're blocking it from Aurora.
Yeah.
While Ollie has been, I mean, that's been a classic for him for a very long time. Gives 23 Cabbage a good lane, so he can be 23 Savage. So it's a block pick and just a good pick for them.
And actually, ET, like because it's so contested between both teams and they both really heavily prioritize their hero, it talks a lot about the way that they play. Because both of these teams are really good team fighting teams, and they play for vision and area control and like staying around choke points, right, as opposed to lane dominance, like a lot of other teams in this tournament. And ET fits that bill very nicely. You are trading away Snapfire, though, which every team will snatch up if they can take. And Aurora have shown us that Lorinov owns on it, too, if it's flexed to mid.
I will say that a lot of the follow-up should be similar, I think, for both teams. Like, both these heroes, what they want to do is have a good lane, then go with your mid, right? Connect with the other support, connect with the mid. We always talk about the type of 3-man ball, but I will say that I just love ET. I feel like he works so well in this meta. You want to enable your carry. ET does that. You can lane a lot of melees, especially range heroes, your morphlings, whatever it is. Then later you connect with your mid. Like, it just feels great. So overall, both teams should be very happy. Now, the bans and the following 2 picks is just really important, because both of these heroes can have a rough mid game if they cannot play through their teammates.
So something Aurora have been pairing their Snapfire with a lot is Amars, right? Because you get the arena into Mortimer's Kisses and you still have the flex potential of the Snapfire. But I don't know how early that's going to come out if the Pango is not addressed for Aurora, because Lorinov reminds me a lot of Malrine, actually, in terms of the heroes he plays. And whenever Pango is left in the pool, they will often just take it and give away the Snapflex because of how much they value their Pango player.
Okay, so they will take out the Mars. that you mentioned. I mean, these type of heroes are all very annoying for ET, like Teamfight Breakers or Pango, Storms, whatever, like anything that can jump you or doesn't really care about what you're doing. So we'll have to see what Aurora kind of want to go for it, because yeah, Snapfire, he just needs a hero he can play with, whether it is from your offlane or Puck, Ember, Storm mid. You need these type of heroes.
There's a lot of good options still. There's Slardar, there's Pango, which would leave the flex open as well for them. Some sort of stunner team fighter mid-game hero that can play in the ball.
Also, the high-tier supports, like Hoodwink, still in the pool. Weaver.
Yeah, Weaver.
Still in the pool.
There's a lot of supports that still kind of slip through with a lot of, I mean, other supports being banned, other cores being banned. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised later down this line to see a Weaver or Morph for Ame. It's just, when I see Brewmaster, I want this hero to get slowed down in the laning stage, which is not that hard when you do have an ET, but also heroes that when this Brew gets level 6, that you're not forced to leave the lane. Like, that's one of the biggest things. Slow down this hero's early game, because he wants to use his split, kick you out, take your tower, and then snowball. If he can't do that, this hero loses a lot of value.
You know, I could see here some, like, a Nyx Darkseer coming out from XG, WBG. I feel like, I mean, Darkseer is still in the pool. This is an S tier hero. It's one of XXS's favorite guys, and they need some disable versus the Brew, and then it counters the Snapfire as well. Like, I'm just looking at heroes that have disable.
Okay, so it's gonna be this one for now. I assume that they might just pick their 4 on this slot. I'm definitely not opposed to the idea that later on maybe they go for a pipe hero, like a mech pipe on the offlane, no matter who it is, like even if the hero-to-hero matchup isn't great. Brew Snap, very slow damage, like magic over time, so auras against that is kind of ownage.
Do you guys think there's anything weird going on here? Like, is this a potential mid-morph for like 4 morph flex?
I think it's just carry.
I think it's
carry.
Because it's XG, it feels like 99%.
I agree, but it doesn't that make it very projected, like exactly what is going to happen in the game?
But I think at this stage it's okay, because you see Brewmaster, and that's not a flex hero. That's going to go to the offlane. You know what you're going to be laning against, and it's a good lane for Morphling, honestly. Like, he can out-CS him easily. If he has a strong support like ET, he is protected. But you are right that it's like a bit too telegraphed. That's why they go for the Monkey King afterwards, because you don't know where the Monkey King is going. So it kind of covers the base of, okay, we gave away our safe lane.
I will say that 4 morph, in my opinion, looks ownage. Like, overall, when I've seen it, Boxy also played it yesterday, it looks really cool. But yeah, I will say, you see the Brew, you have the ET, your morph can just be, if they throw some insane curveball on Aurora, you can be like, okay, whatever. Jinkyu, you go play this morph as 4, we're chilling.
Yeah, we did hear Map say in an interview yesterday that they had things prepared.
The strats.
I feel like Ame, he will not give this Morphling to anybody else. He loves this hero. And our boy Jinkyu, he loves the Monkey King. So Aurora go for the Storm Spirit here. And I mean, this hero looks really good. ET and Monkey King support, they suffer versus Storm Spirit. He can hunt them down really early on. You also have an early Orchid builder for Morphling if the lane goes low.
Okay, so it gives you a lot of like what you want, right? Your Brew kind of wants people that can rotate to him, at least potentially. You're off the map with the split, now there's more threat. You help your Snapfire too. I'm wondering what their other pick is going to be. I feel like Aurora play very well when they do have one body in their type of supports. Like, you know, that's why the Clock is banned out, the Tiny's out, there's like Tusks and whatnot. Because I feel like they always play very well when they have these type of heroes. But I'm already thinking ahead for XG WBG, like to close the phase. Puck already looks kind of insane for them if that's a hero they want to play. I don't know how much Ember XM has been playing, because the hero still looks very good, but he's died off over the last couple days.
Yeah, and he was so successful in the play-in stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think XM owns that Ember, to be fair, but maybe they want something a little bit more dependable. So dependability would be the Puck, honestly. It's great versus Brew too with the silence.
I feel like the Ember would be just a little lacking against the Brew. I don't know how they deal with the Brew split right now. Maybe they're just banking on like, let's ET morph him and destroy him in lane or something like that. But I don't know. I feel like Snap Brew will do fine against pretty much anything. Double nuke, you have something to ignite the Brew W. I don't think that should do too badly against the ET. Yeah, there's the Puck. Nice call.
So you do have follow-up silence as well. I think just an extra stun from the offlane would be incredibly helpful here.
I agree.
Because you need to be able to lock down the Storm, and you can't depend on just the Coil plus Waning Rift for both Brew and Storm. Like, you need follow-up lockdown in order to kill the key targets on Aurora that are going to win the early game fights.
Yeah, there's like not quite enough by just one stun. That's all they need.
Yeah.
They had nothing special. It could be like a Slardar, and I think honestly that would be fine. It's not like a very long duration stun, but just a little bit more disable.
I would like for XG wbg. So I'm looking. You have Monkey. It would be great if you can pick a range offlaner, but I feel like that doesn't give you frontline, doesn't give you teamfight, no stun, and can't build aura. So I feel like finding a range hero who fits that is very hard. I would prefer to them to not look so much at the matchup. You're gonna get outpicked because they have last pick. Pick something for the game that's good. I would look for something that builds auras. Then Aurora's carry would have to build overwhelming damage. Carries that deal overwhelming damage generally don't fare very well against Morph. They all lose those kind of carry-to-carry matchups.
All right, let me make a bold call here.
Here it goes.
Offlane Nyx.
Radiant team.
That is a bold.
Elaborate, because I don't like it.
It interrupts, it stops the CM ult, it stops the snap ult, it is that stun, that disable we were talking about. It is good against Storm, it's good against Brood. You can disable these heroes, kill them before they get to split up, before Storm uses his ult. I'm not going to spend too long elaborating on it because it's very unlikely, but I think it would be a very interesting pick, and then it also lets them play the cheese in the offlane where you can just jungle and cut creeps and stuff, but it's very weird. It's very untraditional.
Or they can just go for a Centaur.
Yeah, I think like the obvious options are like Primal, Pangos, Centaur, Darkseer is still in the pool, but if you Darkseer here, they might just... Actually, Troll is taken out of the pool. I think Troll is the best answer to Darkseer left.
Yeah.
So Darkseer could honestly still be their option.
Yeah, Darkseer Monkey sounds pretty good. My only concern with that is the lack of disable. Yeah, like I do agree with your take that there's just they need a little bit more, and Darkseer doesn't really offer that. Slardar would have been great. Doom would have been amazing, actually.
It really could just be Primal or a Pango, honestly, at this point.
I agree.
These heroes help versus Brew.
I think these heroes are fine. The only downside is like a little bit of a struggle in the lane with the Monkey King as the 4, but you know, maybe they just cut the wave and snipe couriers and do the cheesy stuff.
Yeah, like I think you shouldn't really pick to like win the lane. If you can think ahead of what do they need and we just pick something that builds us auras, because in my opinion, all they want to do is prolong the fight. Allow the Puck to stay alive, Morph to stay alive, like live through like half the brew split, then fight back. Live through the Orchid jump. Yeah, I think Darkseer just kind of fits. You go Magpipe. Sure, you're gonna get counterpicked now, but you'll do what you need in a game for your team to win.
Actually, you're not really gonna get counterpicked right now because there's like no Morph for the enemy team, there's no Troll for the enemy team, there's no Ursa for the enemy team, so you should be fine regardless. The issue that this Darkseer poses will honestly just be the lack of follow-up disable, but maybe if you just overwhelm them with your 5-man, Storm historically hates playing into 5-man, into auras, then that's the approach that XG WBG takes.
I mean, you'd probably just Weaver here, right? You're not really going to struggle too much against a Darkseer Monkey in lane. There's not too much disable. It's really just the Puck that you're worried about. I guess the Morph is decent at turning into.
I think getting coiled sucks, and you don't want to give Weaver to the carry Morph.
I feel like they're gonna go something like Sven, which I don't like. I'm having a hard time finding a pick here for Aurora.
Oh, how about
that's
exciting?
I forgot she existed. I don't like that against the Darkseer.
Well, I think it's decent against Darkseer, but this matchup is one of the worst against Morph in the game from a carry-to-carry matchup.
Oh yeah, you still the Insatiable.
Can I disagree?
Go for it.
Can I disagree? I think Brood versus Morph, like a lot of people will pick Morph into Brood and they'll just lose. Because the webs on Brood give the HP reduction, like the HP regen reduction, which if you're playing carry Brood, you're going to have like a BKB and you're going to be able to run into this Morph lane. Also, I think Brood beats Darkseer on lane. Like that's a heavy punish hero because she can just like press her Q and just hit him. And then if the lane goes up +1 rotation, she takes away his triangle camps, like his ancient camp and his hard camp. So you'll actually see most teams that open with Brood, they'll always or teams that open with Darkseer will always ban Brood in that first phase because they don't want that lane.
The way XG, WBG, or like rather the way for me how Aurora win this game is off of snowballing. I personally don't like the Brute Morph matchup that much unless you're gonna do well in your lane, you're gonna go Orchid and then maybe like take over the map, which they can. They have Storm, they have Brood, they have Brewmaster. But if this game scales on, I think I love this Darkseer. I love their Morph. I think their team fighting is very good. At least for me, if Aurora are not snowballing, I think they're gonna have a hard time after 20 minutes.
So for me, it's just about how good is 23 at Brood, because if this were Tundra's draft and this is pure playing Brood, I would put all my cards in Radiant draft. But if it's not a very comfortable Brood player, then I can easily just see XG stomping them. And if a Brood player doesn't really know the carry timings, it could be very, very scary.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3. But first, some words from Coach Maps.
Yes, I have the coach Maps with me. Maps, I want to ask, in the first game's draft, I'm seeing a lot of signature heroes from some of the players out there. I was seeing Ame's Morphling, was seeing XM's Puck. Is this truly part of your grand strategy, or did the players themselves request it so that they can prove themselves on the signature heroes? 就第一把，我们这边看到一些很点中点的一些英雄，什么销售水人啊、毛帕等等。我就想问你，你作为一个教练，真的是你们的战术，还是这些选手他们自己要求想做一个救赎赛，想证明一下自己的绝活呢？
首先这些英雄本来就是他们的绝活，然后这把能克制到对面的英雄，然后就选了，啊。
I think some of these heroes, although they are the player signature heroes, but they are in this game very effective against the opponent's draft, so I've picked it for them. Final question, I want to ask, just give us a bold prediction. How good do you think your draft is against Auroras? What do you think are your chances of winning? 就第二个问题就直接问你，就是大胆预测一下，你觉得你们的阵容对战对面的话，几几开呢
？5-5开吧，他们选的也挺好的。
I think it's a 50-50. The opponent's draft is also pretty good. So very humble from the coach Maps, and I'll toss it back to the cast.
Ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action of Game 1 between XG, WBG, and Aurora. Yeah, we heard it from Maps there, the coach of XG, WBG. He reckons 50-50 after the draft is finished up. Not necessarily the level of confidence maybe you normally expect from the coach in their own draft. Do you think that's understandable? Do you think maybe the Brood mother kind of caught them off guard and could have a lot of potential here with Kingslayer playing at this game?
Definitely perhaps a little bit, and also I think yesterday maybe put them a bit in that place where that third game in particular, well, first and third game in particular were pretty rough. They couldn't really do much of anything, so humble, of course, to be, and good to do that as well, too, because this is definitely a fast-paced draft, I would say, from Aurora, looking to pressure and kind of take advantage early. However, from XGWBG, this is a pretty phenomenal scaling lineup, and they do have pretty decent high ground defense as long as the ET and the puck can be remaining to be able to get that spam out and stuff like that. So let's see how it all ends up going down, because there's a lot of really fun stuff kind of to talk about here. Huge Wombo combo, big team fights coming out, of course, from XGWBG, but then on Aurora, they have a little bit of ease just to force the fights a bit in the early game with the Primal Split, so should be fun, should be a treat here. And already seeing some early aggressive wards just placed out here from the side of XGWBG to be watching some of these stacks and whatnot that comes up from these storms. And let's see how these lanes do end up going down. Jinq getting to play that Monkey King. How many couriers will die?
Let's see XXS try and start the fight off here, standing his ground with the Iron Shell upon him. Jump forward from Jinq's looking for Kingslayer, but
nice jukes.
Not going to be able to do anything about the Brood quite yet. Kingslayer's going to be perfectly fine. So this sort of bottom lane, this is a lane in which is the Brood. Could the Brood be a bit vulnerable on the early levels?
No, not with the CM. I wouldn't think so. I would imagine that he should be pretty fine. Jinq might just do some annoying stuff though, like stealing, killing couriers constantly, just being really, really pesky. But overall, I would say Kingslayer and Ollie should have a pretty good time as long as they don't make some big mistakes. Level 3, of course, that thing to watch out for the ion shells. But from what I've seen, these Broods can just withstand because of that. If you want to get the Insatiable early, they cut the tree. Jinq does get the tree cut immediately.
He's going to take quite a hit on the way out here. I mean, Blood Grenade thrown down. They might just get him.
He could just reset. He's all right.
He's able to get around the tree line in time. Go back towards the creek, but indeed, he has to be a bit careful about that. They're prepared for the Monkey King down here, Aurora.
Absolutely. Yeah, one more tree cut in will definitely die. And as those levels build up, there's definitely always kill threat down here from the Brood and the Crystal Maiden. Looking at mid, nice skill matchup, it's going to trade farm. That's going to be between these two. We're going to see those early rotations definitely come into play from these, potentially 2 to 3 supports. Jinq absolutely can match every single one of the rotations of the CM plus the snap. And it looks like Aurora may be taking a page out of the Falcons book a bit, because that is the 2 supports that they also wanted to go for, that extra disable that they can provide at times. So some really good ones to be able to rotate early.
So looking at, I was just having a look up at some of the Kingslayer stats on his Brood. Sure. So if the stats to be believed, it indeed looks like he hasn't played any pro games on it. So this should be his first. The pub win rate, pretty good. 44 games, a 63% win rate, which is, yeah, that is not bad by any means. Top lane.
He's going down.
Yep, first blood, Jabs. I'm going to take him out. So I think every reason to believe from the stats that Kingslayer should be able to give us quite a solid Brood performance here.
Yeah, and overall Brood, and in pubs especially, like this hero's a bit weird because sometimes it gets stuck as this like first pick, so it gets super counterpicked in a lot of these drafts and stuff. So that's a pretty good win rate.
It's a good win rate. Yeah, it really is.
And looking at a couple other things, so top we see this very aggressive lane that Aurora's gone for. It is an ET Morphling. The Morph, of course, is quite a weak laner at the start here. The ET definitely going to struggle because these two heroes are also incredible versus because they both provide attack speed slow and movement speed slow, which is what you want when you're playing versus this ET right now in the laning phase, since if you move speed slow, it slows his attack speed as well. So some cool stuff. Q did go for the Ricochet, which I think when I see Crit playing the Snapfire in particular when he's playing versus Morph, he usually goes the full bore because you have that like range to try to snipe. So just small thing to point out, but this overall is the facet that most people are preferring. Either way, should be a difficult lane for Ame up top.
Looking like it, but just 6 CS so far, having the rougher time out of all the cores. He's going to be able to hold this wave.
He'll get 3 CS.
Be able to get the push back in.
Yeah. And let's see bottom. XXS, he has hit level 3, so let's see if they're able to push that small advantage he has right now onto Kingslayer, since he's gone for this quad bracer build, and it looks like he might take the same page out of 33's book that I saw last night. 33 did quad gauntlet, which is standard, with this quick wit, of course, Facet, and then he went treads into pipe, which honestly was incredible. It felt like it hit all the timings, it protected his team versus early team fight, and he was very aggressive in lane because he's just punching the enemy core.
Sure. This, of course, is a brilliant game for pipe.
It is.
It's going to do a whole lot against Aurora's sort of early aggression and damage output, pretty much entirely magical outside of what a little Shredder and the Brood. I guess a few right clicks of the primals, but yeah, most of the burst it's going to be magical.
Pipe is definitely one of the top items in this patch at the moment. It feels incredible, especially with Rise of Sanking in the mid too. It just feels absolutely necessary. Ollie. Level 3, Jinkyu only level 1 at the moment. Those have to be a little careful, even though he has level 2 Ion Shot himself.
I mean, that is true. I mean, Ollie's going to run him down a little bit. He's not too afraid of this level 1 Monkey King.
This is a standard Jinkyu. I'm surprised he hasn't actually started going for some of these couriers and stuff like that. We usually see him do that on the Monkey, but so far, a little bit of a calm early start here.
I might get this courier, yeah, he will. So there we go.
Not careful. That's entirely Kingslayer's fault.
So to be more careful next time after that's happened the once here.
It always happens. At least once in the laning phase, you know, these carry players never careful with their courier. We blame the carries always.
Let's see if there's going to be a chance to go on to Kingslayer, but even with the level 2 on the Monkey King, it could be difficult.
Yeah.
Pretty tanky here with his double bracer out.
They're pinging. They're considering going now. Kingslayer stepped up. Level 4 is hit on the Darkseer.
He's going to be able to lifesteal up a little bit. And he has got Ollie coming over to help out. The Boundless strike down.
A lot of lifesteal.
Continues to stand his ground, and indeed they'll be able to take Jinkyu out. And Kingslayer played that perfectly there around the lifesteal. Knew that he couldn't just run. Had to sort of get some hits traded back to survive off the lifesteal, and he survived.
That was pretty much like both teams trying to capitalize on a level 4. Well, Darkseer trying to capitalize on level 4 time with Vacuum, and Brood hits forward literally as they went on him. So he got the point in Insatiable Hunger because he was 0-2-1 skill build. So ideal timing for Kingslayer, and he should be able to heal up to full, of course, with his innate now. That Spider is milk under the tower. He's back up to near full HP. Waiting to see the items queued up. I imagine it would be that Orchid since they're playing versus the Puck. We've seen that a couple times now in this Brood. So yeah, it's pretty much instantly queued up. A very good game for it versus both cores, to be honest. Morph and Puck.
Yeah,
it's going to be pretty awesome.
I wonder then, are we going to see the double Orchid? Do you think the Storm's also going to Orchid first, or is he going to need to build something defensive?
Q, they're scared to commit onto him, and for good reason.
I mean, there's a damage that these three can fire back is an incredible amount. XXS has to completely retreat. He's out with the TP.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame Lornoff if he does go for it too, just because it's so good versus both cores. Yeah, sure, they're going to probably itemize versus, like, with the Yules and a Manta, obviously on the Morphling, but that does force them to go for at least that Yules on the Puck, which sometimes isn't really the most favorable for some of these players. So yeah, could definitely see that double Orchid come into play pretty early on. Jabs is going to have a super fast timing on this Vessel as well, versus a Morphling, versus a Darkseer. So timings, definitely for Aurora, are going to be accelerated, at least with these 2 kills at the moment here. But Ame is farming pretty okay up here. 33-7.
He is
not been
actually.
shut down.
Yeah, considering how the first few waves were looking, he's ended up perfectly fine in the overall state of the safe lane.
Yeah, and now we have like a little bit of lane swappage and people stacking around. Lanes breaking a little bit, making sure they can get these wisdom runes. But 23, or whatever, Kingslayer, that does mean he's going to have a very, very good timing on level 6 and could potentially make moves top as well, using those spiderlings to perhaps try to pressure the morph and get that orchid timing very early.
See the outcome of the mid matchup there. Very, very even this game.
Very even.
Between the two of them, Laurenov and XM.
I'm seeing these pucks just, they abuse this innate so nicely. The puckish, whatever you want, yeah. It feels super nice when you're able to just double abuse. Like, I think a tower hit hits you, and then the second one, you pop the face shift, so you get double benefit out of the regen that comes out. I'm seeing more and more players abuse it. That's quite fun. It's a lot of healing. Surrounding down bottom, level 5 on Darkseer. So level 3 Ion Shell that they're looking to play around here with the 2 supports. Even rotating the puck and Ame. The whole squad has arrived.
Another Ame's here. Ollie's going to find him.
Jabs has split.
I mean, Ollie might be the one to die, but indeed backup comes in. Ollie will fall. So what do they want to do with this? They've been caught by the Dream Core, the two of them, but the split is out. Kingslayer still alive. He's holding his ground with a life steal. He has the backup of Laurenov. Laurenov comes in with the zip. He's able to take DY down. Got the stun connection onto XXS. Surges back up, but it's immediately taken off. Indeed,
Nice
Jabs
play for
ready for
Jabs.
that one. They're going to be able to clean up both of them.
Ambitious dive, I would say, from XGWBG, but an instant TP from Jabs is necessary. The Bruce Blade pretty much used perfectly. That's his vessel finished up. Super fast to react. Kingslayer able to just withstand versus the damage with the lifesteal.
Yeah, I mean, a few times now they've really tried to put the focus on taking this Brood down in the early game, but Kingslayer, he's been prepared.
Yeah, the team just prepared to rotate really quickly too. Even Laurenov, as you were saying, you know, jumps down bottom. He is able to secure an extra bit of a kill there. All 3 cores looking strong. Levels as well on the supports looking pretty decent. Level 4 on both of them. Same to be said for XGWBG. They're making the move again. Primal split on cooldown. This time they want to try to get him.
They really want this spider. But the boundless into the Primal Spring, this time they should have it.
And Ame gets the last hit, so all important. Accelerate that timing for the Manta as much as possible, because those Orchids and, you know, the Spirit Vessel and stuff are going to be online, so get him some nice early kills. So good move. Really pushing forward. They know no split, no support ultis either, so they can dive forward for that kill.
As we can see here, the record on his morph, not been too amazing, but no reason to not believe that he can do it. Of course, is it overall outside this tournament, definitely one of Ame's most played heroes. I mean, you can see it there on the top. Grandmaster tier, of course, on the Morphling.
Yeah, and we, of course, do have to start talking about some of these matchups. I know Panel was talking about especially, and we do see it a bit, that Morph versus Broodmother. If the game slows down a lot, Brood is able to get even shard, or Morph gets shard, and they just gets this insatiable hunger. The damage is ridiculous on a Morphling. It's essentially a double damage inside most of these fights when he turns into Brood and pops it. So for Aurora, definitely want to keep getting an advantage and pressing forward that advantage. Don't want to slow down too much versus Ame's Morphling. It's a very strong scaling draft that XGWBG has gone for, especially with the ET able to amp everybody as it goes on. Laurenov, find the top rune, Haste rune. He's getting closer and closer toward that Orchid.
I think until sort of that's there, unlikely that we'll see Aurora really go for any plays on XGWBG's side of the map.
Maybe play around like a Primal Split or something to pressure perhaps the mid tower, depending on if they see an opportunity, but yeah, definitely difficult to catch some of these other heroes if they don't have it.
Yeah, I think they're happy to sort of just play reactive. Wait and see what XGWBG do, and then make sure that they have these ults ready to turn up and defend. Mid tower starting to get pressured a little bit by XM. Q just sticking around to find his level 6 on the snap.
Yeah, and XXS is doing the exact build. Yep, it's strength, just strength, trides, soul ring, straight into that pipe to be able to have that early timing.
Yeah, that's definitely going to affect Aurora's impact quite a bit, if he's indeed allowed to sit back and farm, which I think by the way that Aurora's playing definitely seems to be the case. I don't think we're going to see any sort of pressure on the Darks here, so the pipe will be there in good time.
It will, and that could counteract and protect these guys, you know, versus that Orchid, those Orchids that are going to be coming up pretty early on too, just that extra bit of defensive capabilities. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if they can sort of get the Sora online and then sort of hold through the mid game, it's reason to believe. I mean, it seems to be there's also the way that they've played with other strategies that they've drafted with XGWBG, where they just want to kind of keep the game going until the point where Ame's able to carry them to victory.
Yeah. let's be honest, right? Both of these teams, they are some of the slower ones. At least they like to play for the late game. So
I think so. And then just sort of the question is going to be like how do Aurora's cores sort of step up to that of XGWBG? And if it does sort of, as the game goes on, go into some sort of like 4 protect 1 with Arme getting ahead and the other cores falling behind, how strong is the Morph's chance to win this game?
Definitely strong. Especially, I think Morph is one of the conditions that I would say for 4 Protect 1 that can work in a lot. Yeah, I think, you know, I already talk, I'm a hater for TB, so I don't need to say it anymore. But I think also because he has Elder Titan, it's like an amplify. You want these things that amplify your carry a ton in the later stages as well, too. So yeah, definitely feels like if it does get too slow, could be Shimizu's for Aurora. But Aurora's waiting for that timing right now, right?
Sure.
Once they've got double Orchid,
then they're going to go.
Then they're probably going to look to put that pressure on, take some more of these towers, and occupy the map a little more. I'm waiting to see what Jabs queues up as well, too. It could just end up being the Radiance.
I feel like it's not going to be because of the way they want to play. Like, do they want to buy Radiance and also slow things down? Like, sure, it's the safer build, it's the more common build, but we are seeing some brews stray away from it, and especially when they want to try and play fast.
Yeah.
So I think Jabs is definitely considering, indeed, like, does he want to just stick to the cookie cutter build of the Radiance, or does he want to buy something that's going to enable the team to get ahead and kind of get the game rolling?
I guess, well, yeah, I'm going to see, because I already know that Q, we've seen these Snapfires, they just go for the mech in most of these situations. So yeah, I'm waiting to see what Jabs is going to fully queue up, if it will be like a pipe or if it's just going to be the Radiance to get that scaling. We shall see. The game slowed down quite a bit here, 4-2, but there's that first Orchid timing. So I imagine instant smoke, try to find either more for Puck, start getting a bit more going for yourself. XM under the protection of this ward for another 7 seconds or so. Yeah, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because it does feel like this one could be a farming one.
For sure, especially if it goes XGWBG's way.
Lornoff.
Lornoff wants to do something. He's going to be able to find the Morph, but indeed the strength has already been built up. He used a lot of mana for that, and the Dream Coil's laid down.
Perfectly done.
He's gone. They will lose DY in return, but still, the XGWBG, they do not mind any sort of trade that's even, and any sort of trade where they're taking a call and losing a support. It's good news for them.
They were super prepared for this move. Everybody was just there protecting the Morphling. Ame was shifting back and forth between Agi and Strength, catches it pretty much perfectly. And now, Manta's done. So first Orchid hit, not working. He's going to have a Dispel. Second Orchid is online, but XGWG was super prepared.
Yeah, it's just the fact that both of these Orchids are kind of coming out, I should say, like, A, when this Manta is finished on Morph, and B, pretty much when the pipe's going to be done. They're very close to having out. Xingqiu, he'll die. Was trying to see if he could mess around with the Wisdom Rune. Wasn't to be the case. All he had was secure it for himself. But yeah, the question is, if these Orchids, have these Orchid timings come quick enough, and what can Aurora do with them?
Exactly. And see how much Jabs can force with these Primal Splits, and if he's going to be that, you know, king of team fight when he shows up, Primal Split that Aurora, that XGWG has to run away, because so far they're getting a lot of farm. Puck, Morph, all 3 cores, getting that itemization. The Witchblade's done on XM. You can go back for the Yules. And yeah, overall, Ame, you can see the positioning that he's playing on the far right with the Manta at the ready, just in case any move does come. So. DY also, do have to highlight, bit of a different type of skill build, but I like that he's gone for this one because he's going to be playing more about that counter initiation. So 3 points in the stomp to be able to set up for his allies to get the follow-up versus the Storm, versus the Brood, versus the Primal. This stomp build is actually quite nice when you're playing versus Brew, because you know, you sit in the bat, Brew splits, and you just stomp at least 3 of those Brewlings, and then you're able to reset constantly. So this does feel like XGWBG pretty happy with this tempo.
I think so. You know, looking at Jabs, he has indeed. He's going for the Radiant.
He is going to go for it, right?
He's just sort of stuck in a tough position. It's like, sure, maybe he can get something to fight with the team, but Aurora, they're going to be feeling, yeah, we've got these Orchids, but there's a Manta, there's a Pipe. They're XGWBG, they're set up for these fights. So what do? I guess we keep farming and sort of just hope for the best. That seems to sort of be the plan here from Aurora, which does definitely feel like it favors XGWBG's approach to the game.
Agreed. A Pipe finished up now. XGWG, they have pretty much all their key timings that they want here in the early game. They've got that Manta to protect the Morph. They've got good team fight synergy with this Darkseer and looking to find something themselves. Still, you know, the Primal Split is still a bit of an issue in some situations here, but they can kite it, they can reset, and they can tank through it. Especially with XXS just having so many levels. The levels on the cores are just incredibly high. XM's level 12, level 11 on Darkseer, 12 on the Morph. Level 10 on a couple of these cores on the side of Aurora. And Xingqiu, even though it's been a bit quiet from him, he is progressing slowly but surely toward this Orchid as well, which is going to be phenomenal versus the Storm if he gets it pre-BKB. There's gonna end up being some type of like mid game / late game clashes, and we'll see.
It's because
if Aurora can withstand those.
Yes, because I imagine for Aurora, the next step's going to be let's get the BKBs, and then we'll really try to fight.
Yes,
like it's not going to be get the BKBs and keep hitting creeps, because it's just not going to feel good against XWBG's lineup. So BKBs, they get those on Lorinov and Kingslayer. And then they're going to be looking to fight. They're going to be looking for action.
Yeah, or force a Roshan or something like that, where it forces them to go for a fight or something like that, and you can go for it. But shall see. Tower's getting pressured here from the spiders. Should get finished off. Kingslayer will be able to get that. And his BKB will come pretty quick. So a double BKB timing and Radiance, and then I imagine it'll be go time. Jabs. Put your relic in your bags. So there we go. Thank you, Jabs. We're gonna have to watch him hit creeps for a while.
Oh, mate, it's gonna go straight for the Daedalus after the Manta.
I think this. I prefer this one a lot more over that, like the Honda, because you just don't have points in adaptive, as I was mentioning yesterday. So, ton of damage that he can do.
Yeah, and I imagine against the Brood, right? It's pretty easy always to find him and turn into him. Like he's gonna have the freedom to do that every single team fight.
Pretty much, yeah.
And as you say, insatiable hunger, especially when you got the Daedalus as well. Like you're going to have some sort of heavy lockdown on him to stop him from right-clicking, but that's probably kind of the problem with Aurora's draft, right? As long as he's able to keep the Manta cool for something like the Frostbite and the Silences, he's going to be able to attack. He's going to be able to hit you,
I think Jabs is kind of the answer, too, though. He can throw him up in the air, right?
Okay.
I think that's probably what he's going to have to do in some of these fights once it gets to these later ones with the insatiable hunger, but...
I guess that's one thing, though. You can't dispel it, right? No. So you can't take it off with the...
No.
That AoE wind stuff, whatever it is.
But you can just, you hold them up. It's, I mean, the duration is pretty long. Of course, it's like, what, 14 seconds, I believe, when it's maxed or more, so.
Taking the tower. I don't know,
I'm not worried for Aurora. I gotta be honest, I'm a little worried.
We're waiting to see what the plan is from Aurora.
Yeah. Maybe it really is just...
They're getting a bit nervous.
Yeah,
maybe they're panicking a little, but they're like, well, let's keep hitting creeps, and let's hope something happens eventually.
This is XGWBG's kind of like specialty, is being able to slow the game to 30 minutes. We've seen a lot of their games where they do get kind of smashed in the first 30, and then they win later on like that. So it does feel like the formula fits theirs.
This game, they're not getting smashed in the first 30 even.
I mean, nothing's happening on. They're all just farming. Kingslayer has BKB. So his BKB's done. How close is Lorinov to his? Getting quite close. And the Radiance is finished up. So, okay. So Radiance, level 12 brew. Let's see if they do force or if they feel like they can actually just take the scale.
I'm sure you got to smoke up. You got to imagine so. You got your BKBs, you got a Radiance. You want to smoke up. You don't want to let this Morph sit back and farm.
Because they even have mech timing on Q too, so they do have quite a bit of things going on together for them, but they do just seem a bit afraid to go for it here. All right, let's see. Do they smoke now?
Got one on all 8.
Wave is pushing in, so maybe after that one, but.
So did the 3 of them want to go? No. Okay.
Lorinov's like, I'm so close to BKB.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, yeah, he doesn't. I was assuming he does, but indeed he doesn't. So yeah, okay. Get the Storm BKB, and they'll go. The stack here.
The Yules is finished up. Looks like XGWBG going to be the ones to make the first move around this Veil, this pipe. They have a ton of damage, good damage amp as well, too.
Because I feel for them at this point, they're kind of like, well, we're not behind. You guys aren't doing anything, so, well, we'll happily do something. They don't need to involve Arme, of course, for this sort of move. They can absolutely get kills with just the 4 of them.
Yep, they have Orchid now on Jin Q, too. He's been able to just sit back and finish it up with nothing happening, so.
Yeah.
This can be quite pesky. Of course, there's going to be BKBs from these supports, but Brewmaster does not have a BKB, and the 2 supports can just get caught from an Orchid. The ultis can just get canceled almost instantly, so...
Well, eyes on King, so it's pretty hard to stop him from getting the BKB off.
I mean, they're going to try to pressure him, though.
Into the vacuum. It's a lot of burst, but indeed the BKB's off, no problem. But
it's a bait, because they didn't use coil. Yep. It's a really good hold there from XM, because now they have the coil for the potential next show of Kingslayer.
Sure. They're just sort of poking, teasing around with them, of course, all while Arme's having a great time farming. Of course, Kingslayer's having a lot of farm upon him as well, but I could only imagine with the drafted approach from Aurora that they probably were hoping that the Brood would be ahead of the Morph, and definitely not level, just at a time as well early as 21 minutes in. And just goes to show how good of a game Ame is having. He's not been pressured at all.
Let's see if they try to sneak the Roche. The only scary thing, of course, is that BKB on cooldown from the Broodmother, so there could be potential that XGWBG does come down here. They're not the healthiest. I do see the ET and MK a little bit low.
It's been scanned, so if they do want to make a move, do something about it, they know that they're going to have to do so soon.
They can scout it with the ET Spirit, so they'll see that it's just getting started. They can delay it pretty nicely.
Goodbye,
here.
Spiders. On there.
And they're starting to rotate over now with everybody. And Broods, how's the BKB? What's the cooldown?
What's the timing?
It's 30 seconds.
Oh, that's a bit scary for Kingslayer.
Definitely. Let's see the angle of approach here from XGWBG. Blink on the puck as well. XM.
And what they're bringing Ame this time, right?
Mm-hmm. He's got BKB as well.
Oh, he's strong.
This feels like a tough fight. Let's see if Aurora can execute it.
With a jump forward, Morinov trying to see if we can get the catch return onto XM, but XM is able to jump back with the orb. It's very scary now for Aurora. They've got the three of them still under the cover of the smoke.
Kingslayer has his BKB back up, so he is a bit more survivable, but yeah, playing into this Morph BKB now also, who's level 17 at this point. This does feel scary for Aurora. Kingslayer, there's definitely potential for him getting burst before he can get the BKB off too, as we saw before. If the Morph is there when they get the Boundless and all the combo, he could just pop.
XGWBG, they'll succeed in scaring Aurora away from the Roshan pit for now.
When was the last kill? It was 8 minutes ago on the Monkey King.
I mean, how has the game sort of ended up in this state? Because it feels like, you know, with Aurora, with this draft, you can only imagine they were doing this so they could try and get ahead.
I would think so.
It's not like they fed in the lanes, right? There's only 3 kills on XGWBG. XGWBG weren't killing them during the laning phase. So how has the game ended up in this position for them?
They're just out-economying them on XGWBG. And they countered that one gank that came out, and I guess after that, Aurora's like, okay, we don't want to make a gank anymore because they're ready for it, so.
And like just like that, I feel like pretty much in that last, what, minute, 2 minutes maybe, you've now got a 2k difference between the 2 carries.
Yeah.
Which wasn't there 2 minutes ago.
No.
Just continuing to show just how much more XGWBG are. It feels like they are playing exactly how they planned to play and wanted to go about doing this game. And Aurora, they're kind of in recovery mode, trying to work out how to get themselves out of this tough spot.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels like. I mean, Ame's able to just sit back from. He's almost level 18. Brood only level 15. He's starting to get a big level disparity between that as well. He's got level 3 Morph online, so now he's got that, you know, pretty much constant inside the fights. He actually did go for the Agi talent. I mean, that ones I've seen, of course, different choices from the carry players, but he's gonna have Daedalus very soon too. I don't know. I'm definitely worried for Aurora, unless they can out-execute inside these team fights. But we'll have to see.
If he comes out, can they do anything about XM? They can't. He's able to freely jump out, so it's just another BKB charge forced out that Aurora's having to use. And of course, for them, any time that the BKB is on cooldown, there's going to be no chance they're going to go looking for a fight. So each of these pokes from XGWBG just securing them more and more comfortable time to continue to get the farm on their carry. Ame.
This really does feel like the dream for Ame and XM. All 3 cores just do feel like they're able to just sit back and finish up these items. Shiva's now finished up for XXS on top of everything else.
This is definitely feeling like one of those games as well, where if Ame doesn't get the win here, then you know he's going to have a hard time convincing his team to let him have the Morphling again.
True.
You know what I mean? If you set up this well. Okay, so they were sort of showing elsewhere on the map and trying to go for Roche.
He's sneaking it. He's walking right into them.
Oh,
Kingslayer?
I mean,
he looks very dead. Okay, I was just kidding about the. I was clever, but clever for the Roshan tip, and then I don't know.
It up, he's sneaking the Roche, but then he wasn't sneaking the Roche, I guess, because Roshan was about to get moving up to the other side of the map.
And now they just get a free one.
I mean, was he just not checking the time? I think they're panicking. Not. They're panicking.
I think it looks like they're just crumbling, to be honest. Nothing's happening, and it just feels like it's literally in just the absolute best position for XGWBG to just sit back, farm, chill. Ame completely online with the ET Spirit. He's got auras aplenty.
And he's got no excuse. If this Morph doesn't carry this game to victory, that's a big uh-oh.
Yeah. But
he's in an amazing spot right now.
He definitely looks like he's in perfect form.
I mean, this Morph, it should 100% win this game.
Yeah. Oh, 23. That was...
I mean, he didn't even get that close to killing Roche.
No, not even close. Hey, it was clever, the attempt kind of trying to go up, but then it's, then it just,
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, fizzles out very quickly.
Well, I mean, they don't really have any heroes on Aurora that can build any sort of crazy comeback item.
No.
Right? They've just kind of all missed their timings, it feels.
I think they've missed their time. They've missed their timing. They're just playing into the timings of XGWBG as they're just sitting back, doing whatever they want. Ame near level 20.
I mean, looking back, who was meant to put the pressure on the Morph? Was it going to just sort of be this world where Ame struggled a bit more in lane, so he didn't get a quick Manta, and these Orchids would have been online before he had that?
Anybody. They're just not doing anything. Maybe they do just feel that pressured because it is a very good counter initiation draft that XGWBG has, and after that first move failed, they're just like, okay, we're scared to do stuff, but literally nothing is happening, and you're playing into a Morph as the game progresses. Jabs.
I mean, is he going to be able to get the split off? There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Ame.
I don't think so. Even if he gets it off, it's dead.
Yeah. I mean, Loronov's here. He's going to quickly hope that he's not here. Immediate TP retreat from him. Someone was TPing back there. I wasn't going to be able to catch him. He gets out. It's one of those games.
One of those weird games.
For Aurora.
For Aurora, for sure.
They had a plan. It didn't work, and they didn't have a backup plan.
That's a good way to sum it up. That definitely feels like it. And Ame is getting closer to an MKB as well, to just freely farming. The puck didn't die.
I feel like someone's going to get something like a Hex on Aurora. You know, you got to get this. Yeah, but Loronov's queuing up. You've just got to have some sort of item that can punish a mistake or an overextension from the Morphling. If Ame messes up, dives too deep, and catch him with this Hex, then maybe you get sort of... Maybe he doesn't have buyback goal. Maybe you're able to kill him, run down a lane, and take everything from them.
I think they just missed all timings, everything. I mean, yeah, they can go for that Hex, but even then, I don't know. Ame freely hitting these towers, no fear whatsoever.
That's pretty much for his MKB, right? Just 200 gold. He's got MKB Daedalus.
And level 20
minutes in.
He's got the 20 talent as well, too, so just that waveform is just going to be able to smack through people. And he's got some extra evasion, too. There's a Bloodthorn on the Brood, but there's just nothing happening. The gold lead just continues to rise. The experience lead continues to rise XGWG, doing whatever they want.
XXS he's just going to get the BKB next. I think at this point, it's getting to the stage where XGWBG, they're pretty much geared up and ready to end.
Yep.
They get the BKB on the Dark Seer, they run down a lane with this Daedalus MKB Ame Morph.
They're ready for any fight. Even a Bruce Split is could potentially just die.
Balance Strike comes in. Kiss is coming in as well from the side. Ame standing his ground. We'll have to waveform to the side for now, as Kingslayer's bringing him pretty low, but of course he has got this Aegis Ame, so he doesn't even mind if he goes down to once. And can't even take him down to once. He's still alive. He's shifting into the strength. The Freezing Field comes out. Another Zip Forward from Lorinov. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Ame. Lorinov jumps over towards the puck. Xingqiu's laid down the Wukong's command. The splits there as well. They're trying to look towards the Morphling, but they do not have any sort of damage to take him down a second time. And Xingqiu, he's cleaning up the supports himself.
That's the one fight that Aurora was probably looking for about 15 minutes ago, but now that XGWBG have every single timing and an Aegis, Ame just endures through all of it.
Yeah, that's all they were able to get, that Aegis out of him. I think it was getting pretty close to the Aegis coming to an end anyway, so XGWBG, they do not care about that one bit. We'll see on the replay again, yeah, they had, what, minute and a half left on the Aegis, so they don't mind losing it here. They went all in, and yeah, Xingqiu gets this Wukong's command down, and these two poor old supports were caught in by the sleep, the vacuum, the boundless. Not a chance there for Ollie or Q.
No, Jabs barely even gets away too. Lorinov.
He's BKBing, he really wants this kill. Can he get Xingqiu? He can.
But he might just die. Oh, we'll be able to jump away.
Just enough mana to escape, so he'll live.
They'll hold on for now. But the items just keep flowing in. An Octarine too for the puck. Freest game ever for this puck, feels. Yeah, XM just also. I free the team for all of them on this side.
0 deaths on him, 0 deaths on Ame. Yep. Just the one on XXS.
Octarine.
And other than that, you have 3 on both supports, so the support's tanking the hits very well on XGWBG this game.
And what's the next time? What are the next timings? Kingslayer is going for S and Y, but that does not feel like
it's not like
it's not wow or anything. It's just like, okay, I can survive a little bit better, but the gold lead just massively growing and just rough for sure. All the rolls get popped and it just does next to nothing versus this Morphling. We can just tank through it with insatiable hunger, and now, as you said, BKB on the Darkseer, all their orders at the ready. They're looking to go for this next big fight and potentially close this out.
I mean, I feel like if they were to look back and sort of say, hey, if we want to do this sort of strat sort of play style again on Aurora, what do we need to take away? I feel like the Darkseer is probably one of the main ones, right? Just the fact that they had this hero XGWBG that was able to just farm this really quick pipe. You know, anyone that's able to sort of get the quick pipe, and I guess Darkseer out the offlaners, regardless of how the lane goes, he's one that's able to farm it the quickest and get it online that early. it just really messes with your approach and sort of where you want to play, right? When you're going for like these double Orchid heroes, Storm mid, that needs to be finding kills.
It probably just is like also they're scared of just this counter initiation draft, but at the same time too, they honestly, they just didn't really do much of anything. They kind of just, they tried one move, it didn't work, and then they just gave up on the moves. He's so tanky on this puck now, can just tank through these.
He's going to have to be BKB and run. Kingslayer's going to try and BKB and stand his ground. Now he's going to go for the TP out. They've got damage to take him down before, they haven't, so both will escape, but it's another BKB and TP from the two of them.
And with that call, could you look to just pressure onto one of these high grounds if they'd like to. Primal Split was also used, I believe, so they used double BKB and their Primal Split pre-fight.
I mean, this could be like one of the games that's won with like the lowest amount of kills on the winning team, at least in this tournament, right?
Probably.
It's getting to the point. XG WBG, they get their next round of items. They get a pretty much satanic on Arme. They run down a lane, kill Aurora off once, and
that's
then
probably
end the game.
Yep, very likely, because it's just tough to see how Aurora can really progress too much more in this game unless they get some type of.
Are they going to be careful as well? Because
dream catch on high ground. Their BKBs are still down.
Yeah, 40 seconds still cooldown.
With this fresh satanic, yeah, they want to at least get a Brax advantage here, or yeah, like you said, potentially close the game in that next fight.
Kiss is coming out. Max M's going to try and jump in and see if we can find him. In fact, Jinq will with a boundless strike put a stop to the kisses.
I like this Monkey King versus Snap quite a lot. It makes it like impossible for you to really play in the back lines.
They're losing their barracks.
They have no split. They have no BKBs. So they don't want to even attempt for a contest here. Kingslayer just farming on the side of the map because he knows if he shows up, he's just dead. I think we're going to see it. I want to see something completely different. Just different gameplay from Aurora. Like,
yes.
I'm fine with the draft and everything.
Just get rid of all these heroes. Something completely. They need to distance themselves so much from this draft and from this game. Just don't play any of these heroes next game. Something completely different.
Just something, I
think they're going to want to, because I feel like this game's going to leave a bit of a bad taste in their mouth, right?
No.
This can't feel good to play out.
No.
I mean, play being a bit of a loose term, really, because as you said, nothing's been done.
They got a kill.
Not getting to do much at all.
Their last kill was, about 16 minutes ago or so, I believe.
There we go, exciting stats there. One Brood Illusion did get fed this game. 5
Very nice.
Crystal Maiden, that's profit.
How many spiders was it again? About 300? It was quite a bit of spiders.
Oh, that was, okay, I was confused then. I was like, hold on, they're on the same team, though, because of the Dark Sea Wall Illusion of Brood.
Yes.
You only get 5 gold for those. It's not much, is it?
No.
Is that all levels, this scale up?
I believe that's all levels, yeah.
5 gold. That's good hero, that Dark Sea.
Definitely is. Auras are quite good right now. An early pipe is pretty phenomenal, especially when you can just sit back and farm with a stronger scaling core set.
Yeah, I mean, this game is Arme's dream.
He's literally just getting
kind of wondering if he woke up this morning. He's like, I was dreaming about this last night.
Oh, and he has 550 CS, 560.
It's literally his dream game. He's just getting a hit creeps. Nothing bad's coming his way. And as you're right, this has got to be one of the highest CS per minutes we've had.
It feels like it is. Besides one of these, maybe these illusion heroes,
sure.
It's pretty absurd. He almost has 800 GPM. On to the next Rex.
On to the next game.
On to the next game, indeed. No BKB for the Brood. It's got a basher, but can't contribute into this fight. What a weird.
They've got the Hex.
Okay.
So as I said, this is their kind of one chance of maybe doing something crazy. If they can sort of trip up Arme with a Hex, maybe they kill him, maybe they start some sort of insane comeback.
Kingslayer spotted. Kingslayer's dead.
Oh, no buyback for him. 8-7, 35 minutes in. They're taking the base. They're taking a second set of racks here. XG WBG.
On to the next. Ame's just like, okay. Just keep hitting some buildings, keep hitting some creeps.
He's like, is there any enemy in this game?
Nope. They can't do anything. Well.
Oh, try. I mean, XM, they can't kill him. He's so tanky.
Nope. He can kill them.
Or maybe they can kill him with the Hex. No, just kidding. He's got an E on this. In fact, he just put that together right. He was holding it disassembled. He's ready to put it together, ready to jump away.
He's just messing with them. Ame's ending the game.
He's ending the game. This might be one of the lowest kills per minute that you get in a game. They're mega creeped. It's literally just 8-7.
No way they stay in this. Are they? They're not gonna. Okay, I mean they're not gonna call him. I guess maybe they're just discussing stuff. But it's over.
Somehow.
No.
Arme loses this game.
No, there's no way.
There's
0%.
200% win percentage.
It does say 200% actually.
200%.
I checked.
There ain't no way. this has been tense. He's got a butterfly as well now.
Butterfly, Gleipnir even on Jin Q. He's even scaled. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a disaster.
It really is.
So back to the drawing board. Back to drawing board with gameplay. Just overall for Aurora, just something just did not go well, and something got to them. So actually, wbg, they got the dream, got to play their farm game to sit back. They'll be able to get another rush and close this game up pretty much whenever they want and how they want. Oh. He almost dies. That was really sub 100 HP.
He didn't have buyback gold either, did he? He did not have buyback gold. That would have been...
That would have been a perfect ending.
way to end this game.
Yes, that would have been the perfect ending.
It would have been
this.
a very suitable ending for the game. Just, dead to Tormented, no buyback.
What can you do? Jabs.
Now we got the opening. Jabs has got any way to get the silence off. He does not.
Dead.
Okay, well, at least the one thing we can promise you is the game 2 is going to be more exciting than this one. Now, there's no way we get 2 of these back to back. This is a pretty rare sort of anomaly of a game.
Mm-hmm.
At least, I mean, Aurora's definitely going to be hoping that's the case.
Absolutely. And here they go. Learn up.
BKB's pop. Oh, Arme. He's got the Aegis, though. He doesn't care. He's ready to tank all the spells here on the first round. He's going to be ready for round 2.
He's got BKB ready, too. 2 seconds.
There we go. Now he's going to be ready to kill them all. Turns over towards Kingslayer. Kingslayer's going to try and get back towards the fountain. Will get glimmered up. Will survive. Arme turns towards Q instead. Takes out the Snapfire. Jinkyu's able to lay down the Wukong's command. Gets the Boundless Strike down to the Crystal Maiden, but inside the fountain, Ollie will regen up. He'll survive. Only Q going down here. Jinkyu, he's getting jumped, but he's got backup. He's going to get healed up. The Tinker's down. Laurenov's dead. No buyback on him. The tier 4s are falling.
Alme's ending.
He's ready to wait.
He's like, I hit my GPM points. Maybe I'll get 1 or 2 more kills. They'll finally call it.
Okay.
And he does get 1 more kill.
Well, that certainly was one of the Dota games of all time.
Absolutely.
And yeah, one that I think Aurora's going to really hope that they never have to relive. That was slow and painful for everyone. The viewers, us, and Aurora.
Not XG, though. Arme had a blast.
Yeah. I said Arme, he hopes he gets more of these sort of games. Yeah. Arme, he would have absolutely loved this game. He just got to hit creeps, get incredibly farmed.
XM too. He just doesn't die on the puck when he's playing versus double Orchid, never gets caught. Just, yeah, completely different stuff has to come out from Aurora this time, but for XGWBG, if they're able to just sit back and do this, we could be in for some pretty snoozy games that they're just not able to win like this.
Yeah, I think, we can all see it. Aurora, they're definitely going to be able to see it as well, that they just have to do something completely different against XGWBG if they want to stand a chance of taking them down, putting the pressure on, and just not allowing them to farm like this, and just completely have the game in their hands for what really felt like the entirety of it.
It really did.
So game 2, we're going to see some big change-ups. I mean, for you in particular, looking at the draft, what do you feel if you could sort of point something out to change or something to not do again?
I mean, maybe not. They did do double Orchid plus Vessel where Manta and BKB's kind of counter because it's the dispels and stuff like that. So maybe you could look at that and some type of different enemies. But honestly, they didn't really do too much. Maybe Jabs going for the Radiance did slow things down too, and then it got to the point where it's like, where your cores each keep telling each other, wait for my next item, wait for my next item, and then you're like, wait, we're playing a game into a Morphling free farm, and waiting for the next item is just benefiting them in every situation. So yeah, let's just Aurora erase this game perhaps from memory, at least in the the way that nothing happened. But yeah, let's see. Let's hope we get something better.
All right, let's head over to the stage. XGWBG, they take game 1.
Well, that was an interesting game of Dota. Maybe we're waiting for game number 2 to get that one really started, but Effie, that was not it.
No, that was a complete nothing burger of a Dota game, I just have to say it. I mean, I think Extreme Gaming got the win handed to them for free because at no point were they ever threatened, at no point did Aurora make any moves. They had double Orchid timings that they didn't play for. They had double BKB timings that they didn't play for. I just don't know what was going on that game, Jenkins.
Yeah, that was shocking. I don't know what to say about that. That did not feel like
the high-level Dota that we're used to seeing. Maybe there's nerves, maybe there's pressure. It's really hard to say. Their first smoke with the Orchid got broken. It was kind of discombobulated. 23 Cabbage walked up into the high ground when he was soloing Roche, fed a kill, and then the Roche was 50% HP, and XG, WBG was like, all right, okay, we'll take it, I guess. That was strange. Like, Sunbi has got to do some work between game 1 and game 2.
I thought they said they were going to play faster because Extreme plays kind of slow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened exactly. So the double Orchid timings on Storm and Brood should have been a huge power spike for them because they were playing against Puck and Morphling. These two heroes do not like playing against early Orchids, but they didn't bring their heroes together. They didn't try to take them at towers 5. They never used the Brew split. I mean, they had a Brewmaster. All of their lanes went well on Aurora. They were not behind in net worth, but they just didn't make a single move. And the one move that they did make, the smoke into the triangle, it failed because the smoke broke, and then they completely lost confidence. So I think what happened there was somebody made a call. Let's wait for my BKB, and then
that's what I was going to say. I wanted to theory craft like what happened in that game, because that sometimes does happen in a game of Dota, especially when there's some really strong opinion cores that are like, no, this is the timing. And then another strong opinion core is like, okay, well, I'm really close to my timing. And then the first guy is like, well, I've got another timing coming soon. And then all of a sudden it's 40 minutes. You have a 12K gold deficit, not because they've gotten any kills on you other than the one where there's the feeds happening. It's literally just map efficiency and farming that's the issue while they're trying to go for these timings.
Extreme Gaming, WBG, has had the freest game, though. I do want to give credit. They saw this freedom for their morph, and they ran with it. They didn't push the issue. They're like, okay, we're being given this time. Let's take it.
Yeah, I mean, if they see that their enemy isn't going to make any aggressive moves on them, and they have a Morphling late game, they have a Puck who's going to scale, they have a Monkey King who's going to scale, and they see that the double Orchids aren't moving on the map, they have no fear. All they had to do was farm. They were like, okay, we can slow down the game. They didn't even feel the need. I mean, they made one move, too, where they forced BKB on Brood, and they sat in the area, but outside of that, if they just sat back and farmed, the game was theirs, and that's what they did. Honestly, Aurora, I don't know what that was. I do not want to see you guys play carry Brood again. I really feel like if Tundra played that carry Brood, we would have seen a different game.
I'm honestly fine that this happened to Aurora of all teams, though, because I feel like this is the type of team that can come back in game 2 and just have some like crushing game where they play extremely well. And it's like, where was that in the first game, But they are the type of team that can do that, and that's what I find exciting. And I honestly feel like when their back is against the wall, whenever they do something that is embarrassing, that's when the very next thing that they do is amazing. In Riyadh, obviously, last year we had the infamous raising of the hands, and then in the next series, 23 Cabbage became 23 Savage, and he pretty much like 1v5 carried that series. So like these guys do power on whenever they're in these scenarios, which is really funny.
Well, we'll see if that happens in game number 2, but first we're gonna go to an extra breakdown with Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, there's a few things that we need to look at because there's a lot of bad things that happen in this game. So production, please, let's roll the first clip. So we can start it here, and we can also have a look at Lorinov, right? He already has the Orchid, which is quite obvious that they already want to make moves at this stage of the game. So, you have your Orchid, you want to make stuff. We can continue to kind of like play the clip, because what happens if we look at the minimap, where's your teammates? Your Brood is down here farming, your Brew is up here. So if you make this move into the triangle, which they are basically doing, a lot of bad things can happen. And basically, they walk over, and if we pause right here at 13, like 22, 23, his smoke gets broken on Lorinov. So obviously, Ame being Morphling, what's gonna happen? He presses Morph, he's gonna strength up, and basically he can't die. So we can start rolling the clip, because basically what should have happened instead of making this move that can fail, why aren't you guys just all going mid? Why doesn't Brood put her spiders on the mid tower, Brood connects to mid, and you make the move there? Some guy is gonna have to show himself, he's gonna have to show his body, and boom, you just blow the guy up. But no, you go into the triangle, basically bad stuff happens. So the first move with the Orchid doesn't work out. 10 seconds later, Mr. Cabbage, he gets his Orchid. This is his Orchid reveal, by the way. So Storm Orchid, garbage. Brood Orchid, garbage, because it doesn't do anything. 2 seconds later, Ame up here in the corner finishes Manta style. So now it means you get 2 Orchids, they do nothing. You can't shut down the Morphling anymore, who's gonna pretty much carry the game. Okay, so XG, they play very well. But then the next clip, which basically game over. 23 Savage, probably feels very nervous, very pressured. He wants to do Roshan, but look at the timer. It's right before nighttime. So he can't finish it. It's gonna go to the other side of the map. He wants to take the gate, dies. And honestly, this game is far beyond over at this point. They made way too many mistakes. Didn't use the Orchid, didn't use the heroes well, didn't play Brood. They shouldn't play that again. They should stick to their comfort, because what they did, it was bad. This was a very disappointing match. So with that, I send it back to the experts and Shiver.
Yeah, I think Kazu knows it. We know it. Aurora definitely knows it. And I actually also think wbg.xg also knows it. Something needs to change, and I really hope we're going to see that after a break. we're getting ready for a second game between Aurora and XGWBG. And oh my gosh, guys, this needs to be different. This needs to change. You see this? You saw the smiles of disbelief on ZQ's face. It's like, is that how they played?
What's going on?
That was
Oh
really
my
weird.
gosh, that was. It just, you know what the sad part is? It's just disappointing because we know how good these teams can play against each other.
I believe in them. I think Aurora is like one of the few teams. It's like Aurora and BB team. BB team if they're tilted, Aurora if like I have no idea what causes them to do this, but they just sometimes do.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna say that is a hard loss because that is like a lot of things just being disconnected. Yeah, like you not knowing your own heroes' timings, when to move with your team and so on. So obviously this break right now is super important. Like they need to wake the hell up because that was not a game of Dota from their side.
Sunbee's he's gotta really put in some work here.
Yeah, but like, does he need to put in work in terms of the draft or in terms of draft
was
fine. Draft was fine. It was the play style. Okay.
That was a really great draft, actually. But like, I'm telling you, if Tundra played that draft, because they're actually comfortable on the timings with Carry Brood, you would have seen a very action-packed game with an early Orchid Storm, an early Orchid Brood. You're playing against Smurf and Puck. Those heroes hate early Orchids. None of that happened, so I just don't want to see them run this Carry Brood in this game too. They should just stick to 23's comfort heroes, right? Give him Gyro, give him Sven, give him Morphling, fight for the Morphling.
They need to make themselves more comfortable. I will say that I think XGWBG had a very good draft, probably good against Aurora's draft too, but it was not at all their comfort. Like you can tell, I feel like no matter which 5 heroes they played, if they played with the mentality they had and the knowledge they had last game, they would lose anyway. So I would like them to wake up, like just help each other. Okay, guys, next game, we can do it. We're gonna pick our heroes, go fresh, and then just play your Aurora style of game. You don't need to overly adapt to play heroes you're not actually playing.
I agree. I think it would be hubris for XGWBG to think that they're going to get a game that is that easy again from Aurora. I don't think that's going to happen. I agree. I think they're going to go back to comfort, specifically on 23. I don't want to see some silver tier Broodmother. Give me at least a gold tier hero.
Platinum tier.
I would love to see a platinum or grandmaster hero from him. You know, give him the monkey.
His morph is good.
Give him a morph. Yeah,
exactly.
See what he does with that.
I mean, there were 2 grandmasters on the side of XG in the previous game, so
it matters.
We should have known from the get.
They got out Dota plus. That's pretty sad.
Really
Dota Plus analysis, very effective. But no, I think Aurora just need to play on timings that they understand better than that last game, and maybe just even the Pango for Lornoff, right? Like it was in the pool at that point, but they chose to go a different direction. So if they have this hero from the mid lane that maybe doesn't need to AFK farm for a BKB to fight,
5 seconds.
They have the tools. I want them to play together. Like the main point about last game, even disregarding the drafts, is just combining your heroes to fight into your opponents. So now you're down 0-1, you're 1 game away from elimination. Like huddle up, help each other, have good vibes, and just pick the type of draft you want. And then hopefully the gameplay comes. Maybe it doesn't, but sometimes you just have to hope and pray and play your best.
Well, they get their hands on Sand King with the first pick that they've chosen.
Dire team ban.
And we got a Snapfire instant reply from XGWBG.
I feel like Sand King's a pretty good hero to draft around in general.
True.
You know, plays multiple roles, really strong mid laner. You know, it's going to have a good lane. You know, it's a hero that you can do that 3-man ball with that Aurora likes to do with the supports and Lornoff on the mid lane. So I know it's only 1 pick, but I'm feeling the good vibes here from Aurora.
Okay, so they're banning the troll and 1 more. I was already thinking that XGWBG, they should be the ones looking to maybe ban troll to pick Darkseer out of phase. One of the best heroes I see against Sand King. You go mech pipe heroes, front line. You don't really care about them. Maybe some mage slayer in between, and you feel pretty chill. So we'll have to see what is going on right now.
And we need to mention also, like, the supports that were also ignored last game. Hoodwink, Weaver, still in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like the Darkseer idea for Aurora though, especially now that they have the Sand King. They already have a very strong hero that you can play around and a good Iron Shell carrier.
There is a problem though. It's the fact that XGWBG pick out of phase. Never mind, they banned it themselves. All right, I do think they needed to pick or ban it themselves. So that does make sense.
What do we think about the Monkey King we saw in the previous game by ZinQ? I know that it took a long time for him to get level 2. But overall, I guess in a draft like that, it's pretty hard to tell if a draft actually properly worked because of the way you played or because of the amount of time you were given.
So the game slowed down a lot, and Monkey was able to make a recovery just because he could catch up and farm, and they weren't, like on XG WBG side, they were not under any pressure to make the moves themselves. And for that reason, both of their supports could play catch up, because we saw in the span of a few minutes, he jumped from second lowest net worth to the highest net worth of all the supports.
I mean, Monkey just enjoys those games, right? You want to like play chill, play off the map. If you don't have to do anything, just give some vision, snipe some couriers. I feel like that's literally within ZinQ's ballpark. You know, snipe some monkeys around the map. You're chilling.
He's going to do that regardless of being Monkey King. May as well give him Monkey King.
Yeah. Okay, so the morph comes out. Obviously, it looked good in the last game. I mean, it looked incredible. He literally ended up 1v5 in the game. I assume that there still is some flex, maybe also like in this game once more, that you maybe can play it on a support within the Sand King, but that's also on Aurora. You need to force it to not be a core. We saw last game what it can do in a good game. It's on them now to make it not a good carry morphling game.
How do you do that?
Lion. That's a bad hero, but Lion is good. I mean, I liked the Nyx last game. I still like the Nyx. It one-shots the Morphling. It's really hard to play this hero against Nyx Assassin running around. It stops the Snapfire from ulting with the Carapace. It just means that you need particular offlaners to lane with it, or you need to do the wave-cutting shenanigans. And also, I agree with Mira when she brings this up whenever Nyx is in the discussion, which is it's very good against these like Chens and Enchantresses. People value it a lot higher against teams that are likely to pick and rely on these heroes, which XG does not.
It is quite surprising to know that yesterday, most of our series, we saw Nyx Assassin first phase banned or first phase picked, and here it is ignored. But they do go for that Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit foolish to ignore Hoodwink when she's still in the pool, because what this hero does now is it's going to be a very strong laner that can punish this potential Morphling safely. Like, yes, Morphling can be flexed to 4, but it is XG WBG. We've never seen them do it. We know Ame is feeling good on my hero because he just gets the win. So you pick this really strong support in Hoodwink plus maybe one strong offlaner here, and you can deal with the Morphling.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about the Hoodwink. It's great. I could see like maybe even a Weaver. Maybe that's not so much what they want, but it would lane well. It can build a vessel. You can like kind of soft flex it. But anything that just gives them like damage right now, like over time where you go with the rest, I think that kind of fits. We haven't seen it as much, but it can lane and it also can build into vessel if you want with the others.
Are they doing?
Are they doing Plague Carrier?
Is this going to be?
No, nobody does Plague Carrier apart from me.
No, Gaming Gladiators have done it.
Did they?
They did.
So what they do is they pick 4 Monkey King with 3 Veno. They put the Plague Wards on the Monkey King. They cut the first wave and they just don't lane. They play behind the tower.
They jungle. You get just pick Monkey King. Actually, WBG. You know that they want to do this cheese. Is
it good?
It's good.
Okay.
Came and won with it. It's good.
So, but even if this cheese doesn't happen, let's talk about Veno as a hero.
Yep.
This hero can be played as position 3, it can be played as position 5 in this game, and it does give you HP regen reduction versus Morphling.
They blocked. I think they actually did it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to if you've been watching.
That's so goofy.
But yeah, it gives you HP regen reduction. It gives you an early vessel buyer if it is being played on the offlane, and it's a hero that can play with Sand King. The only issue with Veno is that his team needs to come to whichever lane he's on because he's very slow, can't connect, can't join fights that are on the opposite side of the map.
I think Aurora actually if they pick this Veno like this, I honestly think it means they had 2 options for the Monkey King role, and I think like Spirit Breaker, still Nyx are good. I really like the Spirit Breaker. I feel like it fulfills a similar role to the Monkey King, where you can kind of be anywhere. You have to be worried, like, where is this hero? Is he ganking mid? When the Veno goes in jungles. Okay, Faceless Void.
I mean, I don't, because I know that the Plague Carrier is fine, but I feel like maybe it's just gonna be a support. Like, giving a more for free lane, maybe also not the best. I would perhaps prefer if there's some counter pick going on later, whatever, I don't know, Underlord, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think Faceless Void is very good. It's always a hero. You get into these bigger tournaments, you go deeper in the playoffs. People love playing this hero. He locks down the team fight. He can help you win the game. He has a good carry-to-carry matchup into the Void, as long as you don't get abused by like some time dilation. It is very annoying when he turns into you, but this is a good Void game. They need to now just cover their bases with their bans.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a comfort hero for
Oh, yeah.
23. Like, it's a hero he actually knows when to fight on, and he understands his timings with this hero. So far, there's not that much follow-up damage within the chrono as it is, but you can channel your epi and go into it later as a follow-up.
Let's see, we need to look at heroes for both sides. It is XG wbg who will pick out of phase. I would prefer the Pango to be mid, and you pick a new offlaner that is gonna try to slow down the Void. You will lane with a Monkey King, so it's not necessarily the best or like the strongest lane. I do think something for your game that can be good could be an Underlord. You can out-CS the Void. You can build Pipe. It's once again something I am looking for. Mira just managed the lack of damage, or maybe not the best damage, into the Chrono. You can double down on that by having Mech Pipe once again to make it even worse and even harder for Aurora to like find the right pick towards the end.
5 seconds remaining.
We got a Doom and a Puck ban coming out from XG wbg.
Beast, of course, is already banned out.
Yeah, and there is still the flex potential for Sand King mid or offlane, so that's why we see both bases covered for XG.
Do you guys see anything else that's cool?
I think Aurora just go Underlord, right? Like, what's left for them that they can play around?
I feel like Aurora Underlord is good for them, as is for Mr. XG wbg if they would get their hands on it.
So it is offlane. So it's offlane Sand King.
Yeah.
I mean, offlane Sand King, it does well against Morph too. He's like constantly pushing the lane into tower, and he's gonna find his farm.
I'm not sure with the new spell if Sand King wins this lane or not, though, because I know before
5 seconds
the stun, like you can sometimes catch a Morphling.
Like with stun and stinger and like play aggro?
Exactly. Like, is it enough burst with like a Hoodwink stun that this is actually like a bad lane for the Morph? I mean, I know in the game, Sand King is very rough versus Morphling because you steal the Burrow Strike, get the low cooldown stun, and then you get Sandstorm, and you could stay invis in the Sandstorm while in the Morph form, which is very annoying.
I think this lane just depends on Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is a lane dominator. Like, so Hoodwink plus Sand King should be enough disabled to kill like Snap if she steps up to pressure Morphling. It should be fine. Aurora just went the route of they wanted damage for the Chrono, which they lacked.
Yeah.
And they wanted a hero that could play for early rotations, right? So this is actually going to be their Vessel Fire and not the Veno. And they're going to have this Invoker ghost walking around, trying to run at Morphling, using EMP early. If you drain Morphling's mana, you can kill him.
Yeah. Okay, well, I like the Invoker pick a lot. Like, as Mira just mentioned, you get Vessel, you can move early, you can scale later into, like, more damage around the game as well. So offlane is going to be the Pango Monkey King, which, okay, maybe against Void Veno it's okay, but they should lose that lane. They did decide to go for the last pick XM with the Void Spirit, maybe just try to get in the back line, abuse them there, and, like, just have more of that. I will say, though, Aurora's draft is infinitely better than last time, also easier to execute, and way more comfortable for them. So I'm already happy. This has got to be a more exciting game than Game 1.
Yeah, will they play faster?
They have to. Oh, or at least some of their players should. They have Invoker mid.
I mean, then last game, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. But I feel like Void Invoker late game, you pretty much are... That's a very hard combo to beat late game, the Cataclysm plus the Chronosphere. It's like one of the ultimate late game combos in Dota. So I feel like Aurora has more comfortable heroes. They have better late game. If they want to play like they played last game, I actually think this game will be better for it. But even still, even if you have better late game, you should probably make more moves than they made last game, which I think they will, just considering how much they changed their draft.
It's hard to make less.
It is hard to make less than 0. Yeah, that is correct.
I think the Void Spirit Axe timing could be a big problem for Aurora if they just don't really succeed in playing a little bit of tempo in the early game. And the Void Spirit will play tempo once he gets the Axe. He's not going to just sit back and let them farm it up. So within, like, the way that Aurora transitioned to the mid game for me has to be convincing for them to be able to take it late, just because the way I saw them play Game 1, I'm not convinced. But if they actually play better, I like their draft more than XG's.
Yeah, I will lean onto that. I like Aurora's draft quite a lot. If Lornov can do stuff, which he should, he's playing mid Invoker, I think he should be very happy. He can move around and do stuff. I'm looking at XXS to Pipe Link Pipe, and they'll be fine.
Okay, let's see how they do. But first, some words from Zombie.
Hey, thanks for joining me. Did you guys have a good mental reset after Game 1?
Oh, I have no idea. I think we got punched in the face and it didn't feel good. But we got a Game 2 to play, so we gotta go.
Do you guys feel like you have enough heroes to address the Morphling that was a problem last game?
I think we were doing super duper fine. I don't think we pressured. I think there was pivotal moments in the 8th minute and the 13th minute that we didn't do, which made the game really hard. I think we had a address already.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks for joining me.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for game 2 between Aurora Gaming and XG WBG. Let's see if indeed they do have the means to deal with the morphing this time round. And one thing that we can be, well, hopefully sure of, right, in terms of being a closer game overall, is that if the early game doesn't go great for Aurora, they've at least got some options of scaling themselves this time, right?
Absolutely. That's probably why they did go down that route of the Void, which I believe he's been having some success on. And also this Invoker, I know some teams have not been having the best of times, but a lot have. Across 15 games, it's boasting a 73% win rate, so
that's
pretty
one of the
high.
Ones, right? For a hero that's been picked a considerable amount in this tournament.
That's
pretty good.
Like when you look at the number-wise, right? It's the... Some of these actually cool because like we've had a couple of these disappear, but yeah, 15 games, 73% win rate. The other ones are Troll, 23 games, 70%, Ember, 40 games, 67%, which is pretty absurd. And then we go to Beastmaster, 66%. So yeah, a high win rate, good scaling hero, and let's see if they can just play better in general, right, from Aurora. I think that's the biggest thing we heard there from Sunby. They got punched in the face a bit, see if they can punch back.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing as well about this draft, looking at it right now. In terms of builds for WBG, you look at Aurora's lineup, they have
all magic.
You need a pipe.
Oh yeah.
So
where's
that kind of coming in? Very early on in the build, like where do you do it on the Pango?
Could be one of those very early items, because I believe what they wanted to do with this Void Spirit pick is having the natural form of initiation coming from the mid laner without needing a Blink Dagger. So I think it could alleviate the Pango to go for that kind of build.
Get it straight up as your first item.
Yeah, I think it could be one of those options. I mean, we'll have to see how his lane in particular goes. It should be pretty okay as this Pango up top with the Monkey King. But yeah, we'll have to see how all this does go down. And see what XM's timing is also, because I'm glad, I think Mira mentioned it at the end there. Aghanims is definitely pretty devastating if this Void Spirit's able to get it at a good time. It's going to be very disruptive versus majority of these heroes. But overall, Lornoff should have a pretty good lane. Especially we'll have to watch these denies in particular, something I always do like to point out, because that Mastermind gets that 25% XP for every single one of these denies. So if he's able to just dominate lane, get that CS, and make early rotations, that could be a good key to success.
Oh, mate. He's had a bit of a dream game last time with how much space and farm he was able to pick up.
No way he gets that type of dream game this time.
Surely not.
No way.
This has got to be a little bit harder this time around for Arme.
Even the lane in particular. It's a double stun lane with high damage too. The last lane, it ended up being this position quickly where it was just him in a 1v1 versus Brew, and he absolutely free farmed in the lane and as the game progressed. So this one definitely can catch him off guard just with the double stun combo and stuff like that if he's not too careful. So should be able to apply more pressure onto that morph in particular. But let's see how top ends up doing.
Because I imagine what this lane, now that there's a Venomancer in it, it's going to cause Xingqiu to have to be a bit more careful about how he jumps in and tries to initiate, right? Because if he doesn't get on top of them, get the kill at the start, he's going to get completely kited.
Yeah, they can probably kind of just play this one for a farm lane a little bit, because Void it can't pressure too much. Not that easily by any means, of course, versus these two. So I imagine XXS should be able to get some pretty good farm. And he has distancing ability too, so every time a Gale comes out, he can just like reset away. Bottom.
Indeed, they're able to find first, but their DY.
Was that a snipe? Or just a distance jump there from the scatter?
Arme was shifted very low on the strength, so I don't know if maybe Q reached in to try and see if he could snipe Arme, and then obviously paid the price.
Cool, and we did see this time DY does go for that full bore. You know, I was mentioning it last time that they didn't end up going for the full bore. They couldn't pressure the morph as much too. So that could have also been a regret that came out from the snap in the last game. You know, because they went for the ricochet build rather than having the scatter blast to try to go for the snipe kills on the morph and stuff. So see if that makes a bit of a difference as a support.
Xingqiu, he's looking for these couriers.
Oh yeah, this is what he does. He might even jump down, kill it, and jump up.
Just tank the tower hit and take it. Why not?
You've got Mischief as well too, and he's actually accelerated the Ring of Regen this game, because the Tranquils are very common to see on these support monkeys because of the Simian Stride. He just buys a Ring of Regen right at the start so he can stay high HP, so he can keep jumping and being annoying.
Bottom lane. Arme. His farm hasn't been slowed down so far.
Not so far. And he's just bought gloves, so maybe feeling like this lane isn't going to be able to pressure him, especially after they do get this first blood down here. Jabs.
Almost playing aggressive.
And Jabs is... That is not great trades there for Jabs. Takes 300 damage to grab a Lotus there. At least we'll get that Lotus, but... XXS, he is having free farm top, so unable to really pressure him. He is going to go down route of Corrosion first, and looks like he's not queuing up at least the pipe, so maybe being able to delay it. So interesting. Maybe it feels like they don't need it.
I mean, it's going to be fun to see him obviously stick with the aggressive play of like Orb into Diffusal, but yeah, well, it definitely means that Aurora's... Well, I think...
No. No way you go Diffusal on this anymore, do you? I mean... Does he?
No, wait, no, he changed. Okay,
oh, okay.
No, it's a Yashi, yeah.
Oh, it's got...
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think we did see one. We saw one.
We did see someone still doing Diffusal Panga, didn't we? I think they won, actually. I can't remember if there was no back in the probably playing stage. Someone did.
I can't remember.
Still.
I've seen...
But no, it's going to be a Yasha.
Yeah, I've seen like the the Dispel that they won, of course, too, with the Manta eventually and stuff like that. But also, I personally like the Mage Slayers and these type of builds as well, too. But if he's an offlaner, so that's usually the mid laner build if you're playing the Pangos, since we saw that from BZM especially. And yeah, all magic damage. Jabs taking a beating again.
Ame's doing great down here. I'm not feeling any sort of pressure, that's been put on this Morphling.
No, Jabs is struggling. He's gone for 0 points inside that Sandstorm right now. He has a stun and a stinger. I guess they wanted to try to get aggressive for kills with the stun build early, but that means he doesn't have it as in Q. Just DP's out. Kingslayer unable to get to that high ground with the time walk. Wouldn't have mattered really anyway unless he got the best RNG possible. And so far in the mid lane, pretty even.
It's pretty even. I mean, across the board, though, definitely a slight lead here for XG wbg. In a game where, I mean, were some of these lanes meant to have gone a lot worse for them with the matchups in mind?
I think bottom is the only one that could maybe have if they catch the Morph just making a mistake or two, but I think he's already past the hardest point now. He's already hit level 4. They got a kill to secure the lane, and now he's going to be able to just farm under his tower, so... Ame now at this point is very happy with these first 5 minutes and could potentially actually get similar to that last time unless they find some type of early rotations. But
I mean, who's on the sort of do something here this game? Is what all eyes on Lauren?
All eyes on
first timing, and he should be running across the map and causing havoc.
Yeah, and Kingslayer might just go down.
Going on the time warp, but indeed Jinchu's going to be ready to chase.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Sometimes you don't have to hit the balances, just step down and give him a slap, take the kill. Yeah, but wasn't getting any sort of help there. He's kind of been left on his own, Kingslayer.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough start again already. First 5 minutes, and it's just a dominant lead in 2 of these lanes, and it's a Morphling in a dominant lead, which is always a sign for success.
Or missed that Siesto, mate.
Sure, he'll miss a couple. Come on, give him a break. But overall, Void can be a bit of a difficult hero in this patch. It is very slow. Morph can show up the fights a lot earlier, so even though they do have wombo combo and stuff like that, if they miss a couple of them, it could be devastating. So yeah, I think eyes on Lorinov to reestablish a bit of this early game with some of his rotations. Let's see how he's going to be able to do, because the Urn, the Vessel build, it's going to be, of course, the standard here coming out from the Invoker, and see if he can find any of these
look at the 20 Kingslayer again. DY's in position. I mean, they have the 4 of them here. TP's are going to be coming in, but Kingslayer, he's absolutely going down again. Lorinov's turned up to the defense, but do they have detection for him? They don't, or if they do, they don't want to try and come out underneath the tower. So Lorinov's going to get a walk away, but that's the second time that Kingslayer's losing his life in that top lane.
Jabs is just getting 1v1 quite easily here so far. Jabs even putting 3 points in the stun, so that Sand Shroud, his Sandstorm, is just not going to be there for him to farm and catch up. This is a killing build that he's gone for. Yeah, you still farm with Stinger, but this is a build that you kind of played to go aggressive, and they haven't been able to find that aggressive route at all.
I mean, very much leaning into, what they, I imagine, wanted to do in terms of what they were going to do differently compared to game 1, right?
Yeah.
Jabs like, we're going to full aggressive, we're going to be fighting. Let's see if they can find that fight. Lorinov's going to be ready to join him down here.
Ame is sitting at half HP or so too, but...
Oh. I've been careful.
He's fine. He's got the cookie as well too, so if they do even get a stun, he can reposition him potentially versus some of these other spells that follow up. A 2K lead in the first 7 minutes with a Morphing lineup. Uh-oh.
It does feel like this is so far kind of a continuation of the first game. We're just It's early, but
it's early,
gotta see something from Aurora.
Let's see if they can catch Ame. Stuns.
The opening, but he's shifting up. They do not have enough damage to kill him off. Boundless comes in from Xingqiu. They've got TPs as well.
Here comes XM.
We'll try for a bit of a chase. Q should be quick enough to get out into the trees. Xingqiu's going to try and stay on top of him. We'll connect with the Primal Spring and actually XM. A couple of Astral Step closes the gap. It's going to be XG that ends up getting the killer out of this move. Aurora get nothing.
Tornado just off the mark too. 2 rotations for Lornoff that do not prove to be successful. And for XM, his did work right away. Owen. XXS is absolutely free farming.
Again.
Kingslayer's level 5.
They
it's
have a Rolling Thunder.
Pango.
They can chase him after he time walks with a Rolling Thunder.
We'll dodge it, but he is incredibly dead.
I don't even need the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, this is devastating. I mean, XX build is, I love it. All stat items, early items to pressure, the corrosion, just Void can't move.
Maybe they get Void Spur.
No, he's too tanky.
They're not get Void Spur.
Not even close.
Fine.
Yeah, they need level... Oh, man. I mean, they need level 6 on the Hoodwink to be able to go for that type of kill. A 3K lead already, and they're pressuring towers early on. And I don't know if it'll be a repeat of the last one in terms of passive play, because I think actually wbg have a lineup that can play even more aggressive, especially if they get an early advantage like this. This is brutal. All right, Lornoff, I mean, probably have to still look to try to make a move, get something done, but he's falling very far behind in levels now at this point in the Invoker, so maybe feeling like he doesn't want to move that much more, except with like a TP rotation. Level 6 is hit for the Void. Veno's got the 6, but Hoodwink not quite yet.
Can they get a kill with the Chrono?
1300 HP Pango, I do not think so. Maybe if Lornoff gets kind of a perfect connection to dispel a shield crash, but if he doesn't, I don't think they kill a core with this. Their damage is quite pathetic early.
All 3 cores of XG wbg having a beautiful start. Aurora.
They're trying. Lornoff's trying to find any moves, but this is also, he's 900 HP on XM, so still not easy at all.
It's very, very easy for him to get away. They don't really have... I mean, how do their heroes go about killing XM? It feels like it is actually going to have to require the Chrono, right? And even then, they're going to have a lot of heroes actually providing enough damage at this stage to kill this Void.
They'll need at least 3 heroes.
Yeah.
In most situations, yeah. Jabs potentially having to be there for the catch as well, too. But XM playing it careful, starting to get more and more of these stat items. As we mentioned, you know, it's going to be the Ags Rush because it feels fantastic this game. It's an early 4K lead for this type of lineup. They're just getting to sit back, free farm, morph under no pressure. And this time around, too, for Aurora, you know, last time I do feel like they had a better way to be able to pressure towers early on. If things did go wrong, they can group up around the Bruce split. This time, they don't pressure towers at all. Jabs.
They're going to have to start running. Kisses are coming in. They jump forward with the burst. Tornado comes out, but it's not going to save Jabs. Ticks out to the Mortimer's Kisses.
Yeah, they're getting punched in the face again, Owen.
They're getting punched in the face harder than Game 1. Like, Game 1 was like a slow kind of wind up into a very slow motion finishing punch. This one's just like quick jab after jab after jab coming in from actually wbg, and Aurora, they're not able to hold up the defense.
They're finding nothing. XM ready to go aggressive. Ali showed himself for a second there, and Ali is dead. Lornoff just has to watch his buddy die. This is...
I mean, if this continues like this is probably going to be one of the roughest series a team's ever gone out of a tournament on.
It does feel like it, yeah. XM, he's got the way to play around it too. Double reset. They're pinging to potentially try to chase, but no way. He's still got the stick. Lornoff again, trying Ghost Walk to find something. But look at his net worth because of it. Lornoff just trying desperately to make moves. I don't believe he's gotten... He's been sitting at 39 last hits for a long time. They're going to go for him again. They'll find Ame.
There we go. Kill on the board here for Aurora. They bring Ame down. First time this series, right?
First time. Can they transition it into this tower here? They're bringing the Void. Stun off the mark.
Does he want a Chrono for it? Honestly, I would be tempted.
You would be.
Because... I mean, even against X, I mean, it goes to show you how little damage they feel they can do. You know, they've got the 4 of them there. They're looking at XM, but they still opt against going for a Chrono play because they just feel that they can't kill this Void, even with 4 heroes and a Chrono.
They have 5 heroes down here, and the tower's still alive, and XM's just jumping in.
So he's going to get the grab onto Lornoff.
The roll.
So here's the Chrono. They got the damage. They're going to try and take the Pango out. Bushrat comes in.
He gets shielded with the Tornado.
But the Tornado's going to catch on to the 3 of them and will kill them off. Jin-Q now getting focused. Aurora, they'll be able to get a second one. Burrow strike over towards XM. XM, he's running out of mana. He's got no escape. He's surrounded. He'll get a remnant off.
There we go.
But he will also fall. Double kill for Kingslayer. Aurora. They needed that fight more than ever.
Oh yeah, great play from Lornoff. Good patience on that tornado. If he does not save it for that dispel there could have been a disaster quickly that ensued afterwards. Nice patience and great chrono. Good coverage there from everybody. Jin-Q gets a beautiful 3-man stun, but there's that tornado to dispel what was a 4-man shield crash, so that shield was going to be enormous. Right when they need it, they strike back.
Definitely something here for Aurora. Their sort of first real signs of life this series so far. It's a good fight, but what can they do with it? They're still behind. They're going to need a lot more of that coming out from them.
And now they have, their lineup is a big cooldown reliant. So with Chrono down for 100 seconds, immediately seeing wbg making the move. Lornoff being stalked. And he's set up.
Yeah, Boundless into the remnant control of XM. The damage of the kisses, not a chance for Lornoff, not a chance for anyone. They jump like that.
No.
Very good execution there by Extreme.
And Kingslayer showing himself bottom. They might look to go for a play down here as well. They've got four heroes here, and it's a Wisdom Rune that's about to pop up. So Jin-Q is getting in position to steal that one away as well. He's got backup of his team. Watching Kingslayer.
Don't have the kisses, so might be hard to find the damage. They're trying to tease the time walk out of him first. They'll take the Wisdom Rune.
They don't want to threaten to kill.
Meanwhile, Armate is going to go for the waveform TP, and he's out. Gets away from the attempts of the 3 of them hunting him down.
It's just so much farm on the 3 cores. And even though Lornoff, he did get that successful kill bottom, he's got his Vessel. He's still falling behind. He's still going to look to just constantly play around with the team, though. They feel like they have to, and I would agree that they do have to try to mend the storm and just trying to find some kills. Blink also on jabs. We should have Jin-Q.
That's an easy.
Yeah.
The moment, the supports, they die pretty easily. Aurora can find those opportunities.
But it is just the supports, and as we saw in that last game in particular, that was something that wbg was doing a great job of just giving supports in a lot of situations while the Morph sat back and farmed. See if they can turn it into something else here. They still have the Veno smoke, or sorry, they still have jabs running through here with an Invis. This could be cool. It could catch Ame.
Ooh, yeah, can snipe him.
Oh, he's gonna try. The Sunstrike, they got him.
There we go. He wasn't expecting that one. Beautiful stuff there from the Invis jabs.
A sentry placed immediately. They probably expected there to be a ward there, but it was just jabs, just with a heads-up play. Doesn't even need that Sunstrike follow-up.
Kingslayer. Chrono back online. He's going to go for it. There's no Sunstrike available. Oh, there is. Sorry, my bad. The cooldown was up. He's ready to drop it, and it's enough.
Got him. There we go.
First. This is the, here we go. Still down 4K gold, but they're making these moves.
It's a great usage of back-to-back chronos.
Yeah.
Getting some good core kills to catch
back-to-back
this void.
Sunstrikes as well. Pretty much as soon as it was up, he's ready to drop.
Great moves. Love how they're kind of like moving around. They know that last game especially, not a lot happened. They already have the same kills that they had in the last game in the first 15 minutes of this one with these last few moves. Still, Pango absolutely free farming, and Ame too, but
he's getting insanely farmed, even with that one death that he had. Hey, he's gonna
look at his build. He's going Manta Radiance on this Pango.
Well, I don't know about that one.
He wants to scale. Jump forward.
Okay. Sunstrike comes in, but Disimulate's there in time. XM's able to dodge it, get out to the side. The kiss is flying through on towards jabs. They're going to jump into the tree line. XM gets in with the Astral Step. The remnant grab will be able to take down jabs. Of course, at the same time, XXS was able to bring down Q. So back to XG. wbg getting kills. They should find Ollie TP out. Cookies in to put a stop to it. Stun there from DY. Stops his escape. Back up to growing that lead, 7K advantage.
Definitely a bit of an enthusiastic go onto the Void Spirit. Even though they got him earlier, that was because he was locked down inside these Chronospheres for the most part. So he is very tanky. It is like a 1700 HP hero. Epicenter does not burst as well as it used to. It takes time for these pulses to add up. As not even, barely even half HP there.
No, yeah, XM able to break away from that and also have the luxury of seeing an opportunity to jump back and get kills.
Yeah. They lose 3 for that potential aggressive move there as the Pango shows up, cleans up. He switched the build. I was hoping for it, but it
a little bit
felt
wild.
Weird. Yeah. He's going to go back for standard kind of stuff. Just blink. That Aghanims just feel like it's a lot better. And Void Spirit, there's that Aghanims online for XM. So he can play even more aggressive now, potentially, versus these 3 cores. It's very strong. And they're going to smoke up off that timing.
XXS is already starting to play here by the looks of it. Or he's forcing a reaction from Aurora.
Q constantly just giving that scout, trying to give XM the opportunity to look for the jump. So Aurora did at least read this play a bit here, top.
They're going to try with the burst. This time, it's not enough. Strength was already built up by Arme. Gets his way out of the combo.
He started. He's now sitting. I imagine after that invis kill, right, he's going to be shifting himself a little bit higher unless he's just straight up in the jungle most situations. So they do have this double stun. They do have that global. But overall, XGWG still in a very comfortable position this game as Jabs. Oh, he jumped right into him.
He does. XM finds him. Oh, okay.
Whoopsie.
Nice to get out of that. They weren't able to keep him locked down and caught by the silence.
Okay, happens sometimes. XXS will be just fine. That's a hard kill to get. 2,000 HP Pango.
Blink and Manta now.
Yeah. Not an easy one to break down. Also finds himself a specialist array too. Even more stats for this Pango, so very durable. Q has the Orchid now finished up right after this camp, so even more kill threat onto the Sand King and the Void in particular. He's got it quite early this game. And mid, they're looking for the jump. He's got back up though.
They're going to be a bit careful about this. They'll get him with the spring, but with Larnoff and Ollie behind him, they can turn and kill Q down. I mean, you can see Q was kind of hesitating. He was like, do I really want to go on with the follow-up onto this? He opted to do so, but I think he knew what was coming.
Yeah, good positioning there. And that will be Larnoff securing the last hit, so Midas is picked up, so he will be able to get that scaling. As we said from the beginning of this one, they do have a lineup that can actually scale this time around. It just isn't going to be enough to be able to scale versus this Tricore that is very strong as well on the side of XGWBG.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of weight on the Chronos to be pretty big from Kingslayer.
I say Tricore, it's actually kind of a quad core, because you do have to always remember, Monkey King also, that, it's going to be an Orchid into Gleipnir build, so Kingslayer.
Going with the setup. Rolling Thunder to start things, and a beautiful follow-up there from XM. They keep Kingslayer completely locked down. XM is going to get trapped to the side, but they already got what they came for. They got the big kill, they got the Void. They're going to try and see if they can get more as XM jumps forward. Boundless strike down. Is the Remnant also able to grab back Q? They've taken Jabs out.
And maybe another. They want to try.
The cookie, I mean, XXS, he is able to jump forward with the shield crash. They'll keep chasing them up towards the tier 3. Xingju's tempted.
They're at the base.
I mean, this is quite a bit of a dive.
Under tier 4s.
Okay.
He's in.
I mean, he gets it.
Oh my goodness.
He might get more. They get the Remnant onto the Invoker. They're going to try for Lawrence. They're under the tier 4s. What's going on?
They're killing him in the base.
Oh, dear.
Ultra kill for
Get the
Give him the Rampage
oh,
in the base.
If he gets the Rampage, do it.
The Rampage. It catches.
Oh, he's got the Ray. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. Oh,
XXS,
my goodness.
how dare
XXS, you're off the squad.
He pinged him. XM pinged him instantly.
Get him off the squad. Pause on him. Pause the game right now. I would be fuming.
Kingslayer, can he get the chrono? Can he catch XM? He might be able to. Gets the silence though. They're turning.
Can he get Rampage from this?
It's too late now.
Is it too late?
Kingslayer.
Oh, the game has just gone into complete chaos now. Jabs has jumped in with an epicenter as well that's done absolutely nothing.
No, full panic for Aurora. Being dove in their base, they don't know how to react. An ultra. It was a rampage. It was a rampage. He deserves it.
That was just rude from XXS.
You know he had
this
a grin.
Pangolier. XM is not going to be happy with him.
That was insane.
Yep.
Diving
tier 4s.
Tier 4s.
What the?
Well, they know their strength, and they seize that opportunity quickly here.
Yeah, they really sort of sent a message there to Aurora. Aurora, they might have won like a kind of earlier team fight down bottom and got something out of it, but that was really actually WBG saying,
that didn't matter.
You thought you guys had a chance now. This game's completely under our control. We can dive tier 4s. We can get away with it. What are you going to do?
Massive. 11k lead. Now Lincoln's on the morph too, so unable to really bring down and chain stun him either now versus this Sand King stun is always going to get blocked. That was one of the cooler dives. I haven't seen teams dive tier 4s like that, except for, I believe, some of the Falcons ones, but that was wild.
That's how far ahead they feel that they are right now. And looks to be that they're absolutely right. 11k lead. 17-9, 22 minutes in. Arme, of course, continues to have a lovely time, whilst the rest of his team has been doing a bit of diving.
It feels like for Aurora at this point, throw out quite a few of these like normal things of Dota, and you just have to play to farm and hope that you can somehow scale, because this mid game is just rough to be able to fight back now at this point. You need more items, especially on 23 on Kingslayer. He's had a couple, those 2 decent chronos so far. Now at this point, it's going to be tough to see how they bring down some of these targets, especially when they force Roche. Put an Aegis on one of these cores. And soon definitely going to see Jinkyu surpass some of these other cores on the opposing side. Could see the same, of course, from the Hoodwink. You know, Q definitely has the potential to get this scaling on the hood on him, but definitely not an easy one. Hitting all these timings, even faster than I think that they expected to in this game.
I mean, now that the Aegis is out in Arme, if you're Aurora, do you wait the Aegis out? Or is that just going to be too long? You're going to fall even further behind, and you do have to try and risk taking a fight into the Aegis.
You probably need to do some type of risky stuff or catch people away from him, but the problem is Kingslayer versus Orchid.
He's setting it up. The kisses are coming in. Is Kingslayer dead? They're not even going to have the luxury of a Chronosphere to fight around for the next 45 seconds. He's gone.
No, the game is completely fallen out of control. Well, if they even had any control of it at all, which they didn't really.
It was just relative to what we saw from them from last game. It was a big improvement. The problem is the big improvement. It's nowhere near enough of an improvement to take down XGWBG by the looks of it.
No, not with this first two Morphling who did not. They did get what? They did get 2 of the kills on him, but he still has some absurd farm.
Yeah,
top net worth.
Probably close to the levels that he was getting at this stage in the last game as well.
But it's all just faster, right? Yeah, he has 644 GPM. So that's when I think he broke the 800, but he was literally uncontested. And they're just going to poke high ground.
They're hitting the base 24 minutes in.
They poke, they force 5 heroes back, they reset, they're going to be able to farm push these lanes out, get these next round of items. Aghanim's done for XXS. Manta also on XM, so they've got the dispels and everything. Aurora, they're going to smoke to try to catch them split up. They have to do desperate stuff.
Sure that there's an Aegis on the Morph, it doesn't matter, they have to go now. They can't wait out this Aegis, because they wait 3 minutes more, the whole of XGWBG is going to get themselves another item ahead of Aurora, so they got to take a risky fight.
Yeah, they don't have many options in this game anyway, so they just have to do some kind of crazy stuff to try to hope that they can break XGWBG's clean gameplay so far. But they see nobody in the mid lane. Just some Forge Spirits, XM waiting on the high ground here. And they're all playing together, so all of XGWBG are here for the fight.
Uh-oh, it's got to be a crazy Chrono from Kingslayer that's going to stand a chance to Aurora taking this team fight. Arme's walking in.
No fear on him.
Right there. The Linkers to get him with the Burrow Strike's done as well. Some tried to come in. They're able to burst him the once. At the same time, the rest of XG's ready to bring the fight to them. They're coming with the Rolling Thunder. They're taking jabs out. They get the jump over towards the Venomancer as Ollie gets burst.
It's all a bait.
One off on the tube. They've got any further detection for him here. Doesn't look like they do quite on the front lines of XXS. So Loronov's going to get out, but that was Aurora looking for a fight and subsequently losing it. They lose the 2 heroes. They don't take anything other than the Aegis. They do get the Aegis, but they were hoping for so much more than that. And they needed so much more than that.
Yeah, and they're hoping to try to be able to reset for jabs, but he has a blink and a Shiva, has no Force Staffs to be able to potentially save him. So now onto that high ground. Glyph is popped, but Ame standing his ground. Shifted up a little bit more too. He's sitting at 2.2k HP, so not going to get popped by any means. And this tower, it's going down.
That's super fast stuff here from Extreme. They're realizing they can force the issue just 26 minutes in.
Just sending the illusions up there now. They'll back up now that everybody is respawning. They'll still give respect, of course, to Aurora for now, but they're just controlling the map.
All day Lusanana. Jabs. He's going in with the epicenter. Will find himself. Oh, surely. Yeah, surely. They will. Will find themselves the kill on DY there. Not quite able to get away from it. Epicenter and a Sunstrike. That will do it. But again, it's just what a support going down. And 3 cores of Extreme continue to have a beautiful game. Arme at the moment nearly about 7,000 gold ahead of anyone on the side of Aurora.
You got to take what you can get at this point from Jabs. Don't blame him for just apping there.
That's something, but...
It's something, but it doesn't change anything, really.
No.
Just gives him a little bit of gold, which doesn't change too much for him in particular. Jinkyu.
Oh, we get the jump in.
Still jump away.
He will indeed.
Tornado.
Oh, he dodges it. He gets away from it all.
3 heroes chasing him.
Coming in. XM's ready to jump back in on them. He's going to get it on towards Q. I mean, Lauren off a jab, they're teeping away. Q will survive. Well, I say for now. Nope. Q, he's back in with the boundless. Puts a stop to the TP out from Q.
Jinkyu, the Monkey King. He is very annoying on this hero, and he was one of the first ones, even before, of course, the Simeon Stride for the support, that he was very pesky on it, proving to other teams that perhaps you do have to get rid of him, because he's done a lot of scouting. He is very annoying with how he's been giving information for his team to get all those jumps, and he's survived now a couple times when he shouldn't have, and also he's tanked quite a bit of ganks too, because he has those 4 deaths, kind of half the deaths for the team that this 4Monkey's been able to provide. Looks like they want to swing. They want to contest for... It looks like the Tormentor potentially here when it does come back. They're swinging over for that. It's also the Wisdom Rune timing that did come up. Kingslayer is over here farming. They might be able to find him. He has a BKB. But could get chain stun. Jinkyu is scouted. He'll be able to reset away. Now he has his farming item too, so he's got his Maelstrom. We'll be able to build toward that Gleipnir as well too, which is very nice versus all 3 cores. Lornoff, it's like desperate mode when you see this. It's not a thing that you do too often, but because they have the Void, you go the Aghanims. It's like the only time you go Aghanims on Invoker. Still doesn't have the max Exort, so won't have as much damage, of course, but trying to get that 5-man chrono that are all stacked on top of each other with the Cataclysm. It feels like it's necessary for them.
See what Kingslayer can do.
Don't know if XG is going to ever give that type of opportunity now with these heroes.
Kind of all 3 cores and one of the supports just extremely mobile. So there's never really any excuse for them needing to be on top of each other. They can all kind of jump in and out of the fight independently.
Yeah, nowadays also Cataclysm, even though it's... If you land like the multis and stuff like that, it's strong. The only sad thing is, of course, with the new Exort, it's based off of when you hit them as well, too. So the spell lamp, you know, it doesn't do anything. There's no spell lamp, pretty much. He does at least have, you know, some stuns to be able to get them, but it needs to catch so many. And they are quite tanky at this point. So these heroes all have like 3,000, you know, 2,000, 3,000 HP. So even if they do catch maybe even 3 or something, it might not be enough with the Kata. And it's still not max Exort. And the game just continues to be more and more scaling for this Morphling. Just watching his GPM go up and up. He's up to the 717 again, getting close to that 800.
Definitely seems like this is actually going to be one of the easiest series for Arme on his Morph. You know, getting 2 back-to-back Morph games like this.
And this is an elimination one too, so a key definitely will be crushed after this one, of course. As they know that they can just kind of chill, wait for the next items. Aurora not scaling nearly as hard. Everyone on XG just getting so much more. 21,000 gold lead.
Yeah, literally sort of the same proportions of the lead as we had in that last game. There's been more kills this time around, quite a few more. But it hasn't really changed the way that the overall game has been going.
Nope. Oh, man. I'm just watching that GPM go up, 736 now. Just continues to rise, and Aurora unable to find anyone, unable to find anything to capitalize as Roche. It'll be pretty much instant. It's a 4-second spawn. Bottom. To see Aurora set up in the area for it, but they don't really bring it down at the fastest pace.
No, they really don't.
XG will definitely be able to react to that one. I imagine they're also going to look to probably make their way down there. They've shoved top all the way out so that they can start shifting to prepare for that Roshan as well if they'd like to. The next time almost with a Lincoln, so double Lincolns is going to be finished up for these 2 cores. So that Sand King stun definitely not going to be as threatening as maybe it was a little bit in the earlier times. They'll have more than enough protection for it. And they're going to smoke. A Basher also finished up on XXS. So these BKBs won't save you. Can't BKB TP out versus this Pango. Here's the Satanic too. So
this bottom lane.
Potentially the last fight right here.
Aurora. What can they do? Jinkyu's going to start scouting things out. They get the jump onto Jinkyu. They'll look to quickly punish the Monkey King. They'll get him. Jinkyu to fall.
Instant BKB from Kingslayer, though. He's terrified. He just has to run now. And that means they probably just have to forfeit a Roche if XG wants to waltz into it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll trade a Monkey King's life for that anytime.
They probably will
charge out and getting the freedom to do Roche.
They might just look to contest it anyway, because they kind of probably feel like they have to, but it's not going to be an easy fight around this area.
They still have Chrono, but as you say, no BKB on the Void.
Nope. And we do see right there, DY is putting down wards to scout them, so he already sees jabs coming in, and XM's going to make the jump.
They do. They go straight away for the Sand-King. They close the gap, and the Kisses damage coming in. Jabs, he's trying to get out with the Burrow Strike, but he will not escape. Ollie gets caught by the Astral Step. The two of them are gone.
Kingslayer.
It's got to be full retreat now. Kingslayer's going to try and jump away with the Time Warp, but indeed he's caught here. He has to use the Chrono. And against this Morph with that much strength shifted up on Arme, they're not killing him. The Cataclysm comes in.
He was stunned during it.
But yes, and that might be that.
That might be it.
Kingslayer is struggling, he's panicking. Jumps back in and out.
They knew.
The river. But he is dead. Triple kill for XXS. They have buybacks. They can keep playing on in this game, and they will, because of course this is their elimination game. They lose this game, Aurora, they are out of the tournament.
They can. Actually, WG's just playing it very methodically. They set up the wards. They know they're coming. It's not a smoke that Aurora had to be able to go to try to contest that one there, and the fight is completely smashed. Invoker control during the Chrono. Can't even attempt for a Kata to try to bring down Ame even. As to the high ground, they grow. Ame will be able to finish off this Rax easily. And yeah, 35 seconds to the Void, and even then, no Chrono, no Kata available.
Mid-Rax. Very likely to be taken. Let's see if they can stick around for more here. Extreme WBG.
Oh yeah, they're sticking around. No Chrono.
Oh, XM. Right, XM's in. So look at the grab on towards the Venom. Jabs, he's revving up the epicenter from the side. He's going to jump in. It's onto the illusions though, and the Astral Step from XM's already out. They're not able to catch anyone in the combo.
And Ame's just in.
He's ready to go for Jabs. Straight in he goes. Takes the Sand King out there. Are buybacks available? Jabs will buy back immediately. Veno to fall. Ollie, he also has buyback if he wants to drop it in to try and put together one final attempt of a team fight, because they're losing the second set of barracks. Another jump in. XM, he's got the grab onto the Void. They got the stump follow-up. He's gone.
Beautiful play from Ame.
And he does not have buyback, Kingslayer. The Kiss is coming and killing them off in the fountain. XM starting a bit of the old fountain diving against Aurora.
Styling on him. After diving the tier 4s early in the game, Kata.
Cataclysm, not enough.
That does nothing.
Not nearly enough. Yeah, barely did anything at all. And now with the jump back, Shield Crash into the Bashes coming out from the Pangolier. They've caught Jabs, he's out for good. No buyback available on him. Out for 90 seconds now. And they're ready to end the game. They're ready to continue going on in this tournament. And with that, XGWGB will be knocking Aurora Gaming out. And as I say, this is definitely one of the roughest series that a team's been knocked out on. Aurora, they just didn't really get to do much either game. A little bit more here in this game too, but nowhere near enough to stand a chance today against XG.
No, XGWBG came in prepared, and honestly, them just being able to jam this Morphling in both games. Ame did die twice in this one early on, but it didn't even matter. Everybody else was getting so much space because of it. XXS ends 8-1 and 12, XM 11-2 and 12. So yeah, you killed the Morph twice, but everything else just completely crumbled. Yeah, this had to have been one of the rougher ones for Aurora that I've seen in a long time, and that's going to be their elimination. XGWBG just, yeah, like somebody said, just punching them in the face.
That really did. Just a shame for Aurora. You know, they're going to be, not too happy about their performances today, because we've seen from the days prior, the plays that they've had, the games that they've won. We know this team can do a lot better than this, folks.
Yeah, I think this has to be one of the rougher matchups in particular versus them, because Aurora overall, we talked about it earlier, the panel was saying as well too, they are a bit of a slower team. They like to be able to get their items and stuff. They don't really close these games too early. XGWBG is literally the team that is just playing to stall, to play for 30 minutes past, get the scaling and go forward with it. And in these games, they didn't even really have to slow the game too much. They were able to get leads early and then just progress from there. So yeah, you see it on 23, definitely a painful one.
Yeah, I think, for the team, a lot to sort of take away and look back on and just do whatever they can to make sure that in whatever future tournaments they end up in, that they don't end in this sort of similar situation. Yeah, the game 2, there were improvements to be made, but as you say, so that whatever preparation they had for this series and whatever they wanted to try and achieve against XGWBG, just in practice, just seemed completely off the mark, Fog.
Yeah, it really does seem like it was just one of the roughest possible matchups. And XGWBG, they played around it beautifully. Jinq, he dies 5 times, but I feel like in every single one of his deaths, he was giving so much information or forcing so many things too. So
great support play, really. When you look at the two of them, on the snap as well. We're 8-1 and 17 this time round. Pretty much flawless stuff here. It really was Xingqiu sort of tanking the majority of the deaths this game. And yeah, a very chill game for Arme. Didn't get to do a lot of killing. No, ends up 2-2-4. But definitely objectives, he had it under cover.
Almost 800 GPM again.
And in terms of building damage, right, the rest of the team did about like 1k each. He did 24k.
Yeah.
So sure, he didn't kill heroes. He didn't get a flashy KDA, but he got farmed and he was able to end the game. He was able to get that win.
And they did get it, they did dive tier 4s, which was pretty high for them. They were definitely feeling themselves quite a bit with that momentum that they were getting. So
I hope we get to see that more from them. It's always fun getting to see these teams that feel confident enough to, and sort of in sync with one another, to be diving these tier 3s, tier 4s that early on in the game. And getting that ultra kill, not the rampage. He'll be back for that in a future series, I'm sure, XM. He'll be making sure next time around XXS doesn't steal his rampages, because once they got the win, and they'll be happy with that. Maybe there'll be some words from XM towards XXS. Looks like we're just getting everything ready on the stage for a post-game interview with Arme.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Ame and Jin after taking this 2-0 series. Although for a victory, there must also be a loss, unfortunately. Jabs, if you don't mind, could you please bring your key as your time with it has ended, and please give it to Ame. Thank you very much. Appreciate your contribution to this tournament, and best of luck moving forward. But for right now, though, we get to celebrate the winner, and Jin, if you don't mind, please get some words from Ame.
Will do. In fact, I finally have Ame here to do an interview with me. I've interviewed just about every single person on Team XG except for Ame, and I've been looking forward to this. Ame, first question. Both games, your morphling is absolutely classic. You have won many games with it, you have also lost many games with it. I just want to ask you, did you request those picks yourself to prove your morphling, or was it, there was 2-3 Savages, his signature hero, and you just wanted to steal it away from him? 就第一个问题，萧瑟，就是首先终于采访到你了，然后也真不容易啊，就是第一个问题就是关于这2把你都选了你的水人，萧瑟的水人是真的是家喻户晓的，然后就想问你是你自己要求要选这个水人作为来证明你自己呢，还是因为这也是2-3 Savage 的绝活，然后你们觉得偷过来好打呢？
首先就是我比较想玩这个英雄嘛，然后就是2-3他的水源就是其实也是非常厉害嘛，就是我选了这英雄之后，他其实没什么英雄可以应对。
Morphling is indeed a hero that I enjoy playing a lot, and we also know that it is in fact 2-3 Savage's signature hero. It's a hero that once we pick it, they don't really have much of a counter to it, so it is uncounterable against Aurora. That's what we think. Next question I want to ask, because you guys, unfortunately, you guys lost to Team Falcons this day, and now you're in the losers bracket, and every match, every game is going to be super important. Your team's elimination is on the line. How do you feel? What's the mentality of the team going on right now? 第二个问题呢，就想问你，因为你们现在昨天很不幸惜败给了这个Falcon 战队，然后现在你们在败者组里面，每一场比赛都是最后一场比赛了，每一场系列赛都是的，然后就想问你，你们现在整体这个团队内的这个心态是如何呢？
我觉得在败者组的话，就是可以碾碎所有人的钥匙嘛。
I feel that, being in the losers bracket is actually really good for us because we get to crush every single one of our opponent's keys. So, absolute Chad answer by Ame. Final question, in fact, this is the first key that you're going to crush. How does it feel to have the weight of Aurora's nameplate right in your hand right now? 那确实。 你们是可以碾碎每一个对手的钥匙，就想问你，你现在手上拿着就是 Aurora 战队你们第一个你要碾碎的这个钥匙，感觉怎么样呢？这个是不是一种很重，还是一种很快乐的一种感觉？
就是这个钥匙伴随着他们离去，就感觉有点沉重了。
Indeed, there is a sense of loss and a sense of responsibility almost. Like it weighs down upon us being the ones to have eliminated them and to hold the keys in my hand and to eventually crush it later on. So this, Ame, you have shown us that you are a player not just with a sense of pride, but also a sense of empathy that you can also think of all the other teams that you have crushed along the way, because this is that's unfortunately the cold, harsh reality of competition.
All is fair in love and war. Jin and Ame, thank you so much. And without further ado, let's get the procedure started. In the meanwhile, though, we'll send it back to the studio.
Looking forward to see the crushing of the key. But first, let's talk about the crushing of Aurora in this game number 2. We wanted them to make more moves on the side of Aurora. We wanted them to play faster. We thought they had a better draft to do so. Jenkins, it didn't happen.
Well, Jabs really did try. There was like a 4 or 5 kill in a row, or at least kill attempts in a row. Situation where Jabs was blinking in, stunning. They had the Invoker Sunstrike coming out. I mean, what I want to go back to is that, listen, XG, WBG, these guys played phenomenally well.
Yeah.
I really think they stepped it up from yesterday. I don't just think it's Aurora playing bad. I think it's a mix of both, where Aurora there were some disappointing vibes from them, but XG also played extremely well. I do want to look at the jungle Veno. That was quite interesting.
It
What do you guys
was
think about
probably
that?
not intended to be jungle Veno.
It was horrible. We will look at it later. No, but I don't want to go too ham on Aurora. I feel like we've already done that. I will say that people sometimes neglect the fact how much emotion and pressure and nerves go into these type of games. Because what you're seeing there, that's not them. They're literally not playing the game. They're not playing together. They're not executing
they're all
their
like
timings.
14k MMR, dude. These guys are.
Yeah, obviously, if this was a pub in their brain, they would play 20 times better. But there's something going on at tournament, something that goes wrong, a bad vibe, and then you get something like this, which doesn't look like a tier 1 team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Extreme Gaming played well in Game 2, because in Game 1 you couldn't really praise them for just farming and then winning off of their morph, but in this Game 2 they made some very decisive moves. Like their Pango won that top lane super hard, they rotated the Void Spirit early, they got the tower, you know, kick Void into the jungle, he already lost that lane. The bottom lane, like they're owning on the morph, he's free farming, like Hoodwink feeds First Blood for some reason, and I mean, they did a great job on lanes this game on XG, and they made moves too.
Yeah.
Whereas in Game 1, it felt like it was just given to them by Aurora, and yeah, I don't want to harp on them too much, just like Kezi said, it was probably nerve-wracking for them, but they did look really bad today. And it's different, right? Because this is their first main stage game of the tournament. Maybe it got to them. It's like playoffs.
Yeah, well,
right? Is that were they?
No,
on main
they they have been in front of the lights before.
Then I have no excuse. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Sometimes
it happens.
It
doesn't work.
Yeah,
It was a
there's
bad day.
There's just a dynamic within the team, or you know, there's a few people in a slump at a certain point when, you know, normally those people are the ones that are like upping the vibes of the team. It's really hard to say exactly what's going on. I'm sure Sambi has a lot to say about it to the team and a lot of work to do. But I do want to say, XG, I think that dive that they did to the tier 4s, which I believe we will check out a highlight of it in a moment here, but that to me shows how well they're playing around each other today. I feel like they did the Team Falcons type team fight behavior where there's heroes that are really low HP but high mana. They kind of sit around the side of the fight. Somebody else tanks a tower so that hero doesn't die, then this hero gets another round of spells off. And that sort of thing requires really good communication, but also at some point you can't just communicate that stuff. The instincts have to be there, the synergy has to be there. So I don't know what happened between yesterday and today. Maybe just Falcons is that good that they made XG look.
They are pretty good.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
they're pretty good. Falcons is on, but XG looked like a tier 1 team today. They really showed up.
Yeah, and in case it wasn't obvious, we are having some technical issues. That's why our screen sometimes goes black. But you can still hear us, and that's what counts. Although while it's working, we do want to relive some of the moments of the game with you as we look at some highlights. Kezu, the highlight that you went for was pretty early on already.
Yeah, I think this is just it. I mean, this is a low light for Aurora. Like if I'm Pango in this lane, look at what's happening. He's just beating on the Void for 10 seconds. Where's my 5? He's jungling. 20 seconds later, they go top, they go on him. He's alone. This is minute 5. This is 18 pick faces Void who's supposed to carry me. Is my bro set up for success? No, he's left alone, literally, by his Veno. So you saw it 2 times already. Then at minute 6, I think here, this is the move that Mira talked about where they have good lanes, they rotate the heroes. Now Lorinov comes in to try and save the move. I don't need to see it. He TP's in to try and save, but they're missing a hero. Like, the Void Spirit is already here to, like, basically destroy the map. So Invoker comes, he's like, oh wow, now it's me and my faceless Void who got trashed in lane.
What we're seeing right now is 23 Savage's view after he dies to the 3-man gank. He goes, where's
Eternal darkness.
But what you mentioned about Lorna coming in and trying to save the fight, when you're an Invoker mid, you're very dependent on your side lanes kind of having a semblance of a game so that you can rotate and get kills. Because it's not like you're an extremely high damage hero who comes in level 6 and you're like, don't worry guys, I'll kill them all with my Tornado EMP. You need people to play with. You need your side lanes to have heroes there that are set up in order to get these kills. And Lorenhoff could not play on either side lane because they both went so abysmally. Very, very, very unfortunate. Because I want to say that I found him underwhelming that game, but Invoker has to enable side lanes by also being enabled to get kills early, and that just wasn't there. So we can't even assess how well he played this game.
Yeah, he actually can't do anything. Jenkins, back to you.
Yeah, Jenkins, your highlight's actually about to come on the screen.
What am I supposed to do?
Talk about it.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what. Oh, yes, this was. Honestly, this was the one glimmer of hope for Aurora. They get a kill onto Ame there. Jabs coming out of the trees using the Burrow Strike out of vision was really nice. Kingslayer making the rotation and catching this Pangolier who was top net worth. I mean, this was really good for them. They got a bunch of kills. The issue is there's a 4K gold lead at this point. It was like 6 or 7K before this, so they would need a few of these fights in order to come back.
They went from 0 kills to 4 kills.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was great for them. They infinity percentage increased their kills.
And then they were still down 5K.
But that was like the only early game play that looked like it went well for them. Everything else was the most utter devastation humanly possible. Like there are levels of devastation that I've
like this one
the devastation levels in that game, in the first game, were what I see in Herald pubs. And I'm not saying the gameplay was like that. I'm saying the levels of devastation where just this like random crap happens and you don't know what's going on. The players in the game don't know what's going on. XG is like, okay, I guess we'll take this, you know?
I actually know what you're saying, because sometimes in Dota games, you feel like you can kind of see it through the screen that the players are unraveling and they're just
It's an unraveling situation.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And like the worst thing that could happen happens.
And it feels like somebody please do something. Somebody please do something. They're standing aside. Nobody wants to do anything.
But then
it's tough.
But then then somebody tries to do something and they're like, okay, I'll salvage this. My lane's going kind of okay. And then the worst possible thing happens in that scenario, and it's okay. There's a curse. We're just cursed. Gaben has cursed us, and this is the husk of a body that we're left with.
Well, unfortunately for Aurora, that's okay. You know, they must feel pretty rough as well. But it's part of the competition. You win, you lose. Good news for Aurora is that they did qualify for the international, so they will have another chance to shine later on. But they do exit early here from Riyadh Masters, and we're going to hear some of their final words.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm joined by Oli of Aurora, where I saw you guys walk off stage and it was almost no mourning period whatsoever. You were immediately talking about the game and trying to dissect what happened, because this whole series seemed very uncharacteristic from you. I was wondering, while the wound is still fresh, what's going through your mind right now?
The first game we did well in the lane, but the enemy made some move that they opened the tower first and they just keep farming on the triangles. And we didn't pressure much when we have to hit our timing. So when enemy get fed, we cannot really fight them.
How about the discussion between Game 1 and Game 2? Because, like I said, the whole series was uncharacteristic. Game 1, I have to imagine you guys were like, all right, whatever, let's just shake it off. That was a one-off. Then coming into Game 2, kind of felt like the same thing happened again. So what was the discussion like in between?
So the discussion is like, we say we have to hit the timing fast and then we need to pressure the enemy. But in the second game, it's like unfortunate happened in the lane, so we cannot really pressure enemy and they just keep going on us. So we cannot fight, yeah.
So would you end up attributing today's result to more of you guys not really starting things off on the right foot, or the fact that Extreme were just that much of a competitive team in these two games?
I think it's just like we didn't perform very well into the match. If we can do a little bit better, I think we could win the games.
Well, I have high expectations that in the future you will be doing better, Oli. So sorry that the journey ends here, but we always enjoy watching your games. We'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Tsunami. And where we have on one side a team very sad, Ame is looking pretty happy with himself right now as he gets
No,
the chance.
he didn't.
Yeah, he
looked
did.
into my soul is what he did.
Yeah.
Don't think he looked at. That's how he always looks.
No, but I saw the emotion. It's all good. He gets a chance to crush the key of Aurora. This is, of course, for a lot of Aurora fans, an emotional moment, and a lot of XG fans are having a big smile right about now. And yeah, that's part of competition. You win, you lose, and at the end of the day, only one team can remain standing. And today it was XG wbg. And for this series, we have chosen a PlayStation MVP. And we had the Unicum to have our MVP live with us. Hey, XXS, how you doing? Congratulations on the series.
I'm happy.
Nice.
Good to hear it. Good to hear it. You are MVP of the series. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I think Ame is the MVP because the first game I played DS and I just farm and we win. Yeah.
I will say that's how it felt for us as well. That the game felt very smooth for you guys, very easy. You guys were able to have your game plan. Was that a surprise to you?
I think we don't play better than yesterday.
Jin, I think
he doesn't need you.
Doing great. Maybe just. We want to play better, but I think we don't play better, so we should do better next game.
Okay. Yeah. Practice. I want to ask how you felt when you saw there was a jungle Venomancer against you.
I think the Faceless Boy is coming mad.
Yeah. And we thought so too.
Because he cannot solo me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we thought that too.
We thought that too. XXS, I have a clip that we need to watch because there's something serious that we need to see. Can we play the clip? Because sometimes people in pubs, we're gonna see you guys do very well, but I need you to keep an eye on XM. Okay?
Yeah, he's
already killed too.
Yeah, double kill there.
Yeah, you guys are diving. You know, here you come in. You're with your blink and your pango. You guys are just gonna.
I steal his rampage.
How mad was XM?
I want to save him, you know, because Faceless Boy is coming soon. 3 seconds, so I TP and everyone just go back.
Ultra kill, Faceless Void, 10 seconds.
He could buy back any moment.
You're misjudging him, Shiva. He's saving his friend.
They could all buy back.
He's saving his friend, exactly. Well done.
This Venom just saved his magic stick, you know. And I saw Faceless Boy is coming, so I don't want him to die. I save him, you know.
Well done, well done. Kill secure.
Really believable stuff, yeah. Yeah.
No, very cool, very cool. We already heard Ame on stage say it, but he got his Morphling twice in a row, and you did say you would consider him the MVP. He played very well. Were you surprised you got a free Morphling game 2 times in a row?
这个可能需要
就想问你，就是因为前面你也说到，就是你感觉这2把 MVP 其实属于萧瑟嘛，然后但是你有没有觉得，你们战队有没有觉得，就是萧瑟这2把都是相当于免费给他，就是一个完全无解的水人局，你们有意想到吗？
就是我们在 BP 上就帮助他，然后他说他想玩水人，所以我们就尽力保他肥，然后他就可以 carry 我们。
I mean, we did plan in a draft. Ame also requested to play the Morphling, so we simply, you know, made sure that our draft was able to accommodate the Morphling, you know, with the Elder Titan picks and stuff like that, and pretty much just gave the game to him. He got his farm, he got his accolades, and he got to own the game.
I'll go first. I have a question about the 3rd game yesterday against Falcons. Maybe you'll have to help. You guys picked TB18 without banning Timber. I feel like that was a big mistake. Do you guys agree?
这需要就是昨天第3把就是对阵 Falcon 战队嘛，当时认为就是你们的 BP 可能思路有点问题，就是你们选了一个 TB， 然后你们没有去进那个伐木机，然后造成那个 ATF 直接选了一个伐木机，然后就是完全无解的状态。就想问你认为昨天 BP 是不是 出了什么大问题呢？
其实我们在赛前模拟 BP 的时候，有模拟到 TB， 然后可能我当时听错了，我以为他们不怕伐木机，所以当时我没有问，就是，然后因为我们有拉皮和凤凰嘛，觉得可以对他造成很多伤害，但是其实可能他们在 BP 的时候忘记伐木机了吧，所以最后没有办伐木机是一个比较大的失误吧。
I think when we were doing practice drafts within the team yesterday, we actually also did consider the Terribly Vengeful Spirit lineup as well. And I think yesterday, what happened was I might have heard my team wrongly, or simply because they didn't like. I was under the impression that Timbersaw wasn't going to be a problem because we felt that the team has heroes like Phoenix and Rubik who are able to, at least in the early game, dish out quite a lot of damage towards the Timbersaw. However, that clearly wasn't the case, and I think it was a bit of an oversight by the team during the draft as well.
Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, we have a lot of time.
Okay, sounds good. I'll give a follow-up question.
if XXS has time.
One more. Okay, so my follow-up question is...
3 more.
So the thing is about the game, any game is winnable, and any pro team will think that way. After the game was over, what did you guys talk about on how you could have won this game with the Terrorblade?
就任何一个战队，任何一个职业战队都有这个水平，就是无论是什么样的局，其实都有办法去赢下的嘛。然后你们当时就第3把结束之后，你们有没有队内讨论，就是当时从一个发挥和一个就是实战角度来讲的话，有什么调整可以做来让你们第3把能取胜的呢？
首先就是我们上塔拿得太慢了吧，当时是对面双倍符滚滚给我们中路压力，然后我们的相应的调整没有做好，然后第2点就是我们的团战，我们回去看了以后就打得太烂了，然后就该杀的人都没杀掉吧，然后打到结束我们只杀了4个人，所以就是游戏会变得很难赢。
There were a lot of mistakes that we made during the games itself. I mean, we went back and watched the replays and we identified a lot of them as well. For example, we certainly didn't take the top tower fast enough. And I think for the mid tower, the opponent's mid, he picked up a double damage rune and he put a lot of pressure on our mid tower. And I think we didn't make the right adjustments to combat that as well. As well, for the like throughout the whole game, I mean, our entire team only got like 4 kills. Yep. We didn't manage to kill the key targets that we needed to during the team fights, so obviously that made it a lot harder for us for the rest of the game as well.
Understood. Sure.
And just to follow up on that, I'm curious, so how long do you hold on to an idea as a team, like the Terrorblade and Vengeful Spirit, before you give up on it? Like, how willing are you to keep trying something?
我想问你们战队，通常比方说有个想法的话，你们会坚持多久才会放弃呢？就比方说这个 TB 加 BS， 比方说你们认为可能一次失败还不足以证明这个 BP 法不太有效，还是说你们会非常快的去调整呢？
我觉得其实我们在小组赛，然后在胜者组的时候可能会比较松弛吧，就是觉得输了，感觉不是英雄问题。但是我感觉我们好像到了败者组以后，大家就会，如果有个人提了一个很烂的英雄，大家会一起骂他这样。
I think in the upper brackets, at least in the group stages and being in the upper brackets, gave us a sense of like a sense of safety where we don't actually like if we were to lose with a certain lineup, we might think it might be due to execution issues, performance issues rather than the hero draft itself. But once we're in the losers bracket, the stakes are much higher, and we feel that every single pick, every single draft, every single game is super critical. If someone were to give an idea that is clearly ridiculous or just absolutely bad, like the whole team would just flame him straight up.
That makes sense. And I just want to get your personal opinion on something. So you guys, XG, wbg, of course, you've been the only Chinese team this year to get top results. Can you give me your opinion on why that is, why there's a decline in the region right now?
还有一个问题就是说，因为目前 XG wbg 是中国赛区里面唯一一个获得比较好的成绩，就是基本上能稳定打进前3的一个战队。就想问你个人认为，就整体中国赛区为什么最近就是尤其是其他的战队，还有就是整体环境有所下滑呢？
就是可能我们在国内和东南亚队的训练，然后包括我们自己的训练，我们用的一些英雄其实就感觉完全是很垃圾的英雄吧。就是我们一来国外练了几天，就发现 就是什么沙王之类的英雄很厉害，什么老太婆、双头龙，然后我们在国内其实完全没有玩过这些英雄，所以我觉得跟这个战术和 BP 有很大的关系。
I think it's a lot to do with just the current meta and the strategies that are that each region adopts. I mean, back then we were practicing more within China and with Southeast Asian teams, and we practiced a whole bunch of heroes that turned out to be pretty garbage. When we came over to Western EU, you know, we tried our strategies and we got absolutely crushed. Whereas there were heroes, clearly meta heroes like Sand King, Snapfire, and Jakiro. These were heroes that we have never played before, at least never considered for our drafts before, and these heroes turned out to be very, very strong. So we had to also adapt very quickly, and we certainly felt that, you know, the drafting ideas and the meta in the Chinese region are very far behind right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I got a final question. We'll let you go. Don't worry. You're in the lower bracket. Your next opponent, you don't know it yet. It's either Entity or BB team. Who do you want?
I think Entity.
And do you think they're also going to win today?
Yeah, Entity. Yeah.
What makes them better than BB team?
我可以用中文讲。就我感觉 Entity 的节奏比 BB 快很多吧，然后就感觉现在节奏快的队伍，对线打得好的队伍会更有优势吧，就很容易在10几分钟就打得对手抱头鼠窜，然后当对手发现跟出 BKB 或者就是类似的道具的时候，发现已经没有输出，已经打不过了，就很容易输。
I think Entity is going to win because they simply have a faster pace of the game compared to Bad Boom. And I think with how the game is going right now, whichever team that is able to, you know, win the lanes and have a faster pace will have a very, very significant advantage, because we find that, you know, once they're able to pick up the pace and they also find more farms, they get more resources on the map. And then when the losing team finally, you know, gets the BKB online, we suddenly find that we simply don't do enough damage to the winning team, and that results in pretty much everything just falling apart and the game just getting out of control. So that's why I think Entity is going to win.
Okay. Well, once again, congratulations on the series, and congratulations on getting MVP of the series as well. Good luck in the lower bracket, which for you is, I think, Friday, probably in 2 days, probably. But good luck, and thank you for coming on. And thank you for replacing Jin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shisha. And we're gonna take a look at the brackets as yeah, you guys can go. You're all good. As it was a clean 2-0, guys. This wasn't even close. XG WBG have found very strong, solid footing in this lower bracket, and whether it was Aurora that was just not ready for it, or whether it was the lesson that XG WBG took yesterday from Falcons and put into practice, I think in the lower bracket they are going to be scary, Kezi.
I mean, they have to be. I do think they did mainly the things they did yesterday, just that was way more than enough to beat Aurora today. But overall, we know how good their players are. We know what they can do. And, you know, I like a lot of his answers. I have a lot of faith in this team.
Isn't it cool that we could talk in English? I think it's so cool. I was able to interview him on Monday, and he was one of the questions he started answering before Jin was translating, and I was like, wait, what?
Jin, what are you doing here?
You know what confuses me?
What?
He's a sweet lad.
Yeah.
Offlaners are sociopaths usually. They're crazy.
True.
So I wonder what dark little secrets this guy has.
I don't think they're sociopaths the way like carry players are. You know? I mean, XG WBG have a very likable offlane duo in XXS and Xingqiu, and it's hard not to root for this team when you hear them when you hear them talk. But I agree with Kezi that they basically did what they did yesterday, but today it was enough. So what truly will be the test for them, if they did learn and manage to apply the lessons from their series versus Falcons, we're going to see that in their next lower bracket series versus either BB team or Entity, because it's going to look different.
And from his analysis of why he thinks Entity is a stronger team over BB, seems like he has a good grasp of what he would need to do after that to beat whichever team wins.
Yeah, that sounded very specific from him. And I do agree, though, that like Dota in general, sometimes you just hit this timing where you can pump all of your spells into one guy and you like literally don't have enough damage for them. And for him, for me, it was interesting to hear that he was like doing this analysis on like a team by team basis. It's like, okay, this team has this pacing. where that is like more likely to happen. I think that's very interesting, because if I were him, my answer would just be, oh yeah, you know, it's going to be Entity because BB team is tilted. That's what I would have. That's what I expected from him. But he's very analytical about it, which is why he's the, you know, brilliant offlaner for XG WGB.
Yeah, close enough.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We're doing that because we are going to move on.
Letters, dude.
We are going to move on. We've had one elimination series today. We're going to have a total of 3. We're going to move forward with our next one. We will have a little bit of an extended break before the start time, but after the break, it will be Entity versus BB team. So I'll see you soon.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
For another Riyadh Round Table with the BB team. So good of you guys to join us. Of course, we have Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo, the 2 guys that they always send to talk. Hello, welcome back. It's time for another grand discussion. How much sleep do you guys get?
Sleep enough.
Enough. What were you guys doing last night?
We were getting to this place, and this guy only got here 4 a.m. maybe.
4 a.m.
And sadly for us, we have media day 10.
Yes.
And we have to go to breakfast as well. So
absolutely.
It's sad times.
I'm here to wake you up. It's not sad times, it's great times. That is what our esports athletes do for their fans. You have come here minimal sleep, but you're ready to party. That is what I like to see. So what have you been doing with your lives? How you been? What's new?
Hairstyle.
Hairstyle?
Playing Dota.
Playing Dota is not an acceptable answer on this talk here.
And that's it.
What do you do outside of Dota?
Eating.
Eating? What are you eating?
Food.
Thanks a lot for joining us, guys.
and also sleeping sometimes.
Sleeping sometimes, yeah. Not today, though. All right, what's your favorite food? If you were on a desert island and you only got to eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Like unlimited?
Huh?
Like unlimited? You need to choose one.
One.
For once or like for rest of my life?
Нет, тебе нужно выбрать одно блюдо, которое ты бы ел.
I'll give you like a type of food. You can have like Italian food for the rest of your life. Not just one dish, but like, what would it be? What's on the Toronto menu on the desert island?
Like if I have to eat like for rest of my life, it has to be like chicken with rice maybe.
That's the most depressing answer I've ever heard in my life. Chicken and rice?
Okay, fried rice with chicken.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the only improvement? Fry the rice? Dude, you can have anything. All right.
I mean, it's not my favorite, but it's the thing I can eat every day.
Okay, all right, I hear that. Same answer, or what would you have?
Like without jokes, like I mean, it's probably like would be like ramen.
Ramen.
I like ramen a lot. And,
Okay.
And then, I mean, and fried chicken.
Fried chicken. That is a good one. That's very NA
So it's
as
like
well.
it's probably like Korean like style.
Oh, Korean style fried chicken. They're very different. Yeah, I do prefer the Korean. Everything Korean.
Ramen is not Korean, by the way.
Well, yeah, I know it's not. I'm saying the fried chicken.
Japanese, I guess.
Yes. But the Korean fried chicken is good. You know, I used to go around the world and test chicken nuggets, who I thought had the best chicken nuggets at every event. America's like worst.
I mean, it's for sure worst.
Yeah.
And McDonald's is like.
Yeah.
And then McDonald's is like super like bad.
Yes, but you know the best one, surprisingly, was China. Those guys had some fantastic chicken nuggets.
I mean, it's probably like China, like Korea, and like Japanese, like all of these countries, like kind of have cool McDonald's and nuggets.
Yes, in Japan, there's a guy that's only been making nuggets for like 50 years, and that's his thing. You know, he's like the nugget guy. That's my favorite part about that. All right, so we've been eating, we haven't been sleeping. Have you been playing any games besides Dota?
Recently or overall?
Yeah, just in general. What are you guys enjoying?
If I had the time, I would play World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
Did you used to play that a lot?
Yeah.
Wow.
I like this, like the story and the world.
How did you escape an MMO to be a pro Dota player? Those things suck you in, man.
My parents got my PC, so I just start playing outside and.
That's how you freed yourself?
Going to the gym.
Wow, okay.
Not funny stuff.
World of Warcraft, huh? You'd still go back? Now, are you a classic WoW kind of guy or a new age WoW kind of guy?
I started like in Lich King.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was it was before Cataclysm, so yeah. All right, very cool. What are you playing?
I mean, I used to play like on like Battle.net. I think it's like how it's called, like Warcraft.
Yeah,
but it's not like WoW. It's like World of. Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, как называется вот это типа где like where you play like, you know, like Battle.net, Garena, like. Это Warcraft тоже.
Battle.net.
Ну это типа игра сама называется, вроде Warcraft. Okay, so I used to play like Warcraft on like Battle.net, like Garena, and I mean after that I kind of like went into Dota, and since then I didn't play like any other games, but maybe recently, like last year or so, like our team like been playing like some PUBG.
Oh, okay.
I've been enjoying the PUBG experience.
I mean, that's at the event here again. You go pro.
I know some Russian like best PUBG players, and I like watch them on Twitch.
You gonna get trained or what?
If you watch his like POV, you think it's impossible.
What do you mean?
You think he's like trying to play worst, trying to play worst of he
I'm just
can.
trying to survive.
You know? But
those games are about
it's-
survival, dude.
It's real, yeah.
You
So
hide in a bush, and you're
I
the
think-
last person that
I
makes
think-
it, you win.
I think he never like shoot anyone.
It's fake.
He
Most damage
It's
per team
impossible.
every game.
Oh, okay. That's how.
like he can have like 0 damage for 10 rounds in a row.
That's not
Even
true,
with
dude.
in winning ones.
No way.
It was only like
You will
back
not-
then when I only started
No,
playing.
if you will not see it, you will not like как бы верить.
Believe.
You will not believe it.
I do not believe it because.
But if you will
You don't
watch
have
it,
to be a shooter.
Nowadays it's fake info for sure.
No.
Yeah, you just have to be smart to win those games. Like if you go a whole round without killing anybody and you win, you still win.
Yeah.
You know?
That
just means that he's wise.
Yeah.
That's
the
it.
thing.
no, he's trying to kill people, but he cannot.
That's not true. All right, you get that's
Like-
what it's like being a support player. You don't have to kill people. You just have to be smarter than them.
You just
know?
need to survive, dude. It's
That's
PUBG.
it.
It's
That's it.
just
It's
it's
like-
just a royal arena or like battle arena, how it's called. Like like even like the movie, like you just have to like
That's it.
stay like, last.
You didn't watch, Squid Games?
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
got to be a jerk. You just got to survive.
Yeah.
So that's a good life lesson for you, Toronto, Tokyo. You don't always have to fight everybody. You could just be a
Just be
guy.
quiet, dude.
Just
Who
a
will
quiet
just
dude.
survive?
No,
Looking
but
his
he's
way.
trying. And he cannot.
He can. He can't. He chooses not to. He's holding his power back.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm holding until the last enemy remain,
Mm-hmm.
and then I show my like real power.
That's right.
And he loses.
No.
No. All right. Well, so what else are you guys up to lately? Do you wish that you could do anything if you weren't playing Dota? If you were, got a 2-month vacation, what would you do with your time?
I would change summer to winter.
Okay. Well, that's not really the question, but I like that though.
And I would stay in the mountains and ski.
A ski man.
Yeah.
Wow, aren't you worried? You go skiing and you like break an arm or something. Everyone I know that goes skiing break snacks a limb.
Yeah, you should be like in good shape. So.
Oh.
And know how to fall.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think about that a lot. Do you guys, as esport guys, not do a lot of activities because your hands could get injured or something? Is that something that ever
No,
you think about, or you not really care?
No, it's not like this usually.
Oh, really?
No, because he's not doing any activities. So.
No.
But when I'm doing something dangerous, sometimes I have some thoughts.
I mean, he didn't understand questions, so
No,
like,
I understand
So,
the
so
question.
mostly like no one cares like about like
No.
fans or something. They're
I
just
mean,
doing what they want.
I mean, he's not doing any activities, so he
But that's
doesn't
not the
even
question.
time
Okay.
to think about this. But when I'm doing the activities, sometimes I'm thinking.
Yes, it's like
maybe
he
I can
didn't
broke.
understand what.
Maybe I can broke something.
Yeah.
So,
But you got to look at the cost benefit analysis. You like get to play basketball with your friends one day, but you get your finger jammed. You're done. Like maybe right before TI, right before Riyadh.
yeah, so
you don't get to play.
Yeah, you have to think about this and be careful.
But you don't care, you said.
No, I mean I care, but he's not doing anything, so he doesn't care.
Oh, that's not true. What physical activities do you do?
I mean, physical activities.
Yeah.
Not doing much. Just playing Dota.
You could have said anything.
That's-
I would have backed you
He's
up.
not
if you said
playing
anything.
anything. He's not like swimming.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, but he's a pro athlete. His job is to not get hurt. His job is
I'm
to
just
sit
I'm
down,
just doing my job.
show up, and do his job. All right?
And he will die.
Yeah, no, that is his job. I remember I was at an event. I believe it was the Shanghai it was a DAC, and they had a basketball arena at the top, and we were having guys that were going to the grand finals. We're gonna go play basketball the night before. It's like 3 a.m. I'm like, boys, what are you doing? Your job is to sit quietly in your chair and preserve the babies.
Yeah, it's better to not play like in the tournament. At the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after you get eliminated, sure.
Yeah.
But what's the most dangerous thing you two have ever done in your lives?
To be honest, like I'm trying to not be in dangerous situations.
That's very good. Good for you.
But I don't know, like sports maybe.
Just sports? Just general sports?
Like like skiing, like swimming, like surfing.
Very dangerous. The ocean's a terrifying place. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Maybe surfing.
Could get touched by a crab.
A small one.
A small crab could attack you? That's true. Nightfall, most dangerous thing you've ever done in your life.
I mean, I recently can't remember much dangerous things. Maybe being in a car.
Being in a car, extremely dangerous thing. You could crash at any moment.
I remember the big crab.
A big crab?
Yeah, like this.
That is a large crab. Is that a real story?
But I ate him. It was a restaurant.
He killed him.
He killed a giant crab in the ocean?
He was no.
They killed
It's a
him
restaurant. He was alive.
Oh, he was at a restaurant.
They killed him for him.
How did that make you feel?
It was.
Did you like that? You felt kind of bad.
I like the crabs.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys so much for that truly insightful interview. I think I've learned so much. Any words out there to the fans? BB team? Great.
Thank you all but the BB fans for supporting us. So watch our games. We're gonna win.
I'm sure you will. All right, thank you so much, BB team. And we'll see you more at the Riyadh Masters.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome to another thrilling episode of Facet Blind Ranking. Who do we have here today? Wow, we have the greatest of all time entities to top. We got the Watson and we got the Fishman. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hello, Sir Alex.
Thank you so much. Yeah, he didn't know my name earlier, by the way. He called me Alex over and over again.
Sir Alex.
Sir Alex. That's actually my middle name, so he's psychic. Very cool fact here for Fishman. How you doing, Watson?
Good.
Good? Hope you're about to be great, because we're going to play an incredible game here today. Facet ranking. I'm going to give you guys 10 different facets. You have to rank them based on which one's good, which one's bad, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. Trick is, though, I only tell you 1 at a time. So you don't know what's coming. You have to kind of feel it out a little bit. Are you ready to play?
Go. Yes.
Go. Do you know the facets? All of them?
No. No.
No. This will be an adventure then. Okay, well, gentlemen, let us begin with our first facet. Our first facet of the day is Dust Devil. This is Sand King's facet. It's the one that lets the Sandstorm move at 70% of his movement speed up to 250 units away from Sand King. Sandstorm follows Sand King. What do you think about this facet?
5. No, wait.
You can't just say a number. You have to discuss a little bit.
I think nobody use Sand King as this aspect right now. So this aspect is not good.
It's not good.
It's not good. So it cannot be 5. It's 8 or 9 in my opinion.
Wow, already.
What do you think? 10.
10? You think it's the worst one out of all the ones I'm going to read?
Yes, I'm sure.
That is
they fix it. Yes, they fix it. This so hard. Yes.
How do you go from 5 to 10 in 3 seconds? That's like the entire list, bro.
I mean, maybe they have even worse. I don't know.
You're gonna go straight to 10.
My feelings.
Okay.
I just remembered it. They fixed it. It's very risky to put it 10. I think we put it 9.
9. Okay. Now 9 seems more.
Yes.
It's good. Did you?
Because in the end, this aspect is it's not that bad. It's just bad.
Well, if it's not that bad, why are you putting it at 9, dude?
It's just less than average, let's say.
Okay, guys, we gotta get a better strategy here cooking as we continue. All right, so number 9 for Dust Devil, seed money. This is an Alchemist Facet. You get 250 gold at the start.
It's Imba, free. Top 3.
It's
Top
it's,
3?
3 or 2.
3 or 2? Really? 250 gold? What's that, dude?
Bro.
Imagine you buy 2 bracers.
Okay.
Before game.
Or bottle for meat.
So, you can help me out on this because, you know, top MMR in the world. People that lose their money at the beginning of the game, how bad do you think that is? If you value this facet so well, if you're AFK, you know, going to potty and then you're ticking down on money, is that a big deal, in your opinion, Watson?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know, bro? 250 gold? You minus
It's
50
a lot.
gold? It's huge, right?
Yes.
Okay, we put it 2.
Okay, putting it 2. So,
3.
Alchemist is 2?
3?
3?
Okay, we put it 3.
3? Okay. You guys gotta lock it in here, okay? I'm hearing a lot of changing. All right, next up is Static Slide. This is for Storm Spirit, Static Remnant. The Remnant moves with Storm Spirit across to the target position. So it's that one that has, like, you know, he walks over when he does the Remnant.
This is Imba.
Imba.
This
Okay.
is 2 or
4.
Or 4.
2 or 4? Okay, let's talk about it. What do you think?
Storm, very good hero. I like Storm. I like no one Storm. I hope we will pick it more.
Well, don't give away anything on the little Facet skit, guys. Come on, take it seriously, please.
So would we put it 2 or 4?
2 my Storm Imba because of this.
Yes.
Okay, so
we
this
put
one,
it 2.
this one is 2.
Yes.
And the last one, seed money, was 3. Okay, cool. Next up, I'm not even gonna ask any questions. Can I ask why it's Imba? What makes it good?
You destroy enemy mid like so hard because of this first spell.
I don't know second aspects, honestly, but I know Storm is a good hero. With this epic. What? You know second aspect of Storm?
Did you ask second aspect?
No, I'm just asking. Do you know?
No.
Okay, great. Well, that's how Imba it is. You only need to know 1 on Storm. I'll take it. All right, next up is Hookup. This is the hookshot aspect for Clockwork. When hitting an ally, hookshot has a larger impact radius, and they both get a physical damage barrier equal to hookshot damage, and it refreshes Clockwork cooldown. This is the one where you shoot it at your allies. What do you think about this one?
I don't know this aspect.
It's I will answer this.
Okay, okay.
So, first aspect of Clockwork good. I mean, better, but this aspect as well played by Creed. And by Snaking. So by one of the best team, actually best team, Falcon, Dota 2.
Okay.
So this means this aspect is not that bad. It's okay. It's just 7.
7?
Yes.
But it's spanned by the best team in Dota 2. Are they dumb?
8.
Okay, got it. 8. I won't even argue. 8 on that one. Okay, next one. Static Field. Static Field deals more damage to nearby enemies. Static Field.
It's a disruptor.
Yeah. Is this good? This is a Nate or no?
I think second aspect of disruptor is Grief.
What's the other one?
So I place this aspect because I can play second aspect, like no chance. Second aspect is I put. So number 3 spell, Kinetic Field, is changed.
Yeah, it's the wall, right?
And it's wall.
Yeah.
It's a Grief.
The wall is Grief?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right, good to know. As a disruptor sparer myself. So this is like a always pick this guy?
So I get this aspect, but this aspect is as well bad.
Yeah.
So it's 6.
6? Okay, 6.
Or so. 6, okay.
Do you care about disruptor at all?
No.
Okay, great.
He
We'll
hated disruptor because disruptor weak laner.
Oh, what? He's great, right? No, I'm not gonna argue with you. Okay, disruptor week later, noted. All right, next up is Massive Serpent Ward. This is the Shadow Shaman's second one, where he summons what I like to call the Giga Ward that does 10 times damage and has 7.5 health. It's just the one snake.
Very bad.
Very bad. Okay.
I mean, it's so 9 out, 8 is out, yes, or yeah.
Yeah, 9's out, 8's out.
So 7 or 10 we can put to this.
Absolutely, yeah.
10.
I think it's 10.
If you compare with second aspect, it's very bad.
And even second aspect, Rasta is not picked in competitive, so.
I mean, do you think there's any situation where the Giga Ward is good? You refresher?
Yes,
refresher ads?
Here one situation.
The one situation?
Yes.
Okay.
If this aspect picked versus me.
That's like, you guys will instantly win if someone. Okay, I like that.
No, not instantly. This aspect is playable, but bad.
Okay, noted. All right, so the Massive Serpent Ward is our lowest one, locked in at 10. We'll see if anything worse comes up. Headhunter, this is the Witch Doctor one that makes his Paralyzing Cask do damage. It's like the damage for the coconut.
It's 7.
7?
I don't know what it is.
But the best Witch Doctor in the world, who is this, you know?
He was playing yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pick this talent.
That's right.
With Grimstock. In one team, so he do a lot of cask in ulti Grimstock.
Okay, yeah, because it has the double cast, so you want the damage, right?
But Witch Doctor second aspect is better. So, and Witch Doctor is the average hero.
Oh, he has 3. He has the heal, the death ward, and the coconut. But isn't coconut good for farming? You know, like hitting waves and stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't play it, but I think it's 7. It's not 10, but it's 7. It's great actually. It's 7.
What? 7 is great?
No, it's worse than 6, but better than 8.
Thank you very much. I didn't know.
I mean, it's random, but for now, every aspect is perfect in our list.
Okay, I'm loving it so far. All right, do you see a lot of Witch Doctors?
No.
Okay, great. Well, we'll move right along.
Very scary. Only supports.
Ghillie Suit, this is for Sniper. Take aim. While take aim is not active, Sniper's attacks do not reveal him in the Fog of War.
I don't know Sniper aspects.
5, 6?
5 would be the worst you can do now.
Oh no.
Ghillie Suit.
Okay, now it's not perfect anymore because this aspect is worse.
Really, you think so?
Yes.
I don't. So. I didn't solve this.
Okay, it's 5.
Okay, it has to be 5. Can you sell it then? Like it's the first? What's good about it? Since it's 5 on your list.
I didn't saw it, and I didn't saw Sniper. This aspect is bad.
But invisibility equals invincibility in all MMRs.
I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Okay, all right.
I think it's bad.
You ever play Sniper these days?
No.
No? Have you ever killed a Sniper using this?
No.
Okay, great. We'll move right along. This is a Bloodbath for Huskar. Life Break also slows enemies in a radius around the target.
Well, this is good talent.
Oh.
Which is a minimum we can place.
Let's see, I think you still have 4
and 1.
And 1.
Oh no.
400%.
It's 4.
This is 4. Okay,
this is good.
Bro, please give us last some, I don't know.
Ricky Marva.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why is this one good? Because you guys were not too disappointed it was 4.
I played on Huskar. It was good aspect.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, does that really make
Of course he played Huskar, he Kazakhstan player.
That's true.
All Kazakhstan players play Huskar.
Of course. Anyone that you don't want to get this against? Is there any way that you would get the other Facet instead on Huskar?
I don't know.
He don't know second, I bet.
Yeah.
No, it's regeneration.
Okay.
So any situation where you'd want the second one?
No.
Okay, noted. All right, and the last one we have here, this is Reverberating Silence. The first time global silence ends on a unit, it's applied again. This is your #1 best Facet in the game.
It's
tell me,
best Facet.
why is it so good?
Nice.
Yes, fine.
Because it's silence.
It's silence.
Which hero?
I think silence.
Silencer, that's right. Okay, so jokes aside, is this one actually good? Because you like pop a BKB, you still get silence, right?
It's very annoying. We play it like when silencer is global, you press Manta, you anyway in silence.
Oh,
that's right. Instant.
Okay.
You use BKB, you anyway in silence.
Silenced.
I think it's what is our #2?
Well, that's your #1. #2, I believe, is the Static Remnant from Storm Spirit.
Oh, it's better.
That one is not better. That's #2
Yes.
is where you put it. So, Silence is better than Static Remnant. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to see more Silencer games coming out of you guys? No. Okay, fantastic. Well, there you go. There's your ratings, my friend. What a well done. Are you guys happy with your list?
Yes.
Except for the Ghillie Suit?
I'm happy that we go next part.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you guys for playing another exciting episodes of Facet Blind Ranking.
got some things going through my. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also, how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time. All the time. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds. Grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now.
Welcome back to Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. We're in playoffs day number 2. We're looking at our lower bracket, and we've already had to say goodbye to one of our playoffs teams. But we're seeing Entity rolling in with Jamil Motorsports. They're going to be playing in our upcoming series, and they're going to be coming up against a pretty tough opponent. It will be BB Team, someone that we've always praised as mechanically gifted, but we're just not sure what's happening with them right now. They only just scraped in by groups into the lower bracket for themselves, with one game win being the difference between the lower bracket and elimination. But there has been a changeover with teams. There's also been a changeover with panel. Shiva, she's decided to take the rest of the day off, so I've stood in. But so has 2 of the panel members, Jenkins and Effie out, Fear and Lacoste in. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling good. You know, this day is going to be great. I feel like the first series wasn't really a banger of a series.
It was not.
Second and third, especially third, should be, you know, it's team spirit against the LGD. This one could also be pretty hype depending how Bibbidi Bobbidi team is going to show up. I still think that they have it inside of them, but this is the last chance.
Yeah, yesterday you said that this was going to be your game of the day. You're interested to see, yeah. He picked this one. I thought everyone was just going to bandwagon on the Team Spirit LGD, but you really like the potential of the BB team and what might happen today.
Yeah, I mean, for this series in particular, I just want to see if BB's going to show up.
Yeah.
That's really why I wanted to see this series, because we know they have the potential. It's just they're one of those teams that when they're down, they're really down. But if they're up, they're one of the best in the world. So I want to see in this series, this is their last chance. Are they going to come back? Are they going to show us that potential that they do have? Or are they just going to exit the tournament?
Now, well, look, before we get into the nitty-gritty of the Bibbidi Bobbidi team and Entity, let's head on over to Purge. He's standing by, I think, next to the Championship Club trophy.
Thanks. We're here at the Club Champion Trophy. A bit of a reminder, this is where the teams that win each game place their trophies after they are victors. And most importantly, down below is the losers. These are the teams that have been eliminated in all of the games so far here at the Esports World Cup. And since we're pretty far along in playoffs, we're going to be adding crushed keys every single day, just about, especially today. Already seen Aurora getting knocked out, and further on for this next series, we'll see who ends up winning that one between BB Team and Entity. And frankly, the last match as well, Team Spirit versus LGD. So a lot of crushed keys are happening later today, for better or for worse, but ultimately towards the goal of placing your trophy on top of the club champion. And whoever does the best there gets this baby, which is the Club Champion Trophy, of course. So that is what we have to look forward to for today. I can't wait to see more pieces of gold added to this pile. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Verge. I mean, he's standing right behind the I forgot what the word is, but it's where everyone's going to put their frames and 4 titles. Totem, that's the word. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word totem. They already put 4 frames in it, and this Sunday there's going to be 3 more frames added to it. So we got Dota, obviously that's what you guys are all tuning into. CS2 also starts today as well, if anyone's interested in that here at the Esports World Cup, and PUBG Mobile. So they're the 3 titles currently going on. They've got their whole different format because for us over here at Dota, we've taken 3 weeks. Okay, we had our plans, then we had our groups, and then now we're on to our playoffs. And one team that has looked solid throughout all of that is Entity. They were a playoffs team for us. We were like, maybe playoffs teams, they might scrape by, they might be in that lower bracket, but they actually went on to be in the upper bracket, Kezu. They went up against OG yesterday.
I mean, they had a pretty good, I think so far, they've had a pretty good run. They're playing pretty well, also with like the speed.
I just said OG, I meant...
It's Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, it's okay.
Here we go.
Third time's the charm.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
So
That's why I need them, you know?
They did play against Gaming Gladiators. They lost, I would say they held on pretty well, like from the 1 to 15, but then after they kind of got rolled. So I think that this is a series that will help them a lot. And against the bottom bracket team, because honestly, they have not looked good at all. Like I'm very scared for them, because what we just saw in the series prior, Aurora, it looked like they had a breakdown. Like something happened, they didn't really play the game. I could see something similar happen to the BB squad, but I am, a little bit with fear that something could change. They could show up, because they are very individually skilled players. Lacoste?
Yes, back to me. I think Entity, like, they had problems reaching, first of all, LANs throughout this whole year. They didn't manage to go to a single LAN other than one in what was it called, Games of the Future. So these teams, they haven't met until this tournament. Throughout the whole year, they did meet in the groups where Entity did beat them, but overall, Entity, I like what they've been cooking so far. With the drafts, I think they're very innovative. Some of these flexes that they had, Alchemist position 4, and I think they overcooked a little bit with that Faces
yesterday,
position 4, it didn't look too good. I think that Chrono Square is not the talent, the Facet to go for.
I think there's legs with what Entity are doing. It was, like you already said, Lacoste, a tough start of the year for them, but they've been ramping it up. I'm hoping we're going to see the same for them in this tournament, in this playoffs. But first, let's join Purge, who is joined with Kataomi.
Hey, I'm here with Kataomi from Entity. You guys have had an amazing tournament so far. Great results in play-ins, group stage, but you guys lost against Gladiators in your last match. So how are you guys feeling right now?
Feeling confident. We discussed our problems, our mistakes we did in previous series. So yeah, we came prepared today.
Okay, you've picked a lot of weird heroes as a 4 position. Not super weird maybe, but some weird ones. You played a ton of support AUK as 4 position. I don't think I've seen another team doing this. So why do you guys like it so much?
Just something that we come up with during our preparation to Riyadh to this tournament. I don't want to disclose why we like it, but yes, the hero is good.
You just like stunning other heroes and yourself, right? Is that what it is?
And I like to hit creeps also and get gold.
And buy people Ags. I'm glad that somebody actually buys their teammates Ags. Whenever there's an Alchemist on my team, they never do it. I'm like, come on, please, just give me.
Yes, Aghanim is good to buy.
Okay, but you also played a Faces Void 4. Was that a necessary draft pivot, or was that something you guys practiced?
Something we prepared in draft. Basically, it worked out in scrims, so we tried an official, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, that's true. That's okay. Hopefully no Faces Void today, and then everything will be fine. Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck in your match.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's not put any, words out there like that. Maybe the rest of us, Purge, want to see a position for Faceless Void again, okay?
Not really.
Okay, all right. Well,
I've seen it. No, it's got potential. I think we can see it more than one game to make up our minds.
I want to see in a better game.
Yes.
I want to see like the root, the leash affect more heroes. Like they picked it versus a Weaver, which is unaffected by the Chrono Square, as we're calling it now.
Apparently.
And it was only good versus Puck, and it's only marginally good versus Puck because you can still phase shift during it. So if there's more heroes that you can use the root against, I'm down for it. I suppose. I don't know.
Sounds like you are, yeah.
Convincing.
He's like, I would want to see it one more time, as we're seeing nothing right now. But I want to transition to BetBoom because Kataomi likes hitting creeps. That's one thing he said. As a support, we don't really get to do it often. I mean, Nightfall, BB team, their carry loves to hit creeps. And I would say the profile of him in the past has always been he plays safe. He likes to sit behind these towers. He likes to farm it up. And then when he feels comfortable and ready, he's going to join join team fights. You can't do that this patch. And I'm not sure if that's what is dismantling BB Team at the moment.
Yeah, the way they started the group stage, they started to, you know, fall back to some of their own classics, go with the Phantom Lancer, go with the TB, which I don't think they, like these heroes, they need quite a lot of time compared to some other heroes. When they played against Entity, they looked pretty good with the draft and also with the heroes that he was playing. He was playing that Life Stealer. This is the game that in my book, they should not lose that one. And also, he was playing Ursa with the Enchantress against the Darkseer matchup. They secured his lane. He became relatively active. It's just that something's not clicking with the team. Like, I'm not seeing that connection because other teams are playing it much faster. We've seen yesterday, quite a lot of teams are bringing 5 members 10 minutes in, grouping up with the pipe. They want to, you know, get stuff done, some of these early engagements. That's what I want to see from BetBoom. They've always been known to be a team that plays for the early stages of the game, dominating that laning stage. But yeah, something's just missing.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Nightfall in my top 3 carries, but I don't see him being the problem currently with what's going on in this tournament. I feel like they have more of a team issue. I don't know where GPK is in most of these games, and I feel like he's usually one of the more explosive mid laners. Yeah, thank you, Lacoste.
Continue.
No, I can add to that, I guess. The one thing for a BB Team that is very interesting for me is the more Nightfall seems to be progressing his MMR, the more detached he seems from the team, and the more their drafts are becoming slightly different too. And maybe that could be an issue too. Like, he's playing a lot of the heroes that he got rank 1 with potentially. He's spamming them, and his playstyle when you play with pubs is normally you don't play with your team very much. You kind of play on an island. So maybe they're getting better individually, but as a team, they're kind of missing some of the core fundamentals that need as a team.
I do like that because when people are grinding, everyone's trying to, in pro right now, get that 14. And so they're all spamming these heroes that they're very comfortable in. They want to have this repetitive, try and get the same heroes for themselves. And that really does limit your hero pool when it comes to competitive. Where are you going to go from there? Where's the transition? Are we going to have the same flex as a lot of other teams that haven't been grinding for that MMR? But either way, right now, Purge is standing by with one of our BB Team players.
Hey, I'm here with Toronto Tokyo of BB Team. You guys had a couple days off leading to this moment. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, we feel pretty much confident, and we played some scrims, and we was really good. Now I think we are back in shape.
That's great. Do you guys feel like you use your time efficiently? Like, how do you balance between playing scrims, prepping, and relaxing to make sure that you're confident?
Just it's schedule, like all our work days in the year, just playing some Dota, playing some scrims, and we're just playing much Dota, and we enjoy it.
So you don't relax at all? You don't like take a bath or play a different video game or anything?
No, maybe just 1 hour before sleeping, on the bed, watching some TV shows maybe.
Anime, yeah, I know what you're trying to say with us. yeah, I gotcha. Okay, you guys played against Entity in the group stage and you went 0-2. Were those matches really helpful for your prep? Did you learn stuff from them that you're gonna use today?
Maybe about heroes, yes, but it was pretty easy games for us, to be honest, if we played natural. But we did some unnatural things in this game, so yeah, I think we will win this time.
All right, great. Happy you have some good confidence. Thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Purge was talking about the previous matchup that BB Team and Entity have. You can see it on your screens right there. It was an 0-2 in favor of Entity, and that second game really should have gone the way of BB Team. They had the Lifestealer on Nightfall, they had the Pango, they had the Hoodwink. It went 50 minutes. I'm trying to refresh your memories here. It was the one they were ready to push high ground, and they weren't comfortable in it. They were almost afraid, is what they said in their post-game interview, and it all fell apart. 2 immediate big fights where they couldn't win out, and that was the game done in favor of Entity.
Yeah, I was watching quite a lot of their games. I was casting their games during the Elite League, and this team was the best team at not being able to close out the games. They had 30k gold lead, 30 minutes in. It was a different patch with the the double glyph, so it was much more difficult. Banner wasn't as powerful, but they are still having the same issues. They don't know how to siege the high ground, get a pick off. Sometimes they do feel lost when it comes down to just going for that last high ground push, which should happen when you have 20k gold lead.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to go with the point that Fear made earlier. Like, Nightfall gets rank 1 on some heroes, and like he's maybe more inclined to be picking those. But also, when you reach rank 1 on those heroes, even if they're not the best for the draft, I feel like you should know how to win with them. They're not showing me like that either, because I agree that he seems detached from the team, which is obviously horrible. That can't happen in a Tier 1 tournament. You're not going to win games like that. But he should be knowing, like, okay, at this timing, we play for this, that's how we're going to win, because otherwise, then it just doesn't make sense to bring those heroes into your draft. So I hope today we'll see something different.
Yeah, so I feel the three of you, and at least definitely me, subscribe to the comfort of a meta at sometimes, especially when you're in a lower bracket, when you feel that your back might be against the wall.
I mean, yeah, I think at least also something yesterday that hopefully they learned is there were a lot of strong supports going on in the Gaming Gladiator series, like Jakiro, Weaver. They lost to those twice, so maybe also look at those.
Okay. Well, look, they might look at heroes, but right now we're going to look at Qiddiya Arena with our two teams, Entity and BB team.
One elimination down here in the Qiddiya Arena, but we still got 2 more today, as we got 2 more keys to crush, 2 more journeys that have to end at Riyadh Masters 2024.
And it's not about crushing keys only. Winning tonight's matches, it means you guarantee top 8, and then you will get 30 points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship. A lot of keys to crush, a lot of points to gain, and a lot of Dota to play.
And that's just one small step on the way to the 1,000 points of the club championship. And on this matchup in particular, it's 2 teams that are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. One that may be exceeding expectations to make it to top 8, and one where that would be falling definitely short of the benchmark that they've set.
And one of those teams is ready to walk on stage right now. Please welcome Entity. Watson, No One, DM, Kataumi, and Fishman. First in their playing group, second in their group stage with 11 games won. They have been showing a dominant performance in the whole tournament, but fell short against GG last night, and now they're trying to find their way back to the top.
And their opponents coming from the lower bracket, it's BB Team! Nightfall, GPK, Miero, Save, and Toronto, Tokyo have been living on the razor's edge this entire tournament, staving off elimination and staving off tiebreakers by just 1 game against Tundra. Now maybe they have felt rejuvenated as they come back to the stage, but yet again they are staring down the barrel of an elimination game. Take your seats, place your keys, and enjoy your final moments with them, as it may be your last opportunity to hold them, as at the end of this series, one of them will be crushed. Fancy, let's get to the Dota.
With our players out on stage, their Entity up against BB Team. They're in Qiddiya Arena. They're ready to start the series for themselves and continue the dream in the lower bracket. But if you had to right now, I don't know, potentially go over to STC and give in your prediction, where exactly would it land, Fear? On the side of Entity or on the side of BB Team?
That's a really tough one for me, but I'm going to believe in BB Team this time. I think they're going to fix their issues. Maybe they won't, but I think Entity has large issues too. Like, they have drafting problems, I want to say, on Entity, and that can be a big issue going into this one. I feel like, you know, we talked about they would play a little bit of crazy things like the Faceless Void position 4. For better or worse, they do the Alchemist 4. Might be good in some games, not every game. Can they keep their draft stable? I remember they had a draft as well where they had like a Snapfire, Darkseer, and a Morphling course. Not so sold on their drafting.
Yeah, Benjamin Button team is going backwards just like in the movie. You know, at the start of the year, they reached the 3rd place at BB Dacha, then they got the 2nd place at Dream League, and ever since then, they haven't been performing. They had great results at Dream League Season 23, but overall, I want to see this team reach the, you know, heights, because they definitely have the potential, and I want to see, you know, something stable, because every single time, like, their highs are really high and lows are kind of lowest, maybe even out of all teams here.
Out of all the top teams, probably.
Pretty much.
But what do you think you can exploit more? A team that's inconsistent in their drafting, or a team that's inconsistent in their plays?
I think that's very hard to say, because it very much depends on also like your heroes and so on. Maybe it is easier to outdraft a team that is inconsistent, but then at the same time, I think gameplay will always kind of triumph over a draft. Like, even if you're outdrafted, if you just play twice as good, you're gonna win no matter what. Unless you have to really be outdrafted into the ground. But in my opinion, I would lead like some 60-40 to Entity, but at the end of the day, any team that shows up can beat their opponents. Both of these teams so far have shown us both good and bad performances, but in terms of like how consistent they are, I would definitely give Entity the edge, at least so far.
Yeah, I would definitely say Entity, they have their strategies lined up already. They have heroes that they enjoy playing, they're ones that they're going to repeat, or BB team, they came into the tournament with an idea thinking Dragon Knight would be good, for example. That fell flat. They had to abandon those type of strategies, and it feels like that's part of their struggle as well. They need to figure out something that works from them mid-tournament, and that's not necessarily easy to do.
Are we back to picking Sanking first pick after what happened yesterday in a Team Liquid series against Team Spirit two times in a row? Seems like the answer is yes. I'm not sure if I'm liking it too much.
Well, are Entity a mid-tiny team? Because that was the answer.
No one definitely can play it. Yeah, I'm sure they can play both. So the answer we saw yesterday, or what looked really game-breaking against the Sanking, was a good mid lane with the Tiny. You have Burst and a hero who builds a fast pipe. So I do like that, you know, BB Squad, they do ban out the Enigma, the Darkseer. That's two heroes who could have done that. But yeah, Entity definitely leaning more on their comfort here with the Alchemist, because many other teams, very likely after seeing yesterday, they would have just jammed a Tiny here.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at Entity's drafts as a whole, they have 4 core heroes they like picking up in the first phase there. One of them is that Enigma and Darkseer, both banned. Another one is the Sand King, which was taken away from them. And the last one is the Alchemist. So if you just kind of go down the list of heroes that they like first picking, this is what was left, and this is their comfort. Yep. And what they like about this Alchemist is Kadomi can play. He mentioned in the pre-game interview, he likes hitting creeps. This hero is one of the best position forwards to do so, but Watson can also play it if it is a good Alchemist position 1 game.
Yeah, also the tricks that they did, I believe in 1 or 2 games, they did buy a bottle for their mid laners, which is, you know, something that Jin Q did when he played against Team Liquid, when he was playing Earthshaker. There was a Zeus against something matchup, maybe Ember, where Nisha got completely dominated by XM, so that's also a possibility. Get that extra gold, invest into the mid lane, and see your investment, see the stonks rising later on from your mid laner.
I mean, that does kind of make sense. Like, maybe they don't straight up counterpick the Sand King with like their pick there, but like Lacoste mentioned, if they do want to go for some bottle pool into some different matchup, maybe they theory crafted it where suddenly, I mean, if you have an influx of 600 gold, you want to just smash your opponent. So, you know, I can kind of see that. A different hero that BBD Bobbity left in the pool is the Weaver. Weaver is very strong together. Lacoste, what's up?
Yeah, I would not be... if I was still playing, you know, if it was back 20 years ago, yeah, pretty much, you know, I would not want that bottle. It's too much pressure. You know, imagine if you lose with the pulled bottle, that's like, okay.
That's
I'm
true.
done.
But
Never
you
gonna be picked up by a professional team ever again. My e-athlete career is over.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's pretty much alive right now, at least, as we continue with the draft fear.
Yeah, the thing I want to mention, BB team, this is their first game on Sand King. I kind of mentioned before, they're trying to just find themselves again as a team, not only through draft and probably play as well. This might be something that, you know, ignites what they need to be able to start being successful. Right now, there's nothing I can, like, look at BB team, be like, oh, that's a BB team draft. They've, like, win with all different types of random things, but mainly lose. So they're trying to look at the meta now, try new things, and Sand King is going to be something that they're just going to try and pull out. But when they did this Alchemist before, they opened it with a Gyro right away, but that was versus Enigma. So I think they probably want to keep this Alchemist open. So yeah, they'll pick a position 5 here. Alchemist is still open, could be 4, could be 1. I think they'll probably keep that trend for as long as they possibly can.
What was very successful against that Sand King yesterday in a Liquid series was that 2 supports, they also had Tiny, plus they also had 2 supports constantly being on Sand King's ass throughout the whole game, managing to secure the runes, be very aggressive on him, and then Sand King ends up as being like a Blink Dagger initiator. He went for a second item. Okay, this is interesting. Definitely, this hero has every single tournament, pretty much abysmal win rate. I think we need to do something about it.
This hero is just hard to play nowadays. You're definitely going to take the Facet where you can still kind of control the Inkswell yourself, but this hero is like basically like the straight up example of if you're doing well, you're gonna do well. If you cannot play with your mid and your other support and like you play this 3-man ball, if you can't do that, you're one of the worst heroes in Dota for like the next 10 minutes. Maybe you get a shard and have some impact there. So for the BB squad, they need to build good lanes and a good draft where Grim is just, you know, interchangeable with the other cores. You can go together and apply pressure.
Good news is they have played it before.
Yeah.
Bad news is they lost with it. So this is definitely comfort for them in some way. It can work with the Sand King. Works pretty well with the Weaver as well. So even more flex picks coming out here. This could be position 1 Weaver, could be your 4 Weaver, could be 5 Weaver actually. I'm not sure if you want to play Grimstroke in the safe lane too much. I personally don't like playing with safe lane Grimstroke because that hero feels like all about who wants to get some kills.
Yeah.
And you don't want to commit as a carry, you just kind of want to sit back and farm, and your heroes are generally weaker for that. Weaver could be a hero that is good with it though.
For sure.
You do have to pick a hero that is going to all-in commit 100 to 0 with a Grimstroke in your lane.
And this is like one of the, might be the strongest lane once you hit level 2. Maybe Ogre instead of Grim because of the learning curve. But if you have an Inkswell, basically your Weaver when you hit level 2, that's level 3 Weaver from before the Facets patch. So it feels really nice. You have, you know, Inkswell, you have Swarm on top of him, double hit. And this is the hero that I think is going to be super popular. Overall, this is one of the stronger lanes, I would say, unless CM makes a mistake. If she's playing on the side, she gets caught by, you know, we've seen Beastmaster being, you're there, you get blood grenaded, you get hit by a Hawk, suddenly the support can die, but extremely strong lane with the Crystal Maiden and Troll in the safe lane.
Would you ever consider the Weaver and the Grim being the 2 support combos here? Because that's something before the Facet patch was an idea with the Inkswell being onto the Weaver when he's Techies.
It could be, but I feel like right now, if you just have the, like your lane is Weaver 1 with Grim 5, at least if the game allows it to be, I feel like that's the better way for you to go about it. Maybe the one other thing that I saw is like, okay, we see a CM5, we put the Grim 4 with like a stunner and try to make that work, but laning into CM Troll, I think we'll make a Grim plus, whether it's Sand King or someone else, it will make that lane very, very hard for the BB squad.
Yeah, that one thing I like about this Troll is this new build, Aghanim Scepter, because you're become super tanky, you are dispelling yourself, you are dispelling enemies, and if you manage to dispel the Grimstrokes Inkswell, he's basically not a hero, because that's his strongest ability by far.
All right, well, Centaur is coming out. Does that change your lane ideas at all? So we know the Entity, if we wanted to keep Weaver as the 1 for BB team, it would be facing off against that Centaur with most likely an Alk now.
Yeah, I definitely want to play Weaver carry in this game, and that was a nasty Doom pick. You're playing versus an Alchemist, you're playing versus a Troll. Yeah. Dooming either of those targets feels absolutely amazing. You have the Soulbind as well. Potentially you can doom both of them with the double Doom there. And yeah, Weaver carry, I like playing it versus Troll. Not particularly great versus Alchemist, because unfortunately the concoction does follow you through your invisibility. You can't break that, so that's slightly annoying, but it's a free lane. You're playing Weaver, most likely +1. We don't know what the other support might be. It could be the Grim, could be something else. First double melee, pretty free lane.
Yeah, I want to see something super aggressive from the GPK. I'm thinking maybe Coddle, something that come online super fast. Put this, oh, never mind.
That's what, I was thinking that too, but they actually can't. They already
cannot. Never mind.
Yeah, they have their mid and off lane. Because when I saw the Puckman, I was like, wait a moment, because I was kind of looking for something like that for them. Because I like the Doom a lot against Troll. I would say it's one of the more giga matchups. But there is a Centaur Stampede, so I'm looking for maybe another hero that gives you some sort of lockdown. Doesn't have to be hard lockdown, but just maybe another guy and not just your Sand King and the Doom. To whenever you Doom this guy, that is your condition to win the fight. Don't let them Stampede, run away, disengage. Because right now I think that's what Entity should be looking at to kind of win their fighting.
They would have to get that from a position 4 most likely, unless they want to pick like Faces Void or something along those routes. Which I'm not a huge fan of with their current draft. They don't have a lot of stuff to dump into the Chrono.
Yeah, I think it would also give a very free lane to the Centaur Alk, which is not great.
What cost 4s can they pick that have good lockdown? Or 5s technically, could work as well. Winter Wyvern could be a 5 potentially. That has pretty decent this game actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to look as well.
I mean, there's still a lot of what other teams like to pick, like the Chen's there, the Ench is still there. I'm just not really sure if that's...
You could also just not worry about it as well and just kind of like throw the Doom on the Troll, and then of course your Sand King will have a stun. You can just win the fight, and as Troll runs away, he's effectively eliminated from the fight. You can just focus more on your laning stage, make sure your lanes go well, because I look at BB Team's draft, and it looks pretty good as long as their lanes go well. Sand King generally does well in most mid matchups. Doom, this hero can have really poor laning stage, so I'd want to see something a little stronger than Grim in his lane if possible, but there's no Hoodwink. Dark Willow's not as strong as it used to be. So a lot of the strong ones aren't even there, so you could actually do the Weaver there if you really want to prioritize the laning stage. You could pick a new carry. They're probably thinking about all this as well. There's lots of options and routes you can go.
Well, I mean, entities seem to think it's going to be a carry picked up because it's an Ursa CK they ban out.
But I think it's hard to find new carries because I feel like you want to enable, if you're picking a new carry, it's to lane with Grim. I think to try and help the Doom to lane with Weaver, and finding aggressive carries that lane well with Grim, I have a hard time finding them after Ursa and CK are banned out.
Yeah, if they're looking for position for... Oh, never mind, they're not. So it's going to be a Lifestealer in the end. It's a good matchup against Troll nowadays. It's a good in the lane against the Centaur, of course, but ever since the addition of the Aghanim Scepter, it feels really nice for Lifestealer to play into that matchup. Radiance has been buffed, and for Team Entity, it's going to be Slardar Reno.
Slardar mid.
Looks really good. Quite a lot of minus armor coming out from Alchemist, Slardar, and you have pretty much all physical damage from Troll, so feels really good. And they needed something that Lifestealer is afraid of. I was thinking about maybe picking up the Tiny, but this Slardar seems like a much better option.
I'm a bit on the fence with the Lifestealer pick. I personally don't love it so much. I would like to hear after what Fear thinks about it. But if I'm looking at Entity's hero, minus armor is really annoying for strength cores. It's generally what you itemize for last. You want to let go your Blink, Yule, Bloodstone, maybe Eternal Shroud, and then get your Plate Mail. I really like what Entity have going for them. I feel like they have good lanes. They have good mid game. They should get an Aegis, which is incredible against Doom. They also have Stampede against Doom. Maybe some of those things fall flat. Their draft isn't as good, but I really like what they have going.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Lifestealer was a pivot in the wrong direction. They banned like Puck, and they banned to like protect this Weaver core, I feel like. And they pick a hero that doesn't care about Puck. Now, this looks like a crazy good Slardar game.
Yeah.
It's really good versus Weaver. It's really good versus Sand King. Good versus Lifestealer as well. And yeah, I'm not really feeling this one. I feel like the Lifestealer, it's good versus Centaur, it's good versus Alchemist, I get that. But against the rest of the heroes, Troll with Aghanims, it is great, sure, but I feel like they should have banned the Slardar if they wanted to go for this one, because this is definitely an oversight. This looks like too good of a Slardar game to pass up.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that the Lifestealer pick gives you is that it allows your Weaver to like move bottom, like maybe try to offset that matchup by like 3-manning that lane. But yeah, other than that, I'm not really seeing this Nightfall Lifestealer here.
They have a super strong lanes on side of Entity, and that's what I want to see, the early pressure. One thing they have to be careful about is their Troll getting Doom, but they have a Stampede to cover that. So if they're not all in on Troll to be able to burst him down from 100 to 0, they're going to have a huge issue. And they don't have that many stuns. I was expecting, carry Weaver maybe with the Clips and Globson so that you have, something to keep them in place. But in the end, it is a Lifestealer, which doesn't provide you with anything. So I feel like Sand King will be the one who needs to keep them in place with his burrow strikes.
You infest the Troll as he's being stampeded out, and you go along for a ride with them.
I like that. Rush Ags. The bad boomers have to cook hard this game if they want to win. That's what I think. Their gameplay it has to be nasty.
Okay, I thought, we were on with the comfort of the meta, and that's something that we all know Nightfall really loves for himself, but apparently even that isn't enough, and my analysts aren't convinced. But let's see if the casters are a bit more on the side of BB Team.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action. And indeed, what do you make of this, Fog? BB Team coming in, last pick, the Lifestealer, but as we open the panel, they feel that Entity, they've got sufficient ways to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, they did end up going down this triple strength core route, and into this last pick Slardar comes in, which is, Kezu actually summed it up pretty nicely, right? That minus armor is really effective versus these tanky strength cores because the armor sometimes takes some time to come out. So it does feel like it was one of those gotcha picks that looks quite good in throughout most of it. And I would say overall, this looks like a pretty hard execution game. If BBT can execute their heroes, that's kind of the success for them. And the reason I say that is because it can be tough. Grimstroke, Lacoste said it, this hero at almost every tournament has a very low win rate. So you have to be able to land these like soulbind, big combos and stuff like that to make it look good. And you're playing into some very strong entity lanes.
Sure. I guess in terms of those combos, what is the main one? Obviously the soulbind, the double doom that they're going to be looking for. And at least, you know, Safety's going to have a lot of heroes that he can set up nicely with the ink as well, right? I mean, well, all cores, right? They're all going to be running in on the front line, including the Weaver as well. So many ways that they can make aggressive plays early on with the Grim.
As long as they don't get too behind, because it's a lot of minus armor. Acid Spray plus that Corrosive Haze versus these pretty fragile heroes early on could be problematic. But yeah, we'll have to see how these lanes go. Seen pretty much every single time that they pick the Doom from Yarrow, he suffers. He really, really struggles inside the laning phase. Save sometimes is able to make some kind of miraculous stuff happen because he just plays very aggressively when he's playing these ranged heroes. I always talk about them being like specialists at winning lanes that don't tend to win, but they have to be able to transition it. And also this one is probably one of the hardest CM Troll. It's one of the strongest lanes you can get.
I'm talking about lanes. So how does this mid lane go down? You've got the Slardar against the Sand King mid. Sand King been looking pretty hot against a lot of these melee heroes. Is anything a bit different in this matchup? Can Slardar do okay?
I mean, it's a good question. Slardar versus melee heroes usually does amazing, but then Sand King versus melee heroes also does. So we'll have to see which one offsets each other because it's also playing in that mid matchup. I feel like no one should be pretty okay. Even though GPK, his specialty has really been inside the laning phase, if you get a creep advantage as the Slardar, you're able to bully.
Oh, I see that for Nolan. Good damage trading straight up, taking GPK down to about 40% HP.
And that's how you kind of have to play it, or want to play as the Slardar as well too, is play to bully so he can't walk up and get that caustic. Of course, also no one does get gifted a bottle right at the start. This is the strategy that Entity has been going for in majority of their games, just getting that big advantage for no one to press forward with it. So Bracer and a bottle to start off, it's going to be difficult for GPK, it feels. Forces him out of the Sandstorm already.
It's hard to sort of say if when the levels come in for the Sand King, if it is going to get any easier. Because with this sort of play, no one likely to hit them sooner and could still remain with that edge against him in the mid, getting those that larger amount of denies.
But he's cheating because he got a free bottle.
True.
Slight cheating. Stacks coming out. Katomi, this top lane, they can't really put too much aggression with a double strength lane versus a Weaver Lifestealer, so he's just going to try to keep lane pulled back at Stacks at the ready. As long as DM is careful, he shouldn't really die up here. So all in all, the Entity have gone themselves for 3 pretty potent lanes. Bottom, though, so far, Miro is getting, to be honest, actually complete free farm. 9 CS, and he has 5 creeps coming under his tower, too, so I believe he's only missed like 1 or 2 CS here.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start for Watson on that bottom lane out of the two of them. I mean, how is this? Has this been down to some sort of creep manipulation that BB team's been doing, or...?
It's probably just save. He just does special stuff sometimes as this 4 position, just getting that extra harassment and stuff. I was looking in the mid lane, to be honest with you. I didn't see exactly what went down, but...
That is meant to be a slow start for Watson. See if we can start to pick it up a bit with the help of Fishman.
He should. He definitely should be able to versus this lane. Tough to get too aggressive onto him, even if they have good magic damage between these two. It's a troll seed, so they have so much slow between the two of them. Mid, seeing a lot of denies, so no one able to put that extra pressure onto GPK. Constantly here is GPK. Could die.
He might just.
Pretty close.
Bash. Couple of hits. Very far to keep no one alive. I mean, he's done it. First blood, gets his solo. He doesn't mind dying here, getting the reset, of course.
Fine.
As on top of him already having the favorable CS in this lane, 14-7 against the 13-0. No one. Show him what to do. What you got to do about these mid Sand Kings.
Yeah.
Slardar, play aggressive. I mean, he's making it look easy. I don't think it is. You know, this is some pretty high-level stuff from him, of course, in the mid. He's looking good.
He got a bottle right now. He's making it look a little easy because of that.
That's what the Sand King will be telling you.
He's like,
that's what they're saying right now.
I would have had him if he didn't have it.
Absolutely. GPK is like, he got a free bottle. What am I supposed to do?
It is what it is, right? Is no one... when you do get this type of early kill, he's actually able to get the D ward as well instantly, so the sentry goes down. You're going to get 6 earlier, too, so that corrosive phase is going to be pretty lethal this game versus, as we were saying, the 3 cores, but even the 2 supports there. When Slardar's given a good start, can run away with games pretty hard, and rarely you do see a Slardar with this good of one. But Watson's still really struggling. He is actually not getting too many last hits down here. Doom is putting the pressure on him, Watson.
I mean, look at the ink swell.
They're going for the kill. He's got the stick charges,
Blood
so
grenade.
Watson should be fine. I mean, maybe he can even turn though. He's got to be careful with how low he's going to tick down to that blood grenade. He'll stay back. They got any sort of regen for him in the lane, or is he going to have to make a trip back to base?
He's got a couple tangles, but if he just eats a stroke of fate, could just die. They're doing excellent down here, so these two just working their magic. And for one of the few games that I've seen on Miro playing the Doom, he has an advantage in the laning phase, unlike usual, so... Big stuff they're able to do down here. And they have a double creep wave as well, so...
Watson's got to be careful.
They're both so low, they can't even walk up for the CS. They're going to miss the money creep. He's pinging. Watson's like, we might need a rotation.
I was going to say, what do? You're sort of stuck underneath the tower, and as low HP as you are, against two heroes, they're more than happy to dive.
They're calling for
towards
Katomi.
Fishman. He's got the frostbite to hold him back, indeed. Katomi with a concoction ready to throw out. Watson's got to be careful. They might just be able to find him. He's chasing him down underneath the tower. I mean, he's got the silence of the Phantom's Embrace upon him. A few more right clicks. Safe's just able to dive in and take him down.
3 heroes force bottom, and they're still getting the kills with this Grim and the Doom. There's just something about these two, I swear. It's like they play versus these hard lanes, and sometimes they do just end up doing stuff like this, where they're able to just push forward and really cripple a Troll Warlord who's now completely at the bottom of the course. He's same net worth as the Grimstroke, same net worth as his supports. No one... He's going to look to make the moves to fix this stuff. He has the Bash Prime. He's making the move bottom. DM is getting gone on top.
See if these two can take him down. He's able to get the bug off him, but already a lot of damage being done. See if they want to get him up with the dive for the Shikuchi. They will. They get in under the tower. They're able to take him out. The rotation comes in. And indeed, the setup there from no one, allowing Katomi to be able to take out save with the concoction. So with the way the side lanes are going, definitely going to be some focus on no one to really use this incredible lead that he's managed to build up at the start. To really make some plays here as the mid Slardar.
Absolutely. They're going to have to look to make some nice, three-person rotations with the CM, with the Slardar, with the Alk. They do have good kill threat with the 3, but definitely got to be his work cut out for him as those side lanes, especially the bottom one, I don't think going as Entity expected to. Crushing it as the Doom.
And of course, even if that mid matchup didn't go too hot for GPK, as the Sand King, he should be able to catch up, no problem, with a few rounds to the jungle.
Yeah, he's still got Max Stinger, so he's going to be able to get that farm, and he's got the haste rune too, so he's setting up for DM.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good move here. They've got the setup. Burrow strike to follow up. Is he able to survive for these epicenter pulses? He is not. The rotation succeeds. They take down DM. Pretty much the second time back-to-back after you got initially knocked out of that top lane. So really starting to slow down the Centaur's game.
They're moving for the wisdom. No one. He's like, I've got to do everything. I feel. I got to take the wisdoms. I got to gank. He is making it happen. He will be able to claim that one. But that does mean that one of the supports will not get that juicy experience, unfortunately for them. But they're still good levels.
He's got to really carry them for this portion of the game. Pretty heavily with how well the early game has gone for BB Team's side lanes.
And look at BBT's wards. They know at this point now, top has gone very well for them. Bottom has gone very well for them. The Entity recovery is going to be through stacks, so they put 2 wards in the triangle to be able to watch these stacks and contest them. Good stuff from BBT so far. Something we've not been seeing. We've been seeing early games be pretty good from them. It's afterwards that there's been some struggle, but this time they have a very good off lane that usually doesn't go as well when Miro gets sacked.
They're in with the dive. Watson is in trouble again. Silence into the follow-up stun. Nothing to be done, or maybe he can live a little longer, but he's not got 6, and even if he did, almost certainly was going to get kited and killed regardless. So again, continuing to struggle on this bottom lane, Watson as the Troll. Team. They can start pushing this tower. I don't think anyone's going to be rushing to get down here anytime soon on Entity. It's not a safe place to be.
This is going to be one of those games where Watson's like, give me the Aghanims first. I need to make up for this early game because it is pretty devastating for him. And versus that matchup of the Lifestealer, it's a free farm Lifestealer with the lane that he was put in. So Nightfall is set up for success to be able to go whatever the usual item build, whatever he wants to really go for.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
Erosion Radiance definitely feels great. Can go down the Ags route later on if he feels he needs to. Versus the Troll, he's got a huge advantage.
Yeah, no, when you get this sort of free of a start, there's not going to be the pressure on you to turn up to fight. You just skip the armlet, go straight for the Radiance.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing less and less of that armlet as well, too. Sadly, as much as I love armlet. And bottom tower, it's 8 minutes in it. And they've taken it. Or 8 minutes 40, and they've taken it. A 2K lead, Miro at the top of the net worth. So yeah, no one is going to have to do quite a lot here as this Slardar. He almost has Blink Dagger, so he can do some explosive moves with it. But yeah, his Troll is not going to look to get involved for a very, very long time. Watson will be in the jungle.
There's going to go the Maelstrom build this game, as opposed to sort of the Battle Fury. I mean, I guess sort of expected the build-up's a little easier, a little more rapid, right? And gives you a bit more potential when you do in maybe this sort of game get forced to turn up to earlier fights.
Yeah, and then he will eventually, he'll get gifted an Aghanims at some point in the game too. So he'll have like that synergy between Aghanims and Gleipnir potentially. BBT sitting around this jungle, they're just sapping experience here. Toronto Tokyo doesn't want to risk Shikuching in and stealing anything. He could just die if he does do so. Gets a juicy amount of XP just taken away. That is going to be no one's blink.
So yeah, they've got to come out with a smoke and find something good with this. We can team up with one of the supports. Ideally, sure, Katomi, if he can come in with a follow-up concoction. Should be a decent amount of damage to take out most of the heroes.
Absolutely. They're going to work on these stacks. We were saying BBT was completely aware of them, though. They have these wards. So Nightfall, he's just going to charge at them. Centaur and Alchemist cannot contest
a few for himself here.
He's going to take all the big ones, it's looking like. He'll get one. Actually, Alchemist got that, I think.
Got one, yeah. So he got the other one.
Doom comes out onto no one.
Oh, it does. That is not the Blink Dagger reveal that they would have hoped to go for there. Getting caught immediately after he shows on the map with the Blink pickup.
Looks like they baited the rune, perhaps, and just got the stun catch up onto him. Stampede comes out, but no save.
That was not what they needed, Entity. That's a rough one. BB team. I mean, it feels like we've been waiting a few series to see this sort of level come out for them because they have struggled a lot on the main stage.
Absolutely.
But so far, yeah, this opening to the game. Yeah, what you expect from this caliber, this sort of rank of players that BB team do have on their lineup. They're crushing it. 10 minutes in, 7-2, and they've got a 3K lead.
Much better stuff, and they always will have the Doom as well to target one of these heroes. If one guy's doing well and the others are struggling, you just Doom the guy that's doing well in every single situation. So definitely going to see Miro perhaps put some focus onto Noan in these next few occasions. Every single time he walks up, bam, Doom, and then it'll feel pretty bad because Watson just... Yeah, there's no way to make plays around anybody else at this point on the side of Entity. They don't really have much team fight whatsoever on their draft, to be honest with you. The team fight kind of just comes from the supports. So yeah, definitely struggle. While BBT, they have a pretty good chunk of team fight, especially with the Grim and the Sand King having a good time. Because that Sand King matchup in the mid lane, even though no one did have that advantage, it's now completely caught up here for GPI. So let's see what Entity looks to do here with these next few moments, because yeah, the blink reveal, as you mentioned, no one, it was pretty much seen right away. That deep ward that they had from Toronto Tokyo got him caught, and it could just catch another smoke rotation, perhaps, if they look to make it. Passing the smoke, and they pop it, and yeah.
BB team.
Very crisp early game.
Let's see if they want to dodge the play or they want to sort of set up to punish the smoke. They could absolutely fight it. Yeah, they're going to bring more TPs in around the mid. They know this play's coming.
He has a point held too, so he can go for the Soulbind if the dive comes in.
They jump on a save, but indeed it's a bit of a bait. Underneath the tower, they have to pop the Stampede to retreat. TP's coming in. We'll see if they can still punish them despite the fact that Stampede was used. No one. Stampede wasn't enough to get him far enough away. The bugs are out upon him.
The Doom is not up for 8 seconds, so they can't quite get onto no one.
Yeah, he's going to be lucky to get away from that one. That was a bit of a close one. But they do get away. They don't, of course, get any sort of success with their jump, but at least they don't lose any lives.
Yep, and Stampede was used. So it's a Stampede to disengage next time. He won't be so lucky to get out after that move. They were super ready. I mean, they had the ward, so they saw the smoke coming in, so everybody just prepared. And good for Entity that they didn't run next to each other, because there could have been a situation where the Soulbind came out. As we saw Katomi, hold the skill point for that there. And they're going to look to make a move now. They have their blink on Sand King. Max stun as well. Being seeing more of this build now.
GPK on the hunt.
And they have good burst damage and good control between these two at the max inks well.
Might settle for Katomi here. And triangle. And he's going to get the concoction out.
They'll just steal the stack. Good economy game so far. Radiance, it's coming up pretty soon for Nightfall. It's going to be one of the faster ones with not just a naked Radiance either. It's a phase, a corrosion, and that Radiance. So he's going to be able to get involved while Watson's needs a lot more time.
Yeah, still about what? 700 gold away from having the Maelstrom. It's been a very, very slow start for him this game on the Troll after a tough lane.
This mid game is going to be very difficult for Entity. They kind of have to do it as a unit to bring the stuff back, because when the Radiance comes out, it's going to be 5 people running at them, and they will not have their troll in a lot of these situations. So that 5v4 will come in.
And each and every time these smoke moves, BB team know what's up. He's been getting a lot done there. Indeed, that ward, Toronto Tokyo. And he knew exactly what sort of part of the map Entity would look to try and make these plays from.
I mean, their ward game has been phenomenal. Oop. And Toronto Tokyo will just scout them out immediately. So the wards that they had on the triangle earlier scouted the stacks. They were able to contest them and steal a couple. Now these other 3 wards that they've placed have seen every movement.
And they're just going to go for the center.
Inkswell to follow.
Silence to come in to make sure that there's no chance for a Stampede to be cast, and they kill him. The 3 of them take down what should be the tankier of the heroes that Entity have on their lineup. They're able to deal with him.
Beautifully done. And that's pretty much Nightfall's Radiance done. And he's already level 11. So super high level because he's been left alone just sitting top getting all the experience for himself. He's at the same level as the mid laners, if not higher. Good old Toronto Tokyo.
These walls, they really do see everything.
They see everything. All the moves.
They know exactly what Entity's doing, what sort of progress they're making on their items.
And they're getting these items now at this point to deal with the minus armor and stuff. Miro, he almost has his Shivas done, so he's already sitting at 26 armor. Yeah, no one is probably looking at him. He's like,
He doesn't want to go on it, really.
I don't think so. Not that close to the tower. Unless he's got a 3rd hero. 2 of them, I don't believe, can kill this.
Oh, they know it. They're not going to even try. They know they can't take the Doom down. That's definitely a concern at this point. You know, no one, he had a good lane, and he's still the one leading the way out of the cause of Entity's side, but very difficult for him to really go on any of PB Team's heroes. Yeah, Nightfall, a completely uninterrupted farm this game, and now pushing in on the mid, because he feels at this stage, with how far ahead they are, there's not really a lot that he's scared of.
No, he's the strongest hero on the map. There's no silences or anything he has to worry about. He will very likely get his rage off and be able to turn things. This has been pretty much flawless so far from BBT, and on to the next.
They've got the setup with the Inkswell. Silence again coming in. I mean, Safe playing it perfectly, making sure that there's no window for DM to get a Stampede off any of these times that they're going on him.
And he's got the Shard, I believe, now, right? Yep, so he's got Shard now as well on this Grimstroke, so versus the Corrosive Haze, versus any type of chain stun that Entity potentially has also, he'll be able to just bail them right out of it. They're getting quite a bit of momentum here, and Nightfall just is going to be able to play aggressive with this team. Watson's just going to have to farm, and hope for the catch-up, because the game is in a pretty difficult situation now.
It's going to be such a long time until he's able to fight.
Yeah.
Even when
he does, he's going to get doomed. He's probably, and then he'll start getting the focus of the Doom probably in every fight.
Yeah.
Or double Doom comes out.
Yeah, and if he tries to fight pre-BKB, he's also going to get potentially just used by GPK. And even if he does get in range of the Lifestealer, he's just not going to be doing much damage at all. Rage is going to be popped, and at this stage when you've just got a Maelstrom, that's not really going to do much against a Rage Lifestealer.
See what they can do. They're under vision. No one wants to try to find somebody. They have the Epi already getting revved up. GPK is
he's ready with
super
the counter
ready.
Play.
It's an Arcane Rune as well, too.
I mean, Entity's being careful. They know how risky it is to just go on any hero. Anyone that shows themselves at this point of the game on BB Team, they're not going to be making mistakes. They're showing because they have backup behind them.
They're baiting pretty much in every single one of those situations. Continuing to get that lead. It's growing more and more and more, too. The Doom is able to get all the farm. Shivas is so fast.
Yeah, solid stuff from Mira. Good to see, because we have seen Mira have a lot of rough games on the main stage, right?
Absolutely,
Didn't have a good couple of series previously, but coming in today on his Doom, he's looking to be back at the top.
Him and GPK, to be honest with you. They've been the two that I think me and you have been the most critical on, and they've definitely improved and definitely shown they can play with this lineup that's not the most common with the Grimstroke. And a D-ward as well. So besides just having great vision that they've been able to place throughout the game, they're even getting these D-wards, dictating pace. And for Entity so far, the name of the game has just been try to stack and recover, but they keep getting contested. They have a Blink also now in the Centaur, but who can they find? Not easy grabs anymore after they've all gotten these big items. Supports perhaps can get killed, but so far, Toronto, Tokyo, and Save are playing, perfectly with their team, just playing behind them.
Starting to step out as the 4 of them. They're looking maybe to make a play on the top, Entity.
Can they find these squishier
BB Team
heroes?
Just prepared every single time. TPs are coming in. BB Team know that
they have this ward that's deep. It saw them rotating
they get the
over.
Jump. They're going to go for the easy kill first. Make the jump straight over towards Fishman. Now they can turn over towards Katomi. He's going to try for the TP out, but the Yules is there. They'll get the 2 supports.
They can turn this into Roche soon too. Playing versus the Slardar lineup, being able to potentially take that one away. Gonna be huge. They're running away with this game completely. Entity, it feels like it's just full recovery, try to find what you can do to recover this game, because it's out of control. None of the rotations have worked, and BBT's wards, BBT's vision have seen every move coming. This one again, they saw them coming from the lower deep in the lane, from the ward that they have on the minimap you can see there, and then the one that catches them right there. So
yeah, this definitely feels like a game that indeed, if Entity lose, this is going to be one that after it, they got to boot up the replay and have a look where Toronto Tokyo's been getting all this vision down, because he can't get away with this in game 2.
No, and look at this one too. They're already set up potentially for no one, not going to go for it. But another ward that they've placed down, not in the sneakiest of positions, but yeah, look, they just have coverage of everything.
Oh, this time Save getting the obs down in these deep spots, yeah. Both supports doing an excellent job of just making this a very nice and easy game for their cores.
I love their itemization so far too. He is playing versus Centaur, Slardar, Alk. Spirit Vessel's always going to be value. Go back for the Yules versus the Troll, even versus Centaur and Slardar. It's quite effective too. Yeah, loving their itemization, loving their gameplay so far. So for Entity, it's, I mean, where can they make a move since everything has gone so sour for them? It's gonna probably be around no one's Aghanims that he has now, but still not easy because they don't want to 5v5 because Watson still doesn't want to turn up free BKB.
Smoke time from BB Team Mirror. Ready to go with the Doom. They're going to find Katomi
immediately.
But Mirror's just sort of
something else.
Wondering if you can find something else. I mean, GPK has got a bit of a setup onto no one, but the Stampede will allow no one to break away a little bit. Comes to an end though, and the Yules are still ready, so they're still going to be able to get him.
Don't even need to use the Doom. Quick and easy kill.
And they can get this push going on the top lane. Look to take a tier 2.
The smoothest game we've seen from BBT.
No, in a while it feels.
It does.
Because this is what we knew that they were capable of. You know, this is what we've kind of been missing from them in the losses that they've had.
But this is beautiful. I mean, it's constant aggression. Even the Katomi can't even show to get this extra farm to farm up these Aghanims. Everybody who shows just gets gone on right away. Yeah, macro play's been really good. Whoever's making these calls on the side of BBT. It's applying a ton of pressure to Entity and not allowing them to catch up at all.
Mirror. They'll drop the Doom down for that one, take a freebie.
Boom. With the pace of the game, don't blame him. Why not?
Yeah, because every other play hasn't needed Doom, really, has he?
Nope.
Absolutely, take a kill here or there. Just it's slowing down the Alex game, because that could be kind of a big part of the potential recovery of Entity, right? If indeed he can finish in Aghanims and get it given over to the Troll.
Yeah, overall can be pretty decent.
It's like, it's something. It's something that could boost up his carry, kind of get Watson in a bit of a better position to fight.
Even gifted in Aghanims, he'll have the same net worth as the Lifestealer. That's how brutal this game really is so far. Nightfall. Yeah, great itemization too. It's kind of standard, right? Radiance Manta, now he doesn't have to worry about, you can send these illusions to also be pesky, but then also just gonna go AC, since most of that damage at this point now for Entity is just, it's physical. So they're just all dressing it with armor. The lead just, continues to grow. On to 10K. Roche is there for the picking whenever they feel like they want to go back for it, whenever they feel like they have a moment to go for it. So far, just feeling they can probably farm too much on the map to be able to just sack that much farm, but soon, I'd imagine they do go there. And Entity's just playing full recovery mode, or attempting to play that recovery mode. Everyone farming in their own separate positions. How long for Doom? 40 seconds.
Bloodstone done on GPK.
And then he can go back for his armor items if he'd like to. He actually got the Dragon Scale as well too, so he did get some luck in the neutral department, but he has some okay armor now in the Sand King. Not great, but something at the least. And we'll go back for Lotus, and yeah, now they're backing up for that Roche. Great control. Watson does make the call that he wants to attempt to contest it. His BKB is done, so they do have that timing at the least, but do they make it in time?
I don't think they do. It's either way, it's not looking like they're grouping up in time to start that move. They're getting together around the triangle, but if they don't want to smoke and make some sort of play, they're not getting here anytime soon. Roshan already down to half HP. BBT, they'll be able to finish this one up long before Entity get anywhere close to the Roche pit.
They might, I mean, look at the line drawn. Watson's making the call that he does potentially want to just try to fight. The Roche does go down.
I don't know. You don't want to fight into this.
I don't think so.
You know, sure, the game's not in a great position, but do you really want to take this sort of risky play if you're Entity into the Aegis?
They're gonna try to put Vision down at the least, maybe get a pick off or two, but no, BBT's not giving them that chance.
Get your next items, wait for a high ground defense. Yeah, you don't want to be walking into them when they're picked up the Aegis like this. They're just not in a shape to fight them right now, Entity. They need to hope that the game goes on maybe a little longer and they can get another item, and then maybe they can sort of stand a chance with Watson at the front of the fight. You know, get this, what Aghanim's done on Kataomi. He's pretty close, about 1,000 gold away from being able to get that Aghanims, being able to pass it over.
Feels like Watson needs the +1 item on top of the Aghanims to actually be able to fight back versus this troll.
For sure,
this lifestealer. It really does, because
he needs a lot.
Yeah, these fights just look incredibly complicated, and if you do force fights on the side of Entity, then we'll see the double doom come out. It is inevitable that it will come out if Entity does look to force the issue. How close is he to having it? He's 300 gold away from that first Aghanims. But that does, it'll be pretty much AC finished at that point also for Nightfall. They're now pressuring these lanes, pressuring the towers too. Yeah, I really like the way they're itemizing. And playing as DM. Trying to play around it. Miero, he's on him.
Ooh, indeed, he's found him.
And they get the silence. Save is always there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream for Miero, because he's just never really needing to use the Doom. They can lock down and kill these heroes off without it every single time with a backup of supports.
Yeah, I really do think. I feel like Save and Miero just absolutely own this game. They own the bottom lane in a difficult position. Made the rotations where Miero's just been able to save Doom for pretty much every single target that he needed it for. Yeah, the silences are clutch. This Grim Pick is absolutely working to beauty. And it's a treat to see, because what we were saying, this hero has not had the best performance in a lot of these tournaments, so it's nice to see that it can still work well, even without getting double dooms off.
Yeah. And maybe it does sort of take someone like Save, who's also like a master tier level Grim, to make it work.
True.
But when it works, it works. As definitely feels like in particular caused a lot of issues for DM. You know, multiple times, and DM just getting ink-swelled into the Phantom's Embrace and just not getting to do anything on the Centaur. And we see, yeah, so far, Nightfall with his lifestealer not able to find a win, but this looks like this game may be the one where he's finally able to get one of those wins on the board here. This
yeah. And he's about to have AC. So then your Troll, your Slardar, pretty much your entire draft damage is... it's gone. No one. We'll be able to TP away, but 2 to 14.
We've had
can't find anything.
Some one-sided affairs here today.
Quite a lot, yeah.
They have the stomps.
Their target again.
Arrows in. This time they'll drop the Doom down.
Okay.
They've got the backup coming in. GPK is in with the jump. No one's going to look towards Save, see if he can take the Grim out. He's in on top of him. We'll be able to find him. Watson.
Okay.
He's trying to kill off the Sand King. Does he have the damage to do something? Yours is going to be there. Nightfall's going to start working on towards no one. Watson's BKB is soon to come to an end, so he's got to start considering retreating. He does still have the ult to rely on, and now he's ready to pop it. He's sent up in the air.
Nice
Fishman, he's popping the freezing field. Fishman getting low. They're taking him out. Now Nightfall turns over towards Watson. Burrow Strike comes in again from GPK. They kill Watson off. I mean, they get 2 kills there, Entity. That really was them kind of giving it their all. But it feels like at this point, giving it their all just ain't good enough, folks, with how far they are behind.
Great infest from Nightfall. He has Aegis anyway, so it's very inevitable that he's going to be able to clean up there. And they couldn't even bring down GPK. In the midst of 5 heroes, Bloodstone gets to Yule's reset, stun out, and go back in as well, too. That was a pretty all-in fight that they went for, too. That was the Ags timing. That was the BKB as well on the Troll. And
yeah, and just
kill one of the lifestealers.
Toronto Tokyo with the second Jules in that fight.
Yeah.
Very nice pick up this game for Weaver.
Yeah, get from gameplay, like macro play, to observer ward play, to just itemization so far from BBT. It's been as clean as it comes.
See if they're at least able to get the Aegis out of him. They're not. Nightfall's just able to take the racks and walk away without any of them being able to do anything. So Nightfall, he's going to lose it anyway in 40 seconds. Going for the Aghanims next.
But they've gotten quite a decent amount out of it. Yeah, it's 2 points only, and 2.6 doesn't look like the highest, but it is quite a bit of structural damage as we see there. And he's going to go Ags. So the answer for the Troll, he already has answers for Trolls. It's going to be a complete answer for the Troll.
Yeah, between sort of the Doom and the Aghanims infest.
They're going to try for GPK. He's a little split.
This time, surely they've got a chance of taking him down.
He's got the Bloodstone up.
He's got backup coming in, but GPK, he will be killed off this time.
All right, they do find a pretty big pick off. Nightfall. 8 seconds for Aegis.
With the Rage to start getting away from them all. Have got any further way to chase him down? They don't. So Nightfall will escape, but indeed, killing off GPK, it's...
No one.
You want to try and get more.
Nightfall in the front lines. Rage is on cooldown for a second.
Get the stun onto him.
The Dooms.
Oh, Miro.
There they are.
He's going to turn. Indeed, they've got the soulbind onto the boat for them. Nightfall. He's running down the Centaur. Centaur, he's going to be taken out.
And Watson can't get away.
There's no escape for him.
Yeah, these two have just been flawless. Watch the Master at work indeed. Save and Miro. Impeccable performance. Perfect stun onto the two ideal targets. The Doom. Watson can do nothing. And that was them picking the fight. They really tried to push forward there. I believe the Doom had just come up, if I'm not mistaken, too, because it was just, it was like still on cooldown for a couple seconds, and then boom, as soon as it comes up, he catches the perfect grab.
How do they go about fighting into this? It's
playing around the cooldown, I think, is the best attempt, but it's still difficult too, because now you're respawning and the Doom's going to start coming back up. But I think you might have to just go.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
It's always nice when the enemy puts the Roshan timer or the Aegis timer in the chat for you, which I imagine is what that was.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not easy for them. Not easy for Entity. But yeah, 60 seconds until Doom does come back up, so if there's any windows that they are kind of looking for, it would be one to try, but they're split up and no one.
He's got BKB. So goes for the BKB TP. Nothing to put a stop to that. When Doom's not available, so he's away.
That is his first BKB usage, if I'm not mistaken, though. So he does show up with a fresh BKB, does have to pop it instantly, and now probably can't take advantage of that Doom being on cooldown. They probably couldn't anyway, but it was one of those maybe chances that they could try to push forward for it. And now GPK, he has a Lotus, so he's got that big armor item to protect himself. That next time that they go on him, he might just survive versus 3 heroes. Entity. What's the next biggest? I mean, what's the next biggest item for Watson, really, in particular? He wants the S&Y just to be able to deal with if he does get doomed. But BBT's accelerating.
Yeah, they're ready to start taking kills outside the base. They actually even catch no one as well on this. As he's on the retreat,
can he even get away?
But indeed, the BKB's on cooldown. Is he able to get away from this in time? He's not. He's gone. He's out for 70 seconds, no buyback on him.
They're going to look for at least a secondary set, maybe even 3. 60 seconds without the starter. Yeah, Entity needs everybody.
They can take so much here, BBT. The mid-Brax is going to be going down. It's going to be very hard to push them away with just the 3 heroes alive that Entity have. Up to the top lane.
Yep, they can get it all. High fives coming out from GPK.
So if they're able to pull together one final fight, Entity. They do not have the buyback available on no one.
Save in position too. They're ready for the double Doom. If they see a chance, they'll go for it.
Well, what's this stepping up? He's going to get focused first hit by Nightfall. We'll back away. There's the buyback. No one's actually going to go straight in with the BKB, jump in the backlines. He's looking for the Grimstroke.
He will
be able to take Safe down. He's been infested for now by Nightfall. Now it comes to an end. They're in on top of Miro. Miro puts the BKB, but they've got it. Now over towards Nightfall. They've got the man to retreat. GPK comes in with the Burrow Strike, and now Nightfall's thinking about turning. He's ready to go back in. Over towards Watson, caught by the silence. Watson goes down. He'll buy back straight away, but there's no one now for 100 seconds after that dieback. Fishman trying for the TPR. He'll manage to make it back to the safety of the base. Jump forward from Totem. He gets the concoction out on towards the Grimstroke, but GPK, he's in with the stun. See if Nightfall can get back in on this, considering there's actually going to be a jump from DM over towards the backlines. Nightfall, he was waiting for it, stays on the high ground, is ready to turn his attention straight over towards the Centaur. DM's gone.
On to the next.
And now they go over for Kato, he get the easier, squishier kills. The Alchemist falls. They still have buybacks to play with. They're going to come in with the 2 more of them.
Here comes GPK's healing.
And they're diving the base. Watson, he's been caught by the silence. The Burrow strikes in. GG. He's out again, dead for 90 seconds. GG is called. BB team. Finally, with a beautiful game from them here on the main stage. It's what we've been waiting for.
It's what we've been waiting for a long time.
And this just sort of delivers on all fronts from them here. Yeah. This was fantastic stuff all across the board from BB team.
Yeah, tons of credit I have to give it, of course, to Save in particular, making this Grimstroke look absolutely phenomenal. It made it look like, wow, why isn't this hero picked more, right? Every single place that he was, they were getting a kill because he has this coverage of silence. They're able to save Doom in so many situations, and they won the lane versus the CM Troll, and not only just won it, they dominated that lane.
He just didn't get that early farm, Watson. He was always farming, playing from behind because that tough start in the lane. And, you know, look at the other lanes as well, right? GPK, you know, sure, no one might have had the edge in the 1v1. As you said, he got given a bottle. GPK played it cool, and he came back to the game, as we've seen many Sand King mids do, 4-2 and 15, and causing a lot of havoc for them in those later team fights. They tried to get their BKBs, Entity tried to fight around them, but BB team, they just had too solid of a lead and were too just on point with the timings and the vision right. It completely shut down the ability for Entity to make any sort of those crucial smoke plays to get back in the game.
It really was just everything across the board. It was, like I said, it felt like one of the cleanest games that we've seen from BBT after they've had quite a bit of difficulties, at least closing games out. This one, they made it look real clean. Objectives from objective to objective, itemization as well too. Yeah, it was one of the better games that we've seen. And yeah, definitely big credit to the Grimstroke and the Doom just being able to really crush the CM troll lane that literally made it so Watson was just in recovery mode for 30 minutes.
Yeah, it really was. Well, Entity, I'm sure we can expect more from them because we've seen more from them. So game 2, I'm pretty hopeful that we'll get a bit of a closer one. I said we've had a few stomps today. BB team continuing that trend after we had it coming in from XG earlier with the 2 against Aurora. Now this game 1, Entity just never really having a chance to work their way back into it. We'll see if game 2 changes things up, or if BB team, they might be the sort of the beginning of their hot streak here.
Entity up against BB team. I mean, it was a tough one for Entity. The draft never really having a chance in there. Owen was just saying it before. But most importantly, you guys didn't like the swap over to Lifesteal right at the end, even though we talked about comfort over meta.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a huge fan in the beginning, but it doesn't really matter if you win your 2 lanes very handedly. I feel like in this game in particular, the Troll Warlord and the Crystal main lane should have done much better versus the Doom Grimstroke lane. It went really poorly for them, and then the Weaver support, they came down as well, added 3 heroes to the mix. Watson just couldn't have a game.
Yeah.
Mid lane was really going well for this Slardar, who was, popping off first 10 minutes of the game. He was pulled off the bottle by his Alchemist, so he was on top of the network. The problem was he did not have any heroes to play with. Who you're going to play with? Crystal Maiden, not the hero that can, go in, follow when Slardar picks up a Blink Dagger. And also Alchemist, he's more about the stacking, getting some stacks done for his own team so that you're getting gold that way. He doesn't really provide you with much damage, so that was one of the issues that they had.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 lanes that we thought should have gone better for them, the Troll and the Slardar, just couldn't get any legs for themselves. And I think that's massive props to BB team finding out the way for them to rotate, which ones they really were able to capitalize on shutting down and making sure none of those rotations. Also stack stealing as well. BB team were on top of that one too.
On point. I gotta give credit to Toronto Tokyo, who was pretty much in their own, he was tier 2, was planting some deep observer wards near the tier 3 towers as well on this Fever. Very sneaky, very difficult to catch, and I think all of these ops pretty much were not dewarded throughout the whole game, so they need to watch the replay and see what he did.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game overall, but I think if you're Entity going to this next game, they have a couple issues. One is they're being really greedy on Kataomi, which it can work, it's fine, but that's automatically default free farm to the enemy carry. And then the second thing is the issue with their safe lane. You can't lose your lane that hard in a lane you're supposed to win. If you're going to be losing your off lane by default, your safe lane has to win, and that is just not what's happening, unfortunately, for them. So they need to either fix the greed and try to win their off lane, or they have to find a situation where they can win their safe lane.
All right, well, look, we've had our analysis, but you guys might have noticed that we're 1 analyst short. That's because Kezu has some highlights that he wants to run over with us, so let's head on over to him.
Thank you, Nat. I need to show you guys a couple of the things that the Bibbidi Bobbidi team did really well in this game, which honestly is even the fact that they were ahead in this game. So first of all, we need to look here. It's 4:54 in the game, and you can already see that they just have a couple of creeps here pushing in, and they're going to abuse this very, very nicely. So if we can go ahead and roll this clip. So here they have more creeps. Not only are they going to dive, because they're already very low on the CM and the Troll, they're also going to use Glyph in a moment here to keep the creep wave alive. Not only are they now diving them, they are also forcing Kataomi to come bottom, making Centaur's lane even worse. So they continue to dive. They're going to get the kill, and pay attention here to save. When the next creep dies now, he's gonna get level 4. He's gonna skill Phantom's Embrace, put it onto Troll so he can kill, so he sees him in order to get him killed. So this is already kind of the first thing in the game that shouldn't really be happening. And now we can run highlight 2, because this is all about basically the early stuff that they do that kept giving them a lead in the lead, more vision on the map. So we can go with clip number 2, which is, it's only 9 minutes 40 in the game. Pay attention to the observer wards that we can see here on the map. The observer already shows it very nicely. You see one here in the Radiant jungle. We're going to see another one here in the triangle as well. Basically, what these wards allow them to do, currently it already shows them where no one is on the map. No one is the hero that's snowballing. He's going to be the one getting the blink. He needs to be the one snowballing. So first of all, it allows Nightfall to go here and keep shutting down this Centaur wall runner that DM is playing. And at the same time, if we can look here at the minimap, this ward showed no one run to the bottom rune, which is the reason why they're already ready here to kill him. So the hero snowballing most, they're shutting him down. The hero that's struggling, they're shutting him down even more. Now, third highlight is only going to be around like minute 11-ish. And what I want to show you guys is the map state. How Bad Boom kind of abused the early lead to keep being ahead in the game. So what happens here is that they're going to slow the game down. They stack the triangle because right now we can see Nightfall, he's in the top half. He can't really be pressured because he's a lifestealer. He's here, you know, Toronto, Tokyo on his Weaver, farming jungle, placing wards. They're farming the triangle with the other two heroes, and look what Miero is doing. The best thing you can do after you've owned a carry in the lane is to abuse this side camp. He keeps pulling it because look at Watson's net worth. He's 3,700 net worth. He's down here in the corner. He wants to keep waiting for these creeps to keep running into him. But they can't because he keeps abusing the side camp. And then lastly, I have a fourth highlight. Yeah, it's going to be at 1140. And this is kind of, I would say, the nail in the coffin. It's the same ward from earlier that's not dewarded. They see the smoke. They know he has a blink dagger. So now they know, okay, you know, they're coming mid. They're going to make a move. They set up nicely. Who do they put first? They put Safe as the kind of first contact so that he eats it. They instantly stun with the Sand King. They slow down the best move that no one kind of has on the map. They don't kill him, but they make sure that he doesn't get a kill. They make them waste Stampede. And all of these small things. This is exactly how pro games are won. This is what they did so well. And with that, back to Nat and the X-Pros.
Thank you so much, Kezo. I mean, he's talking about all of these 1%, things that add up, the things that are able to make sure the BB team don't give Entity the leeway in to get the foot through the door. But we're also in front of BB teams. But does it bring back any old memories for you, Fia? Deep in the recesses?
A little bit. Usually I was behind instead of in front with a microphone, so a little bit different in that regard. But yeah, getting to see all their player setups, all the individual things each player has for their type of like gameplay, it brings back some memories for sure.
Yeah. Is there any setup that you're particularly looking at, Lacoste?
You know, different setups than back in the days when I was playing, but, you know, looking good. And, you know, I'm really glad that I'm here in front of the camera because I'm not nervous at all compared to back when I was playing on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, the only prep that we have to do for game number 2 is actually going to a break. When we come back, though, we'll have that draft and we'll see exactly if BB team are able to close out this best of 3 in the lower bracket.
sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like a Nita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time.
Entity up against BB Team. Game number 1, there wasn't really much room for Entity to find their way back in, and that was due to a lot of reasons Kezu pointed out. Those rotations, the warding, everything was on point for BB Team. It felt the 2 days that they had off, they've rejuvenated themselves. They've come back as a brand new team that's ready to put something together. Great draft and great play style. So let's see if it's able to stay consistent in game number 2 here, or if Entity, with the Sand King ban, learning already, maybe going to bring out something new from their pocket Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. BB Team, like, where was this team during the
last 10 days? Yeah,
pretty much. Like, what happened? Because they completely popped off. Something that we did point out during the first panel was talking about Nightfall and his play style, that he's not joining. He had a complete free farm. He was playing against Alchemist, Centaur in the lane. They're definitely not going to lose that lane, and he was being much more active. Like, he was paired up with his Sanking Blink Dagger stun. He's infesting. He's being very active in the enemy triangle, stealing some of the stacks. So really good stuff from Nightfall in this game number 1.
Yeah, also, I really like how they just played around him, right? Like, he had a good lane, they had good aggressive wards, he can keep running, like, into the enemy triangle, because they already took the tier 1 tower, so just understanding, like, who to play through and when. If I'm Entity, I feel like I'm starting to get some PTSD of playing against Weaver. They lost to it, I'm pretty sure, yesterday twice to Gaming Gladiators. Toronto Tokyo played an insane game, all the wards he got out. Like, I feel like this is a hero that they need to respect, either by picking, or banning, or having a better strat, because last game, I thought they had a really good time, like it should have had, but yeah, BBD Bobbity, they came prepared.
Two very different openers here as well now. Snapfire, she went unpicked in the opener of game number 1. That's because Sand King was let through. Obviously, this time around it being banned, they decided that that's something that's high enough priority for them that they want to be able to pick up for themselves. Is it core or is it support, though, for BB team?
It's a flex, but we've seen GPK play a lot of this hero. When we saw him play the hero day 1 or day 2, he didn't look too good. He was like kind of out of place, not playing with the rest of the team, getting boots of travel. Like you pair up Snapfire with any kind of stun, any support that has a stun, any offlaner, guaranteed kill on pretty much any hero with the Mortimer's Kisses. You're never going to lack damage with this hero. Very good at scaling. So most likely going to be mid, but of course they're going to keep it as a flex.
Yeah, hopefully BB team has learned a lesson from their previous losses as well. And last time they ran the snap, one issue they had is the snap just couldn't find any kills on the map because they didn't have any heroes that could initiate. We saw in the last draft that they pulled off there, very well rounded. They did have a mid laner with a blink initiation. They had the combo with the Grimstroke and Doom. They had a stable carry. Everything seemed to work together. For Entity, I'm a little afraid for their over creative process, I would say, and the drafting there. They are oftentimes going to be sacking their offlane every single game just because Kaomi is playing these time zone voids, these alchemists. Like, they're giving a free lane every single time to the enemy carry. And that puts a lot of weight on no one to do well in mid, which he normally does. But the last game, it also puts a lot of weight on your safe lane to do well. So if you do have a bad laning stage like Watson did with Fishman, in a lane that they probably shouldn't have done so poorly in, your game is just going to collapse in front of you because both side lanes lose, and now you're going to be ran at. And if BB team has a well-rounded draft with lots of stuns and high-tempo heroes, you're going to be in trouble.
I mean, when I look at BB squad, honestly, their offlane, I don't know how they do it, but Save and Miero, I think especially Save, he kind of pulls like stuff out of his head that I don't really know how it's possible. I don't think they should have won this lane, but he's always one of the players that I'm kind of looking at, like for them to have a good time. I am at least a fan that Entity pick up the Weaver, like I was saying before. This hero is really big in your draft, especially from second pick. He's annoying for Snap, he can run around, he's a great support, he's a great core. But at least this time, you know, the tiny man, he will sneak into the draft.
Bug squasher, I like to call him.
Yep, pretty much. Now they need to pick Toronto Tokyo heroes because they want to keep the flex between these two. They still want to, you know, keep Tiny and Snapfire flex open. So something strong. Okay.
We did see it was Mr. Jinkyu, who he had a banger of a Lion game. He went like 6-0, 14. You know, he took the melee Facet and farmed an easy camp after killing someone.
Very good.
Very good, of course.
It's a good-looking Facet, but in terms of what it does,
it's kind of XD.
It is, yeah, a bit underwhelming.
That's how much confidence he had when...
yeah, he knew.
Yeah. Probably not going to be picked up in this game, though.
Probably not. Something that I did mention.
Probably will. Why not?
What?
I mean, the other one's just not very good.
Yellow cost.
Yeah, I prefer the other one. I prefer the drain damage.
I'm going to say he's going to take it again, and he's going to slap some more small
This is going to be
camps.
Drum's Shadowblade build from Mr. Lion himself, like Jinkyu did.
Yeah. But doesn't that make you a threat on the map, though? Like, you can potentially, if you get to that stage, become one of those heroes that can solo kill supports. With the other Facet, you're just always going to be kind of that backline mana drain type of hero. So I like the idea behind it.
He's playing the backline.
Yeah, most likely. And Templar Assassin's going to come out. I'm not seeing a lot of reason to pick it right now, to be honest with you. And this is a hero that throughout the previous patches, especially when the Facet patch came out, was just overall first ban, first pick. But this hero's received like 12 nerfs, I think, since then. And she is no longer a hero that you can just pick early. So I'm a little afraid that you are picking it this early. You do have a lot of ways like Avalanche, the Kisses, even Lion Lockdown is very annoying, things you can't blink away from. Put you in a situation where you're pretty vulnerable here. So kind of a ballsy pick here.
Something that I mentioned is pair up this Snapfire with any of the stuns, and I see Tiny, Avatos, or just the Lion with the Blink Hex or Hex stun. It's going to be more than enough to kill these heroes from 100 to 0, I would say. And also, you got to be slightly careful when playing Lion if you like don't Hex him insta, because Hex is not the most... it's not the strongest ability against the Shukuchi, so it can be a little tricky. You have, I have Lion, I'm going to be able to lock him down, and then he like just runs away if he gets that Shukuchi before the Hex.
Yeah, I do like a lot of this minus armor strat, at least, that's going on from Entity. Like, you have a lot of like fast pace, you can take Roche. They do play a very good TA. I feel like if Nightfall can man up a little bit here, a hero that I would be a little afraid of if I'm Entity, unless my early game is Giga, could be Faceless Void. Maybe the lane isn't good enough. I don't know how you feel, Fear. Like, there's still probably a counter pick going on later.
I mean, his lane is never good, but it's always good enough, right? And as long as you have a combo, I think it's a good game for it. You do have, you're playing versus Weaver, you're playing versus Pango. Even if you can catch the TA, not really a big issue.
I was thinking, it's fine. I was thinking maybe Sven, just because of the Warcry. There is so much minus armor on their team that you might need some kind of a buff, or you need a hero like they did in the previous game, because most of the damage from Entity was physical. They picked Lifestealer, third item AC, to buff him up, because every single hero on Entity, as Kezo pointed out, does have a minus armor.
Yeah. I mean, there is one. I know that I think it was LGD who played Carry Tiny into a TA just because you have a lot of built-in armor. I don't know how good that is because I haven't played it myself. That's another option. But I feel like mid Tiny just seems like pretty chill. It allows your supports to just play with you. Doom, of course, I feel like there's a lot of teams that can make this hero look good. I mean, they made it look very good last game. I don't know if it's quite as good as it was last game, but you know, if it works for them, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I like the Doom. It's definitely not as good. You don't have a perfect target. I'd be surprised if CK doesn't get banned by Entity here, because I think that's the type of hero
that's a good hero
you really want to pick if you are Nightfall here. There's like some cool things you can do with CK as well. Like you can interrupt Shield Crash with Reality Rift. So if you are laning against it, you can just skill that level 1 and just interrupt every single time he tries to double jump. And that is one of the worst matchups for TAs, well, any of the illusion heroes, but they're kind of covered with the agility ones, with the Pango, with the ET as well, but the strength illusion hero in the CK probably has to go.
Ooh, they banned Dragonite. That's an interesting one, because right now, BB team
hasn't won a game with it yet.
0-3. Yeah, they didn't win a game yet with this hero, so I probably wouldn't pick it, even though he has that, you know, built-in armor is quite tanky. But it seems like they are improving, at least in this series, in terms of drafting, because Baked Beans team, they kind of cooked a really good draft in game number 1.
That is very, very true. If I'm looking at the next picks here, so Underlord is getting banned out. That could lead a little more into what Fear was talking about with the CK. I feel like that's not a good matchup for this hero. Of course, it is also kind of protecting your Tiny in a way. But I do like the Entity bans. I don't know if this is, if they think that the Tiny is carry or mid, but either way, you know, Wind Ranger can go wherever. DK also kind of makes sense. But yeah, do you see anything else other than CK, Mr. Fear?
I think CK is by far the best here. Outside of that, not a huge fan of the illusion heroes. I mean, you could make TV work, not really feeling that. Sven isn't terrible, as he mentioned as well. You could go Lifestealer again if you really want to.
Yeah.
I think those are like kind of your 3 options.
Well, I think, like Lacoste mentioned, Sven is pretty nasty here. You have 3 heroes that can go in. Warcry.
Just buff up the team. Like, I've also seen Svens, when they are having that good of a game, when they're playing into a lot of minus armor, that they pick up an earlier shard for themselves, just understanding how important it is. There's nothing to dispel the Warcry with, so maybe he's not gonna go for it. And it's also Nightfall, which, you know, he loves to play super greedy, itemize for himself. They need to find a hero, something that's gonna threaten this Sven, because right now, I'm really not seeing it. This is a very strong draft from BBD Boppity team. Every single hero has a stun, very easy to play, very easy to execute draft.
I think you got to man up here and pick Ursa in this particular game. Throw the TA mid, hope it does well. I don't know if there's an offlaner that's going to really pressure Sven, and I don't think you want to be contingent on winning that lane because Sven's going to farm anyway.
Yeah, I'm having a
pick Ursa. I think you have an option against the Doom, you have an option against the Sven. At least you have a win condition, and right now looking at their heroes, I'm not seeing a win condition.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding an offlaner that would like wow me. Like, you know, Entity picking, I'm like, damn, this brings the draft together, you're good against Sven. A lot of those are banned out. There's no Slardar, there's no Beast. So I wouldn't be opposed to them just going for a different role. Like you mentioned, maybe the Ursa.
I want to see something that's like, I can get behind that. That hero's going to carry the game type of situation. And that was not it, unfortunately.
Well, Ember is at least an overall very well-performing hero. I don't think it necessarily like stops the Tiny if you do want to go for some Flame Guard build, which isn't as popular, but you could live through like some Tiny bursts into kisses, so I can see that. I mean, Entity have a lot of tempo with like their TA, you have Pango, you have Weaver, but I feel like they need to play off of that and have like very nice team fights that are prolonged from high range with Sleight of Fist, but I like what the Bikini Bottom team, you know, what they kind of cooked up here.
Same. I think this team, this is going to be, the way I see it, this is going to be like very fast draft from Bibbidi Bobbidi team. This is like 30-35 minute game from their side. Even though they have ways to come back, you know, with the Ember Spirit. Not sure I like it too much, but Sleight of Fist, it's going to hurt with all this minus armor in the mid game team fights. But I do like BB team quite a lot.
You feel that there isn't necessarily going to be this window for Entity yet again. You see similar things as to game number 1 here happening where, you know, lanes might go okay, but ultimately there's nowhere. You have to make it quick, by the way.
The lane should go a lot better. TA could carry this game. I think they have to snowball this game if you want to win on Entity, but it's possible.
All right. I like that you've given your thoughts. Everyone was jumping on the bandwagon of BB team, but let's head on down to Purge, who's joined by Entity's coach for some more words about their draft.
Thanks, I'm here with Estini. Your draft just finished. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling good, feeling good. I feel like we fixed the mistakes we had on game 1. Now we have stronger lanes, so should be easier game for us, or not that hard.
Okay, I was looking at your draft, and your first 4 heroes are almost exclusively physical damage. Their last pick was a Sven. Is that worrying you at all?
Not really, not really. Is it Sven support? I don't think so, right?
I don't really know.
Okay, I assume it's carry, and I think it will not really interact like this. I believe like the position 5 Sven is better counter to physical damage, but I believe they had Sven 5, they would have Tiny carry, which is cringe lane. So it's, yeah, fine.
All right, doesn't have to worry about Warcry. You heard it here. All right, thanks for joining me and good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the action here between Entity and BB Team. Fogged, we've just seen the lineups, the drafts. I mean, what do you make of it? We are getting that last pick Ember Spirit coming in. You were telling me beforehand, this hero, pretty good win rate at this tournament.
Yep. I mean, the Invoker did also in that series before, which was like a 70%, but it has fallen off completely. We've been seeing pretty much no Ember Spirit picks across the board from anybody here. They want to finish this off because they want to have a little bit more mixed damage and a bit more early aggression is what that tells me from Entity. And you heard it from Estini himself. They want to have better lanes because that, you know, last game, the game was decided not like completely off the lanes, but pretty much. It was quite convincing, especially that top lane, which is the one we'll have to keep eyes on. Of course, Save and Miero working their magic. Save playing another one of his master tier 4 positions that can do a lot of work. We saw, of course, Jin Q as well, too, playing the Lion versus a Weaver, which, of course, it feels excellent when you get to play this double disable versus a Weaver, but they do round up the draft with an Ember, so that can also make Save's job even better, too, to be able to get this extra catch versus Ember Spirit.
Entity, they're going to get proactive very early here. Smoke up, ready to find first blood if they can.
They want to get an advantage in this game and try to press forward with it for sure, because BBT's draft, as the game goes on, it scales very hard.
Who are they going to go for? They're kind of split. Yeah, they're not going to be able to find anything here, Entity. Nope. Not able to catch BB Team. BB Team play it cool.
But they'll get 3, right? 3 bounties for the side Entity.
Yeah, they will actually, yeah. So there we go. And we got a little bit of a lead to start things off. This time, Entity, they need what they could get. They did have a rough game 1. And talk to me about this as well. So obviously with the Ember Spirit coming in as last pick, we heard the panel, right? They were kind of discussing alternative carry options. Obviously that didn't come through in the last pick, and it does stay with Watson playing the TA in the safe lane. What were sort of the main concerns then? Do you also share them when you're trying to run the TA as the safe lane carry this game against this lineup?
I think it does put them on a bit of a timer, or at least like they need to get a big advantage and kind of snowball off of that one, because if not, I mean, we'll see the, you know, the Spirit for a second run across the map, but if not, the, you know, the Ursa in particular that they were suggesting, that's one that can scale as the game progresses massively versus that 1v1, that core-to-core matchup. So I think that's what they were kind of looking for, just having that extra snowball, playing around this Ember to be able to dictate tempo. Because what they ideally want is to have better lanes, get tempo around the map, get an early Roshan, and kind of close that game pretty early on. But BBT, definitely a lineup that can fight back early. It's not super greedy by any means. Sven and Doom can be a little bit greedy if they do make some mess-ups in the laning phase, but if they don't, they should be okay.
Yeah, GPK, I imagine, is going to be pretty active. We saw how well he was able to do in that last game after having not an easy matchup against no one in that mid lane. Well, we have no one in that game one getting the solo kill against GPK.
Indeed. I feel like I'm going to see. I actually need to check. When was the last time? Let me check one quick thing.
Bottom lane. Pretty much entirely physical there between the two lineups in these early trades. We'll see if...
It is an immense amount of physical damage.
Can these two, you know, with this weave of Pango lane, is there the opportunity for them to get kills, or is it unlikely against the Snap Sven?
I think they can get aggressive. I've been seeing these Pangos just being able to push the issue quite a bit here, and it's a lot of minus armor between these two. Weaver also, it's hero. Level 2, you're essentially level 3 hero, as we always like to say, so.
I mean, they're level 2, but the hesitations on trying to make any sort of immediate move at the moment from Entity, so. Seems like with this setup, they don't feel this is one of those lanes where you do hit the 2 and then you go.
Yeah, I think Nightfall getting Warcry, you know, sometimes you do see the cleave, a lot of times, especially if you're playing versus that minus armor, it's a little
mid
to his mid. No, he does it again.
I mean, he was doing it last game, he does it again this time. And this time, he doesn't even die. He's able to walk away alive.
And this time, he doesn't have a free bottle from his ally either.
I mean, we said, you know, last game, it was sort of eyes on no one to try and do something crazy to carry the game after a strong start in the mid. Wasn't able to do it. I would dare to say that on an Ember Spirit, if he gets a good start, this hero, it's much easier.
Absolutely, and what a play from Owen. Body blocks, GPK tries the big play with a branch, but gets eaten right away. And it was perfect timing for Nolan because he's able to back up and get the double water rune for the refill. Heads up play from this Ember. And the panel talked about it quite a bit here, is this Ember Spirit. You look at the lineup that he's got around him, it's tough to even think of lineups that are better with an Ember, because everybody applies minus armor. TA, Weaver, and the Pango apply it, and then ET also is a classic old combo with the Ember, because you're amplifying the magical, and if you get close, of course, that physical as well, too. And yeah, so far we do see. No one is one of those ones that has been putting that win rate up on the Ember Spirit.
Because what we said with the overall win rate was around us like 70, 60 something, right? With a decent amount of games.
67% across 40 games. So.
That is, in terms of kind of win rates you see at tournaments, with that quantity of games, that's pretty rare, right?
Yeah.
You don't get that high usually with that.
Especially with like the fact that this hero kind of, it just disappeared. we were seeing it so much early on, and then the rise of the Sand King kind of came out. People maybe deterred from picking it because of that, but yeah, it's been seeing less and less of it, so kind of get blessed, of course, to see what no one's able to do with it after he gets a first blood. He is, of course, going to be playing versus a Doom, versus a Lion. There's going to be a plethora of disables he's going to have to deal with in the mid-game, but so far off to a good start. Watson, it was a slow start for him again in the top lane, or in the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, would you sort of consider TA an easier hero to catch up on farm compared to a troll if you have a slower starting lane?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely. You can just go straight to the jungle, get the stacks going, you can work on them very easy, one of the best stack takers.
So yeah, Watson maybe not going to be too concerned with the fact that the lane is not proven to be easy. Something that we're definitely seeing Miro and Save, if they're on the same level of players they were bringing last game. I think the expectations were always going to be there for Entity that whatever they draft top lane, it's going to be tough.
And these pullbacks do end up happening so that the TA is going to be able to get that extra farm under the tower there too, so nicely done there from Fishman. They will pull it off though, Miro will be able to grab that aggro, but... Yeah, I think Watson does want to have a bit of a better time up here, though. They did even heard it from Mastini there. They do want to be able to have some better lanes, so the fact that Miro is just free farming up there is very, very good for the side of BBT. And so far, the Sven bottom is actually just is free farming as well, too. The Pango's getting good farm as well, DM. But DM could get brought down if he's not careful of his positioning, especially right now.
Set things up here. Little Shredder coming in, but he gets the shield crash off. He's actually attempting to stand his ground here, DM. Katomi is around. I mean, it's just a very hard lane for anyone to die in.
It does feel like it.
Like they've both got sort of protective measures to save one another between that shield crash, between the war cry on the other side of things.
Especially if, I mean, Tokyo levels up the scatterblast and then just misses it because he does have the full bore facet, so he's trying to line up those as Fishman looks to make an early aggressive move.
I mean, with the bugs, if they can get in with the bugs, they should be ready to dive pretty strong.
They have creep. They don't have creeps though, so
yeah, it's a bit awkward. Fishman shows himself, kind of reveals his hand, and BBT aren't going to they're going to be like, okay, now what?
That was a bit of an interesting rotation from Fishman. I guess he just feels like the top lane is over. He can't really contribute too much, because the thing is, if they dive there, a Lion TP's in, and then there's a double disable, and you're likely to just get killed there, so.
Talking about the Lion save.
That one.
He's kind of got his hands full here. And backup's going to come in from Totem. He gets the bugs out. They're going to be able to take the one of them. GPK also ticking down his armor to the bugs. So turn around with an avalanche, but the slight is going to hit pretty hard. And they just need the right clicks alone. GPK will put the stick charges, but he is absolutely dead. As this mid lane continues to be a beautiful part of the map for Entity. No one, as I was saying earlier, you know, you can put him on an Ember Spirit, give him a good start. He is much more likely to be able to carry your game as opposed to having a good start on a Slardar. The Ember, this hero can take over.
And let's be honest, this is more of a no one hero. You know, when you think of no one, you think these pucks, these storms, these Embers. Slardar, yeah, it's a strong hero, but when you're thinking of no one, these are his bread and butter, these spirits. So enabling him nicely and looking to steal the Wisdom Rune save.
I mean, he might be able to
stun, but he might need help.
Yeah, he can definitely dive for this. Bringing in a lot of backup save.
Nice
stun out, so they'll be able to secure the Wisdom. No one's going to try and fight. He wants to try and at least get the kill on save before he has to back out of this. And a turn over towards Miro. Maybe he can't now that save's backed up under the tier 2. It's a bit risky. And indeed, no one will bail out of their back towards the mid lane.
What a stun. Beautiful double stun coming out from the Lion there to ensure that they do get that Wisdom Rune. DM will back up, get his own teammates that Wisdom Rune from themselves too. Is a 3-0 right now. Playing nicely with the Ember Spirit, and overall, Watson is starting to get that free farm up top.
He really is. He really is for sure. Keeping up, if anything, just slightly ahead of that of Nightfall. Nightfall will put the God Strength, start to speed up the farm himself. Top lane, they're looking towards Miro, but the trap. There's a lot of backup saves here. In fact, they just turn straight away. It was a bit of a bait there from Miro. As they are able to draw the attention of Watson in, they just turn and kill him off underneath the Doom. Watson getting a little bit baited there.
Save does it again, in the right place at the right time perfectly. Top rune, GPK. Dodges the stun, there's a roll.
See if he can dodge these bounces with the Rolling Thunder. He can't, he's gonna get caught by the first and the second. And I was able to try quite finish him off though. GPK is back over towards the tier 1. Another slight change comes in from no one. They really want to finish off GPK, but they might not get the chance. GPK keep it at the edge of the fight. Fishman goes down. And DM and no one, no one.
Ooh, he's thinking, but
he's thinking about it, but that's a little too deep.
These crash landings, huge damage. No one barely survives the initial guy. What, he had 50 HP or something, almost gets brought down. Miro.
This time he doesn't have the Doom to sort of keep himself safe offensively, but looks like it doesn't matter. They're not even going to dive. He even throws out the tip to Katomi, after Katomi lays down the bugs on him and says, well, you know, yeah, what are you going to do with that? You're not going to dive me, you're not going to kill me.
Nice little recoveries from BBT after that 3-0 start from Entity. Nice little crisp start, crisp rotations. That 2K lead down to less than 1K immediately. And these, I feel like this might be the two fastest, I want to say, flash farmers at the moment in the safe lane. It feels like if they do get left alone just for a few moments, been seeing these Svens and TAs just rack up the net worth. So these two are definitely going to have some very good farm coming in for them. Support levels, level 5 on Toronto Tokyo Lions, still quite not quite 5 either. So a little bit better experience on the side of Entity right now on the supports. That XP, or that good farm on Miro, it's looking really nice. DM falling a little bit behind on that front. And always eyes on when the Doom is up, 20 seconds. He's gone for the Helm build. Save. He's actually just going to be able to walk away here, but they're going to focus their attention on the stacks.
See if no one's able to clean this up. GPK turns in with the Avalanche and the toss. Looks like we'll still be able to secure most of those there. GPK with the combo.
Is there any stacks on the opposing side? Looks like a couple of them were cleared out from DM. Stack contesting feels like it's just happening so much in these games. The stack's still so valuable. How many do you have? Yeah, 10 on one side, 4 on the other. Looking to keep accelerating things. I mean, both sides just playing quick. Both sides looking to react to each one of these moves.
I mean, Save can get the opening onto no one. They should have enough stun lockdown.
He's got a shield rune.
Oh, he does actually. Is that going to save him? It looks like it will.
It will.
In fact, he's ready to fight back. So the shield rune goes off. No one's able to fight back, and they're able to take down Toronto Tokyo.
Baited.
Absolutely. The bait's going both ways this game.
Perhaps they thought they'd be able to do it, but he's able to pop that shield rune in between the stuns.
Yeah, I suppose sort of a fraction of a window to do so. What was it? Sort of maybe through the Avalanche instances.
Yep. He's able to get that one off. Now they have Catapult, and they have 3 heroes here to build the pressure. Good rotations. I mean, both teams matching each other's movements nicely here. Nice and even early game we've got going on. GPK will get the bottle filled again. Oh, I mean, it's been a bit mixed, of course. He does go for the treads this time around on the Tiny, so wanted to get maybe a little bit more attack speed.
That can be a nice, so something to also help out, I guess, against the bugs from the Weaver. Get them off you quicker.
Yeah, I mean, he's still hard as a Tiny, but either way, once he's getting that scaling. Making rotations, they've got the Doom available. He's got Veil also done. Veil plus Crash Landing. The damage in these team fights, through the magical damage now at this point from BBT, it's going to start getting accelerated quite high. Save. Getting caught in the mid again. Looks
very dead.
Back up that 2K, Entity. Getting some nice moves. Nightfall. He's been sticking around bottom a lot. Level 10 on the Sven.
BB team gearing up to take down the tier 1 tower top. Doesn't look like Entity. I mean, do they want to try and show some sort of defense? They do have the 2 supports hovering around.
Yeah, they're starting to rotate over. 6 is grabbed on the ET. No one has a regen rune. He's making his way up. I believe he has the Maelstrom done too in a second.
Yeah, it's on his way out right now. Hammer.
They're going to stop going for the push.
So you have to be careful that they're pushing. As you say, if no one's able to turn up to a fight, the 2 supports have managed to set up. This Ember Spirit's going to be kicking out a lot of damage.
They're contesting every single one of GPK's kind of just jungle backups, because GPK, his net worth is starting to struggle because of all these invasive plays that Entity's been able to do with the 2 supports. GPK wants to try to get this Blink Dagger as fast as possible, but it is starting to get delayed a lot here from these moves. Every single time he shows, they look for him. Give a slight little poke onto the tower there from no one. The stacks are definitely adding up. That's where that gold difference is. I mean, a lot of it is coming from 5 to 2, a couple kill gold, but a lot of these stacks just being made. It's allowing these supports to get richer and richer. You see the net worth really displaying that. 2,800 on Weaver, 25 on ET versus their counterparts. Looking for a fight. DM does not get stunned. Able to poke and reset.
Hard for BB team to sort of start a fight here. They'll push them back momentarily with the fortification.
They're just trying to stall this tower push as much as possible, but Entity's still in the area to keep going for it. They have an annoying poke lineup between the Ember, the Pango, and the ET. They're just constantly yeah. I mean, any lineup with Ember does feel like it always has obnoxious poke. They will hold on to the tower there, though. Blink now done it for Watson. Very, pretty much even net worth as him as the Sven. Keeping up that pace.
Incredibly fast timing as well for DM there, we can see with the Asher build up.
Doing the same build that we saw from XXS earlier.
It worked out very, very nicely. And these sort of passive moments, Entity definitely making that much more of them this time round.
Yep, they have the deaths already on Watson too. So lanes have gone pretty well. They've got these stacks going, and for BBT, they did not get nearly as many of those stacks going. And so far this time from Save, it's a much quieter performance on the Lion, at least in this early game. He's found a couple okay rotations, but now 0 and 2 unable to find much, and he's just been hunted down.
That's sort of the dreams of getting to Xingqiu level of what the drums into Shadowblade. Seems unlikely with the sort of start.
Definitely.
Slower here. We got to finish off the tier 1 top. BB team, and this will be the Blink Dagger timing on GPK. So BB team, nice deny there. Katomi actually able to get in and deny that top tower.
BK trying to lock him down. The stomp will
it's
connect.
A good setup. He's got a lot of backup. They're coming up with the rolling thunder, the cookie woo. Not quite get him out of the Earth Splitter. It still catches him. That's GPK gone.
Nice moves, Entity. They're getting the farm, making aggressive plays, and they can go for Roche at any moment with their draft. With that Deso finished up, Watson, he's got that charge already.
And they're absolutely getting those timings, that sort of snowball effect that the panel said they needed to do so with the draft.
Just got to keep up that pressure. They do have a blink now on GPK, but it's come out quite late. 15 minutes is not one of the faster ones. They put a lot of attention to slowing down, and it's worked so far. And the supports are quite rich. And yeah, all this minus armor can absolutely... One little fight, they can just go straight into that Roche pit. So absolutely. Looking to set up on the top.
And you think they will look for a little fight first rather than just go for it straight up?
Yeah, I mean, if they're given the opportunity. The lane right now is in a position where they probably want to get a catch first. And, oh, Nightfall.
And he's on his own.
There's a Weaver coming in as well.
They're kind of tentative entities. Like, is this Sven really on his own? I mean, he was for the most part. Now BB Team's sort of had the time to catch up to him. Miro's been able to come in from the side, drop the Doom down onto no one.
Can he clean him up, though?
Not quite. No one's going to be able to break away from the Doom, so no one should be perfectly fine as the Doom comes to an end.
But Nightfall will be able to get himself away. We see the Spirit Vessel coming out, of course, from Katomi. Ton of damage being done onto this Sven, and, I mean, all 3 cores strength, so it's going to be great there. The Nightfall able to survive, back up, get that farm going. Yeah, very soon definitely we'll see a potential Roche Force. And no one, he does have the Gleipnir also finished up, so triple core timing that's going to be very nice to be able to play aggressive. And these supports in particular on the side of BBT they're pretty fragile. And this Ember Spirit can definitely get to them very easily with all the information gatherers, pretty much. An ET Spirit and a Weaver can see these 2 supports.
Talking about the Weaver. Ooh, time-lapse just in time. As if they can still get him. They've got the Hex, but GPK, he's in trouble. The rest of the team on BB Team are having to back away. They can't help their Tiny. And now with the Stomp coming in, I mean, the supports are going to suffer as well. BB Team, they lose 3 heroes. Kataomi there with the quick time-lapse to come in around the finger, keep himself alive. 3 heroes dead on BB Team. They are really on the opposite side of things as opposed to what we had in that game 1. It's really switched on his head this series.
Entity's really starting to snowball the game quite massively here.
We'll check this out again. Kataomi playing it. Did they not have any sort of further lockdown? They had the Avalanche and Save trying to go straight for the finger because there was a heavy amount of burst coming in with the finger and the toss. It just wasn't enough to quite kill him.
Nah, Save maybe just thinking he couldn't actually get in range to be able to get that impale.
I think he was right. Yeah, I think he had to go for the finger play. The impale time would have taken too long to get him anyway. So they gave it a shot, but wasn't a strong enough shot to take down that Weaver.
Yeah, they have to do it like much better there to be able to go for that kind of stuff. They have to go for like the perfect chain stun. They have to either toss the Weaver to be able to get that follow up, or yeah, unlikely they'll get that kill. Entity responds again, bringing the force, bringing the squad. They're getting these stomps onto these heroes. Fishmen again. We're seeing more of this build. 4 points in the stomp. It's great with this lineup.
Look at that here. No one. 10 seconds faster than fastest out. 111 matches.
Wow.
Sometimes we get these records come up. It's like 10 matches, 20 matches. Now they have 111 matches. This is the fastest Gleipnir that you will have seen.
And he's got a Void Stone, and he's got a haste now to be able to just pressure Toronto Tokyo. In trouble. Very dead.
I mean, he's hesitant. There's backup, but there's not going to be any way that they keep this Rolling Thunder off them. Another Sleight of Fist comes in to finish off the job, take down Toronto Tokyo. BB Team, they're kind of panicking. They're like, what do we do? They're going to drop down the Doom onto no one, but he's able to back out of the fight. Mira gets dragged back in by the Earth Splitter. Nightfall's trying to attempt to bring down DM. We'll get him with the BKB and the God Strength.
But it's a BKB TP out.
Now, at least TP out to the lane, so he can continue his farming now.
It is a nice one.
I tell you what, overall though, it does feel like after we had that splendid game 1 from BB Team, this game 2, it's kind of back to what we were seeing from them in the other series, right? Where it's going to be one of these games where Nightfall is going to try his best to carry the team. Mira and GPK, they're going to maybe start falling behind. Have they got enough lockdown?
He played way too aggressive.
There we go. Okay, and that's a big one there as well. Probably a shame for them that the cores didn't get it. Save gets it. I mean, he won't say that's a shame. He's going to say, right, now start to do my best sort of Jin Q impression and get the Shadow Blade queued up.
He's going to go blink.
He's going to go.
He wants the instant catch so they can get the
They need the instant catch, right.
Yeah. GPK finally gets something going for himself. He's having a tough
one.
No game. Yeah, literally no game so far. 1-4-2 with the blink reveal. Now gets something at the least, so does chunk that net worth down quite massively, to be honest. That was a pretty big misplay there from no one. Jumping back into his Remnant, don't think he expected them to be waiting.
Sure, that was his first death this game.
First one.
After, as we saw moments before, smashing targets, smashing timings. Maybe getting a little too comfortable with the state of the game.
But GPK absolutely is struggling like we were seeing some of these other games. He is getting a lot of attention onto him too, right? They were bringing 3-4 heroes to do it, but he has struggled a lot in this one. Miro too. A couple of these Dooms unable to really secure that kill. Pushes them away from getting,
it takes no one out of the fight.
Takes them out of the fight, but yeah.
It does.
It has killed them a couple times here. Is that another deny, Katomi? That's a secondary tower deny, if I'm not mistaken.
He got both of those.
All these little things do add up. How many bounty runes have they claimed, too? I feel like I've been
we could bring that up.
Yeah, because I feel like
we got a graphic for that. Bring it up.
Them grab a lot of bounties because of the
what the?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's a lot of money.
That's what I was going to say, because I feel like I just constantly saw bounty rune, bounty rune, bounty rune for Entity, so...
That's crazy.
Yeah.
20 minutes and 15 against the one. You don't see that often.
No.
That is an incredible amount.
So they got bonus gold from the tower denies, bonus gold from the bounties as well, too. It's an AK lead, so that's not the only thing, but between the stacking, between these things as well, too, that is potentially a lot of that gold lead that's been going there for Entity. So cool stuff. Let's see. I didn't think it was going to be 15-1. I knew it was a lot, but okay. They'll make their way bottom. That Roche do have the Orb of Destruction as well onto Watson, so this is brought down easily. No way that there is a chance for BBT to contest. And they'll keep that ball rolling. Watson, level 17 now at this point. Sven, Nightfall is keeping up in the levels. That is the big thing to point out. Same thing with that farm. It's neck and neck. We saw what he was able to do last time also on this Sven when they were playing versus Tundra. He was quite explosive. There's still a chance here, of course, for him.
GPK, Echo Saber complete. It's not working on the BKB, but indeed still having to play the catch-up game on the Tiny.
Just never feels too great. You want to be able to get that advantage, get that quick early conduct kind of thing coming out here, so it's going to be a lot slower for GPK. And the BKB is going to be very slow, unless they start getting some big kills coming out here. Anytime he shows, they're going to go for him. They also have the mech on the snap, so they do have some good stuff coming together here for the side of BBT. Just they are playing versus this Aegis right now, and we're seeing the itemization. I believe I see some Lincolns being queued up since they're playing versus that Doom. It's going to be very effective versus the Doom and the instant catches of the Lion if they do want to go down that route. And Katomi, definitely have to highlight him in this game. Kind of like Save was able to do in the last game on the Grimstroke, Katomi now on this Weaver has been kind of everywhere. 3-0 and 4-7 of their kills because of him, and he's got, I love his itemization. It's a Vessel into an Atos for that extra catch.
You're right.
They are surrounding him, but he gets the blink out.
Oh, just in time as well. That Gluttony was coming straight for him. That's going to try and fight back. They're in with the jump immediately on him. What's DM? They're going to let the burst through the Pango. They've got him. Pango's gone. Nightfall's already in on the back lines. He's looking to chase down Fishman. See if he continues to stay on top of him. Fishman go for the TP out. Nightfall, can he find him? He can. He's in with the big hits there. Comes in with the 943 damage crit to take him out.
Ooh, what a blink there from Yarrow. Just resetting. DM gets out of position. No hesitation. BBT strike back. That's the timing there of Entity having the Aegis. BBT are striking back nicely. A 2K lead or 2K swing for them during this Aegis so far.
Check this out again. I mean, it very close to them to be. Okay, we're actually just going to watch the crit coming in at the end. Bam!
It looked nice. He didn't even need the crit, but it looked beautiful.
A little bit of a shake-up. Nightfall definitely showing that he's ready to carry them.
He can do this.
It's
hard, but he can do it. You know, his hero is, there's a reason they wanted it versus all this physical damage.
Yeah.
This Warcry definitely going to get better and better as the game progresses, especially once he's able to get that shard as well, just being able to help out these kind of squishier supports that he has. Entity still, of course, in the lead, having a good advantage here with two of their cores. But they don't want to let up on this game too much because it is quite a snowball draft that they do want to be able to play around.
For sure, yeah. They've got to respect this fan and the potential that Nightfall's going to be able to bring later down the line. Kantome. He's got set up. No one's going to have follow-up. And he's going to get left on his own here, GPK. And they're just going to let this Tiny go.
Save, waiting for somebody to perhaps show. He doesn't have help of anybody, though. There's a bounty rune there, though. Could grab it. Get that money. Nightfall, almost level 22. Probably the timing that they're maybe playing around as well. That 10 armor is going to be pretty massive versus all this physical damage. How long left on this Aegis as well? 90 seconds for no one. He'll have the Lincolns finished up. Starting to strike back here during this timing. Finding that Tiny, slowing him down again. GPK still having a rough one.
They were definitely considering going for that on the bottom lane. I mean, they may still do so if Katomi shows once more.
He'll be able to get out.
Saving Nightfall. And Nightfall, you're very close to the Daedalus.
We want to find a big target. They have a ton of disable between these two. So they'll have the damage provided from Nightfall. Who are they going to find?
They want DM maybe. Is he going to show there? I'm going to start to step up for GPK. Here comes the backup. Nightfall get caught by the trap silence though. Bit awkward for him to close the gap. Save also has to be careful.
And these kisses connecting onto absolutely nothing either. No one.
Get the chain set up. Climb there as well, but underneath the tier 2 and no one. There's no one mana, of course, does still have the Aegis. 30 seconds left until it expires and he gets that refuel.
They're just being annoying. I mean, they're not going to be able to get this kill onto Nightfall, but they're trying to poke that BKB out of him, perhaps. But he's patient. TA traps could be a potential gem bought early on that we could see from BBT to just try to deal with this pressure that the traps do apply, as we saw there. Sven can get kited. BBT looking to strike perhaps as this Aegis is going to get reclaimed. 1 second and it's gone. See who they can find.
Yeah, around these traps though is hard. Entity.
It is.
They've got the information, they're setting up.
And they've got BKB on the TA, and it is a shard on this TA too. So these traps are annoying.
And no one's going to go straight in. He's going to get the chain set up onto the two of them. They take the control on towards Nightfall. Rolling Thunder comes in from DM. They're taken out save. Now with the Rolling Thunder over towards Nightfall. He's first down to half HP. He's got a BKB TP. There's no fight to be had here for the Sven. GPK gets left behind. Triple kill for no one.
What an initiation. What, did he catch 4 heroes with the Gleipnir plus the chains? Literally onto everybody. What a jump.
Yeah, he was just straight in there. As soon as he saw a chance to go with them as grouped up as they were. So immediately in on top of them.
BBT, in order to have success in those type of fights, they have to get the initiation. If they get gone on it, save dies instantly. The problem with Lion does sometimes happen there. There's so much explosive damage. You didn't even get to see him for a second. He just died in a heartbeat. Nightfall has that work cut out for him. The lead does climb right back up to that 10,000 again. After BBT did get a little bit of stabilizing, it quickly goes back to Entity when they find that type of catch. I mean, wards, traps, these type of things are very difficult to play when you're playing behind. Seeing all of BBT every time they step out. They'll get that D ward, but it's a huge fight win for Entity that they can potentially look for this Wisdom Rune steal as well. Looking to play very aggressive around their vision.
Nightfall.
They're going to look to try to go again. They still have the Doom at the ready.
Yeah, hard for Nightfall to lead the way. Mirror has to be the one to go first. And he's going to make the jump in with the opening stun. They get the follow-up from save. Nightfall moves in. Can they burst through him? They can. They take Katomi out. And now Entity, they're thinking about fighting back. No one comes in with the side. The Gleipnir onto the two of them. They're in. They get the perfect angle to completely control Nightfall. As the two of them, Nightfall and Save, they end up dying there for their efforts to take down Katomi's Weaver.
No BKB on the Sven. Can't get himself away. The little bit of trap silences and delays to be able to get the kill allows the team to follow back up. DM, good angle coming in with this Pango. He's having quite a good game on this Pango. And that synergizes so well with their draft. Just so much physical damage. These heroes just melt. Watson. Considering jumping.
In 30 seconds without that main man, without Nightfall. It's very difficult for BB team to do much about slowing down Entity. Just continue to take over the map.
Yeah, they're not finding these connections that they were able to that last time, getting these Doom catches, these Inkswell kind of follow-ups and everything saved. As we were saying, just a much harder game for this Lion to provide the same type of utility. He goes in and he's just deaded pretty much instantly every time. GPK.
Oh. No one. Is he going to try for it blinds? Right. GPK is able to TP out.
And no one just really pushing the limits of his hero because he has this Lincoln's. Does have to still be a little careful just if they can find him too far up, because they can pop that Lincoln's, but so far it's only been that one slip up so far from Noan. It's been a pretty flawless game from him. Making so much space for Watson. Level 22 now on the TA, getting closer and closer to Daedalus. Has an Elven Tunic too. One of the best items you can find on this when you're playing versus Sven, because you can't itemize versus that evasion for a long time. Smoke on smoke action.
I BB team feel that they've got a bit of a step up in power now that the BKB's done on GPK.
They need to get a good and clean initiation, or this fight's going to be completely disastrous. Entity have much easier ways to start fights.
Yeah, ideally we'll be just bursting either the Ember or the TA.
Yeah, pretty much any one of these cores feels necessary for BBT. No one.
Smoke coming in from the side.
Poke will start.
Who's going to jump first? They'll dispel the smoke from one another. Re-smoke up from Entity.
Entity's going to be the one to buy the gem themselves. Looking to take out any of that bit of vision that BBT does have. BBT re-smoke as well. Looking to play around the ward.
Save stepping up, he tries going with the blink, but he misses, he gets caught by the root. Save's gone. Tries for the initiation, but he'll die. Mirror's able to jump over to the back lines and find Fishman, so a support for support to start things. Mirror, caught by the chains. He's going to get cookied out the side, up the BKB. He's going to hold back on throwing down the Doom. He's going to see if he can drop it down now, but the Lincolns.
What a play from no one.
It was there. Thrown down onto Watson, able to block it. And with that, 3 dead once again on BBT.
He knows that he's going for the TA too. He just immediately throws it onto him there. Save, got baited. DM, nice play. He waits, pops the Manta, blinks out, ends up hexing the illusion.
Look at that. Nightfall, he has to BKB TP. He was trying to run back to safety, but a trap was set up for him, and of course they've got control. That was the outpost to TP over to Entity, so they were ready to cut him off.
The Nightfall. 3 times we've had to see him just BKB TP out, and now 80 seconds, no BKB. Entity will be able to find an amp damage up top. Great play from DM. Nice little bait play. Love to see him do it.
Got to be some crazy toss-back plays by the looks of it, you know, for this game to sort of stand a chance for BBT. And down 16k right now, everything going the way of Entity.
Yeah, starting to really look like they're going to have to go into those desperate measures as they're not able to find much in these fights at all. Entity's ease of the fight just looks so much better. Anyone they catch just dies instantly from all this minus armor. And Save a few times now. The initiations just don't go his way. Roche goes down, Aegis, Banner. They can look to press that advantage. 16k gold lead. Could look to start closing this out potentially soon. Now look for another fight. Do they have vision in this area? Not quite, but they could look to even just contest because that Tormentor, they might just chase up here. They know where they are. They're circling them immediately. And Katomi, another small thing, but does go back for, instead of just going for like Gleipnir and being full greedy on this Weaver, itemizes for a pipe. So making sure that mid-game fights are going to be even more successful for them now that we're progressing toward that later stages. For BBT, yeah, as you said, it's going to require some tossbacks and just some kind of insane cleaves coming out from Nightfall.
They're going to try.
Let's see.
They get the toss back over towards the TA. There's going to be the setup here with Nightfall able to clean him up very quickly the first time round.
It's getting control.
Thunder indeed coming in though. Nightfall has to put the BKB. The second time they're able to take Watson down immediately. Nightfall in perfect position to eliminate the TA twice. He's going to look towards Fishman. He'll get himself a double. Nightfall, when his BKB's come to an end, can he chase down anything more? The buybacks are coming in. I mean, BBT, they've got to put everything into this team fight. At the moment, it's looking to be potentially a chance for them to hold on to the game.
They've got the hex.
They get the setup. Harpoon drag back in for Nightfall. Good cleave damage as well. Cathome's got to be careful. They get the stun to follow up. Avalanche as well. They take down no one.
Save with the buyback, making it work.
Absolutely excellent fight there. And Nightfall able to do it. Go straight in for the TA. They take down Watson so quickly the first time. And honestly, just as quickly the second time round after the Aegis.
Got completely controlled. Did not even get the BKB off. I believe it was the War Stomp from the Doom that ends up catching him there on the respawn. Beautiful tossback. Does require saves buyback to at least clean up no one, but well worth it there as Nightfall claims that top spot. And potentially now after that fight has another full item onto this Sven as well too. We'll see what route he does look to go for. It's going to be a Satanic. And
check this out again. I mean, it's a great call to sort of go for this play. And as you mentioned, GPK, the one to start it with the toss. And just, yeah, once the Sven gets on top of you, it doesn't matter if you're an incredibly farmed TA, you literally die in a couple of hits. We'll see here on the second round. 1, 2, and then a third.
He got him I think if Watson's able to get the BKB off, he probably can reset.
I mean, maybe.
He gets the stun before he's able to get it off.
It's just so much coming out for Nightfall, and yeah, you see frustrations here on no one. They've been having such a lead this whole game. They still do. They're still up 10k. But if anything, you know, the only buyback that needed to be used there, right, was what, saves?
Was saves, yep.
And if these are how the fights are going, when you're 10k ahead and when you have the Aegis, you know as a team that there are struggles yet to come.
Watson probably just has to play a little more careful in that upcoming go. Can't show himself, because if he dies, that's a lot of their damage that just gets taken away right at the start of everything there. They're going to let this Wisdom Rune ferment, so that's one of them, and the second one will pop, so they'll have potentially level 25 almost on Watson.
They're taking the most on Watson? Yeah, indeed.
Definitely.
Yeah, 24 and a quarter now.
Big chunk of XP. It's going to be a nice one he's going to be able to get later on. full satanic now for Nightfall. So he literally got 5,000 something gold from that last situation right there.
He did, and he's getting closer to the point where like, this Sven could kind of 1v5, or at least 1v4, right? This Sven's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, if they can get
very
these
strong.
They also have the Doom too, so if they're ever able to actually break the Lincolns and get that Doom onto these targets too, they can effectively remove a hero from that team fight a lot of times. And did they get, that was the gem that they took away as well too, if I'm not, oh no, that was their gem, sorry. I thought they'd taken away that one, apologies. Either way, strike back, and now their cooldowns are at the ready. Entity shaken up.
They're looking at DM. They're going to go for him. They get the setup. They get the Doom in.
They'll catch him. That is the gem now that they'll be able to claim. BBT making it the magic happen here with these last few moves.
I mean, Nightfall's looking for more. I mean, they've got eyes on no one.
That was both Lincolns, if I'm not mistaken, as well. They threw the, I mean, they had the Lincolns, of course, from the Pango, and then they threw the secondary one, and they still had pretty much everything to follow up. It blocked the finger, but wasn't able to block anything else. It's 58 seconds, BBT feeling momentum. GPK starting to get that recovery, too. He's getting closer and closer toward his big item. Save, putting a deep ward. Good catch targets for the toss back. Save. In position to allow GPK to go for it.
They're going to get the toss back outside of the base. They got him.
Huge kills. What a sequence so far here from BBT. Even though that 10k lead, it does feel like they're the ones making the crisper moves now in these last 5 minutes.
I mean, if they can keep this up, BB team, it really will go to show how much they've fixed their issues after the rough games. You know, not only potentially winning a turnaround game here in game 2, but the fact that they also come in with that stomping game 1. So let's see if they can keep this up, BB team. Entity, as we say, still with the lead, but a lead that's really starting to stagnate and start to slip away from them a little bit.
Yeah.
It hasn't grown any much more in the last, 5 minutes have been around this 10k lead.
And GPK is literally buying out a full Conda. So definitely can do even more damage jumping into these backlines. We saw him a couple times just, well, him and Nightfall kind of just jumping these backline targets too, so. Starting to get some nice momentum, and now there's a big difference between Nightfall and this TA. The AC is soon online for him, and he's got the shard. So his teammates are quite a bit tankier after that. Very quickly here, how things have progressed. Entity need this next move, it feels like, to go well, because otherwise that 10k lead is going to feel like pretty much zero. It's actually going to feel like BBT perhaps in a lead, even though they don't have the gold lead.
We'll see what no one could do with this. He opts to go for the Ags pickup, so we'll have a bit of an easier way to jump around the fight. But just sort of a question of whether the damage is actually going to be there to be able to keep up with the scaling of BBT.
Timeless Relic from Yarrow.
No one. He's in with the jump.
Off from a first
stun. The Avalanche did it, but able to pop the link because he's still able to jump back to the safe to the high ground. The turns towards Nightfall. Nightfall keeping cool with the BKB for now. Doesn't want to press it. Might need to soon, and now he will. BKB got straight. They're going to turn straight over towards the Ember. They've got the control here with the stun. He's forced down to the side. The stun's there though from Nightfall. He jumps in. He's got enough to take no one down. He hasn't. No one's able to get away. They take Nightfall down. The Doom,
90.
It's been dropped down onto Watson. Mirror. He's in on top of the TA. Follow-up stun here. Safe, getting a beautiful angle from the high ground. They're able to bring Watson down. Mirror. He should fall here as DM turns to take him down. No one's getting quite a bit of a cleanup here. GPK, the last one left alive, tries for a TP out, but no one cuts in with the remnant of the Searing Chains to put a stop to his escape and get the triple. Team wipe for Entity.
They can look to at least get a Rax advantage here off of that one. What a reset. Whose four-step was that one? There was a beautiful force that came out.
Was it Katsumi's? No, he doesn't have one.
What was it that reset him?
Somebody forced him.
Somebody forced him. Was it the Lion?
Wait, they don't have a force. Wait, who forced him?
Who pushed the Ember? Someone pushed the Ember.
Maybe they thought they were trying to get rid of the Lincolns on him.
I think
came
maybe
for a
that
bit
was
too
the
late.
case.
I think, yeah, you're right. They don't even have a force.
Because no one, it was potentially was going to die to that there, but...
Oh, we got to get a replay at that one. We'll see in a minute, though, because action's going down. Maybe even the game's going to end. They're going to get a lot done with this. They're lacking buybacks on BB team.
I mean, Entity in the clutchest moments just dominate a fight and potentially get a 2-Rax advantage. That was huge. Everybody spent their gold on the side of BB.
Oh, was it the Hurricane Pike or TA?
Oh, maybe it was the
Hurricane Pike. The Hurricane Pike.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I think okay, Save's in the clear. He's in the clear. I think it was Watson's Hurricane Pike.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. It was Watson's Hurricane.
It was a beautiful one.
It might not have been. Maybe we'll see.
I mean, we'll see. Either way, it was a beautiful one to reset because no one almost got chain stunned down next to that God Strength.
Yeah. Whoever did it saved him.
Definitely saved him.
Let's hope it was his teammate.
I believe it had to.
I think it was Watson. Yeah. So at the start of it, I mean, Nightfall obviously waits quite a while until he gets BKB off, and now he starts to get the damage. Save gets off a beautiful amount of stuns in this team.
It's Watson, right?
It has to be right. Save's very far away from him.
Yep. Looks like it was.
Wait, no, because there was, yeah.
Either way, yeah, it looked like it was.
It was Watson.
Very nice fight. The ideal moment, too, because BBT had just started striking back pretty heavily there, too. So, an ideal timing for them to get that one.
Yep.
They get, what, just the one set, but either way, it's a good strike. And now Roche is up, so they're setting up down bottom.
BBT, they're going to try and catch them by surprise.
Let's see if they can get that initiation cleaner this time around.
And he's going to know that they're coming very likely, you know, around the Roshan, and indeed they've hit the scan, so they know that BB team's on their way over.
Katomi playing on the front lines there with the pipe. They're throwing the Lincolns onto him as well, too, just in case.
Who goes in first? Who sort of jumps in and tries to get the info for BB team?
It's got to be one of the BKB cores.
GPK's going to go first. Oh, jump in and then tries to go for the twin gate. Bit awkward. He's able to get the avalanche. BKB toss back on towards the Weaver, into the Hex, the follow-up, the burst. They've got enough to bring Katomi low. They've got it.
On to the next.
They're taking the Weaver down now. They go over towards Fishman. Nightfall with the BKB God Strength trying to focus the ET inside the pit. A couple of hits for the bash. Roshan is bashing up Nightfall. It's slowing down his progress. Katomi, did he buy back time lapse? He did!
He bought back time lapse.
Uh-oh! That's what I'd do. He's out for good.
No one?
He's caught by the stun. The hoof's up as well. He's dead as well.
That's two big kills.
GPK lives. Well, that was exactly what BBT were hoping for. They go for the smoke play. They're able to get the catch. And
Roche is up and ready for the pickings. They don't have the God Strength active, but he's got AC, I believe, coming out right now.
No.
And is this a full refresher soon, too? Almost a full refresher for Miero, and he still has the Doom for the fight. He didn't even have to use it in that one. Oh, boy. Katomi tried to go for the time-lapse play.
It's so
just
tempting.
In the midst of them.
As I said, I love to do that myself. You know, you see a fight, it's like, haha, they blew everything on me. Doesn't matter, I've got buyback time-lapse. And then you very suddenly realize they had easily enough in the tank to take you down as soon as you turn up back to the team fight.
What a toss back. And GPK just jumping into everybody, gives the info. There is an ET Spirit to scout and delay things. 40 seconds until the Weaver and the Ember will come back. No one has buyback, but does not want to use it in this state.
Not at all. They're going to have to let this Roshan go to BBT.
This feels like one of the closest games that we've gotten. We've gotten a lot of stomps here so far, but this one, BBT proving they can fight back even with the gold deficit.
They're holding on.
Oh, Fishman. Oh. He tried to use the shard to get the steal. Ah, that was cute.
Yeah, I could appreciate the attempts here from both supports on Entity. I like it.
Yeah.
Kanomi trying to come in with a clutch buyback time lapse. Fishman trying to do some cool plays with the shard.
But now just ends up giving even more gold.
It does. I mean, that lead, it went up to what, like close to 20k, right? Now it's back down to only 11k. And now indeed there's Aegis and GPK. Nightfall still very much at the top of the net worth on his Sven.
And he's got AC.
And a refresher shard.
A refresher, so he's got the double BKB, double Satanic, double ulti and everything. And Miero has a refresher as well, too.
They just picked up the bash right in DM. Yeah, so they've at least...
yes.
They've got a little bit of something. I mean, the only thing, right, to try and interrupt this Sven running around the team fight and killing everyone during his BKB.
Now they're going to have to deal with these double Dooms as well, too. I mean, Miero been able to find some pretty good fights even without it. Honestly, just a War Stomp in a couple of these situations has been beautiful. Double Doom and an Aegis on GPK. GPK is going to be able to give the information now for these blinkers to try to get these catches that they've been able to find a couple times. Entity will smoke up, still looking to strike back, but it is going to be into this Aegis now. I imagine Nightfall is going to hold on to buyback since he doesn't have a slot or anything too, so... Let's see.
Well, Entity. Katomi's going to try and start things here with the grind out and towards Miero, but the BKB comes out. Toronto Tokyo getting focused first. He's able to get the cookie off. DM's going to chase him down with the Rolling Thunder. They take down Toronto Tokyo. No buyback available to him. He's out for 100.
Watson just immediately trying to get out.
I mean, Nightfall is trying to fight, but he's getting caught by the Rolling Thunder. BKB's come to an end here for Nightfall. And let's turn with the burst towards Katomi. They've got follow-up lockdown. They don't. Katomi this time gets the time. That's off. A couple of hits though coming in from Nightfall. Katomi's able to make it away with the Shikuchi. Harpoon to drag back in Fishman. A couple of hits. Nightfall's able to take him down.
He's swapping the refresher shard in.
He's ready for round 2 of the BKB and the Satanic. Refresher is going to be off in a second. He can press it now. There we go. Bam. BKB and it's still refresher. BKB and a TP for the team. He didn't respect the basher. He's still got a Satanic ready to pop. He's probably going to pop it and fight. Pop it and hit. Satanic trying to lifesteal, but the bash comes through yet again. DM with the basher plays, causing issues for Nightfall Sven.
So much happening in this fight. Nightfall tries to commit super hard into the ET. Fishman's able to reset, I believe, 2 or 3 times in the fight because of the Trickster Cloak, and then they get the number advantage to be able to go back in, and Miero does not catch the Doom onto a target to be able to hold him down, because Watson, he TPs and then comes right back in the fight afterwards.
And I think a little bit of panic there from Nightfall. He pops the refresher, tries to go for the TP out. I guess just really didn't see that the Basher was out in DM, because he still had sort of HP to maybe just sort of pop the second God Strength, pop the Satanic, and try and at least bring down a few heroes with it.
Yeah, I think
but he tried to run, he couldn't run.
Basher, right? He probably told his team, get out, I'm going to be able to BKB TP out, but he could not. 50 seconds now for him to come back. This Entity onto the high ground again.
Could get quite a bit here.
How many buybacks do they have available too? They have quite a bit available here. No one. Sit 25, same thing for DM. Those racks will fall. They're going to try to push forward for more. 30 seconds until that Sven. They really want to push it forward. They're going to put the banner down in mid also.
Oh, Miero. Oh.
He's going to have to BKB.
Yeah, he absolutely has to. They're trying to do what they can to stop the buyback needing to come out for Nightfall. Jump forward with the Remnants. No one's able to get a grab on any of them. He's going to get the 2 supports. That's Toronto Tokyo gone. Indeed, the buybacks come out, but the supports are dead. Nightfall trying to step up and find some sort of way of getting in on this fight, but it's so risky now. It's 3 against the 5 of them.
He doesn't have his supports for the control.
GPK is able to get the toss back on towards Watson, but Watson's able to slide back to the side. Miro's in with the jump, but now he's caught vulnerable. He has no BKB left here on Miro. He's trying to run. The bugs are out upon him. Jump forward with the Remnants. Miro, he's gone down.
And GPK also, he's got an Aegis, but his BKB is used.
Can he get back to the fountain in time?
He can. Maybe.
Oh, they've got him with the Goliath near the Trickster.
Another one.
Oh, indeed, another round of it. And Bash is coming in for DM, but they weren't actually quite able to kill him. GPK will live. Buyback has come up for Miro.
The God Strength is over, though. Nightfall needs all the damage he can get. The ranked Megas are coming out.
Yeah, they're looking to close it. Entity looking to push this towards that game 3. See what they could do. The BB team, do they have anything left to try and slow down this push? Watson is closing up the game.
They're just hitting it.
They're onto the Ancient.
They're closing it out.
They've got to do something too soon, BB team. And I'll call it GG. It's that we're going to a game 3.
Good, honestly. That was a really good game. Really well played from Entity as the game, you know, in the majority of the game. A couple slip-ups here and there. No one overall pretty flawless game, but BBT almost inching back in this one. Just needed a couple more successful fights where they could get these targets, get these initiations a bit cleaner, because that last fight in particular mid, the initiation was not as clean as they needed it to be. Decent, though. I mean, we almost had a comeback. We've had a lot of stoppy games, and this one had a little bit of one.
Indeed. The closest game we've had today, so maybe this sort of a sign that the things to come.
We can hope.
We're getting to the point where these teams are getting a bit more on the same wavelength, but yeah, Entity, I mean, huge stuff for them to come in and be able to pull this off after what was a pretty rough game 1, right? They come in, they know they had to play it fast, and as you say, sure, there's some sort of hiccups along the way, but the overall lead that they got very early on sort of allowed them to have those hiccups, right? If they didn't manage to play the early game as well as they did, those sort of mid-game mistakes, that would have cost them the game. But it was because of how well they played at the start. They had that bit of a parachute, bit of a fallback in the times where BB team were able to bring some pretty impressive team fights to them around Nightfall's Sven.
And you have to give tons of credit in particular to No One. I feel like he was kind of the dictator of everything there. This last pick ever, he is in every kill, Owen. 100% kill involvement.
No, he actually is.
Yes, he is.
He absolutely is. 14-3-21. You're doing the math, that's 35. How many kills does Entity get? They got 35. Every single one of them. I mean, yeah, he was in the zone. He was in the zone. Sure, they got him a few times, and we saw indeed, you know, honestly, as one of the cams, it looks like No One, he's talking the most, or at least he's getting close to it, right? He's making a lot of calls. We know that he does this very well when he starts to get the game under his control, gets this sort of a lead, and yeah, I mean, in every single kill, doesn't get much better than that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also what doesn't get much better than that is going to a game 3, and that's what we're going to be doing. Entity, they get the win. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Owen and Fogged. I mean, 100%. If you had to be 100% of something in a game of Dota, I think kill participation is definitely what you want to be. Not 100% of your team's deaths. That's probably the worst thing, yeah, you could possibly be. And there was a moment where I was a little bit worried about Watson's TA. I knew that if they could somewhat come out of the laning phase comfortable, then there was a lot of time and space for him to be able to farm back into it. But I didn't think they were going to be able to snowball a lead this big, Kezu.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Entity just played really well. No one definitely popped off like we saw in the game. He's in literally every single kill. He kills GPK first of all in the mid lane. He team fought really well, the way they built their items, how they were moving. You know, there were 1 or 2 small throws in there where, you know, the BBD came back in the game a little bit, but Entity still made it like just very hard throughout the game.
I also want to point out Kataomi in this one, because in the first game, he's playing Alchemist. What he's doing is he's basically stacking 2 minutes into the game. Not really what you want to see. He's stacking Ancients, not having that much of an impact, but now he's playing Weaver, so he's, you know, making these rotations across the map, going through the Twin Gates, having Spirit Vessel early on, so he puts quite a lot of pressure onto pretty much every single lane. He almost overtook Tiny at one point in the game, and I like his itemization, you know, getting that Road of Aethos so you can't TP out. Realizes he wanted to go for the second Globson, but realizes, you know what, my team needs a little bit of protection, so buys Pipe instead. We've seen Pipe being built mostly from that off lane, but if he finds the opportunity, if he finds the farm, he's gonna get it, and Kataomi definitely looked really good in this one.
Yeah. For the side of VB team, I thought maybe the lockdowns that they had feared that could have gone at them something a little bit more in the mid to late game.
Yeah, it was a situation where I feel like BB team in general, they just were lacking net worth on a lot of their heroes in this particular game. GPK did not have a great game. Yeah. Of course, he did get first blood in the mid lane. They also had several other instances where they stacked their stuns too much, and Weaver ended up getting the time lapse off. They had a lot of initiation, but unfortunately, I think no one, I gotta talk about it again, most of the fights, he would just go in with the Aghanims, break the smoke, pop his BKB, lock him down with like the Gleipnir and the chains, and he just did everything for his team. I just can't really explain more than that. It's just such a good performance by no one.
Well, look, you are going to have to explain a little bit more because there's a highlight.
That's it. That's really good.
He's done.
Okay.
Cut. We're done.
Moving on, right? No,
It's a wrap.
Yeah. This highlight, though, I know that you requested it, so you're going to still have to talk about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the fail right there of the chain stun. Like, unfortunately, he tossed the creep instead of the Weaver there. Didn't position quite perfectly there. Then you get the time lapse off. Then after that, who dies? GPK dies yet again. Another one of those games where GPK, he's been very hit or miss throughout this entire tournament. Either he's popping off or it's looking like this on some of the heroes like the Tiny. The SK looked good, but the Tiny, unfortunately, it hasn't looked so good so far on him.
Yeah, you think you're going to win this 3v1? It's just a +4. Surely we can burst him down. Not the case at all. And props to Entity to be there so quickly to follow up and well and say, hey, Kataomi, time lapse, let's just keep going. Keep running at them, turn this fight.
Yeah, that one time near the Roche fight, he used that time lapse. He's like, you know, jokes on you noobs, I'm gonna come back. But yeah, it was he died immediately afterwards. And I want to point out the Glimpse and Globson, my favorite item, the strongest item in the game, onto 4 heroes. Gives setup for DM to, you know, go with the Rolling Thunder, lock them down immediately. You see the 2 supports immediately dying, and that fight is immediately over. Of course, Nightfall's gonna do his Siggy. We'll try to TP out with the BKB. This time it was successful. But yeah, that Globson setting things up. And I think, you know, we joke about it, but Gleipnir, if you manage to get a second Gleipnir early on, and this was also one of the fastest Gleipnirs maybe ever in this patch, and it feels like it's very difficult to take the fight. So you're like locked down. If you can get to the back lines, find these supports, you get Gleipnir onto them. I don't even know the name of the item, to be honest. Like I'm saying Glippity Glop.
Just say Glip Glop, Flip Flop, but
yeah,
you're
the
fine.
Flip Flop is too good of an item right now.
Agreed.
No, it's a fantastic item. I'm also the off-lane Pango doing, I don't want to say better than I expected, but the impact, the setup, it really was there. So great highlight from you there, Lacoste, because you've got something a little bit deeper that you want to dive into.
Yeah, you know, we've got the tech to show some stuff from this magic tablet here, Lacoste.
Yeah,
so make sure you pay close attention.
All about that deep stuff. Mariana Trench deep.
Be quiet here, please, Lacoste. So what we need to point out is, you know, we all talk about no one, so I'll point him out here. He obviously played very well, but it's a lot about how they're using their like heroes and how they're team fighting. And what the best teams do is just that they don't really overcommit. So I'm gonna play the clip. I'll put it at half speed, and I just want people to continuously pay attention to no one here and kind of how he's moving. So he's like playing on high range. You know, he starts chaining. They go in with the Glip Glop again. DM starts rolling in, and there's a lot of stuff going on. But even already here, you have no one. I'll go back to Mr. Normal Speed. Like, no one keeps playing on high range. Now he's going to go around as well to the Doom. And this always puts your enemy team in like a really bad situation. You're going in, you're like hiding nicely, and then down here, eventually they can go down bottom. Nightfall, he does join the fight. He's going to do his Siggy move here with the BKB TP. We don't quite have it at the end of the clip, but you know what the best teams do is just they team fight nicely, they keep their position, they don't overcommit their bodies, and the battle bots, it was honestly really hard for them to come back, and that's all she wrote.
I do have follow-up questions then. That no one going around, is that because he wanted to be closer to Watson, the carry? Is it because he didn't want to hard commit as the mid laner, even though Ember is quite slippery? Why exactly do you go around instead of following your off laner?
I think it's just important to know kind of where you need to be in the fight. So he's like starting the fight, putting all the attention on him. Going on the Sven, who is BKB, doesn't really do much. So he just grabs the attention of the Doom, goes close. While he gets doomed, he's running back. So like always the perfect distance. And that's what the teams do, Mr. Lacoste, and that's why they win.
Thank you. Back to you again. Keep it going, Kezu.
Back to you, Nat.
No, back to Phil.
Back to me. Well, back to you.
All right, well then let's go to a break. And when we do come back, game 3, it's a lower bracket elimination. A lot is on the line for these two teams. So let's see who is going to be able to close it out. We'll see you guys soon.
The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life.
Entity up against BB Team right now in a best of 3. They have won 1 game each. They're in the lower bracket. Their playoff dreams, their Riyadh Master dreams still on the line here. The loser will have their key crushed by the winner. Let's quickly speculate instead of draft, okay? Who do you think on BB Team would crush the key? And who do you think on Entity would want to crush the key?
Fishman from Entity, no doubts about that one.
Straight in there.
Tokyo.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well played.
I thought there might have been a little bit of back and forth. Maybe you wouldn't have been.
Do you have the answer?
No, I don't have the answer.
Lucky.
We would have to wait and see who wins, and then we.
No, we're right anyway, so why are we waiting?
Why are we waiting?
Make them do it.
I mean, Toronto-Tokyo for sure, because he's the captain, and he's been very vocal about wanting to crush things.
Or hit people in real life, yeah, true.
Exactly. It's the same thing, essentially.
The one-on-one parallel.
Yeah. He used to be a mid laner. One-on-one.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going with that one, but now I understand it. We can focus back on the draft because in just a couple of seconds, it'll be coming up on our screen. We had game 1 going the way of BB Team. It was a fantastic, flawless game is how I would describe it. And game number 2 for Entity, though, not as flawless. There were a lot of team fights that actually went in the favor of BB Team. So now I wonder, how much is draft going to be relied on here? Who is going to be able to make the plays for themselves when we do finally get into this game number 3?
Yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with their draft. There was a lot of synergy on side of Entity where they had pretty much all physical damage. And something to point out as well, Pango is all physical. Every one of his 3 spells, the 4th one, of course, reduces the armor. Yeah. So you're rolling, you have bugs, you have like ET on top of you. That means you're dealing more damage with just rolling thunder. So something that, you know, might take you by surprise how much damage some of his spells can actually do in a team fight.
I will say, so Lacoste talked about the Weaver after the game as well, that Katomi had a good game and great itemization. I do feel like the hero overall just looks really good. I'm not surprised to kind of see it. You know, it was moved a little higher in priority. It was generally picked, I think last game it was in the 2nd phase. The game before it was used to close the 1st phase. And now it's the overall first pick of the game. This hero seems too flexible. It can build whatever items you want. It has minus armor, great laning. Seems very good.
It's a series meta hero.
It is. I mean, it's also the only hero that's won both games.
Yeah, I think the big thing that Entity had in game number 2 that they didn't have in game number 1, I think no one got time to shine in game number 2, even though he did own in game number 1 as well. But I think the fact that you have a position 4 that can join the game, that isn't just hitting creeps, that's great for you. The safe lane, it should have been strong in game number 1 too. They fixed their problems, and Watson actually had a game in game number 2 there. So the laning stage for Entity is something they should go back to and continue to look at, because that is the one avenue I feel like that got them that 2nd game map.
What's the trade gonna be here? Do you want to take maybe Snappy? You can easily kill off the bugs.
I mean, isn't Hoodwink in the pool?
Hoodwink is still in the pool. We haven't seen Hoodwink yet. I feel like this hero should also be higher up in priority because of what it does, how well it scales. It pretty much secures you the lane. Pretty much no one other than maybe Jakiro can trade against this hero from position 5, where you are going to get out-traded because of the Facet, the trick shot bounce shot, or whatever it's called.
Trick
bouncy shot. Yeah, that's the one.
Guys.
We're doing our best out here.
So it bounces twice guaranteed on the support when you are trying to harass each other on the side away from the carry/off laner.
Yeah, and that hero was banned in the 2nd phase both games, so realizing if you do want to get Hoodwink, you're going to have to up the priority in it, grabbing in the 1st phase here. And I think it makes a lot of sense against the Weaver. These just pretty much strong supports that can make rotations in the early game seem to be flourishing in this particular series, but pretty much in the meta as well.
Yeah, I wonder for BB team how they want to continue. When I see Hoodwink, I mean, anyone should want to kill this hero because Hoodwink is really annoying, and she's like very mobile around the map. So perhaps they could already think ahead for like some mid pick for a GPK that wants to catch. Then if that's kind of what you want to go for, maybe they want to run back some safe Grimstroke. I will say that I'm a bit on the fence. They're the only team so far who have made the hero look somewhat playable, and it gives you a little bit of flex because you could play it as your 1 in 5. So we'll see, but those are some heroes I'm keeping my eyes on.
What are some of those heroes? Do you want to put them out there, Kezu, or you think that you want to wait a little bit more just to see what ends?
Like I think it could be like some Storm, Grim. DK generally mid has looked pretty damn garbage. I would prefer if they don't pick that hero.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
No, absolutely not. I don't really...
bin, ignore it, take it out.
Definitely don't like that one. There's also still Tiny, but...
He didn't look...
Yeah, there's always the thing where you just played, you know, it didn't feel good, so you just shelf the hero.
Yeah, what does Jakiro do, Matt?
What?
What does Jakiro do?
He kills the bug.
Double
kills
attack.
the bug.
Yeah.
Very
kills the Ogs, kills the courier,
kills
everything pretty much.
He wards.
Except for he doesn't really slow Weaver, but you can kill the bug on you pretty quickly, which honestly in the laning stage is pretty nice. And we've seen a resurgence of this hero quite a lot in just this tournament now, so I do like it. Very strong laner. The double attack has some niche uses as well here, and they also just don't want to show too much as well with this particular pick here. Both these supports, both backliners, so for Entity, I want to see some big frontliners in our next 2 picks.
What's the facet that most people are going for Jakiro?
Liquid Frost.
Always?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I have seen the fire one too, but the frost one just seems better. You deal so much damage. Your level 2 spike is
it's
nasty.
the level 2 timing.
Yeah.
Okay. How would you counter a timing like that? Let's say that we don't really know where this Weaver is going right now on BB team, even though it feels like it's a 4. Let's say there's still that potential for it to be a carry. What exactly would you want with it, right? Because I feel like the 5 has to come out here to keep the flexibility open a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe bang out the other 2-headed hero in Dota 2.
Ogre.
Maybe some Ogre with the learning curve, level 1. Play it a little bit slow, level 2. You are super strong. Like Beaver plus Ogre, this has to be like the strongest level 2 in the game.
Yeah.
You really can't, right? You have Ignite level 2. It's like, what are you gonna do against it? Weaver gets on top of you. But for now, it's gonna be Batrider. I think they have a pretty good win rate with the Batrider, if I'm not mistaken. 60% out of 5 games, so not too bad.
I mean, they are one of the only teams that are making this hero work. They can also flex it on Miro. There's something else that kind of needs to be remembered. Just kidding. As they'll just show that, okay, this is our 4-5. They just feel like this is good enough. Perhaps there's something else going on. You know, sometimes Doom doesn't have the best lane, but if your Weaver is your 5, generally he is somewhat freed up to like go around. He can help offside in that lane. And I mean, honestly, it is a pretty good lane. Wouldn't say it's the best. It definitely can be counterpicked here if Entity choose to do so.
Yeah, we had Doom in game 1 for BB team. Then they pick it up again in game 2. Didn't have the same sort of impact. Is this too early on to be revealing the Doom right now? Could they have held it for the last pick out of this phase and it would have had more... I'm talking like as if it's already not having that impact, but it's not a gotcha. Whereas if you pick it at the end of a closing phase, it feels like you can protect it a bit more.
Yeah, I feel like they've been forcing it a little bit. 3 games in a row. It's one of Miro's better heroes, but because they just picked it 3rd here, it opens up a counter pick from the safe lane, and that's exactly what CK does. Create all of these illusions pre-fight, and you don't know which target you're gonna go for, so gonna be pretty difficult. They need to be the ones getting the first jump in this one, so that CK doesn't have that ulti available. Maybe find someone with the Blink Lasso. And you did mention that this Hoodwink is pretty difficult to catch in the trees. That's why Batrider is going to be able to maybe find him. Weaver as well, if it's going to be, you know, position 1 with the Gleipnir, with the bugs, provide some vision so you can kill it off, because he deals insane amount of damage in the team fights.
Yeah. I mean, the offlane meta is getting a little strange now, because if you look at the bans, Brood, Sand King, Brewmaster, Beastmaster,
everything banned.
Darkseer, Enigma, everything's just banned. So it might seem like, oh, they keep going back for this Doom, but like, what's left? Of like S-tier offlaners are all gone pretty much, so you have to pick something that's going to be blind and can have some impact in the game. And most of the good stuff's gone.
Underlord up there, though. Maybe not S tier. I would probably put it a little bit lower in the
player preference, probably.
Yeah. He's more susceptible, and you needed one core to step up and be like, okay, if we want to keep the Weaver flex open, GPK or Miro, one of you man up and tell me a hero you want.
Right, and it's probably not going to be GPK that's coming out there willing to have his hero counted.
Okay,
Round 2.
They do want to run back the Sven. It is, of course, pretty damn good against CK throughout the game. I must say that I like that Entity pick Pango. I feel like a closing pick Pango for BB team could have been pretty good there. You also have double minus armor, helps you roll, helps you with the team fighting. I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised to see the Sven come out. I feel like it is... it still looked good last game, even though they had a hard time overall.
Does Nightfall just not want to play Weaver? He hasn't played it yet this tournament, so every time I see this Weaver on BB team, it kind of feels like it just defaulted to support because he doesn't want to play that semi-carry type of role. It feels like he wants to be the hard carry. He wants to play something that farms a lot. And
something about Nightfall tells me I feel like he's not the finesse type of carry. I feel like he wants to be strong, go in, drop all his stuff, and hopefully the fight is done. Like his faces, Void, Sven, CK. He doesn't seem like the weavy in and out type of guy.
I mean,
I was thinking like
gain damage.
I was thinking those first 3 picks, like let's just run the save Grimstroke again. Your event's a Pango. You've got double Doom again. It worked in game 1.
I could have seen it. Yeah.
It was like that could have been really good, but I think they just can't play carry Weaver, and that for BB team is something that can be exploited pretty easily if you're going to pick this Weaver that early.
Dispatch being very fast. It's all about that speed. We saw him in the previous game, Nightfall, getting involved like 16, 17 minutes into the game. Yeah. He was sitting at 0-0-0, which is not what you want to have from your carry nowadays.
I mean, so I'm thinking now, because Mr. GPK, he has to pick blind. I don't see anything wrong if Entity want to run back the Pango offlane. They can. They're the ones that have last pick. So GPK needs to find a blind pick mid that is going to like fit. If the Pango goes, you know, mid, that you do well there, but that you also don't get overly counterpicked. And it's not the easiest, in my opinion, right now for your supports to play with someone. Sure, you can think that, okay, if Save farms a lot, which he generally does, he will get a timely Blink Dagger. But I would prefer if like they can also go mid and like do something. So I'm having a hard time finding this hero.
I mean, if they want a blind pick, what comes to mind is Snapfire every single time.
I was about to say, but problem with
like the lean of this patch.
Pretty much, but you don't have like that's my problem with the hero. They need to pick something strong because it is blind. But you have Weaver, you have Batrider. These are not the supports that you want to pair up Snapfire with. So it will be Shadow Fiend.
Wind Ranger response.
Yeah, so they have done the SF before. It is, of course, one of
No one's picking Wind Ranger. I'm almost 99% sure of that.
Think so?
Whoa, that's a high.
Because he did an interview saying it's very good versus SF, and during the play-ins.
Yeah.
So let's see if he's being true to his words on that one.
I mean, if he feels like he can just get like some Glip Glob into maybe Link. I mean, it's a goated Linken's game against Doom bad. Like maybe there's, you know, he seems a little unsure. I can definitely see the Wind Ranger. Otherwise, anything else that goes mid does okay and can build a Linken's mid game, I feel like kind of just fits the bill.
Something that Thompson talked about.
What, the Zeus?
Oh, he hit the Zeus, yeah.
Fear
nailed it.
Fear Darkness.
He watched the interview. He knows.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay, would you like to reiterate any more information around this Wind Ranger?
Sure.
How you feel the mid lane might go?
Well, basically, you're a universal hero, so you can CS pretty easily.
Okay.
On top of it, you have a nuke where you can just keep pushing the lane out, but more importantly than all of that is your innate ability on Wind Ranger is you can't be slower than 240 move speed. So he can't actually stack up those raises on you to the point where you're crawling and then dive you under the tower with a glyph and stuff like that. So that innate ability is a big reason why this hero is very good. Of course, throughout the entire game you're playing versus Sven, just focus fire him down. He can't really kill you. He might angle towards an Aghanims this game to be able to dispel that. But if he doesn't, that's not really a popular Sven build either, so it can be very difficult for the Sven to play into this. But it's mainly just for the mid matchup. Not many heroes can lane versus SF this patch.
I like what Entity drafted for themselves. I feel like supports will need to do a lot of heavy lifting for a BB team, and the Shadow Fiend, I would say one of the most easiest hero to kill. Like, sure, he does have, you know, level 6, the Requiem and everything, but if Wind Ranger hits level 6, you have one of the supports mid, maybe bring 2 supports with the focus fire, you will be able to bring him down. And they are running, you know, this Wind Ranger as the last pick. I think the hero has not been utilized as much as I would like to see coming into this tournament, especially from, you know, carry role. Maybe there's some chance for the offlane Wind Ranger if it's a good game for it as well, but definitely a really good hero right now.
For me, both teams have like the tools to win the game. I don't really know which one to lean on. For me, it comes a lot down to like mid-game fights. Who gets the jump? Are we gonna see like a lot of Linkens on the Radiant or on the Dire team against like Doom and Bad? So for me, actually, this game is a lot about execution. I think
itemization?
Yeah, absolutely. Itemization, execution, how you move early, how does your bad rider do, and stuff like that. Because you know, BBD squad, I feel like I think they can do it. We need them to stay in the tournament. Habibi team, they're gonna do it.
Okay, you got faith in the Habibi team there. I do wonder about the Bat Rider. The faster it goes, a lot of people are talking about how quick you can take towers. Is that going to open up enough of the map to be able to maybe snuff out what Entity want to do and bring speed that way?
Yeah, my bro is
okay, and you think he's not going to do that at all on this Bat Rider? That's the fastest
he's going to stack creeps.
Okay, a lot of stacking. That's what we're used to our supports doing. Let's see if that's what they do. Game 3 elimination with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Natty. Yes, we're getting into the Game 3 action here. The deciding match now between Entity and BB team to see who gets to stay in the running for that championship title and who's going to be sent home at the end of this series and who's going to get their medal crushed at the end of this one. We'll find out. We'll look to the drafts here, Fogged. Exciting sort of finishes, right? This time around, we get the classic kind of the two mid matchups, mid heroes coming in as the last two picks. No one getting the Wind Ranger and GPK getting his Shadow Fiend. What do you make of all of this?
I've heard from like a lot of the players, this is the pick versus the Shadow Fiend. Yep. I heard from Noob in particular. When they did it a couple of the games, they usually had Spirit Breaker as well on top of it. But yeah, it's one of the best picks, as Fear was highlighting there for the reasoning on the panel. It's nice, and we're in for a treat. I think BBT, they're running it back in a lot of ways, right? They're doing the Sven and the Doom. It's
pretty similar
in like quite a bit of these games, right? We see the lifesteal the first time, but the Doom is the one thing that's staying consistent. So Miero he feels like this is the hero that he wants to play in all these games. And we'll have to see if it does work, because he is playing into the CK, so one of those heroes that can do very, very well in the matchup. They have natural Linken's buyers.
They do.
As we saw from last game, the Pango, even the Wind Ranger is one of the natural build-ups. And overall, I do want to give DM quite a bit of a shout-out here in this last game. He was pretty clutch. He's done for this Mantha build, which it's now kind of like the popular build, even though he had nothing really to dispel in that game in particular. His Rolling Thunder's on point. He was kind of starting these fights really nicely for his team.
Let's see if he can give us a repeat performance. I mean, overall, do you like that BB team have gone for a sort of a similar approach, as you say, in those sort of two side lane cores as they did in the last game, also keeping what the support Weaver once more into their draft? Or do you prefer Entity's approach, again, in some of these counter picks that they've come up with and sort of direct response to the heroes that BB team had?
If a team is going to go for like the same strategy, you imagine the team that's adapting a little bit should, in theory, be able to start finding these answers. And we did see Entity, they found the answers in the last game in particular. The early game in particular, they just snowballed out of control to get that big lead to be able to play a little bit more lax as the game progressed. As Miero, top, this lane is not easy for him. It's a ton of damage. Fishman will actually commit the blood grenade, but going to be able to commit forward for the kill there.
Yeah, what's nice to back off was getting a little bit low, so didn't want to chase for the kill along with that grenade being dropped down onto Miero.
Yep, Save is hanging on to that flame break too, just for the potential if they do make a mistake too. No. I mean, we'll see how this lane does go, because it does feel like it's a very strong aggressive lane, again, that Entity's gone for, but Save and Miero do work their magic and win some of these anyway, so you always do say. Bottom, aggressive lanes kind of coming out from both side. More so, I would say, from BBT this time than they did before. This Weaver and Sven can be a little more aggressive, it feels, versus DM than they could last time, but let's see, because he does have the backup of a Hoodwink this time also, which is also very strong to be able to control two or multiple heroes with the AoE stun. Since Katomi was playing a Weaver before, it really was just DM on his own resetting. I think we're in for quite a treat this game, because the Sven versus that CK matchup, the big cleaves definitely will come into play at some point, and GPK overall playing maybe a safer hero that he likes to play, being able to play from the distance rather than a Tiny who commits and just dies in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I mean, sort of outside of the lane in which you said where Wind Ranger should have a bit of an edge. Now, how does the game kind of look for a Shadow Fiend coming in? I mean, because I imagine it must look pretty good, right? That it was their last pick, so they felt confident going with this.
Yeah, it gives them that extra clear, Phantasm and stuff like that. He'll be able to have this good AoE and stuff like that. But my one worry is that there's a Pango. So when you are just squishy and you're, SF doesn't want to build BKB, you just get gone on his
They might be able to go for both. Yeah, they do save there. I mean, you talk about making magic happen on these ranged draws, and on a bat, playing it perfect, gets the double kill to start this game off.
He's kind of the only player still playing that bat 4, and he is by far the best at it. He has just done magical things, it seems like. Even going for Flame Break Level 1, just going for these auto attacks. Just seems to always do it. Even playing to a CK lane. CK Jakiro. So we saw the Trolls CM lane suffer. Now the Jakiro CK lane also getting taken advantage of right away here.
Look for that Lotus.
He's gonna get it. Save will get it. Save will get the top one, Totem will get the bottom one. 1-for-1 exchange on these. Save already having boots. Getting double kills on a Batrider in the lane is... It lets the hero play a lot more aggressive in particular. You can start playing kind of in their faces with the sticky, being able to just kind of move back and forth, always get those extra stacks on them too, so... After the kills, though, we are seeing the CS look very good for the side of Entity on all 3 of these lanes. But GPK is holding his own here. Just when level 6 comes out, let's see how he endures when no one just inevitably win runs and just tries to focus fire him down if he'll get any TP rotations to protect him.
And just going to pop down to look to grab the bounty. Maybe you would have seen if you could get a power shot to help out, but lane not really in a state where Entity are looking to go for kills. Katomi, as I say that, though, he's doing a lot of damage to Toronto Tokyo.
He might still be able to.
He might turn back around, though, want to see if he can get a power shot in on this. Ooh! Oh, and it's a nice one. It's a very nice one. There we go. Yeah, no one realizes, indeed, that hanging around just a little bit longer allows him to set up for a kill to be found for Kataomi. Same time, top lane, though, the save show continues.
Look at the stacks, too. 5 stacks onto Watson. 6 now as well. Potentially continuing to dive if Watson doesn't hide himself, but he will hide. They were getting better on the CS up top, and immediately Save puts that to rest, going for the kill.
I mean, at this point, with the amount of kills that Save's getting, does this ever get to a stage where Entity are going to be comfortable laning here, or is this lane getting close to being over?
I don't think you want to leave this lane, though. Once you have 3, you have another power spike on the Jakiro with level 2 dual breath, but definitely looking a bit more difficult for Watson than expected, even though it's a CK with that built-in regen. Save just working his magic.
Look at that as well. That's a lot of consumable gold spent here in this early game by Fishman. I imagine just to sort of help withstand the aggression from BB team. And even with that high level of expenditure, it's not keeping the 2 of them alive. They're still dying in this lane.
The ideal thing for this Jakiro is to try to whittle them down with constant spell spam, but so far, it's just every time they step up to whittle, they just get gone on. It's a straight initiation that comes out for BBT, so Save capitalize on that massively here. 3-1.
He's got himself another blood grenade on the way out as well. So, you know, Save, he's going to keep looking for these opportunities to get in and get these early kills.
He's got the ward too, so he'll be able to potentially make a move to at least scout out inside the jungle when stacks are inevitably going to start coming out here, and maybe look to play around that power rune also. Let's see who ends up getting it. Katomi gonna do the same move pretty much, I imagine, here on the Hoodwink. They're going to bring the extra +1, though. Toronto Tokyo a little bit faster than that Jakiro. So they're going to have 3 positioned around the mid lane on the side of BBT for this rune. Who gets the RNG? Will be top. And a good one. A very, very good one. It's not a damaging one, but it's one of those that could potentially save him versus a focus fire commit play. And he's going to just walk in and steal the stack. So very nice move here from GPK. Bottom looking to punish Nightfall, but he jukes it.
Yeah, even if they get the catch, it's hard. So he's got the belt strength. The brace stays pretty tanky here early on the Sven.
And GPK did steal a double stack away from no one in that meantime, so was able to just sneak in there. And yeah, it looks like they are potentially just going to have to break the lane top. It's level 5 on the Doom already. It's an unbelievable amount of magic damage. Fishman doesn't get dove on just yet. Not wanting to dive the tower since there is TP reactions that can come from Entity. No one pings out immediately. He's like, my stack got stolen. They have a ward deep here. He actually pings exactly where that ward is as well, too, so knows where Save placed it. And all's right in the world with the 1-for-1 wisdom exchange. Lane's looking at quite a bit better this time from BBT. Entity was able to really smash stuff in that last game. This time, not going to be the case. GPK able to flash farm nicely on this SF.
And a bit of an awkward setup here. The neutral kind of setup with the stun onto Watson. Fortunately for him, though, the flame break knockback was off the mark there. So Save not able to get the knockback onto Watson. Watson's able to walk away.
3v3 coming in. Toronto Tokyo in the area. Ooh, puts the second point in bugs. Don't always see that. Doom is available, so Miro is at the ready potentially to catch somebody here. And did he have 3? GPK is flash farming very nicely, so now starting to see a pretty big difference between him and the Wind Ranger right now. 700 gold or so, because he just walks in and he's actually stealing the camp just every time here of no one. Especially with that shield rune, he knows he can be a little bit more aggressive because of it. Most of these Wind Rangers don't skill the stun early on, so it could just shield and TP out if anything happens, as no one will claim himself a haste.
The bushwhack onto Toronto Tokyo, but not able to find any sort of follow-up.
2-0-2 build on Fishman. Probably he's going to go the Ice Path next, so they have that extra control. And GPK just goes to the jungle, flash farms that one as well, and then they'll give the mid lane to save to get that extra farm. SF is very large at the moment.
Yeah, in terms of build as well, he's got the blink into the BKB queued. I can't remember, is that what we usually see, or we usually see like the Yashikaya?
Yeah, it's usually the Yashikaya, but I can understand why you want a BKB rush versus Pango.
Okay.
Toronto Tokyo this time will get caught. He might still just switch it up, but whenever I see Pango and I see some of these fragile heroes that can just get committed on, BKB does.
Sure, but if you go for this Blink BKB build, right, you have to find kills.
You gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go, you gotta play aggressive and get some early usage out of it, right? Because
we'll see if he does.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
We'll see if he full does commit for it. Oh, he misses. Nice try there, GPK. He tried to trying to maximize as much as possible. He's trying to stack camps with his Shadow Rays while also farming mid. So didn't quite get it there, but still in a very good position. All 3 cores at the top.
You can see GPK. We've only seen one of his SF performances this tournament. It wasn't a strong one.
Let's see what he was up against, actually, if I can find that.
That was one of the ones we followed the other day, right?
I believe so. I feel like every time I've seen Shadowfiend, it's been up against Spirit Breaker in most of the games, and then he gets ran at all games. So some around, it's not the case. Not in the first 9 minutes, at the least.
Entity. Maybe looking to see if they can make something happen down towards the bottom lane. Toronto Tokyo is attempting to pick up some XP here to try and catch up on the safe lane.
Ooh, the last Shadowfiend game he actually played was the that no one puck game, if you recall it. The one that we casted, if I'm not mistaken, that no one ended up like super carrying as the game. You know, BBT couldn't close out the game and stuff like that. So, okay. He did struggle in that one. He did go the Yashikaya that game.
He did, so a bit of a change. But as you say, if he commits to go for the BKB after the blink, he could still change his mind depending on how the vibe of the game's going. I feel with the lead that they're having, the fact that the game's not going too crazy in amount of kills, that he would maybe feel that he has the space to just go for the more standard Yashikaya build-up rather than feel pressured to get this early BKB, but we'll see. The blink dagger's there.
I'm always cool with the blink because you can just do so many. You can be more
blink
aggressive.
First, fantastic.
You know, you can just be super aggressive.
Yeah, whether you feel like you kind of have to hold back your game to go for the BKB straight up next, which we'll see.
He can always be the follow-up too. If there's any type of lasso that saves ever to find, the Shadowfiend's gonna come in and wreck him on top of it. Miero?
We're gonna see if they can get it. Get the connection with the Rolling Thunder. He's pretty beefy on this Doom.
He's quite beefy. Is he gonna survive this?
He's juking the Rolling Thunder, and TPs are coming in. He won't survive, but it may buy time for them to do anything in return. That's just Toronto Tokyo. And at this early stage of the game, the Weaver's not going to do anything at all. So Entity, they'll get the kill, and they'll get away.
He made them work for it, though. Some nice little jukes and sidesteps. DM with a nice little repositioning there. I believe he did the little Rolling Thunder trick where you hit the wall and click the target that you're going, because he perfectly kind of turned to catch on top of him. And he's going to do the same build. So he is going to just go down that Manta build, which seems to be just the most popular one. Even though there's nothing still also this game to dispel, it worked beautifully last game. I guess there's some stickies and stuff. There's something more this time around. Entity playing behind no one. GPK.
He's going to get the Requiem out for the tree line. Jumps in. Looks to help take out Katomi. Katomi tries to bounce his way back with the sharpshooter, but he is taken down.
Kill's a kill. Not, you know, 2 ultis committed just for that 4 position, not one of the mid laners, but no one was able to just instantly reset. Nice attempt there from GPK. Blink just always looks so much fun on SF, especially if you get it as this first item, because the early game aggression that you can do like that,
Blink first, I love,
yeah, and we can line up like the triple raises when you get the talent. It feels like it can be nice. Just, I just like that I'm seeing them be more confident in aggression, because we did see GPK in particular, we've had a lot of words about him just having a rougher tournament in particular, so having confidence to go Blink is always, you know, it's nice to see. Watson, the armlet is finished up, and they're just looking to group up in Siege Tower, so they're feeling like their fight, when they've grouped up as 5, is quite a bit stronger here. Especially with Requiem on cooldown 60 seconds.
DM, they're getting these items faster and faster, it feels, each game with his Pango. Faster than the fastest by a fair bit on this Yasha pickup.
Just looking to set up, playing around no one. Both supports are just hugging him, and I don't blame them, especially after last game, no one having that 100% kill involvement. Yeah, they're looking to just play with him as well. And Fishman actually did not take the Ice Path at level 5. All right. Going for all the damage. The only concern I do have, a reason I'm mentioning, is because if there's a situation where there's an SF Requiem and
yeah, Ice Path could be kind of nice.
It can be, you know, a bit of a concern. So I imagine he'll get it at 7, but maybe he will just hold off till 8. They're going to smoke Katomi. No one. Going to catch something here. Because they are playing versus some flash farming heroes, right? SF with the Shadow Razors, Doom with the Devourers, Sven with the Cleave. So every moment that sits back, that gold lead does go up for the side of BBT. So wanting to make a move around this Wind Ranger. Not quite able to find anything just yet. The Shackle, he catches on the save. They've got the follow-up.
They get the Bushwhack indeed. They'll have the damage to bring him down.
Beautiful Shackle.
Even drop the focus fire to make sure that Save does not have any chance of living. GPK is watching from the side. He's going to try and bait things out a bit with this illusion.
He's got level 2 Requiem.
I don't know if they're going to be falling for this illusion bait. We've seen GPK come in with some cool illusion plays previously in the tournament, but this one, not going to catch Entity off guard. They're not going to try and dive in for this.
No, he'll play cool. A really nice Shackle. Just playing it off of that range creep initially to catch the Bat Rider. The push comes in, they bring a squad again. They're trying to get this tower advantage, trying to close the map a little bit versus these fast farmers.
I mean, let's see. I'm just really intrigued to see if GPK is able to keep up. Because at the moment, top spot. Getting in, he picked up the Ogre Club, so he will be committing for the BKB after the Blink. And then it's got to be action after action after action. Now, you want to see him using this Blink BKB Requiem every single time.
Requiem.
He's going to get a good position on the high ground with this one. The Wind Run was all out in time, but Miro's in with the Doom. They're able to catch out the escape of no one. So maybe able to set up for more. They're able to get any follow-up over towards Fishman. They're not. So they'll just get the one kill, but it's a big kill. They take no one's Wind Ranger out.
Entity just, they're trying to find these moves, you know, trying to find these plays, but it is BBT. They're getting a little more out of it. The farm does go up. Sven, he's uncontested so far as well. Watson is farming nicely, but we do see now no one falling behind here. A hero that wants to get these kills to be able to accelerate, because you don't really farm the fastest on a Wind Ranger. Does get answered, and there's going to be a blink on save now in a second too, so they're going to have potentially triple blink on the side of BBT to initiate these fights. While on the side of Entity, they had the Ember Spirit that they did last time, so DM didn't have to go for a Blink Rush. This time they don't have the clearest forms of just forcing a fight because DM has gone this Manta route as well too, so see if the repercussions come from that one. This triple BKB means you're very likely to start the fights and get the initiation cleaner on BBT. Beautiful camera shots of the players. Very focused.
Yeah, they know how close this opening is, and it's been quite a crazy series so far. Both teams suffering some tough times in the previous 2 games. Everything on the line here on this game 3.
We've had so many of these stompy games, so it's just always, it's a treat to be able to even get these game 3s. Okay, smoke's coming out. I believe that's what? That's a triple blink timing.
All right.
That they should have on the side of BBT in a second. Miro's about to have it, so let's see if Entity's prepared for the movement. And DM in particular, I feel like he has to be in the right position at the right time to be able to counteract these blinks. He doesn't want to get gone on himself either first. He has to be that counter initiation. And he is going to get gone on first.
There's the opening. They get the lasso onto DM. They get him dragged back over towards the Doom. The push back at the Requiem is enough lockdown to take the Pango out.
The ideal pick there, that they're able to find that ward. A little bit of a different one that we do see placed from the Radiant, at least, is placed inside the crystals. Usually you see it placed more north, but nice sneaky one. That's a blink reveal for both. Well, a blink reveal for the Bat Rider in particular. Might fall. God strength up here. No one has an Arcane Rune. He's at the ready here on the side with Focus Fire.
Tower's already on there. It's going to be hard to make a move around here now for Entity. They're going to just have to sit back.
Yeah. No one's scared to kind of walk up. If he does make a misstep, he could just get Blink Doom immediately. So the Wind Run will not save him. It'll get dispelled immediately. 6-4.
Here's the smoke up from BBT. They want to continue to, as I say, just go, go, go. They've got the BKB done now on GPK. So the Blink BKB all set up and ready to just commit into the midst of the team fight and look for these Requiems.
And they've got the Blink Doom also. Fishman shows they don't need the Doom.
They get the opening. A couple of right clicks and a flame break take him out. How long we got until Requiem's? About 40 seconds until GPK's got that back up.
A DM really needs, they need this blink, it feels like, on the side of Entity to make aggressive moves. They just don't have anyone to start fights. As mentioned, last game they had the Ember, which no one doesn't need blink. You just dive in and start stuff, so feels like for them to make any aggressive move, it's a little bit difficult. They can make counter initiations if they're in the right position, but...
Watson.
He's got an Orchid. Can get the catch, so maybe he can act as this initiator, just walking at people.
He gets the opening. It's a good catch there. So one more they can find. They're going to be able to start bringing around the bottom creep wave.
Watson keeping up that farm next to the Sven. It's just no one whose game is going to be a bit difficult to recover, get that BKB, get the Lincolns. It's going to be necessary for him versus Lasso, versus all this magic damage. Save so far, part of all 7 kills. Atos finished up on Katomi also, so they do have setup. They do have some setup here. BKB finished for Nightfall.
They got any more smokes?
They do.
They do. So they're
going to look for a fight soon.
Certainly imagine. So, I mean, between the Lasso and a Requiem on target, they can blow up anyone.
Yep.
They really can.
Anybody will die.
The combo is incredibly killer, and yeah, with the BKB on SF, there's no way to stop it right now if you're Entity. So, Save gets the setup. GPK's in with the follow-up. Easy kills.
GPK also has 15 talent, so he can just shadow raise people also to death. The damage does start to scale quite massively once you get this one. Nightfall gonna press forward for the tower here. Macro Pyre to stall it, but it will inevitably go down. BBT still looking for a potential next grab here. Entity just avoiding for a bit here, watching out for these blinks. Doing a good job of avoiding and keeping that lead. It hasn't grown too much more. It's been sitting between that 2 and 3K.
Now, when do you imagine Entity will look to fight themselves? Is it just sort of no one's BKB they're waiting on?
It'll be a combo. I think no one's BKB plus the blink on DM, and then they'll be able to look for the fights back. Maybe not Watson joining in just straight up, but joining in for like a flank or something. Both teams being incredibly careful.
Yeah, we're seeing some
Fishman. He shows for a second.
That's an easy one. Couple of raises off the back of the Lasso. I'll take him down. Tormentor will cleaned up here by Entity. They'll secure that for Kataomi.
See who else they look to grab, or if they're just going to play only aggressively off Lasso for the moment here. Mira almost has Shiva's guard finished up too, to be able to have more of an answer for the CK. And how close to the blink on DM? Still not quite there. 600 away. Slow-paced game. The BBT keeping, it's staying steady. Not dying on the SF, a hero that never wants to die. So far, very good for GPK.
Yeah, he's had a brilliant game so far. And the Yasha is going to be coming out after the BKB, so the order, prioritizing the BKB, it hasn't really slowed down his farm whatsoever, just because he's had so much freedom. And with that early BKB, it's just, as we've seen, made it very unlikely for Entity to ever try and make any moves towards him. So getting a very free start here, GPK.
Yeah, until they have no one's BKB, he does not want to try to go versus GPK.
No, they can't kill this SF.
No, and they could just die onto no one. And even with the BKB, it doesn't mean it's like 100% safe for no one by any means. There's these BKB piercing spells, of course, that are coming in from both the Bat and the Doom. So for him, he has to have kind of dream positioning on no one. They will have the blink done onto DM, so now can look to make some aggressive moves. Pretty big disparity in levels coming into play here between the two carries. Nightfall's level 17 versus the level 14 on the CK. He's very ready to fight with this team too, with the BKB Echo and the crit. While Watson still no BKB, it'd be difficult for him to join in. They're both gonna smoke. Nightfall.
Whoa. Continues to wrap around with the smoke. They still want to try and find something. Entity heavily on the retreat. BB team, can they get a catch?
They don't have the BKB on no one. Entity's trying to just avoid this. Can DM avoid it as well?
Seems like they're all going to get out.
He's going to send some illusions. They're going to perhaps know where he is. See if they'll find him. He'll play it safe. He just jumps on the hill. BKB
Save.
number 1 is done. Save. Almost gets the catch.
Very close to finding Fishman there.
Slow and methodical Katomi. They seem to know where he is, bottom. Miro wants to use a Doom here with the pace of the game. Gets the War Stomp. Will be able to get the catch.
Toss will hold him back a little bit. But the damage, especially with the Shivas coming in to slow him down and get that extra bit in, will allow Miro to find a little solo kill.
It's a great catch. Their Entity's just playing like the cat and mouse game, trying to avoid. So anytime that you can find a Doom opportunity here, it's quite nice. Does Entity look to play something here with that on cooldown? They do have a double BKB timing on them now, so no one has it and Watson. So they might look to strike here that is on cooldown. But BBT might also just split up and try to avoid here until that does come up in particular. Yashikaya is done for GPK, almost 18.
He's massive.
It really is.
You just continue to see the difference between him and Noah in this game. Over 3.5k gold difference between them just 23 minutes in. Toronto Tokyo, not really the biggest of catches, but they'll take it.
Still nonetheless. And it is near the Roche, so they could potentially look to at least threaten
if they can turn it into that, but they don't do it that quickly, right? I mean, how clean is this going to go?
Pango does make it quite a bit faster, so they should be able to do it safely with the attack speed slow as well.
I mean, it's been scanned out. Is there going to be time for BB Team to get over here? It doesn't look like they're coming. So they're kind of going to sit down and sit back and let Entity take this.
They'll make the call to just trade the tower.
Sure.
Two for the Roche.
Yeah.
They just pop the God Strength for it, so they'll back up. They have an amp damage bottom too that they can play around. It's level 18 on both of those carries. On the Shadow Fiend and Sven.
A little bit of something there for Entity playing from behind. They're able to sneak the Roshan, get the Aegis on Watson.
That's a nice play. Does mean that Doom is going to come back up for that next fight again. So BBT just playing around those lassos, these Dooms in particular, to find all these catches so far here. Save and GPK playing together. Might look for a play here to catch Entity off guard. That amp damage Requiem will kill anybody. But not going to be able to find it. Entity split back up. This game is going to have explosive team fights because it's just like, it's all culminating. It's everybody's getting that farm kind of together. BBT just getting a little bit more out of the map in these last few moments as you're starting to see that big difference between him and those other cores.
Yeah, it's just difficult to sort of see a similar level of burst coming out from Entity's lineup in comparison to what BB Team have right now.
Absolutely. Looks like they'll probably find Toronto Tokyo again here. The 5th death on the Weaver, 5 out of the 7, the 5 position. He's tanking the ganks.
Yeah, he is. This doesn't really bother BB Team too much, I feel.
Nope.
Losing the Weaver here and there, it does not change the fact that they're in control of this game.
The nice thing for Entity is, though, is that they're not really expending anything big onto him, right? They're not using literally like any ults that matter, so.
Sure, but they're also just not finding the opportunity to use those ults on the bigger targets because of just how well BB Team at the moment has been reading their moves.
Now, you know when he's got the Lincolns queued up, of course, that's the ideal timing if they're able to wait until they can at least have that one for him, because his team fighting, I feel like he's just going to get focused. There's just going to be either a lasso or a Doom onto him, and it's very difficult for him to survive either of them.
Invisibility!
Toronto Tokyo almost ran into his bushwhack up top. Does have to be cautious of his position, and Watson now has a blink as well, so they've got double follow-up. I like that he's gone this build. I think DM is a little bit scared to just Rolling Thunder and just jump in versus the Doom and the lasso. This gives him a little bit more opportunity to do so. Watson, walking up, still has time on this Aegis.
Can he catch anyone? And they try for GPK, but the BKB TP is going to be there, and they don't have the means to stop it.
That is the reveal of the blink from the CK, so they'll know that he does have that for the future moments. They, I believe, saw no one that was bottom here. I think someone was pinging it out. BKB on cooldown, 75 seconds. Could be an opportunity for Entity to catch the Shadow Fiend. Toronto Tokyo again.
They're going to try and go for him. And they'll get him with the shots. I mean, they're killing the Weaver.
6 out of 8. Getting the kills on the Weaver, but not the core. And this time, Rolling Thunder was used. So BBT could look to hit back now that that one is down and that the Aegis is going to be getting reclaimed. Actually, still got 2 minutes. Probably not.
I mean, they really need to find something else than this Toronto Tokyo Weaver. It can't feel good just killing the same Weaver every single time and just never getting to do anything else. They're not able to push tier 2s, they're not finding anything else other than to support Weaver.
No, this is the job of these 5 positions. just running in and tanking it for the team. Nightfall, level 20's been hit, so plus 10 armor. This Warcry going to be quite effective versus the CK in particular. Almost has Harpoon as well, keeping it a good separation between him and the CK. And yeah, no one. Very quiet game overall from him this time around.
I guess just not an easy one to keep up in farm as a Wind Ranger.
No.
You know, you do want to kind of get that edge in the lane and then start looking for action, looking for kills. You just didn't get the chance to.
Did they just leave both tier 3 tokens?
Both.
Did I see that right? There was definitely 2 of them.
Oh.
All right, well,
let's get a replay of that.
well,
we don't need it.
What's happening?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing that's happening.
He just walked in and took him. They all just TP'd out. So that can definitely have an effect.
Tier 3 tokens are a pretty good power spike.
Yeah, Nightfall found the Dream one in particular. He's got a Vindicator's Axe. All right. Well, that just happened. And Aegis, 30 seconds, it's going to get reclaimed.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything more with that. They're just going to probably have to sit back and go towards the next time. Well, DM has his Aghanims. Oh, here we go.
There's one.
It was one
ready,
dropped and TP out, second dropped and TP out. You're absolutely right. I mean,
Watson tried to pick it up and he had full inventory. He had Bracer, a stick, and a branch in his inventory, so he couldn't actually pick up the secondary one.
Yeah, you don't see that often. Maybe one. Sometimes someone forgot to pick it up in their jungle, or someone TP'd away. Both heroes TP'ing away when they drop. It's just, it happens to the best of us. Really, you know, you're hitting a creep, you want to be efficient, you're starting the TP, and then bam. Next thing you know, milliseconds after start TP, it comes out.
Katomi took one of them. That means one of the cores.
I think we're on the side of BB team. What do you mean? Oh, it's in the entity because they're only going to have, what, 3 to play with?
They're only going to have 3 to play with, so. We'll see if that matters. Just fun to play.
Wait, that's a bit rude, isn't it? Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Taking one of the 3 tier 3s that you're... Yeah, the cores want those, surely.
Watson's like, it's okay, I have Vambrace, it's fine. It's okay, man.
I mean, Vambrace is... it ain't
no
amazing.
Vindicator's Axe.
Yeah, that's actually kind of grief.
These things can definitely matter. But
yeah, wasn't Katomi also one of the ones that did cause one of them to spawn and then TP'd away from it?
But so was Watson, so then maybe they flipped the coin.
That's true, that's true. Katomi's like, Watson, if you really wanted one, should have been a bit more careful about that TP out. Yeah, you should have cleaned your inventory up. That's what we're telling him.
I'm feeling worried for Entity with the big fights going to come in. Nightfall's damage is just getting pretty explosive. And
yeah, the
SF has not died, and that's usually one of the things that we talk about. Like, this is one of those like formulas for success with the Shadow Fiend, is if you're not dying a lot, you're able to just sit back, get this itemization that gets pretty crazy. Supports can't play versus this. He's got the Requiem Fear line, he's got the Aghanims, and he's got a Ceremonial Robe. So this Fear duration is a long time. I don't know exactly the numbers on it when you have 22 souls or anything, but it's probably like 4+ seconds or something, 4.5 seconds. It's a lot. Let's see.
Oh, Watson's quick with the blink. They turn with the Glightning, mirrors in with the jump. He's going to look for the Doom target. He's going to drop it down onto no one. They jump forward. GPK's ready with the Requiem to push them all back. No one's going to be taken out of the fight. It turns towards DM, but he's able to escape with the Rolling Thunder. Katomi chased down by the 2 of them, trying to Tokyo Mirror take him out.
Miro gets the catch. He clicks. I think he waits till he clicks. It was checks to see if the Wind Ranger has the Lincolns. Sees he doesn't. Boom, throws the Doom onto him. So gets that catch and save, giving the tip to Tokyo, probably because he's tanked all the ganks for the team.
Let's check it out again. Yeah, really clean move, as you say. Miro just straight in on top of him.
Oh, he was silenced. Okay, he got Orchid in, then he BKB'd and was able to get the Doom out right afterwards. I mean, DM rolls in, but it does next to nothing. He actually just has to roll away. This game is starting to get out of control, it feels. No one has not been able to find anything on this Wind Ranger, and he still doesn't have Lincolns. So when he respawns, they can go for him again with either that Lasso or that Doom. Even though Watson's farm, it's good. The other 2 just have not been able to find much of anything.
Very much feels sort of similar to kind of the Game 1 vibes of just slowly but surely cementing this lead and potentially the victory here, BB team.
Absolutely. Get themselves a gem as well, too, to control vision, control the map. The lead continues to grow as this SF can queue up the refresher next. And he's up to, what, 28 souls now, I believe? Yeah, so even more that we're seeing come into play. I watched, did you see Katomi in the last fight, too? He just was in the outside of the fight, got clipped from a line of the Requiem, and just he's out of the fight. It's really hard to play versus this as supports, because you just don't get the chance to go BKB, really, in most situations. And BBT, they're going to look to go again, it looks like. Do him up in 30 seconds. No one does have Lincolns.
They've got ways to get around it, though. They see no one to start the fight they're in. They put the Lincolns specifically to get the BKB off.
get the stun.
They're going to turn. Jump forward for GPK, though. He's ready with the Requiem straight on top of them, but Watson's got the BKB off. He'll still take quite a bit of damage from the Requiem, but he'll survive this time, Watson. Nightfall. He's in with the God Strength. He's looking for the Harpoon drag back on, and Watson's able to get the stun through, but the Lincolns is there. Watch the stun. They'll turn towards Fishman. They'll take him out with a big old crit there.
Oh, nice play from No One. He blocks the initial grab and then puts the Lincolns onto his buddy to protect him too. Quite a bit of damage onto Watson anyway, but they'll find Nero. They do find at least one type of catch onto a core this time from Entity. That was literally as he got the Lincolns, so Save unable to get the break onto it there. Next time does have the potential to blink Force Staff and break that Lincolns to go for it. Who had the gem also? They did. Okay, No One did have it. I was checking to make sure that it wasn't the Jakiro who was carrying the gem, and they lost it right away.
A little bit of breathing room here for Entity. See if they get the chance to sneak out and maybe go for a Roshan. It's not going to be easy though. BB team, they'll have everybody back up in 10 seconds, but Nero respawning.
Yeah, he's got the Doom at the ready also.
And Entity's going to try and go for this. They want to look for some sort of smoke play into maybe if they just get kind of one kill and they're able to just back off and take the Roshan. That'd be pretty huge for them.
If they can control Nightfall, because he doesn't have BKB in particular, and they'll Save to
start with Save. They can get this one quick and easy. They'll be very happy with that. That's the back gone.
See what else they can catch.
Does have buyback though. If they start diving around the tier 2, Save will reconsider turning up to the fight.
BKB in 10 seconds on SF.
No one's trying to lead in, but they get the jump in onto him, and again they're able to pop the Linkers, get the Doom drop down. Who's able to get the BKB off first? See if he ticks down to this though, he should. Miro's able to stay on top of him with the BKB himself. No One, he will fall.
He gets the Requiem off.
He's holding underneath the tier 2 tower. They're diving in. GPK's able to get indeed the heal back up to full. And Nightfall with the BKB running down Watson. Watson's gone. And of course, Save, as I said, he's straight in with the buyback. Lasso on a DM. DM tries to swashbuckle the way up to the high ground, but he's not able to make it up there. They'll lose the 4 of them.
And No One dies, of course, to that Doom. The Miro jump is perfect, and the heal from GPK's Requiem puts him straight back to full.
It really did. It looked like he had a cheese there.
Yeah, just absolute full heal from that. I mean, CK just wailing on him, and it didn't even matter there, because he did get the BKB off before the chain stun came out.
He's probably pretty close to the refresher after that, right? Isn't he? Yeah, he's making good ways towards it. 4,300 gold in towards buying that.
Yeah, what? It's 4,800, right? Yeah. If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's about 400 gold away from having a secondary one. GPK playing this one beautifully.
It's looking good from him. It really is flawless so far. 4-0-7. GPK.
And No One just not having the game that not having the early game in particular that I think he wanted to have as the Wind Ranger, which just caused these effects to happen. They just focus him. As long as they get either a lasso or a Doom onto him, he's effectively gone out of the fight.
BB team continuing to hold this game.
And playing, that was, so Entity, they tried to take advantage because the Sven BKB at the start of everything was like a 12-second cooldown. The SFs was like 8 as they made the jump, but they weren't able to keep them locked down long enough. And also, No One just got gone on as the rest of the team was making that move. So it was pretty much perfect reaction there from BBT to protect those BKB cores to get them off. Yeah, this Requiem and this SF pick is absolutely working beautifully. And yeah, as you said, Refresher is done. So 2 of those in the fights. They can't withstand 1. How are they going to withstand 2? Watson just can't focus fire him down. Oh, and GPK gets a shield rune, so definitely going to survive the next jump as well.
Oh, they're getting close to being able to consider going for high ground. BB team.
Yeah, they might look to place a ward and just go for a jump, but there is a ward outside the base right now, so they do see save. This is a pretty sneaky one. Nightfall has hit level 25. Miro. He's found another target.
Look out for the TP out. Nothing to stop it. Should survive right back at base. Save. Indeed they do. They're able to punish him looking around the base. And in the fountain, it's yeah, it's not going to be enough damage with the Doom. It's pretty close.
It's so close.
It's very close. I think pretty much 1 tick away from actually killing him. But he does live. DM.
Next time, if there's a timeless relic on Miro, he'll definitely go down, but does survive this one. And clutch way that he did it, too, if you saw. He waited for that Infernal Blade to come out, then he went for the TP immediately afterwards. So Miro, maybe a little bit of a slip up there, thinking he just had that free kill. As Entity do get a nice kill with that ward that they had outside the base, too, so at least getting something out of this movement. So BBT with a tremendous lead, and still hanging on to Aegis and Cheese.
Toronto Tokyo with an Eon disc as well now, so whilst he's been the one to pretty much die the most, now he's no longer an appealing target to go on.
Let's see if Watson can make some kind of like...
Got to be a bit careful playing around here.
Yeah, let's see if he can do some tricky moves here with the Ninja Gear, though. If he can find some backline heroes, he can blow them up if they're unable to get the get one of their defensive items off, because he does still do a ton of damage if he gets them pre-BKBs. Has his work cut out for him. They do have Katomi at the least also scaling. He has gotten it back for a 4-step, but I imagine he's just going to go more aggressive items because it does feel like they need him to be doing some more of this damage since the Wind Ranger is just addressed. And 2 minutes still on this Aegis. BBT looking to swing over.
It's a T.
Save.
That time he's really tries to go for that there with the setup. Gliding into the bushwhack, but doesn't quite get it.
He got the bounce back onto the Batrider, so there's no blink.
Oh, they found him.
Nice try.
It was so close. So close.
So close. Save too quick. Watson now. In a precarious position.
Wow. It's got TPM 5 seconds. Do they know he's around it?
I wouldn't imagine they do. No. I don't think they saw anything like that, so he should be just fine.
He's going to be okay. Oh, he's going for the Ancients.
Okay.
He's sticking around a little bit.
He's hoping one of these supports walks up or something.
Okay, okay.
Not easy ones, as you mentioned.
Get out, yeah.
There's A on disc, as you were saying, on this Weaver, so definitely not an easy just insta-kill that he can go for.
Nightfall.
We'll find a telescope. Nightfall is waiting.
He is, seeing if anyone turns up around this mid lane. I mean, he's happy to dive. He's still got 1 minute left on the Aegis.
His damage is going to be ridiculous. Love this build now that we're seeing this overwhelming Blink plus Satanic. You just want to stack as much strength as possible. You're seeing him even without God Strength. It's 500 damage he's doing without the crits. The Wrath of God. That Facet. And GPK's hit 25 also, so he's got 3 points in Feast of Souls. This Requiem is going to be so fast. He's got the 25 talent. Very little time to be able to react for it. Nightfall forces the Glyph. Doing quite a lot with the last few moments of this Aegis. I mean, 30 seconds left on it. He's got in this tower.
Really got the push going. Ooh. Save.
Nice try with the shackle. Save.
I mean, they might get saved. They're going to go with the focus fire. They will. Can they turn it in for anything more? Watson's coming in with the wraparound. He's trying to catch them on the retreat.
Requiem to zone the rest of them. And he gets a solo kill.
He does. GPK goes through with 2 rounds. The Requiem pots the BKB, blows up no one. Miro, he's got the setup on Watson. Watson able to get the Phantasm off. Nightfall's ready with the BKBs. They're trying to chase Watson down. Watson heavily on the retreat. Miro, can he chase it? He's going to turn with the Doom, drop it down onto DM. Miro jumping forward, but Watson's actually able to get the blink off. So Watson should escape.
GPK.
DM as well should also be able to run away with the Doom upon him. GPK's just gone off for the BKB TP. No, he wants to stick around. He's got backup. They're moving in onto Fishman. Nightfall. Cuts down the Jakira. Jump forward from Miro. Able to pop the Lincolns. No Doom available, of course, for now. It's on cooldown still.
Careful, no one. They're looking to just play around this vision as best as possible. They know that the BKBs, the Requiems and everything are on cooldown, but they can't push forward for more. Watson. He's got BKB at the ready, but he's got to be careful.
Oh, Miro tries to jump. He gets caught by the silence. They get the drag back onto Miro. They're going to see if they can try and bring down this Doom, but he's pretty tanky. God Strength's out. Nightfall's ready to go. He's coming in with the damage. He's able to cut down no one. No one's out for 100 seconds. No buyback. Watson, he ends up sort of ticking down to the bugs upon him.
Well, that could be it. 90 seconds, no Wind Ranger. Jump in from Nightfall.
I mean, Nightfall's just diving the base. It's going up to the tier 4. 2,400 damage crit coming out there as he cuts down Fishman. They get a lasso on a DM. DM, he gets killed off through the roll-up. They don't have buybacks here. They're out with the 3 of them.
And in goes GPK.
Indeed, in with the Requiems, looking for the cleanup kills. It's just the 2 of them left here, Katomi and Watson. And they're going to try and hold against the 5-man push coming in from BB Team.
This has to be the best performance we saw from GPK so far this tournament. He has been a treat to see.
Fantastic. They could never punish him.
Nope.
Flawless game.
It's super cool where he TPs in front of no one, high-fiving him, and then jumps away. Watson.
Oh, he gets the jump on a Nightfall. Nightfall is dead. But Watson should be very dead in return. He gets caught by the Doom. Katomi, the last one left standing. They'll chase him back to the fountain. It's game over. GG is called as BB Team will be able to knock Entity out of the competition.
And in style. With their Shadow Fiend, they're super happy. This looked like it reawoke them because they've been having some difficult games. Everybody's been a bit concerned for them. they have a very, very good game. They play this one clean. The triple blink daggers end up working. They apply so much pressure to no one where we really didn't feel his impact from this Wind Ranger this time around. After having 100% kill involvement on the Ember Spirit, they put so much focus onto this.
They did. He struggled to have a game this game 3, no one. A rough one for him. Yeah, BB team with this game 3 performance and back in the game 1 as well. It really just shows that the BB team that we know and we expect to see be able to turn up when they give it their best, it's still there. They can still do it, folks.
Yeah, they definitely started to. I started to feel those beautiful movements where they would, catch all the smoke rotations. Toronto, Tokyo with these aggressive wards that we saw in game 1, being able to see all the moves, and then in this one,
just tanking them right.
Pretty much the 6 of the 8 early kills that Entity was able to find were just on this Weaver. His team is farming, getting all these items, and playing careful. But the 2 cores in particular, the Shadow Fiend and the Sven, have to give tons of credit to GPK. He did not die in this game.
He did not. Yeah, well, 5-0-11. There was no point whatsoever in which they were ever really able to get to him. Of course, a lot of it, as you say, down to the play of his teammates. But GPK making sure he was very present in the closing moments there. The aggressive blink refresher, Requiem's coming out there to close the game up. And just really cement just how tough of a game this was for no one. GPK able to take him out with that double Requiem towards the end. Yeah, tough one for Entity. They showed some solid signs in game 2, and coming up this point as well, they've had some great moments for the tournament, but it's going to be the end of the road for them, folks.
It sure is. BB team absolutely deserving it here too, as at the time, most crucial time, it felt like necessary, because yeah, as we were saying, they needed to have these players in particular start showing up bigger on the main stage, and they do at an opportune time.
They really do. BB team bringing it in when it matters the most. Getting the victory here, 2-1. They'll be moving on in the competition. I believe we're going to be able to head over to the stage to have some words from Miro.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Miro of BB team. How does it feel to play 2 hours of Doom, man? 3 games straight, Doom every single time. By game 3, tell me, were you a little bit sick of it, or you love that hero?
I think this is my best hero, and I enjoy to play it. I like to own enemies, so that's why.
Okay, well, you were definitely owning, but there has to be some pros and cons of the hero. So what's your favorite thing about Doom? Let's start with that.
I think, first of all, it's a laning stage. I like playing, and then you can just farm in and kill any hero on map if you can Doom.
Okay, fair enough. How about your least favorite thing? There has to be something that you're kind of bored with Doom.
Actually, it's just waiting for Doom. Just some cooldowns, spells.
So it sounds to me like you should be rushing Refresher and Octarine every game then. Well, so during this series then, were you asking for the Doom? Because obviously it's a signature of yours, it's your best hero, or did it just fit every single draft?
I think it's just one of my best heroes, so we decided to pick that this games. Yeah.
Was that part of the research coming into this? Because you guys have had a very, very tense path in this tournament. You've been always on the edge of elimination, nearly had to go through tiebreakers and group stage. When you took that day off, how much of it was spent on you working on yourself, or was it your team working together, like how do we get better?
We always working on ourselves, also as a team. We watch our all of replays, we watch our mistakes, and so we come back stronger, I think. And yeah, I'm gonna go a lower bracket.
It's working so far. You are now a top 8 placement. And if you don't mind, Fishman of Entity, could you please join me on stage and pass your key to Miro, as Entity's journey has ended here at this tournament. Still a fantastic performance for a team that has not really gotten many opportunities on LAN. And the fact that they were able to get this far was amazing. Much sportsmanship between the two. Miro, congratulations, as now BB team will get the privilege of crushing this key. We'll get that procedure started, but in the meanwhile, we'll send it back to the studio. Congratulations yet again.
Tsunami and Miro there. Great to get some insight about the Doom, if he was bored of it, but no, apparently he loves this hero. It's something that he thinks he is the best at. It was nice to see him quite early and active within this game, but the toughest game I think Entity have faced, it was very reminiscent of game number 1, and I'm just not too sure what happened for them here, what fell apart, why game 2 couldn't be replicated for themselves, Via.
A lot of things went pretty poorly for them, mainly in the early game. Top lane, disaster. Mid lane, the Wind Ranger didn't really work out as well as they probably were hoping for in that situation. And yeah, I think that mainly came down to those 2 lanes.
Okay.
Yeah, also, like, this top lane is not supposed to go that way. I think Save God he just does, they do it over and over again. I don't really know exactly what it is, but there's definitely outplays.
They're just better.
Yeah, I think they're just better. You know, that's why they're going to win the tournament. Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me, yeah, just better, just like Tundra is as well. But high hopes that I had for Entity in this tournament, because they topped the group in the play-ins. They topped the group, I mean, share the same spot as Tundra in the group stage, and now in the playoffs, they kind of crumbled. This is the team that doesn't have much LAN experience, especially this year as well. But yeah, been pleasantly surprised with some of their, you know, picks, some of the drafts that they did, some of the plays as well. But seems like something is not clicking when they really need to win. It's just not there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see them go from that upper bracket where they were up against GG, and then this is where we see them fall down. So it's tough. A lot of people might be, oh, it's a play-ins team. We expected BB team to be a little bit better, but with all those results that you pointed out, Lacoste, it is rough to see that this is game number 3. They pushed it all the way, and it didn't get off to that good start. We're going to see that highlight and delve a little bit more into what you're talking about here in that early game and why it was so rough for Entity to even be able to get anything going.
Yeah, this is definitely a lane in which, like, I would expect CK to free farm in with a Jakiro support, but just the sticky spam over and over again. They get the blood grenade on top of it, does a bazillion damage, and then Watson sticks around a little bit longer, trying to get that one last hit there. Surely he got the last hit, but at what cost here, as he will go down as well. And Save now just catapulting their lead just from a lane in which 2 games in a row that they won, shouldn't have won a lane, and they won it anyway. And that, like, can do a lot in a matchup where I feel like these 2 teams are pretty close in skill.
Yeah, I think if your skill matchup is that you feel that you might have the favorable draft, something like that going wrong, I feel like it has a bit of a mental effect, and you start wondering, okay, let's make moves on the map. Let's try and get pick-off after pick-off. And they tried to do that, except they kept running into Toronto, Tokyo, the pos 5. So it didn't pay off anywhere near as much as if maybe you had found Nightfall, Kezu, because this man was not active on the map in any way, shape, or form.
My bro was definitely farming quite a lot in this game, and we'll have a couple of highlights. I wouldn't say it's to highlight him, but rather what was going on. Because, so obviously, BB team played really well. I think a lot of their team fighting was good, but I would like to point out that Nightfall in all these fights kind of just has to run in. I would love if he had a Blink Dagger in this game to, like, help his team out, because, yeah, you know, eventually in the later fights, like, he's doing stuff, but right now, he can't really follow up. I would say that, like, Save, GPK, like, probably everyone played incredibly well. Nightfall took a long time to come online in this game, and here's, like, a similar story. They're up 8k gold, but some of these fights, honestly, could have maybe not gone their way. Like, even here, Nightfall also hasn't even been in a kill yet. Like, there has not been any kill participation yet in this game. It took, like, around 33 minutes where he, at some point, I think he gets to, boom, you know, slap Fishman kind of out of the game. But overall, I will say that it's more his teammates, you know, making it work, because that was quite greedy.
Look, let's maybe you didn't see the timer in that replay. When exactly was the first?
33 minutes.
33 minutes.
Pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, super early on in the game, depending on your scale of how long your average games might be. But our highlights, we're breaking down this game number 3 in a series. BB team being our winner, which means our PlayStation MVP must come from that team. And we've gone ahead and chosen Save, our MVP. And as what happened earlier, for those joining in, is we get to have our MVP. There's so many acronyms. BB team, MVP, joining us here at our panel as well. So a great Batrider performance in the end there, Save. But how are you feeling having won?
I mean, they told me MVP of this series should go to your panel. But I actually ruined this game as much as I could, so I'm not sure why I'm here.
What do you mean ruin? You had a great start to this. You got the double kill.
I had a great start, but, you know, this is not the whole game. After the first 10 minutes, I literally ruined this game. But that's fine.
That's fine.
But it's for the series too, so like game 1 as well, the Grimstroke. You also had a great game there too, especially the laning stage as well, so shout out to that.
I mean, maybe Grim wasn't that bad, yeah.
There you go.
How do you always like push the limits of the hero? I feel like you guys been baiting quite a lot. Seems like you're doing the math in the head where you're always going to survive on like 5-10% HP.
I mean, this is just personal skill, I guess. I mean, we play a lot of pubs, we field the heroes. That's it. We have 4 14k MMR players in our team, so I guess that's it.
I have a very specific question that hopefully you can give us some insight on. Is at the end of that game number 3 there are a lot of tips coming out between you and your teammates. I want to know why. What exactly was around that? What was the potential inside joke between the team?
I mean, we just joked that our Sven and SF, they just destroyed the enemy. So yeah, we joke about this.
Okay, we thought maybe it could have been a joke because of how long it took Nightfall to have a kill participation.
No, it wasn't about it.
I have a question about the second game, because obviously that didn't probably go as you thought after the game. Did you guys talk about how maybe you could have won the game, or do you feel like looking back at it, it's like a draft issue? Is it more gameplay? Like, what did you guys like try to pinpoint?
I think the game was hard from mid. We had Tiny against Ember and he died 1v1, I guess, and then we started coming mid and dying. We didn't manage to press our spells at some moments. I earned the game also. I used my stun, then I didn't use my hex on the Ember, and he used the shield run.
Yeah,
that was really bad in the early game. But I mean, after this, we came back into that game. I think. In the end of the game, I think we had advantage. We had the Aegis. We had like 1,000 gold to refresher on Doom, and we wanted to farm it, but unfortunately they attacked us on mid, and we weren't ready. That was the main mistake, so we gave the game-losing fight.
Yeah.
What was the idea around? Sorry, Fear, I'm going to quickly jump in.
Go for it.
What was the idea around giving Tiny the Aegis there? Why were you guys hoping that would pay off rather than giving it to Nightfall?
I mean, because Sven couldn't really die that game. He took the refresher from the Roche. We thought it's going to be enough for him. He has the Titanic BKB, so we gave it to Tiny. I think that was the right decision. We just played bad as a team. We weren't ready.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a question about like your guys' progression through this tournament. How many of the strategies from like the beginning of the tournament are you still using? Because it kind of feels like you came in with like some ideas like DK, stuff like that. Do you feel like you've kind of like are relearning the meta as you're going on and coming with new stuff, or are you still using stuff that you practiced before the tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we came with some ideas that unfortunately didn't work as we saw. Yeah, so I guess we're not picking DK anymore. He has 16% win rate.
He's bad.
Yeah.
You guys have 0, 3 out of 3.
Well, yeah, so as you can see, we're not picking it. Yeah, I mean, when you lose, you want to try something new. I've heard that we have a lot of unique heroes picked on this tournament because we're losing like all the group stage. We're trying some new heroes. I mean, I guess that's fine when you're losing. And to this playoffs, we already managed, I think, the heroes that we want to play here. We're picking it.
How did you spend the last 2 days as well? Because everyone had that one break day, and you also had yesterday when Upper Bracket was playing. So was that around readjusting your viewpoints on heroes and trying to go back to the drawing board around that too?
Yeah, we played like 3 or 4 scrims those games, those days, and won almost all of them. So we feel quite confident into these playoffs now.
Nice.
I have one last question. So I think, obviously for us, it's hard to tell maybe what's going wrong. You guys are an incredibly high MMR team. Would you say that because you guys haven't looked as good as I think you should, do you think that's more like individual stuff, like people not really knowing what heroes they should be playing, what items, timings to abuse, like when to go where and how to use it, or is it more like a team thing and some atmosphere?
I think it's all about the team thing and atmosphere, yeah. We had a kind of bad atmosphere coming into this tournament. We lost a lot of scrims, especially against Falcons. We wanted to keep playing against them, but you know, I guess that wasn't the best idea. So yeah, we weren't really confident coming into this tournament, but now I feel like we're getting better.
You're growing stronger. All right, sounds good.
I know that we have to get you off, but I have to ask one last question. Is there a specific team you really want to face off again in lower bracket and hopefully eliminate?
I don't know. I guess some Tundra with the Pure.
Okay.
I think he also wants to eliminate us, so that's gonna be a good series. I mean, as always, maybe some Team Spirit Falcons.
Okay. All right. You've given us a couple options there, but Save, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the series win and MVP as well. But for right now, we're going to look at our lower bracket, see exactly how it's shaping up, because one series has already occurred today prior to this one. It was XG WBG up against Aurora. So we know that now BB team continuing on will go up against XG. But Entity, they were so close. They needed one more game win. It wasn't there for them. Unfortunately, being eliminated here does mean that we're going to have an exit interview with one of their players. I believe it's No One, joined with one of our beautiful interviewers.
Thank you very much. I am joined by no one of Entity who, this was a long journey. This was a long tournament for you guys. Unfortunately, it ends here, but yeah, 3 weeks. So I was hoping you could take me through, I guess even before this tournament started, what were your expectations? What would you have been happy with? The fact that it's your first time coming to LAN on this team. A lot of growth has been shown just in online, but play-ins, groups, bracket, it's a tall order.
No expectations at all, just play the game, enjoy, and learn to be the best, you know.
So then even after you got top placement in play-ins, I imagine that you and your team got it to start to get some confidence together, going into groups where you're like, yeah, actually, we might be able to do this. We might be able to get upper bracket, and then you did.
No.
So there were some expectations then.
You mean like after the groups? I mean after the groups, like, no, I wasn't expected like we win or lose. I was just expecting us to like show our game. In the end, we didn't. We got destroyed like 4 games, I believe, in late stage. So we haven't even been able to play the game, I believe.
At least this series, you got to push it to 3 games, though. Were you at least proud of your team in that game number 2? Because I know there were moments that BB team were starting to come back. I remember that fight around 30 minutes near the Radiant Tormentor where they kind of made a comeback. And I was like, oh man, BB team might get the 2-0, but you guys kept it together.
No. It was just our mistake. No chance to win this game after like what I did on the map with my boys.
And your Ember Spirit specifically, it's always a treat to watch that. How about moving forward? What were you proud of for your teammates? That it's their first experience for a lot of them with you as a leader, Estini as a coach on LAN. What are you?
Who's the damn leader?
Are you not?
I mean, kinda, but not like I want to be.
Yeah, but you're taking the responsibility, and the guidance seems to have an impact.
I have to, I would say. Yeah.
So then, when you look at your teammates, what are you proud of that they were able to grow from, like you said, 3 weeks of this competition, from day 1 play-ins to at this point now?
I mean, from start we had like really different ideas that we come up in the end, like at second group, and we improved like a lot by the drafts, I believe, and we improved by like I would say play chill and have fun. That's what we have lacked like previous I would say qualifiers at the home or whatever, and now we improved on it, I believe. Yes. No.
That's fantastic to hear, because I imagine you'll take that experience with you to Copenhagen. No one, congratulations on an amazing run. Unfortunate that it ends here, but thanks so much for taking the time to speak to me.
Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye.
There we go. No One and Tsunami having a chat about everything that's happened for Entity over this past year. Unfortunately, though, Fishman had to hand over their key. It went to the hands of Mira, but here we're seeing Toronto Tokyo placing it into the hydraulic crusher. Exactly what you guys predicted of who was going to be crushing it from the side of BBT.
Yeah, look at that guy. He's so happy. He's ready to go.
I knew it was going to be him.
Yeah.
You just know. This is the man that wants to crush your dreams.
I mean, I feel like if you look at the BBDs, like if you have Toronto Tokyo, he's like the beef taker. Whereas if you have GPK and Nightfall, they create it in the pods, but they won't bring it outside. Whereas Toronto, boom, he will bring it anywhere.
Backstreet Boys team are back.
Backstreet Boys. I was like, where did that come from? And I realized that is a double B alliteration right there. But Entity, unfortunately, their key being crushed. They will get a replacement one, showing their placement of 9th to 12th here in Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But right now, that gold-plated one is going to the bottom of our club championship totem. We'll go into a break, and when we do come back, we have our 3rd and final series.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We're jumping into another elimination series. This time round, it's Team Spirit up against LGD. These two orgs have had a very long feud, rivalry, if you will, since about TI10, which is some number of years ago. But we see our teams rolling into the arena thanks to Jamil Motorsports here. And Team Spirit, I mean, they're no strangers to the arena, the Kadir Arena. They were there yesterday. Unfortunately, losing to Team Liquid in a very quick 0-2 is how they have resulted themselves into this lower bracket up against LGD, who are a play-ins team, a team that is doing similar to Entity in terms of making it further than maybe a lot of teams expected for themselves. Want to jump into it. I got Lacoste and Fiesta with me, but this time round, BSJ joining for the late evening shift.
Let's go.
Yeah, I just woke up about
That's
20
it, Brian.
minutes
That's
ago.
what you
Yeah,
have
I'm like,
prepared. Let's go.
all the energy. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. You had to hit them with the, okay, let's go.
Let's go. But no, I mean, I'm excited for this series because Team Spirit, they just fell flat yesterday. It was 0-2. It was a stomp, like you mentioned. I feel like their drafts were just a little bit too creative. I think that you can come out of the group saying, okay, we're going to adjust a bit to the meta, and we're also playing against the other group's meta as well. But in this case, like, they should go right back to what they were doing during the group stage. They're playing a team from their own group, and keep it simple. I think the creativity is good in small doses, but a little bit too much yesterday.
I mean, I'm going to say Yutoro or Raiden, whichever name you prefer to call him here, overstepped a little bit by going for that PA. We talked about it. Purge was able to talk about it to him before the series as well and ask him, why aren't people picking it? What exactly does it need? And it needs way too much time. And coming up against someone like Team Liquid, their action is just too fast. They're too in your face. But is that going to be a similar strategy that LGD want to adapt to themselves for?
I feel like it's going to be very hard for teams to adapt what Gaimin and Liquid are doing right now because this is just their natural play style. It's what they're good at. It's playing fast. We're seeing a lot more slower Dota, I want to say, in the lower bracket here. But I think this is the time for all these teams to adapt and kind of catch up to what the teams at the top are doing right now. So how fast will they be able to adapt? Hard to really say, but I feel like you do need to up the speed. The teams that are winning are playing very fast.
Yeah, the better the teams, the faster the games. Right now, PSG... LGD without PSG, there we go. They are relatively slow as a team. Their average match duration is almost 40 minutes, but this is also a team that, you know, can pretty much play anything. They are ready to go. By playing anything, I literally mean anything that Zhao 8 drafts for them, because I was scrolling through the heroes that they played, and Shiro, he played 20 different heroes. This guy is just on another level. Not all of them look good, but, you know, he's ready to bang out one of his Siggies, the Muerta, carry Tiny that they won with, so that looks pretty good, and they're experimenting a lot. You said it's not a good thing, but seems like for LGD, if you want to be in this roster, this is something that they struggled with during the last EPC season, where they did not have an offlaner that could, you know, do things. They had offlaners who could play 3-4 different heroes, pretty much hero puddles, and then Neo joined, and ever since he joined, he looked pretty good.
Yeah, and Shiro's the only player this tournament to win with PL, so he deserves a medal for that.
Okay. Well, I want to focus on Spirit a little bit more because it's been 24 hours since the last time we saw them play against Liquid. So I think there's something nice about having the consistency of a schedule for them. But let's hear exactly from one of their players. It's Purge standing by with Mposhka.
I'm here with Maposha of Team Spirit. How you doing? Good enough. So last series you guys played against Team Liquid. Both games were pretty fast, and they said, at least Blitz said in the interview, that your guys' play style is kind of slow. Would you agree with that characterization?
Yes, I agree, but I would even say that we just played bad, and they were just better than us in that series. It's not like about who played faster or no. Like, we just didn't react. I mean, we didn't have a plan for the game, and we just only react on their moves, and it was like, okay, guys, they doing this. What we gonna do? Oh, they already here, or like they jumped on me on SD at middle, and we were like, TP, look, but it was not planned, you know. So that was the main problem, I think.
I feel like sometimes that works in your favor though, because it feels like you're the team that teams always say, like, you can never count Spirit out. There's always going to be a point where they sometimes win a team fight. So in some ways, maybe that play style is fine in some cases, but not all. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Sometimes people say that you guys are always the team that you can't count out because you can always win a team fight. So it seems like that play style works out for you sometimes, even then.
I think it just depends on what plan we have. Like, usually, even if we're losing something, like, for example, that first game against Falcons, we still had a plan, like, we waited our timings, our items, and after they move on our second site, we find a solution that, okay, guys, we'll jump Sven, let's kill him, and we'll see what's gonna happen. But against Liquid, we didn't create any plan like that. Yeah, as I said, like we only react, but that was too slow.
Team Spirit are definitely a patient team. They're willing to wait out their timings. They're willing to wait for the peaks that will come for them. And they don't panic at all. They're not a team that can fall apart or crumble easily within a game, let alone a series. So LGD will have a lot for them. But now you guys bringing out these facts about all the different heroes that they're winning with, how many different heroes they're also playing. I really wonder if Team Spirit are going to be able to have the draft on their side, if they're going to be able to have the advantage like they do so many times.
Yeah, I think it was kind of funny in that interview with Maposhka's, like they didn't know what their timings were, they didn't know what the plan was. Probably asked Yatoro, you know, playing PA, what's your timing?
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know, man,
minutes.
this hero sucks. Like, I don't know what to do in this particular game. And a lot of it does have to come in the draft. Like, I didn't see it either. Like, what was their timing supposed to be in those games? And that's when Spirit's the best. They know what their timing are. They can go. They didn't give themselves that opportunity with the drafting they did yesterday.
Yeah. I know they're not playing Liquid anymore, but I feel like in that series against Liquid, Liquid got all their best heroes in the draft, and I feel like Team Spirit was like almost trying to deny pick them and also try to respond a little bit too much to what they're doing. And you got a very different opponent today than Liquid. Like Liquid had a few very successful heroes, while LGD, like we mentioned, is all over the place. So I think against a team that you know could kind of whip anything out, you should stick to your own comfort. You should play less reactionary in the draft itself. And I would love to see a collapse hero come out earlier in the draft. I feel like one of the issues they had yesterday against Liquid was that they were giving him last pick, and his signatures, Primal Beast, Mars, were getting banned out later on in the draft. And then they have this like collapse last pick Magnus, last pick Underlord. Magnus just an underwhelming hero right now, even though it's a collapse signature, while Underlord, he just didn't look like he was in his comfort zone, even though it was a decent Underlord game.
Yeah, it's not a clutch hero.
Yeah.
And like you can't really look flashy on the Underlord, and that's something that Team Spirit does the best out of all teams when they are playing the main stage. I would say still yet to see that from them, because they played against Team Liquid. They got completely stomped yesterday, unable to play their own Dota. And I want to see, as Brian suggested, I want to see something for collapse early on, because most of the time you'll see a lot of offlaners being banned in those first 7 bans. So something needs to be picked up, because some of the heroes that he played didn't look too comfortable on, and just feels like you need to have that clutch from the offlane.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you guys some more questions about LGD, but before we jump into that, let's hear exactly from one of their players, because Purge is running around and was able to get a little bit of time with them.
Hey there, we're here with Echoes, LGD's new mid player. First question is, what's it been like to play on an international tournament so far?
Echoes， 首先第一个问题就想问你，就是现在走到了这个国际的舞台上面，感觉如何呢？
因为这是我的第一次出国际大赛吧，就是一开始就有点线下赛有点紧张，打得不好，但是也是逐渐适应了这个舞台嘛，我感觉就会打得越来越好吧，大概是这样。
It is my first international tournament, and I feel like when I first arrived here, I definitely wasn't used to it. The nerves definitely got to me, and I felt like I didn't play as well as I should be playing. But you know, it's improved steadily over these past days, and yesterday I felt much more comfortable. So hopefully we can see a better performance from me as well.
So what's it been like to go from the play-in stage, you guys almost got eliminated, then you played in groups, you made it through, to now be in the playoffs?
就你们当时从突围赛的时候，差点就被淘汰了，然后又顶进这个小组赛，然后现在又顶进这个淘汰赛，就是整体感觉如何呢？
因为是这样的，我们刚来的时候就是从突围赛开始，感觉我们的打法思路都有一些落后的，然后我们就在突围赛和小组赛中不断学习、不断进步吧，然后完善自己的打法，然后我们打得越来越好了，感觉是这样的。
I think just even during the play-ins, we immediately felt that our meta, our strategies were perhaps kind of falling behind what the other teams are playing. So we were trying to quickly adapt and trying to improve as a team. And we felt that throughout the entire process, all the play-ins, the group stages, we felt like our team was also constantly growing and improving in terms of all the strategies and all the drafts that we were picking. So I think that we've come a long way as well, and hopefully we can continue this rate.
Well, there you go. Echo giving us all the insight into being on LAN and what we can expect from them, but he's in a really tough position. I mean, you're new on the roster, you're new to this LAN experience, and now you're facing up against elimination on your very first time playing on stage. This was their group results, though, so not fantastic by any means.
A lot of ties. That's not bad.
A lot of ties. I was going to say not fantastic, but it was enough to be able to get into lower bracket for themselves. They've been able to take a game off of Team Spirit in the past. They should have this little meta figured out for themselves if Spirit go back to whatever they were doing in groups.
Yeah, for sure. It comes down to Zhao 8 and his drafting. This man, he's just gonna pick whatever he thinks it's good for the game. He's gonna dig deeper. He's gonna go back in time, you know, back to TI1, TI2 if it's necessary, you know, for some of the counter picks, because Dota, the way it works, it's like very cyclical. So some of the things, you know, changes a lot, but some of the heroes are kind of forgotten, and Zhao 8, he has that big brain power. He's like 200 IQ when it comes down to drafting, playing the 60 chess. This guy has everything. You just need to be able to play those heroes, and I think he needs, you know, to give a bit of a back massage to Echo, because he definitely looked stressed playing on the stage as well. If you look at the camera when he was playing, definitely didn't feel comfortable first LAN, but it does happen.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue too with this current meta, or I say meta, but meta as in like these newer players coming up. Falcons is a good example where they like playing certain heroes and like playing them a lot over and over again, right? When you have a captain like Zhao Wei, he doesn't want to play comfort. He wants to play everything. And a lot of these newer players, they don't come up playing everything. They come up playing a special niche heroes. They have a small hero pool. And I think for a player like Echoes, especially in the play-ins, he really struggled playing things that he wasn't comfortable on. So I don't know if Zhao Wei can have that same strategy and be like, you have to play everything with these newer players. Maybe why LGD hasn't been looking as great as of old, but we'll have to see. Maybe Echoes is up for the task, but he definitely looked better when he's playing comfort instead of playing what's best for the game.
I do want to give everyone just a quick update. There's a small delay with stage, so we will eventually be getting into this series. Don't go too far. I promise you it's really not that long of a wait, but it gives us more time to talk about both of these teams. You've talked about, you know, Zhao 8 wanting to experiment, all these things. Could that be a bit of, you know, maybe it's copium here, but a group stage thing? You know that you can try these new things out. You try and figure out different opponents, what everyone else is trying to figure as meta. I know that's what scrims are for, but would you ever take that to officials, or you think that's just, I mean, not even in the ballpark?
They've been improving a lot, so I think they are learning and they're finding a way to make it work together.
Okay.
And I think Echoes, like if just like the little leagues or something, would be most improved player of this tournament, because in the play-ins, he did not look very good, but as the group stage went on, he's looking better and better. He's getting more comfortable and he's looking the best, and I'm mainly focusing on him because he's the youngest addition or the newest addition to the squad, and he is the one that has to improve the most and learn the most. And I really do wonder with these Zhao 8 teams, like how it's going to work with these newer players, because he's used to playing with the best of the best, the veterans just like himself, but that's no longer a thing anymore for him.
Yeah, good comparison, I think, in the mid lane between Laurel and Echo, because when Laurel joined the team, nobody believed in that guy other than Team Spirit, because they had a pretty bad first 6 months when he joined, I would say.
Wasn't it like at the start of last year they didn't even make it out of groups for Lima, or they got knocked out in the very first round of the Lima Major?
I think
that's
so.
The level in which they were playing in.
Pretty much. And then if we go back to Riyadh Masters 2023, this guy, he was probably the most improved player of the whole year. He was playing into these bad matchups. He was not given priority in the draft. He was getting, you know, his hero first phase most of the time, and he was beating these mid giants. He was, you know, beating pretty much every single top mid laner in the world. And I feel like, you know, something like that could happen. The Echo needs a little bit of oomph, you know, he needs a little bit of a help.
I think it's important for LGD that we talked about how many heroes Shiro's played. YU Smiles also played 17, so nearly as many.
Goodness.
But Echoes, on the other hand, okay, let's be clear. They went 3-7 in the play-in stage, and then they had to win that last game of the play-in stage to even make it to the tiebreakers. And then they won the tiebreakers barely by going down one game and winning 2 in a row. So they've been on the chopping block many times this tournament. Then they had to win the final game of this group stage to even make it where they are now. So this team is not immune to, or not unfamiliar with pressure, but also with the fact that they have a negative win rate throughout the entire tournament. Yet Echoes, on his top 3 heroes, SF, Ember, and why am I blanking? And Coddle. All three of those heroes have a positive win rate. So I feel like for Zhao 8, yes, it's important that he sticks to his guns of like, yes, crafting a draft according to the opponent, and you have players that are able to play all these different heroes. But for Echoes specifically, if I were Team Spirit, I would be targeting him, maybe picking SF first pick like they've done earlier on in the group stage a few times, and then just banning out the Coddle Ember in the second round, because I don't know what Echoes will do, honestly, if he's put in that kind of spot.
And you feel like there's just no way that you could move his hero up in the pick order either?
I think his like if you have Ember, for instance, you can't pick Ember into SF. And so if you want to like first round ban Coddle and then pick SF on the side of Team Spirit, I think you're putting Echoes in like a really awkward spot.
Yeah, a big block there. Both of these teams, very, teams that are capable of playing under pressure. They're in this lower bracket. Their lives and their dreams for Riyadh Masters right now on the line. But which one wins out? We've got this little bit of an unknown entity of LGD where, sure, so far in the past 3 weeks, they've done well, but will it continue? Compared to Spirit, who's proven themselves time and time again in multiple years.
I mean, I think if LGD win this, that's a definite upset, right? Spirit, sure, they lost from the upper bracket to Liquid. Liquid showing a style of Dota that seems to be really good with the patch, but Team Spirit, it's their time of year, right? This is when they show up the most. This is when they look the scariest. Sure, they had a bad upper bracket run, but more than anything, I think they're going to learn a lot from that and come into this lower bracket being one of the heavy favorites. So can LGD shut them down? Maybe. Now would be the time to do it before they get too much experience on their belt and they start learning more.
Because this is one of the fastest learning teams out there. Like they learn a lot in a BO3. They learn quite a lot in BO5 because this is a team that is very familiar with playing BO5s, and they had a full day after losing to Team Liquid yesterday. So Miposhka, he's like, yeah, that just didn't work out. We got stopped. We didn't know the timings. And now coming into this day, I'm pretty sure that they have stuff prepared.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure every upper bracket team right now is hoping Spirit loses.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, we don't want to lose upper bracket, then have to be on the elimination line for ourselves. Oh, look, you talked about this time that Spirits had to, recollect themselves, look at potential options of how they want to tackle on LGD, but every team got that 1 day break between playoffs and between group stage and playoffs. And during that day, Tsunami actually sat down with Shiro. So let's hear about what they got to talk about in that day off.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Shiro of LGD Gaming, where I was hoping to catch up on not just the past week of Dota, but the past 2 weeks of Dota, because you've been here since the play-ins, so let's go 1 week at a time. How do you feel about your team's growth from the beginning of play-ins to the end of play-ins?
就是我们一直在失败中不断的去找寻胜利的方向吧，然后也确实变得比之前好很多了。
How about during group stage, when the opponents started to get a little bit more difficult? Did you feel like you were able to keep up, or you could tell that it was much harder opponents?
突围赛队伍确实比起小组赛会差一些嘛，然后小组赛队伍每个都非常的厉害，然后至于感觉他们有多么的强，那我觉得也没有，就是首先我们必须得做好自己的，然后我觉得每个队伍都是可以去战胜的嘛。
So then in terms of doing your part well, what's something that you're proud of that LGD as a team has worked on over these past 2 weeks that maybe day one of play-ins wasn't as good as it is now after ending the group stage?
我们比起之前最大的进步就是团队上的沟通与交流，然后就是在英雄的选取上嘛，然后我们达成了比较好的共识，所以现在就打得自己每个人都会很顺手。
How about any surprises in terms of heroes or strategies? Is there anything that teams have done over this past week that you guys weren't expecting?
比较出乎意料的就是在对阵 OG 和 Falconos 的时候吧，因为其他队伍其实也算我们打得挺多的，然后也比较熟悉的，就可能在对阵他们俩的时候，有些他们选的英雄会让我们出乎意料吧。 就比如说他们的3号位小鱼人，以及反正 OG 的 BP 就基本都不是在我们预料之中的。
Let's assume you guys make it to grand finals. Which other 2 teams would you like to see on the way there as you make your way to the end of this tournament?
我觉得现在对于我们来说，淘汰赛每个对手都很强，所以暂时还展望不到前3这种地步。
you have one of the biggest carry hero pools out of anyone in this tournament. Is that because you like the versatility, or you still haven't found your favorite carry of the patch quite yet?
其实我的英雄在选取的时候都是比较看阵容以及对面的英雄的，所以就不会太固定。就那局如果很好用的话，我们的教练就会提，然后我觉得可以用就会选取。
Well, I love seeing LGD on LAN, and it's been exciting to see the growth of your team. Shiro, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in the rest of Riyadh Masters.
Sometimes technical issues are a blessing in disguise. We got to hear everything that Tsunami got information-wise out of Shiro, and I really like that he did end up asking about what we've been talking about, the flexibility of Shiro, and he's like, hey man, I just pick whatever's good against our opponents, whatever the draft needs. So he's willing to slip in and fill the void of that draft.
Seems like they've had a lot of voids if he had to play 20 different heroes, huh? Jokes aside, I also like that he talks about, you know, taking it step by step, not thinking about reaching the top 3 yet, because there's still quite a lot of games to go through this lower bracket if you want to reach it. And so far, they managed to pull off some good victories, like managed to get a lot of draws, and that also means that they can play against pretty much any team in the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 best of 3s that they need to win if you're starting all the way in round number 1 of the lower bracket. It's just numbers. Try not to think too far ahead of yourselves. It is a very long journey. There's still many more days, but we finally get to see our last series of today. It's LGD up against Team Spirit in the Qiddiya Arena. So let's jump on down there and catch up with Tsunami and Fancy.
Two eliminations down and 1 more to go here in the Qiddiya Arena. It has been a lot of bloodshed onto the field and a lot of gold shed with these crushed keys.
That's right. We just saw Toronto just pocketing the enemy team's key like it was nothing. He literally just picked it up, put it in his pocket, and just left.
Well, he's a veteran now. That's his second crushing that he's done. He knows his stuff, but I know 2 other teams that also know their stuff, because we had Spirit on here yesterday. And what was special about that matchup?
Well, Team Liquid and Team Spirit rings a bell for both of us, because it was the grand finals of Riyadh Masters 2023, but this time Team Liquid was able to get their revenge and go 0-2 and then just kick Team Spirit to the lower bracket, which is why they're here today to try and get back to the top.
And how about this matchup, Spirit versus LGD? What's special about that one?
So for this match, it was Riyadh Masters Grand Finals in 2022. It was honestly an amazing match. I had the pleasure to host it on stage, but I mean, you wouldn't get it. You weren't there. It's fine.
That's okay. It doesn't matter that I wasn't there, because every time I see these 2 teams play some Dota, doesn't matter if the rosters has changed. When I see Spirit versus LGD, I know I'm about to see some good Dota. So how about we bring out these good teams?
That's right, and we are ready to bring out the first team for this match. It is Team Spirit! Yatoro, Laurel, Collapse, Mira, Miboshka. You may have thought that they were the favorites before the tournament started, but last night proved that history doesn't repeat itself. They are now fighting for their lives, trying to keep their key safe and to stay in the tournament.
And the opponent we always love to see them against, it's LGD Gaming! Shiro, Echo, New, PYW, and Y have been living on the razor's edge this entire tournament. They made it through play-ins, they made it through the decider, they narrowly made it through groups, and now they are facing elimination as they have made it into the lower bracket. But we have yet to see if they'll make it much further than that. The teams are on the stage, and at the end of this, we'll have 7 of our top 8 teams. Fancy, let's get it started.
up against LGD. These two orgs, we just heard at Fancy and Tsunami talking about the long history, the long run-ins that they've had in the past for themselves. And I think that makes it almost one of the more enjoyable matches to try and predict. But you guys should have your say in a prediction. Head on over to STC. That's right, just keep the audio going. Just open up a new tab. Just type in the website right there, stcplay.gg, and listen to exactly what BSJ is about to tell you.
Well, I'm going to predict that it's either going to be 2-0 for Team Spirit or 2-1 for LGD. Like, it's either going to be a close
Get
back
one
and forth.
prediction. What is this?
Well, I'm saying it's either they're going to show up or they're going to not.
Do you have a bigger claim then, Fio?
Yeah, 2-0 Spirit.
You're just going to stick straight with that one?
I mean, you can only have one prediction.
All right.
I think right now, I think Spirit learned a lot from losing to Liquid. They're a team that has their stuff together historically. LGD, they're still a good team. Maybe they're going to do some upset here. Who knows? But I think Team Spirit, I believe that just the caliber of this team can get smashed that hard is going to learn a lot, and they're going to come back stronger.
LGD is going to have a hard time winning the whole series, maybe taking the game off if they nail it with the draft, if everything is on point, macro movement across the map. But yeah, Team Spirit, they just look better in this one, a team that can adapt to pretty much any situation, and now they're in the lower bracket, so let's see what they can cook for themselves.
Yeah. Well, it depends, you know, are you going to learn more when you're the team that gets 0-2'd, or are you going to learn more when the opponent you're about to come up against was the losing team yesterday and you're still yet to play on stage?
We talked about their group stage, LGD. Like, they took a game off of literally every team except for one, which was Team Falcons, a pretty solid team. So when I look at that, I'm just thinking like, well, are they really going to go down without a fight after all they've been through to get here? Hopefully not, you know?
Hopefully not as well, but it is a bit of a Goliath that they're standing up against. Our game number 1 draft bans coming out right now. The Snapfire, the Beastmaster. Okay, that's something that I think is pretty important because that wasn't something Spirit had on their radar yesterday before they went up against Liquid. Now everyone's looking towards it, feeling that imbalanced essence from him. Monkey King, Weaver, Primal, and Bruther will be the Spirit bans.
No surprise, banning out Neo, some of his better heroes, especially Primal Beast. This is how he pretty much came into the scene. If you remember last TI, how much they were able to achieve with him playing these tanky cores from the off lane. Brewmaster is also the one. I also was digging deeper into some of the stats and noticed that LGD lost the 5 Phoenix games. So they were unable to beat Phoenix in 5 games, which could be the hero. This is the hero that Niposhka really loves to play from the safe lane as a support.
Yeah. So first thing about this SF pick that I like a lot is they banned Spearbreaker. That is something that we've seen a lot of Spearbreaker used against SF. I think it was the play-in stage as well. The first time I got to see Echoes play the Shadow Fiend, it was against a Spearbreaker. He had to go Yules. Didn't want to buy that. You don't want to buy Lincolns either. These are all items you don't want to buy, but you have to buy. And I said in that series as well, Echoes, he didn't look very good that series. And then he played SF after that against, was it Nouns, I think? And then all of a sudden, Spearbreaker's banned, he pops off on Shadow Fiend. So I like that they made their adjustments. They have these heroes that they do like right now. And we talked about it earlier, Echoes, Shadow Fiend, it's his comfort zone. It's a hero he does want to play. So high expectations for him. He's going to get a pick, well, I mean, another ban as well. So he'll ban another mid laner he doesn't want to play against. So if this is a game for Echoes to pop off, it's set up really well for him.
I never actually know, like, if what Team Spirit's trying to prioritize going into this series, because it's also a bit of bias coming from me that I watched LG. You and I watched so much of their games, so many other games in the play-in stage, and also a few during the group stage. And Echoes, he just looks day and night on certain heroes compared to others, and I really would have targeted him here. I thought SF was like the hero of this series because of the fact that it's really good against Echo's other hero, Ember. And so giving LGD first pick, maybe they chose it themselves winning the coin flip, but giving them first pick, letting them have SF, this is exactly the recipe for success that I would have looked for LGD. So even though I know it's only one hero in, I think this is the best chance LGD is going to get.
Agreed, actually, yeah.
Maybe Team Spirit are on the same page as Dobson, who was talking in the interview about Shadow Fiend being a meme hero, and then he was playing against Nisha with his Zeus, dumpstered him pretty much, solo killed him 3 or 4 times, had a couple of support rotations, Nisha really on the receiving end in that one. So you see different teams, different prioritization in terms of like what they think is strong and if they have the answers for certain heroes, which are kind of meta for the last 2 or 3 months now.
Team Spirit. It's a double whammy, you know? Brian, you either let them pick up their comfort in Shadow Fiend and you absolutely dumpster them and you break their mental, or they win with it and you know just for game 2 and 3 you have to ban it out.
I'm just saying, based on what's been happening in the tournament so far, they've already proven they can't really win with anything else. Yeah. So it's like, is it better to give them the chance and then break their mental, or is it better to be like, prove to us that you can do something you haven't done yet, which they've also had like 20-something games of sample size. It's not like it's just one series against each other to look at. And I agree with you. Like, if they beat SF here, I think it's just going to be a swift 2-0 for Team Spirit, because this is LGD's best shot. But I also personally would prioritize not giving them that. I do think Primal Beast getting first-round banned is quite interesting for these two teams, because they're the only two of the only teams I saw overall first pick Primal Beast in at least one game. So for Collapse, knowing that his heroes are already out of the pool, I really hope they just come out with Mars Hoodwink here. Like, I think that's securing. The Hoodwink pick allows for Collapse to pick his hero early, not really worry about a lane counter just because of the potency of Hoodwink in the laning stage.
Yeah, and LGD, like, they don't even ban heroes that go mid and do well versus no One Ranger ban, no TA ban. They just go ahead and ban Sand King and Elder Titan, which they're not going to lane either of those versus a Shadow Fiend right mid. So that just shows the confidence that they do have there. And this is a matchup where I've seen Tiny go mid versus SF. If it's a one-on-one, Tiny struggles really hard. However, with support rotations, you can just play mid. It's, 3 versus 3 in the mid lane, and the Tiny will always win out on that one.
I'm still shocked that Team Spirit neglected to pick Mars there, because if I'm LGD, like, we saw them pick Mars themselves. It also has natural synergy with SF because of the Requiem Fear pushing you into the arena. By no means am I saying Team Spirit's draft is bad, but I really like what LGD is picking right now.
A lot of team fight.
Yeah, and the Jakiro being a really strong laner, it also is very difficult for the offlaner to be alone, because the new Facet for Jakiro, the Liquid Frost, if he puts that on you with his dual breath, it's just an insane amount of damage. And I think the best counter to it, since it is single target, is to just have 2 heroes there. And now, like, we're thinking about the fact that SF's going to win the 1v1 pretty much no matter what. So that means the 4 positions likely going to want to rotate. So I like Jakiro. Okay, what if?
What if they play carry Tiny, something that LGD beat them in that BO2 that they played? So potentially it is a flex for them still, stealing ideas from the enemy team, always very good. But yeah, Miposhka, I'm still down for Phoenix, even though it's into Jakiro with like double attack, you can still make it work. Even if, let's say, this Mars has his Facet where you don't see inside, you can still use the egg, you can still use the sun ray as well inside of it. I think, what do you think about because you don't see inside of the arena, how are teams, are they like, yeah, I'm standing northwest, please, sun there?
I was thinking that
minus 758 and plus 659.
My favorite, yeah, here's my exact coordinates, my latitude, longitude. Yeah, my favorite thing about this Facet is it has such different impact in pubs than it does in competitive. I feel like if I'm in a pub against this Facet, I just got to be like, I trust my boys, they're doing all right in there, and just blink in to see how it's going. But definitely in these games, like, there's some degree of, let me go, or, I'm fine in here, or come join me, or something like this. I imagine, like, teams have actually had to practice this. It's
pretty much.
The Facets have added this mechanic that was previously not in existence in the game.
You turn on the lights, and everybody's dead in the room. Like, all right, guys, see you later.
I mean, my favorite part about that Facet is if I accidentally forget to BKB or something, nobody will know, They didn't see.
The really secret good. Is between you and the Mars.
Yeah, until they click on me when I'm dead.
It's kind of like at the beginning of the movie when you see, like, the end result and then they do the time lapse back and show you how they got there.
Oh yeah,
it's
you're
like
probably wondering how I got here.
You see all their item cooldowns, you see, like, that they're dead, and you're like, I have to watch the replay for that one. But I like this draft from Team Spirit, these last 2 picks, because Troll would be the perfect carry against these. You don't really want to pick Sven, which is a natural counter to the Darkseer. Either, same with Morphling. Both these heroes aren't that great against Ursa, so they're kind of covering both of their bases. I think status resistance is also very powerful against Shadow Fiend and Mars, respectively. Just overall, like, one of the few heroes that doesn't have to preemptively BKB as long as Enrage is on, but they can also buy, like, the Blink Basher, similar idea to the Spirit Breaker in terms of disrupting the SF. Not as reliable, but
I mean, they can swap this Jakiro to position 4 and get something like Oracle. I mean, they play so many different heroes. I think LGD, in terms of predicting what they're gonna pick, is one of the most difficult teams because their hero pool is so big. But I want to go back to Ursa and this Darkseer. These heroes complement each other nicely. First of all, you have Darkseer who can Ion Shell, who can Surge Ursa out of trouble. Against Arena, it's not as good, but you know, you are a BKB carrier, so you can get out of the arena yourself. And also against the Jakiro, there's going to be like a lot of slows that they have on their own spells, so they will get the value, and also creating illusion out of Shadowfiend with his aura, it definitely feels nice. And now with the Alchemist picked up, is this a Radiance Alchemist? Is this a carry out?
Do we likely think it's carry out? Because, yeah, the Radiance seems mediocre against Darkseer. It's not the best matchup against Ursa. It is a tempo thing. It is more minus armor. Mars is also a physical damage hero with the God's Rebuke. So you have the SF Aura, you have the Acid Spray. Heroes like Ursa, Darkseer don't really have good armor until, like, Shiva's for Darkseer, and Ursa never really builds armor, so... I mean, it gives them somebody that jumps the backline as well. Usually with Mars, you want another initiator, whether it comes from the 4 position. You were talking about during the play-in stage fear that Mars and these melee initiating offlaners, the formula has been either the 1 or the 4 being a melee initiator, and then the mid laner being a heavy nuker. So they are kind of following the same formula we saw early on that kind of developed over the course of play-ins. I'm not a huge fan of the Alchemist. How do you feel about it, Fear?
Yeah, I also am not a huge fan of it. There's 2 heroes that I really wanted to see, but they're both banned. Obviously, it would have been a dream troll game. Gone. Weaver, really good. I was thinking Wind Ranger could have been very good as well for them, that situation. But Alchemist, as you mentioned, this is a hero, if it's a carry, it can get pressured pretty hard in the laning stage. We don't even know what it's laning with quite yet. It could be the Tiny, could be the Hoodwink. We're not entirely sure yet until the last pick there. Not a great matchup against the Ursa either. But it is tempo, which is okay. And it's definitely not that position 4 that I want to see make plays later in the game. It's not like a Nyx assassin or something that's gonna set up and find kills on the map.
I was just thinking about Nyx because in the Team Spirit Liquid series yesterday, Team Spirit really prioritized banning out Nyx assassin. They figured that it wasn't going to be a first phase pick, but it was always in their second phase of bans. But here it is, just going completely ignored. I don't know if this is a lineup that isn't worried about a Nyx, or if they think
they banned it.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say I want a ranged 4 specifically because if you do the dual melee thing against Ursa, we've seen these Ursas with like 13-minute battle furies, and if I'm gonna be Alk in this game, that's the only hero I'm really concerned about is the Ursa. So picking a range, like buff up this Mars's lane, don't just give the free farm in exchange for mid-game team fighting. I think that's a good choice by LG.
They have to deal with their mid right now. Either they pick a hero that's self-sufficient against Shadowfiend, or they need to pick a support that can make some rotations to the mid lane, because this is not something you want to leave Tiny on an island on. But then again, they could go just the Wind Ranger route we saw before, something that can just self-sustain and trade farm.
What about some Coddle, some Spirit Vessel carrier against this Alchemist?
Could work.
Invoker against SF, does that work still?
I've seen that one played a couple times, and from what I've seen, it doesn't do that well.
Okay.
It's playable, but it doesn't win the matchup. And they're gonna do. I like that a lot because that's the hero that can move mid very easily, punish the Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend is the hero that he's gonna by default win his lane, but he's also can throw the lead away very quickly by getting ganked.
Super strong lanes coming up from Team Spirit in this one. You have Collapse on Darkseer, pretty much his Siggy, Mira on his Hoodwink, strong lane in the bottom lane with Ursa and Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden stabilizes a lot of lanes, gives you that kill threat. You might die a couple of times, but your Ursa is gonna get a return kill. Tiny in the mid lane, not gonna win his lane, but as we talked about, he will need some of the rotations, might need a bottle refill, so I think the side lanes are gonna be battling it out, and they're gonna TP mid, refill the bottle, try to get some ganks going.
I'm gonna stick to my guns and say that I think LGD's got about the best draft I could imagine them having going into this series. Team Spirit might just be the better team and take it, but I really like what they're cooking up. I was thinking Alchemist and a pun there on behalf of
I was about to say thank you.
Yeah, no, I think LGD's got a really good pace, and Ursa's not the most amazing laner against Mars. You don't have high armor, and you're gonna get poked a lot. So I think if they can manage to slow down Yatoro or Radon just a little bit, then the Alchemist timing might be a bit too potent. So I'm gonna go with LGD simply because I think it's the best shot they got.
Okay. Anything else that you want to add on here, Fia, before we do have more words to be said?
I mean, I do like LGD's draft a lot here. It looks pretty good, but I am afraid that Spirit is just going to punish this mid SF too hard with the rotations, and if that happens, I'm very scared for them.
Yeah. We're waiting. So the person on our screen right now, Silent, we're hoping to get a coach interview with him. That's why we still haven't thrown it to casters or anything like that. So BSJ, now's your time. If you want to slide in any more caveats to your LGD prediction.
Well, if I'm Silent, you know, who's silent right now, but I'll speak on his behalf. I'm thinking that it's all about, like Fear said, let's open up the mid lane. Let's just shut down the momentum of the SF just a little bit, because Alex is going to give you that momentum and Mars are going to hit it around like 13 minutes each, Blink and Radiance, that timing. But until then, SF's the one solely responsible for carrying like LGD smoothly to that stage. So target him and you got this.
Alrighty, well, it is time that we get a little bit closer to our games. Let's see exactly if Purge and Silent are ready.
Hey, I'm here with Silent. You guys took every second to pick your Crystal Maiden. Were you trying to decide on supports or lane swaps or what?
Yeah, we was deciding which hero we want to pick. Maybe we play Hoodwink 5 and Tiny 4 and maybe pick something on the middle or maybe other heroes on the 5. That's why we was waiting till the end.
So are you happy with the Crystal Maiden? You're just trying to win the lane and set tempo?
I hope so, because it looks like we need to make pressure on them on the line.
All right, sounds great. Good luck in your match.
Former champions on either side between PSG LGD and Team Spirit here at the Riyadh Masters, and one of them is going to be eliminated. PSG LGD have limped across the finish line through 2 different group stages and are here in the playoffs, but they match up against a freshly wounded Team Spirit, who frankly did not look all that good in their matchup against Liquid, Avery.
They were really slow to adapt in that game too, at least from my perspective. Slower than we've seen them adjust in the past. You know, losing game 1, this team likes to play slow, like play patient, go for the ultra late game with their carry and kind of play that 4 protect 1 not a lot of other teams are willing to play. Downside is if you don't adjust fast enough in some of these series versus the teams that are going to play faster than you, you can just get 2-0'd like that. Here, though, I think the adjustment, it's very clear. They went for some of the heroes that Liquid beat them with like this Darkseer and Tiny. They prioritized a lot more early spell damage, fighting power, got the Aurora off laner. To me, this is the kind of draft I expected them to have in that game 2 versus Liquid. Maybe it took them a little bit longer to get there, but they did get there in the end. The only question is, can LGD punish it with their signature Shadow Fiend and some supports that have been rising, at least on my radar. Like, this Jakiro has been absolutely nasty in a lot of these games in terms of the damage output. Yep. Just on the lane and the team fights. And Batrider is another one of these kind of sneaky heroes where he has some games he doesn't look great, but there's some games he just outright wins you every fight with Blink Lassos when there's no Dispel. And this is a lineup where, outside of Ursa with the Enraged, there's nothing preventing you going in and snagging a good core target.
So small, we saw the early first blood go in the way of PSG LGD as they run into the very slow hero of Crystal Maiden. Physically slow. However, we actually heard from the coach Sound there. He talked about how their last pick, their choice in Crystal Maiden, was largely because they felt like they had to pressure the lanes early on against PSG LGD. Do you agree with that assessment? Do you feel like this is a lineup where Team Spirit needs to be able to walk away with a laning phase win?
I don't think they need to win the lanes. I think they just need to not lose them.
Fair enough.
If they're even at, you know, that 10 to 15 minute mark, I think they're fine going into that mid game. I think it's LGD that want to pull out a little bit ahead here, particularly mid with this SF versus the melee hero. This is a lane that Echo should dominate to a reasonable degree and minimum free farm it. And if you're looking on these 2 side lanes, again, you have pretty strong spells between the Bat and the Jakiro between the levels 2 and 3. You have some decent kill threat here that I think ramps up a little faster than what Spirit presented. So if you can snag some of those early kills, then that's a way you can boost yourself up here. I think this Crystal Maiden's more about damage mitigation than anything offensive on that lane.
It does leave them in a really bad mid matchup, right? Because Sal was talking about the fact that maybe we actually switched this Tiny position to 4, right? They could have had that, and they could have picked up a different mid laner. For you, why do you think you stick with the Tiny, even though you're in this like really rough laning matchup against the SF?
Again, I go back to that Liquid series. I think they kind of learned the power of this hero, and just had a discussion, hey, this crash landing Tiny is absolutely bongo, and we're just going to put it mid and play it, and okay, you get Shadow Fiend, but who cares? We can make up the laning phase elsewhere. However, that is not happening. This maiden pick has not done well in the first minute and a half here from Maposhka.
Yeah, if that was supposed to help Yutaro out, it's not doing him any favors right now.
Well, he is technically the highest CS, so
yeah, I guess so.
Doing its job. I mean, doing its job for Yutaro here, not helping him out in the department of feeding a lot of gold to you. We'll welcome it considerably here, and also giving a pretty nice start to the Bat Rider, who, again, if I'm looking at this LGD squad, what got them here in the first place, what has kept them out of elimination, that they've been on that line a lot this tournament so far.
Yes.
To me, it's PYW. I think he is the real X factor of this team. Not that other players aren't having stand-up performances, but he's the guy I think pushes it over the edge. Like, if he is firing on all cylinders, dominating the team fights, LGD look really good, and they can win those games. If he's struggling or slow,
in some trouble. Good bushwhack will force the Alchemist to unstable concoction himself, but Y still managed to get the kill. You talked about early on, the Jakiro looking very good at pumping out the damage. This is the timing that we're talking about. I don't think any 4 position can stand up to Liquid Frost Dual Breath.
Nope. Poshka is dead again down here.
Dead.
And he is just playing way too far up in this lane for a flame break that the second it hits you and bounces you back, you're just 100 to 0. No way you're getting out of that as a Crystal Maiden. Some missteps on the spot of lane by Maposhka really costing Team Spirit a lot in this early game, as anytime you have a core ahead of your almost free farm Alchemist, you are very happy. In this case, LGD, very happy with what they're getting in that off lane. Echo winning mid as well here. LGD off to a hot start in 3 lanes, getting exactly what they want this game.
They have the highest net worth, top 3 net worth for all of the PSG LGD cores, so you may see the CS be a little bit mixed in there, but between the kills that they're getting out of these lanes, everybody is very happy.
You have Grievel's Grid on one lane, Echo winning the CS mid, and then all the kills going to the bars. So yeah, all 3 of these LGD cores getting what they want right now is another kind of concerning start for Team Spirit, just not doing well in a lot of these early games. This is a draft that can fight a lot better from behind in that early position compared to, you know, like the Magnus PA we saw yesterday.
It's definitely the most out of sorts I've seen Team Spirit in a while. It's a bad time for a team that always steps up when the big tournaments are on the line. Going back to TI-10, did it again for Riyadh last year, as well as TI. Shiro, though, pulled back into his doom while PYW gets run down. Radon, aka Yutaro, finally giving a bit of help there for Maposhka. His Bat Rider has been a menace to this very slow Crystal Maiden, and Yutaro, his presence was needed to be able to dissuade that kill.
And this tree bounce Facet just does so much damage on these isolated heroes.
Oh yeah.
Really adds up over the course of a lane. Paid off here for Mira. They get that huge kill in the Alk. Something they needed in this game, though. Is he dead again?
Mira just turning around, trying to get the kill on Y because he knows he's not getting out of this unstable concoction.
Almost got Chain Lightning there. No luck. And we'll feed the gold right back to Shiro, just as they start to build a little comeback lead.
A pin and a flame break at the same time. Don't see that too often. The TP rotation coming in from Mira. Mira could hit a bushwhack, only lands it on one of them here.
I split the damage.
He can still chase and go for another round of Frostbite. I mean, they're stuck in this corner. Mira, he's going to cut around the side. Mew's going to pop out and try and pin the Hoodwink to spare PYW, but it's just not enough. Too many heroes get brought to this area. Nowhere really for them to run to against these slows and disables, so that is still going to be fine, I think, for LGD, as long as Mew doesn't also die. After all, it now means the Darkseer is no longer laning at all. He's going to be clearing through some of his hard camps, apparently.
I'll look for the 6-minute power rune.
Bloody bounty!
Might have even died on that rune.
I was going to say, he's a little bit careful. Ooh, amp damage for a Tiny.
Well, very happy about that one. See what Team Spirit can do with this. You get a gank on this SF right now with this rune, it would be monstrous as you could just start beating into that tower. Your catapult's still alive here as well.
This toss is going to do a lot of damage. Level 3 toss with the grow up. If he pops the amp damage, that's like a 500 damage nuke.
Team Spirit stabilized this laning phase.
They did.
Looking to get a run away with it if you were LGD, but they will not succeed to just snowball this game entirely. Early treads pickup for Yotaro has also made him a lot tankier in these fights. But
done for here. Way too many slows kiting him out.
Yeah.
Sticky napalm, flame break, the liquid breath as well as the dual breath.
Not going to be a fun early game for Yotaro anytime he's stuck trying to fight these two supports. They just massacre his hero, kite him out super well. Kind of need those full 5-5s. You can get the surge in there or some dispels later for this bear to be happy. Of course, if you get some Aegises in this game, would go a long way as well. You have some big ults on the side of LGD that you're going to have to commit into this Ursa Warrior no matter what. Second Life would deal with a Requiem, deal with a Arena, and you have to watch the arenas this game because LGD have an insane amount to throw into them.
Ult gets popped. Shiro, he will be healthy enough to walk away from that. Little go there from Team Spirit, not too much expended to go for it, but it's bottom lane that's really feeling the pressure. Poshka easily gets dove down here. And the better this lane, I mean, the Ursa can go to that jungle, that Roshan attempt at some point in time, but I like that you pointed out the success of the Mars and the SF is what's gonna determine a lot of this early game tempo, right? Yu is just having a great time, man. 4,000 net worth. He is second highest, only being beat out by an Alchemist.
It's just a solid rotation from Echo. Didn't show there, trying to see if anybody else would come for the bait. They still have Arena for this fight. I mean, if Posha comes back in, would not be surprised to see LGD stay around here with some heroes and just try and dive in with the next wave, because
yeah, might as well.
What is going to stop you in an actual fight that breaks out when you have Requiem Arena right now?
And Mira's just going to run into the high ground ward there. Spirit will definitely know about that ward now, that's for sure.
This should be a tower unless you're willing to bring more. They're going to bring the Tiny down here now. Fourth hero committed for Team Spirit, a second TP.
I mean, is this fair to say that Team Spirit is like pretty all in this situation? They lose this fight. This laning phase is going to be a disaster. Requiem pushes back some of these heroes that are chasing after New. Yotaro looks to finish the job, and he can't quite do it. New has another spear. Don't think Yotaro's going to be able to
commit.
I mean, he could try. They go for the toss, but a spear back. New was holding on to that one the entire time. The immediate tips, you could see he knew that was coming a mile away and had the counter ready to go. Well played.
I mean, Zhao talked about the Tiny crash landing counter.
Yeah, I guess that is a counter for sure.
Apparently it's spear him while he's in the air.
Any sort of displacement will counter toss. So cool play.
I mean, lore-wise, Maposhka should take the crash landing damage himself there. Think about it.
All right, you're reaching on that one.
Stacks galore as well.
Yeah, what is our update on stacks? Because I know that Darkseer had a bit of stacking going on, the hard camp there. Obviously, we see PSG LGD have some healthy stacks going on in that triangle. And yeah, PSG LGD, they put way more effort into that. They won their offlane, which gave the 4 position a lot more room to be able to make that play. BYW balancing both winning the lane and getting that little nest egg built up.
Probably gonna give this Ancients to the Alk at some point too. Go in there with the acid spray. Maybe you bring the Shadow Fiend too, but it's gonna be a lot of XP for these cores. You're gonna get this tower for free now. Echo has exerted a lot of pressure in this early game. They'll trade tier 1s, at least Claps gets something. Is just rushing the pipe. Will be strong against this LGD lineup, but they have a lot of physical as well. So this is not just some end-all be-all. You know, you get pipe at 13 minutes and you just auto win a fight. You have acid spray, you have Shadow Fiend damage, you have God's Rebuke,
you have macro pyre pure damage.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm just saying, they do have like enough damage to burn through pipe, right?
Yeah,
you hit an arena spear,
100%.
pin somebody, you hit him with the macro pyre on top of that.
I feel like they also just have so much overwhelming spell damage to throw into an arena that you're not going to have a fun time even if you're sitting in their pipe. You also have this Requiem Arena combo. You're going to be running into the wall. Early blink for Echo should guarantee that if you can ever find a big catch. LGD in control this early game so far. Looking pretty good for him.
Now, that being said, they are in control, but it's not like Team Spirit is really missing out on damage either. They have Hoodwink, they have Tiny. Those two by themselves can do an insane amount of damage in a combo. My biggest worry is like Echo and his couple of plays here with his Blink Dagger. He's got to just make sure that he doesn't ever really get caught. Nice wall out, slowing all these heroes down. Maposhka's going to show up, hit a frostbite, and go for the kill onto the Bat Rider. PYW gets pulled back in and will die.
Yeah, a little too deep there for LGD. And cost their Bat Rider some time on the map as he was the most farm support pushing towards that blink. Will also give Team Spirit opportunity to make a move here with numbers advantage, knowing his Bat cannot get to the play.
Trying to get this Jakiro, who's pushing out mid, but Y has already dual breathed it and will not get greedy. He doesn't stick around for the range creep. He'll wait on the high ground for the 12-minute rune. It's top.
What surge is this?
Definitely a nice rune here for the Tiny, who already has 2,000 HP, 12 minutes in the game.
Very value. Amp damage and shield runes, man. This goes bonkers on these mid-Tinies.
That's another reason I think this Tiny is just insane, because there's not a bad rune for this hero.
Yeah.
He uses every rune in this 6 to 14-minute period almost as good as any other mid hero. The amp damage is arguably insane compared to anybody else. The haste is ridiculous. The arcane rune is a farming tool plus a fighting tool. The shield rune, I mean, outside of Primal
probably
Beast,
the
it's
most.
the best.
Yeah, I was about to say Primal Beast and Tiny are probably the most value heroes to use shield runes. Radiance is up, and Shiro tries to actually get a sneaky pick off, and he got him. Big pickup for Shiro there. Just a little bit of extra farm while he's getting away in the jungle. And he did that without a ward or anything. That's actually a Team Spirit ward that was sitting on.
Yeah, that is just not a kill you were expecting to get there if you're Shiro, but one you will gladly take, as that was the completed pipe going out to the Darkseer there. Just slows down that fight that maybe Spirit we're going to look for with this pipe plus Blink Dagger on the Tiny sinking up there, as we see. That is your highest net worth core down the drain to a solo Alchemist. Not what you want to see, but 13-20 Battle Fury for the Ursa, not too shabby considering Crystal Maiden had a very rough laning phase. Yatoro's still in a fine position here, and I mean, we should note, as good of an arena game this is for LGD, this is a very good Ursa game. This is a hero that outscales SF, Alk, and Mars to a pretty large degree in terms of the one-on-one matchups. Now, it doesn't mean Ursa is going to be able to get through all three of them if his team can't help, but there's not a lot that is dedicated to messing with the Ursa this game. Probably going to need some Yule Scepters, 4 staves on LGD. Just dispel him, kite him out. Make sure you can deal with everybody else in a fight first. There's that Arcane Rune for Laurel on top of the shield. Very strong right now if LGD get caught in the fight.
Trying to get the toss back, and they got him with the bushwhack midair, but the arena cuts down the tree, so he's fine. They get it back, trying to stop the Requiem, but Echo still gets it off. A Requiem that hits 4 inside the arena. Big damage and eating buyback, though. They're actually going to try and win the second part of this fight with Yatoro coming back in. The stun onto the Alchemist, and Yatoro just needs one more hit. Laurel will lend the assist there with a toss up in the air. A slam down from Yatoro, now going for PYW as well. A double kill there. Laurel just blindly blinking in. He is seeing bloodlust right now. He's looking for more kills. In the end, though, Team Spirit off a buyback there, and a rego from Yatoro managed to clean up the fight.
I mean, that is the power of pipe. Like, you're able to get a 4-man arena, and it almost just doesn't matter as the initial Requiem gets delayed. Really hurt LGD in this fight. A nice vacuum from Collapse. We're going to see here, Echo, he's about to just ruin them all. The vacuum stalls it up a bit, which means by the time you get feared into this wall, it's gone. And I mean, obviously, the savior of this fight is the power runes on Laurel. You have an Arcane Rune plus Shield Rune Tiny.
Oh, yeah.
No way he lives through any of this without that, and no way he's getting as many spells off as he does without that. Power Rune controlled the Team Spirit, just swung this game completely. And that is, I mean, that is the strength of the Tiny. Like, this hero's just... he's absurd at this point in the game. It's very tough to get through him with the armor and 2,000 HP. It just takes so much spell power. You find yourself overcommitting sometimes. Big team fight win for Spirit with that pipe timing. Now they can kind of cruise towards some more Ursa scale, and it's LGD on the back foot. You are not going to feel good going ultra late in this game as LGD versus this Ursa warrior. I can guarantee you here.
And only having a 2,000 net worth lead with an Alchemist lineup. PSG LGD, we're supposed to get the ball rolling, but now it's Team Spirit who are moving forward with full momentum. Get the pick off on Jakiro, and likely some more damage on that mid tower. It's almost done for, so wouldn't be surprised if they kind of stuck around as a team, see if they could finish it.
Got to start trying to find some pickoffs of your own if you're LG with this Bat Rider Blink Dagger. Set the fights up in a way where you don't have to initially commit the arena. You can wait for Team Spirit to go in and clump a bit more. Still, feels like you might just need the Shadow Fiend BKB to really take a proper fight. He was pretty close to it. Echo still benefiting from that strong early game here. We'll close into it here in the next 2 minutes or so. You can also hit your Alk BKB if you want it, and it is done. So he did go it over the earlier blink, and now he's going to go back for the blink. Very fast BKB timing here for the Alk. As long as you don't get, you know, obliterated by the Ursa, you're invincible in the fight.
Yeah, and that is something that Team Spirit do not have any disables that go through BKB. The best they have is like surging the Ursa to, you know, keep up with the Alk when he's BKB'd and stuff.
Yeah, it's Ursa Abyssal Blade later.
Yeah.
I mean, and that is the upside here, is this Basher Abyssal and the Ursa is going to be annoying for the Alk and the SF in the BKB durations. Another reason these matchups are kind of tough. Like this SF, he blink, BKB goes in the fight, tries to Requiem. If Yatoro just blinks on him and Abyssals him, that fight looks pretty kind of rough for LGD. Yeah. You don't have any saves, you don't have a way to bail him out. You can't lasso the Ursa if he's enraged. Pretty annoying.
So until we get to that later timing, for now, PSG LGD, if they get their BKBs, the biggest thing they have to worry about is just initiation. Don't let Team Spirit get the jump on you first. Get these disables out here. But it's Team Spirit who have the Ursa, so of course they're going to go for that early Roshan. And PSG LGD have not shown too much when it comes to contesting objectives. They gave up that mid tower. Now it seems they're giving up Roshan. They're moving across the map to try and get there, but they're way too late.
Yeah, they just read the move wrong here. Maybe not expecting Spirit to go for that objective, but this is a fight they 100% would have taken with their BKB timings, and now they're just late to the party.
Trying to catch heroes on their way out. Are going to run into Yatoro here. Knew his smoke breaks, but he's pretty far out there. Do you really want to keep chasing it this far? An enraged Ursa gets the other side of the pit. Now try and drag him up the cliff. It's only going to do so much to an Ursa, though. They're going to try and pop his Aegis, but vacuum up onto the high ground. Uh-oh! With the freezing field, they have to hit this Requiem to bail out these heroes because they are in big-time trouble. BKB TP's away. A bushwhack, that's going to stop the Mars. Laurel is putting himself up on the high ground and throwing the Mars down to earth. Echoes, turns back around and knows that he has a long train of Team Spirit heroes running at him right now.
It's a good old-fashioned cliff party, and all of LGD were invited.
Nabbed him. Good play by Mira. Gets the bushwhack, the extra kill on Y, perhaps, or not. They give up on it.
Somehow it's still kind of bad for Spirit. Despite getting 3 heroes trapped on the cliff.
I mean, they gave the Aegis to the Tiny.
Yeah, that was a big factor. I thought it was on Yatoro that entire time.
Me too. I was just naturally like, oh, he's going to come back on a second life.
I mean, again, showing you how much they believe in this Tiny, and for good reason. Laurel is starting to pick up the pace and go ham. I mean, you can also argue that, you know, if you had Aegis on Ursa there, does it really change his trajectory in this game too much? Maybe not. Maybe the fact Laurel can play aggressive during this time period and look for the plays while the Ursa's going to farm anyway is better. I kind of agree with that, actually. Maybe it hurt them in that specific instance, but I think overall it makes sense. And that was your double BKB pop for LG that just got turned against you from that beautiful vacuum from Collapse. It should push this Darkseer towards that Greaves. That's going to be a scary point for LGD, trying to break that double aura timing with heroes that can't ramp the damage at the same pace right now.
Gets caught. What? It's just did not have BKB, was on cooldown for 3 seconds. What a timing for Team Spirit to make that move.
Factory Tiny.
Yeah, big damage.
Yeah, take that illusion.
And Y gets caught trying to push out the top lane. Yatoro finds some extra bit of farm from that. That'll speed up his BKB just a bit.
This mid game is not panning out for LG.
Oh, Laurel! I mean, he's using the Aegis aggressively, that's for sure. Just diving into tier 2 like this. Now, he has pulled Mira into a fight that I don't think Mira wants any part of, and he'll dive for it. And they're going to burn out that first light. Now, in the second light, they're going to go for a BKB Requiem. Maposhka can do nothing to stop this one, and he is 100 to... What? Okay, Laurel is still going to be able to fight this out somehow. Laurel? What happened, Echo?
Just missed the Requiem
timing. How do you miss that Requiem, man?
I don't know, but now he has to deal with it, or it's going to work out.
A toss back on the SF into the Bat Rider will finish him off, and SF will just be able to cream the poor Crystal Maiden, who's been put in a bad spot, but completely whiffing out. That was their opportunity to shut down this Tiny.
I mean, they with the Requiem and that Spear, I think, was maybe supposed to be like back up there and missed as well. Just an absolute disaster on that play from LGD. Still ends up working out as they get some cleanup kills, but they do not get that big prize in the Tiny. And of course, every time you're taking these fights, that Ursa is free farming. So these are not fights you want to be drawing out if you're LGD right now.
Yeah.
These are fights you want to be winning, because you're basically getting 5-on-4s with your big BKB timings. You know, when your Alk is strong and the Ursa isn't coming into the fight and obliterating him. Concerning for LGD that you're not winning these more handedly right now. A lot of this gold lead is also into the Alchemist, which you ideally want to use to take objectives in the map or progress your game. Now, outside of that tier 1 bottom, LGD have taken no objectives in this game.
Miss Bushwhack. It's an opportunity. Maybe if you bring the bars a little bit low, Yatoro's willing to make that jump, but Yatoro does have his BKB that was just flying out to him at that period of time, so maybe he didn't want to make that go.
Pretty much everybody has the BKB who wants it in this game outside of the Tiny, but, you know, his is the least influential here. All three cores for LGD, going to battle up against Yatoro as he rushes towards that Basher. Will be a very nice Basher to complete before you take the man fights here. But you still have power runes on the Tiny, could still look aggressive, and still feels like a little bit of the pressure's on LGD to get some more map control or some towers, control some of Team Spirit's side of the map here. I mean, you can wait for, you know, SF Ags and your Alchemist Assault Kuros. They are pretty big teamfight items. They're a ways off to get all that together here. And you're not really finding pickoffs with the Bat Rider or the Mars in the meantime.
I will say, it is not particularly inspiring that LGD had that lead early. And as you said, haven't really taken any objectives with it. It's just, well, some pretty slow play, which frankly, if you're going to do that against any team, I think Team Spirit is probably the last team I want to do that to. This is a team that showed a weakness to like getting run over early, but is one of the best teams to go late with.
I mean, I feel like there's no reason this mid-tier 1 should be up for Team Spirit based on that early. And these types of things are really going to hurt LGD in the long run. You know, these tier 1s being up means if it's a dire side Roche, you can contest it better, right? You're going to get the lanes in more, which makes it harder for LGD to make plays. And these are objectives they could have just smoke wrapped on with that 3 or 4K net worth lead and probably won that fight. And you already have this Ags done on the SF. You'd already be making the next move here. Instead, you're just that little bit behind, and it's costing you time where the Ursa is catching up at a very rapid pace. And we were in that 90 minutes LGD game. They're no strangers to going late, but yes, that was also a game where maybe they look back on it and say we should have ended it 30 minutes sooner.
That is definitely the case for that game.
Yeah, they have a history of struggling with objectives at this tournament. That's how I'll put it.
Which is probably one of the reasons why, like, skill-wise, they're a good team, but they have struggled in every single one of these groups. They're good enough to be, you know, beat some of the worst teams in their group, but, you know, they just get one placement above elimination.
Still clinging on. And they will continue to try and farm up these two big cores. So that Ags on the SF is done. You had that AC on the Alk. Shiro's going to try and push towards his next item here in Nullifier. Just get rid of the Surge, the Shell, some of the random buffs that are going to be on Yatoro here and isolate a target. Interesting idea.
All right, PSG LGD, let's see what you can do. You've got Blink Force Staff Bat Rider into Blink Ags Requiem. That is a 100-0 combo if you play it right. I think that kills anybody. It might even, it maybe won't 100-0 the Tiny, but, you know, maybe with some follow-up damage, you'll be able to get it. The amp damage as well would have been easy, but Team Spirit are making things annoying, not giving the initiation, split pushing some of these lanes. Mira has constantly been a nuisance in this top lane, and Yugo's hunting, not going to find any squirrels here.
I mean, they are completely dodging LGD's timing right now, and LG are getting frustrated with this because you need to take this fight right now. Otherwise, you're just going to have to try and contest Roshan #2 into the BKB Ursa, into potential other BKBs on these Team Spirit heroes.
Into the fresh Basher he just got?
Yep, and all these items negate your Shadow Fiend's ability to win you that team fight. if you go in that exchange and you just trade out BKBs among all the cores here, feels like Spirit are happy with that type of exchange. They've got the Darkseer to win that longer fight, so Team Spirit have played this period well. They did not force anything, didn't get too greedy, are just waiting for this next Roshan and going to put LGD in the position where they have to contest. And that's a tough contest.
I will also say that I think the Basher is more effective. Obviously, the Pistol is going to be the big counter, but just the RNG of the Basher, you have a much better chance of being able to get that stun on the SF because he doesn't have the Kaya Yasha build, right? It's not going to be that near instant Requiem that goes out.
Should almost be guaranteed. You have overpower, you blink in, BKB yourself, start hitting that SF. It's almost a guaranteed bash within that channel time. You have to get really unlucky.
Yeah.
And if you can get this tiny BKB up, that would be huge. We also saw Mira building towards one on the Hoodwink. Yeah, I mean, these BKBs are just nice because you can't spear everybody in that initial arena. So even if you catch 3 or 4, if 3 of them are BKB'd, all that spell damage that you have on the side of LGD just gets negated.
Yeah, I guess what does Mars do in that situation? What does LGD do if Mira continues to split push like he is and he has a BKB?
I think they had to be looking for the catch more in this game with the Bat. Playing more aggressive with PYW and maybe like Mars plus Bat, Mars plus Jakiro on a side lane, Bat on the other, looking for the Hoodwink, looking for the Darkseer. Needed to catch these rats and slow down Spirit stalling this game out. Instead, you're just conceding this Roshan. Now you have 2 lives on the Ursa, almost level 20, a Cheese on the Tiny. Again, he's one of the better Cheese carriers because you're just almost never bursting this guy down.
Okay, so what does LGD see out of this situation? Like what? Like we have our opinion on like what they should have been doing, but they clearly feel comfortable with the pace of the game, or
I don't
feel
know
like
if
they can't take it right now.
I don't know if they're comfortable in this game.
Okay.
I think they just haven't set the map up properly and had heroes in the right place looking for the right pickoffs. I think they definitely could have found a lot more windows here. Found a lot of the split pushers taking advantage of the time that Spirit were unwilling to take a 5-man fight. You gotta remember, like, that tier 1 mid was up till 25 minutes, right? They only just started taking down some of these towers. I think that could have happened right as that Alk got AC, for example, 3 or 4 minutes sooner. Eliminate some of this map play. Now you have this BKB done on the Tiny.
Oh, you have a lot of things done. So BKB Tiny, BKB Hoodwink, you have a Cheese on the Darkseer. So I feel like you're no longer, your Requiem isn't actually going to kill anybody.
And the second you have this on the side of Spirit, they're instantly smoking looking for a 5-man fight.
This is going to be nasty. They smoke up. Laurel misses his initiation. A fast blink away from Shiro and a chance to Rico. They go for the Tiny here. They do manage to get off the Requiem. That kills him. Meanwhile, Yatoro can't quite finish off Echoes. The BKB helps protect him. Gets a Force Staff over the way to the side. And the arena has helped protecting the rest. Yatoro can't go in. They're just going to clean up the rest of these Team Spirit heroes potentially, though the wall is a nuisance. They can't just push through that easily. We start backing away, 2 for 1 so far. And they just call it a split there. Team Spirit holding on to their Cheese and Aegis. That initiation didn't quite go right for them.
Those were extremely clutch blinks by LGD. The blink out on the initial Tiny toss, and then you got the blink on PYW that dodged the initial damage and also let him lasso the Tiny going back into the fight. Only reason that went as well as it did for LG, just very clutch.
Nice pick here if Mira can do the damage, though. BYW's decently farmed. Isn't going to be just chumped by another support.
They also got to isolate that Tiny before the Ursa got in there to disable that Requiem, so they got a full Ags Requiem both ways on that Tiny. No Cheese for Laurel in that fight, just got bursted.
Won't be able to do that next time.
Yep.
Next time you'll get Abyssal Bladed.
If Yatoro's around.
Yeah. If Yatoro's around.
I mean, again, there is some potential that you can isolate a target here for LGD with a good lasso initiation, like drag him away from the team.
Yep, yep.
Something you should probably be looking for here as this game progresses. Got to use the strength of the Bat Rider to enable the rest of your lineup.
Hey, there's just a lot of annoying disables that Yatoro's going to have to contend with. I don't think he wants to go in and immediately pop his BKB at the very start of the fight, but you know, if he doesn't, he might end up hopping into an Ice Path or a Spear or, you know, all this, you know, Flame Break that bumps him back just out of position to deal with this SF.
You gonna force this?
They smoke up on the side here. They might see Yatoro coming, but what are they going to do about it? In a sense, he's spotted. Spear misses, but they do manage to get him off. Force staff to help. A tree toss? No. Yule's going to be able to dodge that one. Marl immediately pops his BKB, the sign of an arena, as LGD back away behind their tier 2.
Don't want to commit into the double live of the bear. Did get the BKB out of the Tiny and ult out of the Ursa, but not enough to push forward, and that'll be the BKB for Collapse. So Spirit continuing to stack the defensive capability here. I do like the itemization from LGD. I think we talked about, you know, ways to deal with this Ursa when your lineup doesn't have great disables. Eul Scepters are and Force Stabs are your best go-to. They have Euls and Force on the Bat Rider plus Ogre Seal Totem. They had a Euls done on the Jakiro as well. So you have 2 Eul Scepters, a Force Staff, and Yu is debating his own Euls, but is also thinking about Hex here. If you can get some Wind Wakers going, that's one way you can push into this late game and be pretty scary. Because Team Spirit do not deal well with the ability for LGD to survive and then turn Dispels around against them.
Yeah. And Shiro bought that early nullifier, so Spirit won't be able to kind of like do the same back to them.
Just got to survive if you're LGD. Survive the initial go-round. Make sure that you can land your spells when you want to.
That is something that the slower pace of PSG LGD did enable, right? We had the 2 supports, like we saw Y was farming up lane a lot. He got picked off a couple times for it, but he has walked away with so much gold as a result. You know, being able to have Yule's mech, this Bat Rider, Link Force Yules.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to deal with double Yules, double Force Staff between the supports here. There's a decent amount to get through. It might mean you just have to BKB instantly when you go in, if you're Yatoro here. And, you know, like we saw that last fight, do you want to jump Jakiro BKB to kill Jakiro and then take the fight? You know, there's a buyback. Maybe he gets an Ice Path off. I don't know if that sounds amazing. Maybe it's okay. It's definitely okay if you have Aegis. Maybe you can go the Octarine Shard build on this Ursa as well. So you just have more Enrages to play around with if the fight goes longer. I think the route both these teams are going to have to think about is what happens in the extended fight, not just the burst anymore, because I think there's enough kiting from both teams to make sure that that happens. Lotus Orb and Lincoln's would be nice pickups here for Team Spirit as well to try and deal with the lasso. You know, I mean, I guess that is another route to victory here that they have grown accustomed to. Buy 10 Lincoln Spheres for Yatoro.
What a bounty!
And block every spell.
The interaction between SF and Ursa continues to be of the utmost importance as a refresher for the Shadow Fiend. So we're going to see some Requiem, blink in, refresh, Requiem. There's going to be some nastiness. He's also level 21, so he's closing in on that 25 talent as well.
Yeah, you really want to get this bear on top of the Fiend right now. That is the best target for Yatoro to find and for Spirit to lock down. But if LGD can find good lasso arena initiations and then just go in and get this quick double Requiem off, might clip the Ursa, might not stop him before the first one goes off. And right now, this Alka is still tanky. Like, this Alka is not a target that's going to get bursted by the Ursa, at least until he has MKB. Then maybe you can start to think about it. Shiro's still pretty strong right now. This is where the extra net worth counts a lot. Gotta contest this next Roshan. The third Roshan, you cannot concede here if you're LGD. I think that is way too much to give away with an Alk lineup where, you know, is this Alk going to scale forever in this game? I don't know. The hero can be really weird in the ultra late game. I guess you can start pooling some Ag Scepters.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, mostly because I feel like part of that Aghanim Scepter giveaway is already lost when you have an SF.
Yeah, but you have Jakiro Bat, 2 very good support ones.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe if the Mars one was better? I mean, it's not that the Mars one is, like, absolutely terrible. It's just he's going to be going a utility build. So he's very likely going to go the Scythe and the Wind Waker.
Spirit Smoking not finding anything here.
Very defensive position, as always, from PSG LGD.
Kind of surprised they smoked bottom there, because I think you're kind of just thinking about this next Dire Roshan.
Yeah.
I almost rather just smoke top, even if you think it's less likely to catch, so you get better vision out for that Rosh.
They end up clashing early here in the lane. Tried to get the initiation. New managed to shove off a little bit of that stun. Got off the BKB while Shiro goes in for the Crystal Maiden. Arena trying protecting. Yotaro is tearing through the Ursa already with that MKB. The BKB is only going to last so long though, and Shiro is able to get back. Yotaro now with no BKB has to back away for fear of Echo's second Requiem. They're going to try and get this pick as the supports are going to linger a little bit. Yotaro, but yeah, there's Shiro going back in, and there's the second Requiem. Yotaro in trouble. Radon down, 90 seconds, and a pin on the Hoodwink as well. Mira, they're going to buy back on Maposhka here. They really think they can fight this one out. With Laurel, with no Yotaro, they're going to try. Echo's already a bit low, but he hits him a little bit back. Throwing some damage, waiting for the next round of spells to finish up this SF. A spin? No! The buyback from Maposhka comes into play. Got into the fight in time to hit the Frostbite, denying the SF TP away. Good attempt there from Collapse with the vacuum to look for more. But in the end, Team Spirit will continue to protect this Roshan pit away from the forces of LGD.
And if you had the Mars Hex at the start of that fight, you got it delivered, I think, halfway through. That would have opened up a lot more there. You would have been able to save some of those big spells, but still a solid re-engage from LGD on the second Requiem, second BKB to take down the Ursa. Kind of exactly what you're looking for. Not a big fan of Yotaro committing on the Alk there, because I think that's the one target you don't want to like enrage BKB commit on before you had that MKB. Well, he had it for that?
Yeah, he had it for that.
He was just tanky enough to deal with it? Okay, I mean, Shiro just a monster right now.
I mean, he had the same read you did, which was, I can't kill him until I have MKB. Well, he had MKB, and apparently it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it did not look like it, I'll be honest. He was not killing him too fast.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you're just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Now LGD get a chance to contest.
Running into the three-man of LGD, who smoke back to the pit area. Laurel's going to get a really good combo. The cheese is still up. Uh-oh, this is a little nasty. With a vacuum on two, Y's getting beaten down by the Tiny right now. New and Shiro are half HP with their BKBs lingering. This is troublesome. Shiro's going to get caught in the mix of this. New is also being run down by Maposhka. A shot from the Hoodwink slows down the Alchemist. See if they can catch up to him. They've got him. Laurel can get the toss back. May not even need it here. Just a straight up and down is all that's needed to finish off this Alchemist. Don't need Yotaro in this one.
I mean, that is a game-winning play right there. Laurel bails out the Darkseer, gave him the cheese, insta-pop, instant turn. LGD just crumble. And you had Yotaro TP bottom and go through the gate, so he was ready to join that fight anyway. Now you have an Ag Scepter on this bear, 2 lives, a cheese you can give to one of your other cores. He is fully powered up.
I mean, frankly, I just
missed their window.
I think PSG LGD just inherently, why are you taking a fight without the SF?
I mean, you could see the window there. Like the Ursa's dead. I don't think that go is bad. You just can't. You don't have anything to cover it without the Requiems. It's a very risky play, but it is extremely high reward. And there's an argument where if you don't contest that Roshan as LGD, can you win this game? Which I feel like maybe you can't.
Collapse doing a good job getting up the surge before that lasso. Gave him a bit of movement speed to get away from the Requiem, so Echoes doesn't even bother. And Team Spirit aim to take the first barracks here. 30 seconds left on the Shiro death timer.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the next lasso, so not having it here.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually gonna go for it. A pin on two with the Requiem on top. What a combo from PSG LGD. A wombo combo that has already taken out the Tiny, and now Yotoro's in trouble again. Behind the tier 3s, underneath the tier 4s, Yules after Yule, pin after pin. They don't need another round of Requiem, and maybe they do for the second life, actually.
Those BKBs.
Is Echo's gonna get here for it? Can he get the timing this time around? He does not. Echo fumbles it. Oh, right underneath his own Ancient. He fumbles the bag, and now Shiro's got to be the one to clean it up instead. Running in with his BKB, unstable concoction to slow down Yotaro, but he's out. They deal with the illusion that's killing Y, does kill Y. Whoops.
That was an extremely clutch spear. Absolutely no way around it. New found the exact line to spear 2 cores onto the old shrine. I don't even know what they're called anymore. I think they're just...
Yeah, just the buildings, the effigy buildings.
Yeah, which we will not click on here. But he finds the 2-man spear. Absolutely beautiful. Then you can use Arena to zone the rest of this fight. I think he was aiming for the racks, to be honest.
I think so too, but God, it ended up being so good.
Exactly what you want. And the downside here is you were saying that Echo, he fumbles his second Requiem, but Yotaro held on to his BKB. And I'm pretty sure you can guarantee BKB out of that Aegis spawn.
I thought he was just enraged, but yeah, I guess you're right.
If he doesn't have BKB there, he for sure gets popped. Able to get it off, and still I think LGD, I mean, they're not ecstatic about their position, but they will take that fight. They got through an Aegis, they only lost a Rax for it. And I mean, they took a fight in a way that looks promising for them going forward. Like, you can get more of that going, you're gonna be happy. Still, next set of items are coming out for Spirit here, and that is a Linken's for the Tiny, a Lotus Orb for the Darkseer, and a Linken's for the Hoodwink. So double Linken's and Lotus Orb. They're stacking the defensive capabilities against the Lasso, against the Hex.
25s are also coming in, so we have the Earthshock charges for the Ursa, so he's going to be extremely mobile. Alchemist with the extra movement speed, more mobility there as well. PYW getting picked off by a big smoke move from Team Spirit. Level 25 now for Echoes. So he also has the Kaya Yasha, and now he also has Feast of Souls grants 30% attack speed, so it's an instant Requiem.
Yep. No real chance to counter anymore. You can get the second one, but that first is going to be deadly. Deals a lot of damage. And you got to start thinking about what your next Alchemist item here is, because you have 7,000 gold on Shiro, and he's kind of slotted. I mean, you can, of course, sell the boots, go something else here, but you didn't go Swift Blink, which makes it a bit harder. You're not at the 60-minute point where you can get something like Force Boots to replace that slot, so losing the mobility here would, I think, feel a little bad. Though, you know, something like Abyssal would be tempting. Can also pool an Axe. That is the other option, which pooling the Axe to the bat is a double-edged sword into these Linken's and Lotus Orbs. Can be extremely good, can backfire horrendously.
Yeah.
Could give the Jakiro one here.
I mean, if you get a two-man lasso through all of this, just like the double spear, it's like a team fight win. You just get the Requiem, you wipe out those two heroes instantly. Now you've got a 3 versus 5 on your hands.
High risk, high reward.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of gold to pool to a bat that, you know, doesn't have BKB. Doesn't have a way to necessarily guarantee that you get it every time. UIW has struggled in the fights. Another BKB. That is the 5th one for Team Spirit here. They'll complete the gauntlet. Not a bad one on this CM. Not a target you want to prioritize if you're LGD. You might just get a full ult off. UIW looking at the rune.
Yep, they're going to try and jump on that rune.
The Linken's.
Oh, Laurel immediately stopping the initiation as the Lincoln stops the lasso, but he also got the toss up in the air on the Bat Rider. An instant buyback from PYW, but LGD, they're trying to limp away, and the wall's slowing them down. This
gotta hold on to the BKB.
Spirit gonna keep this going, and they know if they like try and chase after, they are potentially walking into a Shadow Fiend ambush.
It's scary to push through there. You should be happy with the Bat Rider buyback. A lasso onto a Linken's target. Just nothing there for LGD after that happens. Didn't use the Alch BKB, which is solid here, and you do have to watch that Chemical Rage duration, which was wearing off, so was pretty tempting to chase there if you're Team Spirit. Nope. Take the small win. Got to think about this next nighttime Roshan as well, spawning the next 3 minutes here or so. Not an objective you want to lose if you're Team Spirit with this commanding of a position, up 22k net worth. Still have a cheese from that previous one.
Generous Maposhka took the attack speed talent, by the way.
It's a good talent.
Yeah, but he's got BKB. Surely freezing field damage has got to feel really good if you've got a guaranteed freezing field that's going to go off.
Maybe he didn't think he was going to get BKB. Maybe the only reason he has BKB is because he took the attack speed talent and can now farm waves in camp faster.
You're right. Maybe that 2 minutes that he was farming with the attack
also
speed
now he has BKB. When he picks up Desolator Daedalus later, he's going to be a machine.
That's true. I should be thinking about the tier 5 items that he's going to be getting later on.
Stygian Desolator 2 on a Crystal Maiden. I mean, it sounds pretty good to me. There's some damage. You used to exist, why? Yep. Now you no longer do. By the way, you do have the toss charges up on Laurel, so...
Yeah, which is disgusting on Crash Landing Tiny. It's already a disgusting talent, but...
Oh yeah, this is the stuff of nightmares right here. I mean, if you find any target at the start of a fight, or even in the middle of a fight with both those charges up, you're just done. Whoever it is, you're done. Like, even if it's the Alch, I think you probably go down to less than 1,000 HP.
Yeah. It will be an ice pool. Like, what do you even do, Jakir? You watch yourself get 100-0'd, and you know he still had another, like, 800 damage in the bank. He could have tossed you again if you somehow magically survived.
Yeah, no, you just say keyboard lag, and then blame your team.
Well, there's our first Aghanim Scepter.
Who do you give it to? I mean, I think you have to give it to the bat. You need the big plays here. Give it to the SF.
So the SF gets his gold back to do what with it?
He has 6K now, can fill another item slot. I mean, what is the most impact item here, though? Hex would be tempting. Okay, well, it's going to be Hex.
Another Hex is fair.
There's just
what do you even do this? Like, do you start like, do you go back for like Octarine because of the other like 30 talent that you have where it does your damage? Or
there's just nothing you can really do to up the spell damage at this point, which is what you really want.
Yeah.
I think Lincoln's could be an option here too.
Block out the Abyssal Blade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hex is definitely the higher payoff item here, and I think, again, if you're LG, you kind of need to play for the higher payoffs, because you can't just keep conceding Roshans and win this game. You're going to have to take that aggressive fight at some point, or the fight where Spirit go into you with an advantage and win that to turn this game.
More counterplay options. Wind Waker for the Darkseer. So Collapse can now potentially save somebody else off of this, spear back or lasso, whatever Requiem go they're going to be trying to make. Chemical Rage immediately used. New jumps in. He hits a pretty good arena. Four BKBs out of them, and it really costs very little from LGD. They had to use Chemical Rage, an arena, and a BKB. That's it.
They have BKB advantage right now. I mean, there's still the Ursa, but you're likely not bursting him anyway. So it'd be a tempting team fight for LGD. Of course, your Chemical Rage is wearing off. You have to play around that.
They want to play around this vision, but they are going to be coerced, I assume, at some point into going to the Roshan pit, because it could be up right now.
Next Chemical Rage, you got to go here if you're LGD. Don't really have a choice. You have one obs you can plant, look for the fight. Spirit actually conceded this cliff position. Didn't have any wards of their own to defend it with. Just going to play around the lane.
They creep forward, get a different ward up there. They don't try and commit to the high ground spot.
Have to be decisive here if you're LGD. You're not going to get many opportunities to come back in this game with some sort of cooldown or item advantage. You have one right now. The smoke is flying out. Another ward comes out as well, and your Chemical Rage is back. I mean, if you're going to make this play, you have to go right now.
22 seconds left on BKBs. The smoke is used. Team Spirit start backing away.
I don't know if this is fast enough.
Yeah, this is looking like LGD are just not, they're going to be too skittish about it.
These BKBs are going to be up. That chance slips away. And now you're just straight back to where you were.
Maybe another opportunity will present itself. Refresher.
Okay,
for the Mars. PYW spots Mira. The two supports going a little scouting mission to the Roshan pit.
Refresher on Mars is big when he has that Hex.
Yes, absolutely. Yatoro keeps on putting himself out there with the Lincolns behind him and stuff. But there's a possibility that they get the pin back into the Requiem, and they got him! This time they land it. They have to beware of the buyback zone. Marl jumps in off of that one. Quickly kills the Bat Rider. Don't have to worry about that nuisance. That's a dieback for him. Mew with his BKB will be able to get back, but a good wall on this high ground. Slows him down even further. Marl's looking for these tossbacks. He just charges forward with the surge, and with the vacuum back in, they've got the big Mars. But a Requiem back in with Shiro, hits the Tiny, and he drops to the deck. Echo is able to back away from Yatoro as well. Yatoro using his BKB, not able to get a kill until they go back for Shiro. So Mira and Collapse and Maposhka have all the disables, and Yatoro is able to follow it up. They get the kill on Shiro. Echo was able to slip out of their hands. Ultimately, though, Team Spirit will take the Roshan.
I mean, LGD got exactly what they wanted in that fight, which is an initiation with the Hex on the Ursa, put him in the arena. Nobody can do anything to him because you can't see him. And Yatoro just gets obliterated, but it's not enough to win the overall exchanges. He has buyback there.
Team Spirit doing a good job of juggling it, right? Yatoro dies to one Requiem, Laurel dies to the other, but nobody flat out double dies, die back, and that would have opened LGD, maybe just having a numbers advantage. Now
LGD just didn't have buybacks on the SF or the Mars or the supports really there, so nothing to commit back into that fight.
That's fair enough. And I mean, even if you do have buyback on SF, is it really worth anything after you've used double Requiem?
Probably not.
They are extremely burst-oriented, which, when they get buybacks out of Team Spirit, means it's super worth for LGD. The problem being in this situation, Yotaro is able to recover that with an Aegis.
I mean, Spirit had 5 buybacks ready for that fight. They were probably going to win it no matter what.
Yep.
It's just you had to cost them something there. So now you put them in a situation where, because you got the Ursa kill, at least the high ground's a bit scarier without the Ursa buyback if it goes horribly wrong. And there are methods to defend that high ground that are hard for Team Spirit to deal with, like the lasso pull-in, the multiple force stabs, and of course the spear back, as we saw earlier. Pretty easy for New to hex somebody and spear them back when that Ursa's sieging high ground.
Careful there, Shiro. You're the one person who cannot afford to be picked off.
Yeah, Toro's thinking about Lincolns of his own. he needs more spell block here. I do like the refresher for Shiro as well. Does have that level 25 talent for the extra move speed off the Chemical Rage, so can replace the boot slot and get 2 Chemical Rages, 2 BKBs.
All right, we got Aghanim Scepter for Laurel. So that's where the Aghanim Scepter went. Even though Collapse was the one to pick it off, he passed it over to Laurel. So now we have all these, the tree volley that's going to be coming in. Something that may not come into effect inside of the Dire base.
Yeah, not that easy to use in base sieges a lot of time. There's a refresher for the Dark Seer as well, I believe, coming out.
Got to pick off Yotaro. Trying to make use of this Aegis, but good response, Scythe, Force Staffs. Do not lose Jakiro.
Got BKB out of the Shadow Fiend, though. Pretty big.
I was going to say, that tree is going to hit hard. Why he decides to Yule's dodge it.
Team Spirit don't want to push. This high ground's scary, man. They want more farm. Daedalus on the Hoodwink. Okay.
Repositioning of Lasso and the fear that comes out from Requiem when you could just end up so deep in LGD's base.
Here he is, level 25 as well.
Yeah. Double Acorn shot. Big damage, particularly with the tree bounce trick shot. I mean, it's a lot of single target potential.
It's the scary part about this game. Even if you kill the Ursa, you haven't taken all the damage out of the fight.
Surge, Team Spirit, do not jump in.
There's a lot of damage block on that Ursa.
Yotaro dodges the spear. 100 to 0's New. Almost. Force Staff needed one more swing. Didn't quite get it. Close call. Right the shot. It did not go far enough.
Oh, my man.
The bullet drops to the ground at New's feet.
Force Staff save lives.
They do indeed.
We'll keep LGD in this game. They try and get the buybacks up here. Missing that Alchemist one from earlier. Missing the Mars off gold. We have Bat Rider Shard. That's doing nothing for you here.
Well, you know, maybe another 20 minutes and Bat Rider might turn to do a little right-clicking.
I mean, if LGD win this game with a right-clicking Bat Rider,
if Team Spirit win this game with Crystal Maiden right-clicking the Ancient.
Hey, don't underrate that talent, man. That thing comes in clutch sometimes.
He's got level 25 plus 1 second Frostbite duration. And they can keep fishing for these little pickoffs here. The Hoodwink, that will be easy for them. And there's just
surprised why he's up like that.
Yeah.
Because those types of goes for Spirit are free. There's no real way to punish it. Too many Lincoln Spheres.
A refresher. What do you do when Laurel shows up and tosses you up in the air, chain tosses you 4 times in a row?
You top left and exit the game, I believe.
Yeah. 42,000 net worth lead, 28 to 24.
Do you think Team Spirit could permanently juggle somebody in the air? 4 toss charges, and then they have the double Wind Waker with their fresh Wind Waker Darkseer. Just
yeah,
just keep somebody in the air forever.
Maybe you bushwhack between one of those tosses, so you don't like they get stuck up in the air. Yeah, you could probably keep somebody up there for close to 10 seconds.
I mean, absolutely useless, but it would be funny.
Be good funny way to end the game while you hit the Ancient.
Little hex on Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, first time this patch. Yeah, not too many Crystal Maidens getting to this point of the game.
That might be the first time in a lot of patches, to be honest here. I don't know the last patch.
First time since 2016.
It might be 4 or 5 years. Is this a time for Spirit to push the high ground?
You have I feel like you have free garbage time right now where it's like 2 minutes until Roshan, so you could go do something. If you die or lose the fight or whatever, it's like it's not like LGD are gonna pop out and take Roshan from you.
Yeah, I mean you need this Darkseer Ags.
And pickoffs like this continue to be free. Yule's up in the air, but he's got another toss. Where that came from, Yu goes for the initiation, getting 3 inside the arena. They have to pop their BKBs to get out of here as Shiro chases forward. Nice tree volley there from Laurel. Refresh, another side. Oh, counter side from Maposhka. No pin this time. They do manage to hit the Requiem, getting some chain. What about second Requiem? Did that finish off Yotaro? They've got them both down. Laurel and Yotaro will both fall. Collapse turning around with the refresher. They're going to buy back off of this one and try and fight for it. With Laurel, they have it, maybe, but they won't have Yotaro. LGD still kind of scrambling here. Laurel up on the high ground, looking for his chance to initiate. Tree volley, throws one tree, that's it. Mira somehow still alive, but New hops in to finish him off. A toss up in the air, push these heroes together, and they finish off Shiro while Mapochka hits the freezing field with no BKBs. They can't stand up to it. That is a death on the Alchemist. That one is going to hurt. And with the buyback on the SF, but no Requiems behind it, maybe Team Spirit don't need Yotaro to hit the high ground.
Everybody but the Bear getting the job done here for Team Spirit. Cost them a tiny buyback, cost them a hoodwink buyback, but these were the real threats all along. You landed the wombo combo of your LGD, but you did not claim everybody you needed to, and you do not have an out buyback for a minute here. Your base is going to be gone.
Oh yeah, don't forget, Tiny hits buildings pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, that Crystal Maiden Hex came in clutch.
What a timing there from Maposhka. All thanks to that attack speed talent.
Overwhelming spell damage and control from Team Spirit here as the net worth rises.
Why trying to stop the Megas? He's just trying to delay. They do have a Requiem, one ready to go, but they don't have the refresher up.
Buyback on Alk in 20 seconds here. Does have the gold for it.
It's been a close call, but maybe at this point you just give up the Megas.
I mean, you have the Crystal Maiden attack.
Hits the arena. Oh no, the BKB went off on one of them. Mira does manage to get off his. They hit the Requiem on a Crystal Maiden. This is not good at all. They have to forfeit this one. At this point in time, they'll be lucky just to be able to hold on to their tier 4s. As Echo's trying to get back to the fountain. Slowed down by the wall. Turns around with the buyback from Shiro. Shiro's going to blink forward. Unstable concoction. He sees nothing. Can't throw it out of his hands.
Missed the wall. Little saving grace there, but they have been mega creep. Ended up using that out buyback as well. And this is going to be...
Laurel's going for it. Oh, I thought he was going to jump in the base to go for Echo.
This is you go get Roche, put an Aegis on this Ursa, and you end the game with that.
Get Roche, get 60-minute items. You might be able to get like this massive advantage where LGD stuck in their base probably don't get in too many tier 5s. They will get a Divine Rapier though.
How do you have the gold for buyback and Divine? Sold something. Sold the Radiance.
Yes, and is that going to change? Because I feel like he's not actually doing that much right-clicking in a lot of these fights.
This makes sense. The Radiance is not good at this point.
Sure.
There's nothing to evade. The burn damage is irrelevant, and if anything, you're giving better wall illusions. So that makes total sense. You also, you disassemble it, so you're not even really selling.
Yeah, he just sold the...
Very efficient.
He could sell the talisman if he wants to.
You can get a butterfly or something.
Maybe.
I mean, not that value here, but... Still, I mean, refresher, strength link, BKB out with Divine, it's some serious
look
damage.
at this move from Team Spirit. They're going for your Ancients. The 60-minute items are about to spawn, and they know you want to farm Ancients. In order to get that, they've got Shiro. What a move from Team Spirit, reading exactly what LGD want to be able to do at this point. Divine Rapier is now in Yotaro. There goes that.
Such a heads-up play. So fast. Got him on the one camp he wanted to farm.
Yeah.
We saw SF buy a Midas just to try and guarantee some of those, because they knew the push was coming. Oh yeah, Mirror Shield for the Ursa, sure. Add some more spell block in there.
Why not?
Needed it.
And Echo, what do you even get? He's got a tier 5 token. What is the best item that could possibly let him hold this game without Shiro?
I don't know if it was Force Boots, but that's what he took. I mean, sell your treads now. Spirit not pushing though with that out dieback. Kind of interesting. Shows you how much they respect this next Roshan.
Yeah. Unwavering condition Tiny? He's not taking it. I was about to say, there's no way he's actually taking that. He just values Ninja Gear enough that he's going to hold on to that item.
I want to see him use this though. What does it do to the model size?
Okay, he does put it on.
He's just normal size now.
He just lost so much HP. He could get demolished by the Alchemist, but he will not die to the Requiem anymore.
I mean, he takes 0 magic damage. He is at 97%. Like, this is not an item we've seen a lot, but it has gotten buffed.
If there's no Alchemist, they literally have no damage to stop him right now. And when the Alchemist is up, he can swap it out. Nothing says he can't just be like, okay, now I'm done with all this magic resistance. Apex for Shiro. Yu is also going to take Force Boots. 20 seconds left in this window. Team Spirit, they look to end the game. LGD smoked up on 4, go for the initiation, blocked. Immediately the Pistol Blade in response. Echo in trouble, will not be able to get off his Requiems. 5 more seconds till Shiro's back up, but it's not looking good for PSG LGD as multiple refreshers going to be used. A fresh round of BKBs, and they hunt down these heroes all the way back to the fountain if necessary, and that will force out the GG call from LGD.
Just overwhelming itemization here from Team Spirit. They got every Roshan in this game, and it adds up, man. That is the power of Ursa. When you're getting multiple ag scepters from Roche, you're beating Alk at his own game here. Valiant effort from LGD, staying in here, finding some openings in those fights, almost swung some of those their way with some crazy good spears and Requiem lands. But in the end, it's not enough when you played that mid-game that passive after a one-lane phase. I think LGD needed to take more, needed to be greedier, needed to be more aggressive during that 15 to 30 minute mark and take away those tier 1s, take away the map control, hunt the rats on the side lanes. Almost none of that happened, and Team Spirit, yeah, you have a 4K lead at them at 10 minutes, but then you also had a 4K lead at 30 minutes. It's not the same when this Ursa's getting so much time to catch up and get all those Roshans. A much faster lineup from Team Spirit than we saw yesterday, and felt a bit more comfortable with them. For them, though, not the most one-sided game one could have expected.
No, PSG LGD definitely put up a fight, but perhaps it was hesitation that was the killer for them. Not trying to take over the game. PSG LGD's a little more laid-back style plays against them in this first game against Team Spirit, but we'll see what they're able to come up with on second go-around here as they're going to be revisiting the draft. I'm sure, like, draft-wise, do you feel like there was anything problematic there for PSG LGD, or were you happy with it?
I mean, I think I prefer Spirit's lineup a little bit more just because that Ursa is kind of the end-all be-all that game. But I understand what LG were going for with the Alk pick, trying to accelerate the game as well. And I think they easily could have won that game if they had been more aggressive and looked for more moves.
Do you want to change a play style then, or a change of draft? Do you want to make sure that your Toro does not get his hands on the be-all, end-all carry?
No, you just got to play better. Like, you have to play faster, you have to play better, you have to look for more opportunities. Way too passive in that mid-game. If you're that passive against this team in particular, they're going to take the win.
All right, well, we'll see what they come up with going into game 2.
Listening to us before.
Oh, they were not listening?
Yeah,
so
yeah, they had us all shutted mute. All right, well, I was saying how the fact that you need a 74K net worth lead and 62 minutes, that's how you're supposed to close out a game against LGD.
Apparently, when these two organizations play against each other, you know there's going to be a lot of Lincoln Sphere, something that they talked about TI-10, the flashbacks. So you're like, oh, I need Magnus is calling collapses. I need more Lincoln Spheres. And this one, they had 3, and they also had 3 refreshers. So basically, they had 6 of those, which means, because they can't stack it anymore, but it feels like this is is how you need to play. When Team Spirit meets against LGD, it's going to be so many clutch plays coming into this. And I feel like Team Spirit, he's getting the best out of teams to, like, just the competition that they're getting, the high-level Dota that we're experiencing every single time Team Spirit is playing on the stage. It's ridiculously good.
Yeah, well, I actually was kind of worried because we had that small interview with Purge and Silent, and it felt like they weren't really sure on their own timings yet, like, let alone what LGD wanted to do. And so I had this in the back of my mind, okay, if lanes don't go so well, then where are Spirit going to end up for themselves? But my goodness, it is nothing like the Spirit that we saw yesterday. There was no resemblance of them at all.
Absolutely not. They looked like a completely different team. And what I like about the way they played, because they were, what, like 6K gold down 20 minutes into the game, they were dodging all of these ganks that they were, because they were trying to force a fight inside of LGD. They wanted to get something done, and Team Spirit, they understood how fragile they are at the time, so they kept dodging those ganks, and they were playing for their own timing.
I think what LGD did so well, though, was on the side of New. The way that he was engaging, initiating with this Mars, I really thought something more was going to come out of it, Lacoste.
It looked really good. They have so many combos, but they also had, you know, a couple of those missed Requiems that they were not hitting. You know, Aegis respawn, they don't hit the Spear, they don't hit the Requiem, but they had so many good combos. You had this clutch play with the 2 Spear when they were pushing the high ground onto the tower, onto that, you know, building inside their own base, and also getting the Requiem out. The hexes, itemization-wise, everything was pretty much on point, but the thing is, some of these heroes, they tend to fall out in the late game. Like, you couldn't really feel that Alchemist is doing damage in the super late game.
Do you think that's a little bit of the nerves that we were talking about before this series, or it should all be gone now?
Potentially. This LGD, they had a great shot in this one, but you know, I want to see what happens in game 2.
Yeah, well, look, before we get to game 2, let's head on over to BSJ, because I believe he's going to break down this game even more for us and give us some very, very specific highlights.
This game was all about the chaos, the strategy, and the high-level plays. So we're going to start off with a highlight that involves a little bit of chaos, just a little bit of a dose of what we're going to see later on in this game. They're going to smoke up on LGD after Team Spirit took the Aegis, but they put it on Tiny, keep that in mind. So we're going to see the first cliffing. He decided maybe it's best to keep him on the ground so the rest of his team can hit. Then the 3-man vacuum onto the high ground, looking pretty good for Team Spirit despite losing their carry. Then we're going to see Echo blink in with the BKB, disjointing the fight by causing the rest of Team Spirit to have to retreat to the right side, and this is a bloodbath that ends up only resulting in a total of 3 deaths. Now, we saw a little bit of chaos. We're going to rewind the game a little bit into my first Telestrator segment, which is going to be talking about the strategy that happens in the early game for both teams. So in this first clip, we're going to see that LGD is pressuring the bottom lane tower, and they have this ward at the top that's going to allow them to get a free kill on Mira. So Mira's going to go down, but not for free, because LGD is going to cast all of their ultimate, or cast the arena, as well as a lot of Jakiro's spells, and they're going to be looking to still pressure this tower. They don't want to get nothing out of this. They want to make sure that Team Spirit is forced to respond. And Team Spirit's perspective, they're TPing the Tiny already, is that without the arena, LGD, despite being up a hero, is still not that strong. So we're going to see this coming from both sides, where Team Spirit wants to make sure they punish that LGD is still here, while LGD is looking to make sure that they retreat. So we're going to see Miposhka set up, and we're going to have Radon go on the Tiny, and notice how both the Ice Path and the Requiem are casted from the top of the screen very defensively, purely in a retreat formation for the side of LGD. So now we're going to pause for the next little bit of Radon here. So we're going to notice that he's going to get God's Rebuked, which is considered a debuff, and he's going to ult right in the middle of it so that it gets canceled and he's able to continue pursuing. Then you're wondering, okay, how is this Treads Ursa ever going to close the gap on New? What are they doing? It's looking a little sketch right now. But Miposhka loading up the cannon with Tiny behind him. Radon providing the vision on New is going to allow them to toss Miposhka onto New to theoretically finish him off. But toss is canceled by all displacement spells in the game, including Spear. New is aware of this, doesn't even see the Crystal Maiden on his screen, and manages to spear him nonetheless. So a lot of high skill plays going on both sides, even this early on in the game. So next, we're going to pull a clip later on, 28 minutes, Aegis again, up on Team Spirit. 28 minutes, they're going to smoke up towards LGD. Now, it's important to note that LGD has the vision of this area. They have the ward on the high ground that's going to allow them to basically manipulate this fight to begin with. Notice how they're also all playing towards the ward on the side so that when the smoke breaks, this is going to allow Shiro to see Team Spirit before they see him. This allows him to quickly blink to the side, disjointing the Laurel initiation, while PYW walks to the left, being patient, not instantly counter-initiating. This patience is key because he's going to force out the Hoodwink spells on the left, then blink dodge them back onto Laurel, setting up the SF Requiem combo so that Laurel, the Tiny, gets bursted without casting any significant spells. But Radon goes in nonetheless. We then see a team's 3 heroes on Team Spirit get caught in the arena, disjointing the fight again. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Now we pause and see that a wall has created an illusion of Mars as well as Alk. You're going to see why I'm highlighting this, because despite the fact that Team Spirit is down 3-5 right now, they're going to be the ones getting a cleanup kill, because notice what Collapse is going to do with these illusions. He's going to send the Mars illusion on the Mars himself, providing vision for Radon, who's going to eventually blink up here and finish him off, while this Alk illusion is going to zone out the rest of LGD, canceling all their blinks because the illusion provides radiance. So notice how they are separated on the side of LGD, unable to connect, and it's Team Spirit that gets the cleanup kill. So much strategy, so much high skill, such a fun game to watch. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in Game 2, and it looks like we're going to see Fear and Purge and seeing what they're going to be preparing when they're going to watch Game 2.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get a hold of our popcorn before that game happened. If we knew, I could have eaten two pounds of it.
For next game.
How much do you think a pound of popcorn is?
Cost-wise?
No, weight.
Oh, weight?
Like
a pound?
How much, what's the volume? What's the volume of a pound of popcorn? I don't know. Should we use kilograms? Kilograms, 2.2 pounds for those watching.
I'll leave that to you. I have no idea.
It's probably a lot. What did you think about the Dota game?
Well, it was definitely interesting, that's for sure. At the beginning, I had really high hopes for LG to win that game. They did super well in the laning stage, but after that, Team Spirit did Team Spirit things. They won a couple of fights, and then after that, after rush 4, 5, 6, lost count at that point of the game, who knows?
It was a lot of network advantage, but I think the coolest part about LGD for me and why I'm rooting for them is because they came from, like, they're so close to being eliminated, like one death, one team fight kind of thing. Especially, what about Echoes the Shadow Fiend? You were ragging on him during play-ins because it looked sloppy. And it's like passable now. I feel there's some mistakes, but
that's like his best hero now. And I feel like if LGD were gonna win a game off of Team Spirit, it would have been with that exact draft, with the Shadow Fiend, with the Mars and the off lane. It looked so good. So going into this next game, I fear for them because like they had their best possible draft. I feel like going into this, and they still lost.
Until they get that like triple heal strap back, that Dawn off lane, the Kato mid, the Enchantress 5. So maybe some other options there, but yeah, Spirit looked really good for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're gonna be able to handle it.
What about the Tiny item? First time seeing that one.
Oh yeah,
unwavering condition on Tiny. That was for me. That's what I needed the popcorn for. I wish he had it for longer and the game just didn't end right away. Because first of all, I've never seen anyone have that item yet, and Tiny's the funniest hero ever to have it. He's supposed to be a big hero. That item shrinks your size. Now he goes back to normal Tiny size.
Like we've seen it so little. The casters actually thought that he was like, yeah, none of these are good. I'm just gonna pick this one. Like that's how unprecedented it is. I would have loved to see it survive him with like one fight, like get him SF ultied one time and he survives. Considering we've never seen it, but yeah, that's
unlucky.
All right, last important question: which popcorn flavor is your favorite?
All right, what would you order? Like cheddar-ish?
Clearly the cheese popcorn.
Yeah, this one's original and caramel.
Yeah, probably caramel.
I'd choose the cheddar. It seems like that's true because everyone else is choosing it as well. So
cheddar, that's true.
Just bandwagoning here.
I'm a sugar addict, so I would definitely pick
it's a good one too,
for sure, and just put like 600 calories away in a 60-minute Dota game. You know, that's what you do. So, anyways, thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back with after this quick commercial break.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We've got Team Spirit and LGD game number 1. It was a bit of a back and forth. You know, there were some moments where I was like, okay, LGD, they have their window. They can close this one out. It wasn't fast enough. They weren't quick enough. Some great initiations by New. We already talked about that, but ultimately, it's going to have to go back to the drawing board. And BSJ, some stats you were bringing up is what Echoes was playing when they were winning was an SF.
That was one of his 3 heroes.
Right.
And I did think LGD...
Unfortunately, though, now...
Yeah, I think they set themselves up for success. I honestly, if I were Team Spirit, I would still ban the SF based on what happened. But I would, if I'm LGD, based on what I just witnessed, I would actually choose to change my draft to a carry-to-carry matchup being favorable rather than prioritizing the tempo that they went for without, because they saw the Ursa, they picked the Alk into it. So if they can give themselves a little bit more wiggle room where they had that early lead, everything went well according to what they wanted to early game, but this, we talked about the casters, the panel, we all said the mid game was a bit too slow. So maybe give yourself a little bit more patience with your lineup where you don't feel rushed to do so.
We said that Team Spirit, they learn a lot, and from seeing what they've learned after Series yesterday, this is the Darkseer, kind of what Team Liquid did against them. It was the pipe rush as well, where they can take some of these early engagements, but they got overran by Alchemist, and they were dodging the 3 BKB timing from LGD, understanding that they can't take the fight. They were playing for their own BKB timing so they can get outside of the arena, even getting a second item BKB on Hoodwink, just so that you can survive this big combo from Shadowfiend and Mars, and exactly what needed to be done, and exactly as we said, Shadowfiend is going to be banned out in the first phase.
By LGD themselves, though, I guess they're afraid of Team Spirit first picking it because they have first pick this game.
Not something they do an awful lot of those, so very interesting play there. The one hero that didn't ban out would be the Brewmaster. That one's going to get through in the bans here. We'll see if Team Spirit want to pick it up, but when I think of Brewmaster, I think of Collapse. Those aren't really hero-player combination I see a lot of, so maybe letting it through is the right thing to do, just because it's not something they play a ton of. Sand King going to be banned as well with the Primal Beast. Interesting to see what they might first pick. The Hoodwink was really good by Mira, though. I like that a lot, but what was even better, actually, was Laurel's Tiny. He had a really hard lane matchup in the Shadow Fiend. Didn't seem to affect him too much. Still got his farm in this game. Did the most damage on his team in that last game, too.
Turns out a hero that does a lot of damage and has a lot of innate survivability is pretty good. And I think Team Spirit kind of got humbled yesterday because their group wasn't prioritizing Tiny nearly as highly as Liquid's group, and Liquid rolled them both games with it, Nisha playing it both times, so I feel like there's no reason to...
It's also the same thing, pretty much. It was the last pick in the first game, and now it's the Sorry, and now it's the first pick in the second game, exactly as Team Liquid did against them.
Stonks are rising.
Pretty much.
So the reason why I think Group A, Team Spirit's group, didn't have the high priority of Tiny is because it was picked in the first day a couple of times and it was consistently losing. It was getting shut down a lot. And so everyone just goes, hey, maybe we came into this tournament thinking it was S tier. Actually, it's closer to B or C. And now they're realizing they were trying to brute force it. And now there's a lot more ways that you can build around it that teams have been able to figure out for themselves.
It is just as important that if people are countering you, that you're also picking to enable a hero that's in the meta if you're picking it first. So giving all heroes to play around, a hero like Hoodwink that gives him the follow-up burst so that he will reliably take down targets once his combo's no longer one-shotting them. These type of things are probably what they learned from other teams as they were like going into the playoffs and understanding they got humbled yesterday by Team Liquid. Sometimes the best thing is to just steal what beats you and when you're capable of playing it yourself.
Yeah, being able to admit that you got out-strategized and being able to adapt is how you get out of these like lower bracket runs. But I was just thinking last game, where's Clockwork been? I haven't seen this hero for what feels like a few days now.
Banned.
Yeah, it's been banned a lot, but not in the first phase. People could first pick it if they want to. And LGD has been one of the teams that has been picking this hero up. I don't think specifically, unless there's something I'm missing, this hero doesn't necessarily counter a Tiny very well. You can toss them out of the cogs, etc. Seems to just be a comfort pick.
Big question mark for me, definitely. I also don't think Clockwork is, worth bad, because the trade that you get, Tiny against Clockwork, you're really not, you're getting the short stick pretty much, the short end of the stick, because this is maybe in the previous patch I would say it's fine, but this hero got heavily nerfed as well. His cogs are not burning as much mana, which means that also you're not dealing the damage. Players also got better at playing against Clockworks, dodging those kicks that you do with it, and also his ulti. Like, I was checking the numbers. His ulti is one of the worst abilities in the game when it comes down to dealing the damage, because it's like 75 damage or something. It's pretty ridiculous at level 1.
And looking back on the Shadow Fiend, actually, this is some past trauma where LGD played Team Spirit, and Spirit actually did play the Shadow Fiend first pick, and that was the game they won when they did go 1-1. This one, Spirit had the Shadow Fiend, so there is history there. It's not just a random Shadow Fiend ban like I thought it may have been.
The last 2 times these teams played each other, they did have Clockwork both times on LGD. They did split the series 1-1, and so clearly they think there's something good about Clockwork against Team Spirit themselves, because I don't really see them picking up Clockwork every game like they are.
They won a game with it.
Yeah.
They lost a game with it, but they also won a game with it.
There you go.
What was the Spirit support duo in that game?
Rubik and Sven, it looks like.
And then the other game was ET Hoodwink. Which I'm surprised Team Spirit's not. I would be shocked if they don't pick up ET right now, because even though it's not the best versus Clockwork, they've just won almost every single game with this hero, and I think it synergizes really well with Tiny. You stick the Spirit on somebody, amps the magic damage, removing all their base magic resists.
Could LGD steal it though?
They could, but Clockwork ET, a bit of a.
They played it against Spirit and won.
They had. Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they
had the
Clockwork ET.
Go Phoenix though.
But you also was it Ulicos that said they're 0-5 versus Phoenix on the side of LGD? Also good versus Tiny, percent-based damage.
Of course, always going to be good. So for Team Spirit, they need 1 support, probably position 5+1.
The Jakiro,
there we
for
go.
the double cog hit and the double egg hit.
Egg killer, I was about to say. Jakiro stonks has been on the rise. This hero, like, you can't trade. We talked about it against the Hoodwink, one of the better heroes, where Hoodwink can zone you out on the side. You get those bounce shots, but against Jakiro, it gets pretty difficult. I'm down with just picking Jakiro here, to be honest.
It sounds pretty good, yeah. Versus Clockwork, very good. Versus Phoenix, maybe the level 1 egg, it might have an impact, but I don't think any later team fights Jakiro's going to be hitting the egg. Unless it's a core.
Unless he gets Dragonlance with the level 10 talent in the late game.
He is a dragon after all, twin head dragon.
That is true.
Exactly.
And there you called that.
But they go for the ET.
The ET.
which they've been successful with. Makes total sense that they'd go for it.
Does it though? Because it's bad versus all three of those heroes.
It's really good with what they have.
True, it depends on you want to look at it. And a lot of teams draft differently. Some like to draft to make their lineup better. Others like to counter pick, but they're clearly not counter picking because Phoenix has been a traditional counter to the ET in the laning stage. Clock is also fairly annoying, I'd say, to the ET as well. And then that is just a blatant counter pick to the ET too.
I personally, going into the series, wanted Team Spirit to prioritize their own strategy being cohesive just because LGD seems willing to pick pretty much anything. And I would say that the way of beating LGD, based on how many heroes they've picked, is to just play your strat cleanly, because we saw what happened last game. In theory, their draft had a really good timing, and they just didn't use it. So as long as you understand exactly what your timings are and how you plan to scale into the late game, I think Team Spirit should have no problem beating LGD, since I think we all agree they are, on paper, the better team. And so for this specific matchup, this is the only counter pick we've seen, right? This is the only hero that's strictly meant to be, I'm good against one hero on the enemy team, which is Troll. And so what do you guys think we're going to see from Shiro as like an adjustment? We've seen like the BKB runaway strat, which may be a little bit difficult against all the burst, but they don't have any way to help him disengage. Will they ban the Venge that we've been seeing some teams pick?
Maybe, but this is a really good Doom game against. Like, you're gonna stop the healing from Phoenix. Great against Troll. We've seen it in the previous series, or series number 1. Can't remember. No, it was the second series where they picked the Doom 3 times. There was also a Troll against Doom matchup. Gets very difficult, but you've seen Lincolns stacking in the previous game. Quite a lot of them with 3 refreshers, 3 Lincolns on those heroes. A little worried. I liked their draft until there was this Doom pickup. I did like, I mean, on the side of LGD, that is, because Troll looked really good, and then you slap this Doom, which is a great counter to him, and now it feels really bad to play.
I feel like if you're LGD here, you need to be thinking about Yatoro's Wind Ranger as a ban. First Pango and Troll, something that he's really good against. The Morph, I don't dislike that ban either. Weaver's already banned as well against all of these heroes. Really limits your options you can go for Yatoro, because Troll is, generally speaking, the anti-carry. There's not a lot of carries that are gonna just out-carry him, right? Or win a man fight, so that already limits you quite a lot.
What about the Lifestealer? The matchup did change quite a lot.
Yeah.
You can, of course, kill the egg. You don't care too much about the Clockwork in the lane. Most likely, this is gonna be Pango from the off lane. Neo does love to play it, so they're looking for... But still, you can see that they're banning out this Coddle, and I want to see if they ban another mid-hero just to secure
Ursa.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that's weird because Troll's such a good matchup against
Yeah,
Ursa.
it's his worst matchup, right?
Yeah, and I also think that it is, I agree. And I also think that with ET5, you're likely to pick a ranged carry if you're prioritizing the laning phase. And since we're not really too concerned about the carry-to-carry matchup, as we mentioned, that's not really the role that deals with Troll. It's usually the off lane or the mid, or in this case, the Doom. So I think the Wind Ranger is great. I think anything that, like the Morphling would have been great as well. I think any ranged right-clicker for Yatoro will get them off the ground running. The Doom should be allowed to like play his greedy game. He will basically allow Team Spirit to outscale them because he removes the Troll from the game. Yeah. And then Yatoro's hero can just kind of do its own role in the game, you know? He doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all like he was last game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no concerned about the Wind Ranger, actually. Since this Troll does go for more of the Ags rush now, I think that matchup might swing quite a bit, so
that's
maybe
why
we're thinking
I don't understand the Ursa ban, because if you rush the Ags, you're removing overpower from Ursa, which is most of his damage. He's not going to sit there.
I mean, no matter what you build on Troll, it's just innately good versus Ursa, right? Even if you just go Battle Fury BKB, doesn't really matter. It probably makes it even worse, I suppose, if you do go the Ags build, so... Very questionable, but I guess maybe they worried more about the laning stage. If Phoenix is going to be a pos 4, almost impossible to lane into an Ursa if he gets an early point in that overpower. And the Brew that was first phase ban is now last ban of the game.
You could maybe even go Bloodseeker if they want to get creative just against the Pango, since like you already have one hero removing the Troll. That's a little bit...
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit too much cooking.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have too much time up their sleeves. The reserve time ticking down, and TB fell into a similar category that you said yesterday, Fear, as the PA, where it's you really have to know when to pick it. It's got to be a good game, and it's not something that enjoys being active early, which is how a lot of people have been winning games as of late. But is this a TB game? Is this something that you could see the idea behind?
It's not super straightforward. It can be good in this game in a lot of different ways. You can kill Pango doing his role pretty easily as this hero. Not great versus Egg, and you can technically still click it if it's misplaced. In the laning stage, you have Delusion, which can kill the cogs very easily, so that's the nice part. You can buy Pyke against Troll. There's definitely... I see why he did it in this particular game, but the one problem I do have with TB in this game is they don't really have...
TB.
No, not that. So they don't have the best lockdown for him to actually hit a lot of heroes here. Maybe they have enough, but that's about it. They have to play so well, they just have enough.
One thing I think they picked this for, and even though TB's not the best at this anymore, is to set up the lanes for his team. Like, you have Doom and Tiny, who, like, mid to late game never really want to show on lanes, and so the only hero that reliably clears waves was Hoodwink, so that was kind of a big issue for them, I think, if they want to be able to take the fights they want, so...
Crash landing now, bro.
Yeah.
Kind of helps, but yeah, you still have to be nearby.
A very slow off lane and safe lane for Team Spirit. Having Doom and Terrorblade, these heroes, they need a little bit of time. We've seen the newer build on TB with Manta, the Pyke that you mentioned, which I think is the correct build here, and then choose what you want to go for, because against Clockwork, against Troll, it gives you that extra safety, because they don't have too much saves on their own side. TB is kind of like on his own, so will need to itemize for himself.
That's a classic. You're playing versus Doom. Press Stampede and try to run away, and it honestly might work this game just because the lockdown is very limited on the side of Team Spirit.
But where exactly do you guys feel that this game number 2 is going to go? Remember, elimination is on the line. Team Spirit already won a game up, but have LGD been able to come back, and is game number 2 going to be theirs for the taking?
I think... Oh, go ahead.
No, I think they have pretty good chances, I would say, with the heroes. They try to cook something differently with the Centaur pick. As we said, during the first panel, Zhao 8, he will go back in time. This has always been good against the Doom, the Centaur ulti. But I'm leaning towards Team Spirit because I think they are the only team, or Don, aka Yatoro, the only player I believe that can play Terrorblade pretty much effectively at this tournament, because he knows all the ins and outs.
I thought about his PA too, and he unfortunately did drop out with it.
I'm a believer.
But they don't have like the wombo combo of 2 bad heroes, which was the Magnus PA, so it's just a standard TB game. I do think LG, just like last game, have a chance in this game. It's a pretty good chance too, especially if they can get off the good lanes. So I don't know, I feel like the drafts are pretty even in this one. It just comes down to execution.
I was going to say something similar. I think the drafts are super even, but in game 1 I honestly thought LGD outdrafted them. So with that being said, I think LGD has virtually no chance, because they lost when they had the advantage in the draft, and now it's about even. So we'll just have to see if they clean it up this time.
Yeah, well, look, let's get some more words. We've got Jin standing by with LGD's coach, Zhao.
Yes, Xiaowei, that was a very exciting game 1. Now, I want to ask about Shiro, because, in your past 30 games, you have literally picked 20 different heroes for him. Is this something to your advantage, or are you kind of still looking for the best heroes that suits the meta, that suits the team's playstyle? 就第一场你们也打得非常精彩。就想问你，因为就是老干爹前30把呢，你给 Shiro 选了20个不同的英雄。就想问你是就是这个他的英雄海是你们的一个强项呢，还是你们还在寻找相当于最适合这个版本、最适合你们战队风格的一个英雄一个英雄池呢？
因为希肉这名选手是一名很年轻、很有潜力的选手，然后他能适应各种各样不同的英雄，他在我们队就是一个这样的角色，所以他这些英雄发挥的都挺出色的。
Shiro being one of the youngest players and one of the most talented players on our team, he's able to adapt, he's able to learn a lot of different heroes, and he's able to whip out whatever weapons that we need him to have on this in this game. And well, we want just one final question. Letting Tiny and Hu win through a second time, is your draft prepared for that? 就是最后一个问题，就是第2把你又放出了这个小小的深海飞侠，你认为你们现在的阵容足够来针对吗？
我们想好他们会拿这个，然后上一把可能 DS 的团装会比较烦，然后这一把我们就把他们的团战办掉了。
We feel that last game it was mostly the Ducks.
All right, well, we'll cut that one a little bit short. Apologies, everybody, as we get into game 2 of Team Spirit and LGD. That's right, the players are already running out the lanes. We want to get into this game as quick as possible, but we did have some interesting words there from Zhao talking about their drafts. Avery, do you agree with what he's saying?
I would not give Elder Titan Hoodwink Tiny away in the current state of the tournament meta. Maybe he knows more than I do and has confidence in what his lineup can do to interrupt those heroes, particularly, getting on the back line with Clockwork and Pangolier. You have some attack speed slow for ET. You have some scouting mechanisms with like the Rocket Flare, so you can get in with Stampede Jump. There are some tools you can get on these supports and really hamper them at the start of the fight, which I think is key here for LGD. But man, is it scary, because you're throwing out this ET Spirit, you're amping up the magic damage, and then you just got this Tiny coming through, which might be the most magical burst in the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at this
second most magical burst in the game. It sounds miserable to play into for a lineup that kind of has to commit in the fight. If you get stomped on one of these cores and just shot with the Hoodwink, comboed with the Tiny, I don't know how you play around that in the fight if you're LGD, other than you're just going on them first.
And after watching, Yatoro not needed to be there for a couple of those team fights where the Tiny was able to carry a majority of the load there. I don't know. I'm just surprised that we're going to be seeing Laurel put in a position where I think he could carry the game again. And I don't know. We'll see. We also heard the panel talk about, I don't want to tag a stack up too many things against LGD here, but the panel very heavily favored Team Spirit's draft this time around. They actually liked LGD's in game 1, and we heard Brian say, well, that just means that Team Spirit should just have the easy 2-0 here. But I'll add just one more thing. Since last year's Riyadh Masters, LGD is in the whole 7 games against Team Spirit. They went 0-2 at the groups of last year's Riyadh, and then they went 0-2 in 2 more tournament series, and now they are down 1 game in this series as well. I mean, 7 games in the whole against a team, that's eventually got to get into your mental, right?
Well, it's not the same team, so I guess it's not in their mental.
I mean, it's some of them. It's still you, it's still Y, it's still Shiro.
Yeah, it's in Zhao 8's mind.
It's still Zhao 8.
Zhao 8's probably definitely the most frustrated. Can't beat this team with anybody, it would appear, but yeah, there's not a lot of teams that have, so I guess he's in some good company. And Maposhka getting on this Elder Titan as well. We saw the stats earlier, like he's 5-1 with this hero or something. It's been Team Spirit's best support, in my opinion, over the course of the tournament. I think Maposhka shined with it, but it really helps Laurel and Collapse play the team fights and not be as dependent on Yatoro, because yeah, a lot of the carry heroes in the current meta are a little underwhelming, particularly these agi carries. Like, you can play them, but they're not the end all be all anymore. It's not like you're gonna get 5 slots and it's terrible and the game ends. You need your other 2 cores to help you take those late game fights. And I think Elder Titan just powers all those heroes up. This hero's incredibly strong in the engagements. He's also a very good hero if you're willing to play that kind of slow, patient style. I think his weakness is you can get run over, which we've seen happen to Spirit a little bit, but if you're looking for those comeback fights, there is not really a better support in the game for comeback potential than the Elder Titan. And so I think that's another factor Spirit have going for them in this draft. But once more, LGD could get out to a fast lead here. I think they have a lot of pace on their side. This Clock Phoenix can just run the other 2 supports over. They start to build a lead on the map. And just, they can be the ones powering through Roshan with the Troll lineup, as opposed to how fast can this Terrorblade come online to contest things like that.
A little bit of pinball action. It's been a minute. The Clockwork was so popular early on in this patch. I feel like I haven't actually seen him that much this tournament.
Times change. You either change with him or you go home. Dota waits for no man.
It's true. See exactly how much PYW is able to get done here, both in lane to be able to help out you, because see the pressure that has been put on him. He is constantly being assaulted by this Elder Titan. He's trying to pull out waves and stuff. We just keep on going back to this double melee offlane situation where you do all these pulls and stuff. Why are teams just gunning for this now, it seems like? Why are we just giving up on actually contesting the offlane in a normal way? I thought the offlane was stronger than the safe lane. You know, these Mars Hoodwing combinations. Like, I thought you were supposed to actually be putting pressure on the carry. Why have we just given up on that?
I mean, almost all the offlaners that are early picked are these melee offlaners that are Aurora buyers or big team fighters. So that locks in one melee hero.
Yeah.
And the other one on your 4, I think the pool for right now, there's, outside of like Rubik Hoodwink, doesn't seem like a lot of the 4s are too favorable. The Dark Willow fell off a bit. The Grimstroke's kind of gone. So you can definitely play those range 4s and create a stronger situation, but there are some melee 4s that are super valuable in the right game. Things like the Spear Breaker, the Tiny that you're flexing.
Nice bushwhack.
Even Morphling, I feel like, fits in that category of like useless blob on lane, but big payoff later. So you're just trying to maximize the in-game potential from this lineup, from these heroes, because you're willing to give up a little bit more if you hit that aura window, and then you can really take the fights with your auras. That's what's more important right now than, you know, dominating this lane as hard as possible. Otherwise, we just see everybody playing, you know, Viper Razor for the 100th time.
Well, that's free Falcons Grand Final if I've ever heard it.
Yeah, we'll see that tomorrow, I'm sure.
Shiro has an opportunity for first blood here. And it'll be Y who snags the last hit over PYW, who also gets the kill on Maposhka. It looks like Y is trying to get the kill on Collapse as well. LGD coming out swinging here in the lanes, it seems, at the same time. Both lanes getting a kill. Good start for them, especially since Shiro is already doing so well in CS.
Yeah, I expect LGD to win the laning phase here again. I think Spirit this has been their weakest point of the entire tournament, the first 10 minutes. So they do not have that going for them. And I think the lanes are inherently a bit weaker, particularly both side lanes here. Troll Phoenix is a very strong lane, and is why we'll feed it back off the ward. So we'll try and probably deward it when he comes back. But he's level 4, gave up a pretty big kill to the Hoodwink. Still, I think this lane should be free farm for LGD. The Troll is top of the board, and Echo's doing very well mid, so probably just 3 lanes that LGD should be happy with over the long run.
Oh, Maposhka coming in from behind. Miro was getting so aggressive. I was like, what is this? Well, it's because Maposhka went through the gate.
That's very nice rotation.
Y will TP in late. Not much you could do about this situation, 2v3.
If anything, I thought it was going to be LG leaving the Centaur alone, bringing the Clockwork bottom. But Maposhka just makes the move first.
Okay, PYW still catches up and will kill Collapse, so that's not the worst exchange at all.
Yeah, that felt a little too casual, but
yeah.
Did get Ice Armor, which is why he was hanging around that camp. It is a big item, a big spell for the Doom in this early game.
I will say, I think support levels are very important in this.
Yes.
Right? Clockwork,
100%.
Phoenix, Hoodwink, Elder Titan.
Especially if you're LG. If you can get your 6s before Team Spirit have theirs, a decent chance to just make a good smoke play off it, hook shot in, win that fight, get a tier 1, and snowball this early game. What I kind of wanted to see them do more last game, they did make the early moves with the Shadow Fiend, so I think they understand the ideas, just a matter of finding those openings. But Maposhka continues to linger down here. Tough lane for them to get aggressive on, though, even with the Ice Armor. This clock is pretty strong versus a lot of these heroes early, and they're just going to dive it.
With Echo coming in, it's a free fight. And they're actually going to go for even more here, perhaps? No? Okay. It's around the same timing as the Wisdom Rune, so pressure putting in from LG could have resulted in very good things. It doesn't allow them to take the Wisdom Rune, but it's a nice idea. As long as Echo doesn't overextend himself, swashback, he should be okay. Actually hopping back in. I mean, he's got an Arcane Rune. He wants to make these shield slams go.
Catapult was also hitting the tower the whole time, so decent value there for LGD. If they'd gotten the Wisdom Rune, it would have been the cherry on top, but they will take that for an Arcane Rune Pango gank, and especially since Rolling Thunder is going to be up again in 25 seconds here. Can easily make another play with that. So LGD making the moves, pulling ahead in the early game again on all 3 lanes. Will be another game playing from behind for Team Spirit, but seems to be how they like to do it.
I will say that they have so much initiation on LGD. I am confident they are going to put more pressure on Team Spirit than they did in Game 1. I mean, how can you not with Clockwork Pango?
I think that's the goal here. Clock is, you know, maybe not the most powerful pick on paper, but he gives you very low cooldown, guaranteed initiation.
Mira didn't have the mana to take advantage of that. Would have been a really nice bushwhack situation underneath tower, but
Team Spirit are still looking good on their levels as well. Level 5 on the Hoodwink, 4.5 on the ET. It's good enough here for the early game. PYW will leech his level 5 mid, so you're still looking for one more level on these 2 supports for LGD to really kickstart things here. Would love to gank this Terrorblade once or twice.
Here, Maposhka, make a move here. You trying to interrupt. Stampede's going to go off. Might take out to the Blood Grenade, and the reflection hit, not quite enough. So they actually just get the kill on the Hoodwink without giving up anything back to Spirit.
Another successful move for the Pangolier, which gives mid experience to the Clockwork here. So kind of everything LGD want right now, and they're closing in on that Supernova. I would really want to get these support ults up and just collapse on a tier 1 with them. Either mid for the Tiny or top for the Terrorblade. Could go bottom for the Doom, but feels a little less tempting when you go bottom for Doom and then Tiny can counter gank that, and then you're potentially giving free farm to the Terrorblade here.
So close to 6. Wow. Kills the wave, smokes up with Mira, down to bottom they go, where Shiro, they know he's farming around here somewhere. You can see Yatoro's trying to scout it out. They want to take this tower. They want to get this kill on the carry.
I mean, this got spotted. Like, Shiro knows this move is coming. They had the mid ward for it.
Yeah, but apparently he's not playing defensively enough for it. Maybe he can get off his ult, though. Bushwhack's gonna go, and the base bit of damage is there just in time. Now they got a Doom on the clockwork as well. Rolling Thunder's gonna come in, though. This could still be a good fight for LGDs, despite not having 2 of their heroes. It all just depends on the Rolling Thunder, and it is just not good enough. Echo doesn't hit the right heroes to the right spot. Laurel even looks for potential for more because Yatoro's like, yeah, lay it up, man. I'm ready to go to sunder somebody.
That felt like it should have gone better for LGD. I'm pretty sure they saw the smoke off mid. Even if they don't, they were running down there. They felt like they knew that's where the play was going. And they get a low HP Terrorblade to join that fight into that Rolling Thunder and can't capitalize on it. Missed opportunities here for LGD. As Spirit suddenly, you know, they have the highest 3 cores all of a sudden.
Yeah, that flipped pretty quickly. I mean, there's not a massive difference between them, but the fact that all 3 of them have managed to eclipse their counterparts is a bit concerning for LGD.
They also got an amp damage on this Tiny. Just a big rune going into the next skirmish.
Yeah. All right, level 6s are here for the support, so that was something that was missing last time around. You, not slowed down by that Sunder at all. He said, okay, now what though? You have no damage, and I have the backup PYW and Echoes.
So that's one of the, 1 to 3 kills on this Terrorblade they're going to look for in the first 15 minutes here. You really want to slow Yatoro down. Don't let him get those extra levels, get the extra points in the Conjure image.
I mean, that first Manta timing really, like, speeds up Terrorblade's farm quite a bit, right?
A lot. I mean, I feel like that's the risk of the Agi carries in the current meta, is if the enemy team manages to slow down your Agi carry, you feel really bad compared to a lot of these other carries that can just fight their way back.
Shiro is going to be going for a Battle Fury build as opposed to the Aghanim Scepter that I feel like has been a little bit more in vogue lately. Do you prefer that? Because I've really been won over by the Ags Rush build on Troll. It just seems to farm like nearly as fast. Avalanche trying to protect the haze, gets it. They'll get the kill on the Phoenix. Now he's going to be chain stunned up quite a bit here, but he's very tanky. And PYW may be in the area, but fighting into a hasted Tiny doesn't sound the best, especially with the one of the like 2 best duos you could possibly have behind a Tiny, Elder Titan Hoodwink.
That's the fear in this game, this trio right here. I mean, we can talk all we want about these carry-on-carry matchups and like clockwork initiation power and all that, but when these 3 heroes combine for Team Spirit, it is incredibly strong.
TPs are going to come a little bit late here. The hook shot may land, but Maposhka walks away.
That's good news if you're an LGD fan. You want these hook shots to land, to be able to capitalize on them, because while that was happening, we saw the Midas fly out for the Doom. So Collapse is scaling. He is farming and has no interest in joining these early fights. He's just going to let the Blink Dagger Tiny run around with the 2 supports and pick people off. And if that type of game starts to flow like that for Team Spirit, they're going to be super happy. They're going to have a Doom with Midas farming, they're going to have a Terrorblade farming, and then this 3-man squad is going to be maybe killing a core hero every, 1 or 2 minutes. That's the dream. Why are there so many golems here? What?
Yeah. Golems stack, the golems get cleared. Now it's just little baby rocks.
Nobody wants them either. These things are so sad.
Abandoned. Orphaned.
Abandoned orphan golems.
Well, LGD, they can bring, like, there's this trio of Spirit, but LGD have a 4th man that they can bring to all of this, right? Like, the Centaur should be a lot more active. He just needs his Blink Dagger to really be able to, take advantage of this numbers.
It's just the firepower behind the Centaur is not as low cooldown and good.
Yeah.
It's clunkier to put together. I mean, even the Hoodwink and the Tiny, you can show the ET on a wave. You could show the Hoodwink on a wave. One of these supports with the Tiny is enough to threaten heroes. Smoke will not land for Spirit, however. LGD dodged it out successfully, and will complete that Blink Dagger on the Centaur. So probably going to look for a fight with this. Ideally, you want this tier 1 mid. Again, I don't
Careful, this is a Blink Dagger Tiny. Oh, why hit by the stomp? He wasn't going to pop the Supernova right in front of them. Now they have to use the Stampede for fear of the Doom. Maybe Mew popping it a bit too early there, but...
This is what Spirit want, this type of game. There are two big boys farming, and the Tiny finding the pickoffs. Slows down everything LGD wants to do.
Yeah, I'm losing my confidence in LGD that I had earlier. I was like, sure, their heroes are going to be really run at you. And LGD, maybe it's not a lack of want to do so, but struggling, perhaps like game 1, to put the pieces together on the map in the right spots, in the right areas, and instead, wait, no, a stomp hit by Mew on 2 with Shiro getting off his ultimate. This might be okay. The stomp from the Elder Titan does land. The Troll's going to take out. Why? Is he going to pop his Supernova here? Does he feel like he has the space to be able to do so? Is there any other backup? Here comes the Rolling Thunder, but they finish off the Phoenix. Unable to get off that Supernova, and the Centaur is going to die. PYW and Echoes have to give up on this fight. They, once again, cannot put the numbers in the right part of the map at the right time to be able to win a fight against Spirit.
Another fight, Yatoro joins in, gets some extra assist gold off as well, as Doom just seals the Troll's fate. This matchup is very one-sided, and for good reason. Nice stomp by New to try and bail out this fight. Does get him a little bit more here, but you're looking at the map, the Pango and the Clock are nowhere near this exchange. And that hurts LGD tremendously. Those are their two best team fighters at this point in the game. They need the Clock and Pango to control the heroes, line them up. That's what's going to enable the Phoenix Supernova. That's what's going to let the Troll maybe play a longer fight here if the Doom gets taken out first. Need those heroes at the start of the engagement. You need more of that. Quick pickoffs. If you're LGD,
yeah,
abuse the fact there's long cooldowns on the side of Team Spirit in this, Terrorblade meta and the Doom.
And then if they try and punish you for going for that kill, you have the Supernova, behind it with stuns. Like, there should be a clear way for LGD to be able to take some of these engagements.
I think you should be running at this mid-tier 1 right now. At least with this Centaur, maybe more. Smoke behind it, something, because, again, meta cooldown, Doom cooldown. You should not be afraid of a fight right now if you're LGD. You have everything up. You have your initiation power. You have the lower cooldown initiation as well. This goes back to game 1 where you're not going to have too many opportunities to snowball these early games. This one, you find yourselves behind. It just feels a little too passive to me. And this is the sort of game state that I feel like Team Spirit just prefer. If they can play slow and methodical, get their item timings, take the fights when they want, they're going to be happy. This I do like.
Yes, this is definitely a different situation. LGD forcing the early Roshan.
Yep, this is good. This is the advantage of the Troll versus the Terrorblade here. You can use those cooldowns to do this as well. It slept a little, but nice dodge, and should be guaranteed ages for the Troll. No ability to contest. And this will allow you to maybe go tier 1 mid, tier 1 bottom.
I like that, Mira. That's cheeky. Maybe somebody slow. Maybe you get a kill off of it.
Yeah, never know.
Regeneration.
Didn't cost him much. Again, though, I want to see this Aegis translate into the tier 1 mid and take away some map from Team Spirit. Because if they don't build a net worth lead with this 5-minute Aegis period, then you effectively lost gold to do this Roche, which is not going to feel great.
Oh, BYW all this time thinking about going for the hoodwink, but they don't know they're being wrapped around on right now. And Laurel gets the avalanche on 2 with the toss together. Not quite enough to finish off Y. Y has an opportunity to respond with Rolling Thunder, an early BKB from Collapse. They use the Supernova. It looks like the Centaur is going to die to the Doom, but they play around the Supernova, toss forward to finish off the Centaur. He'll die, but Mira's not too happy with that situation, but nor is the Troll. Got off his ultimate. He has a couple of lines to be able to play with here off of the Aegis, but he doesn't do any damage, it seems. Yatoro, he's going to be able to kill the Troll once, and then on the second life, he's got Sunder up in 3 seconds, or maybe they'll just try and burst him here. Bushwhack, hold it. Sunder's ready to go now. Shiro trying to back away. Yatoro catching up. They don't need to use the Sunder. They could just kill him outright.
Oh, Tiny, you are quite a Dota hero, and it is another fight. Laurel just dominates as so many tosses, so many combos. He gets 3 avalanches, 4 tosses off for 5,500 damage. if you're getting 4 tosses off in a fight with this hero, you're probably not losing that fight.
Yeah, Team Spirit learned something from that Liquid series. Okay, nice plate mail.
That did some work.
Yeah, they're going to get both the supports off of that one. They forgot they're a trio, not a duo.
And this is what LGD need to be finding in this game, is these supports first, right? The fights need to start on their terms with hook shots in or stampede blink-ins, find supports, disable them. Clock is really strong versus ET in those circumstances, and then you can aggressively supernova as opposed to supernova to defend someone who's doomed and dies anyway. And that blade mail did a lot. He got him there.
He did get him there.
So a little momentum shifted back. Still behind 6 or 7K here. Concerning part of the game for LGD. And man, Laurel is gigantic. Arcane Rune to back all this up. It's going to have a very fast Conda here. Which again is tough for you to deal with on LGD, because you can just go and combo somebody up, even combo the troll, and even if you don't die, maybe you get doomed, and then you're just done.
Yeah.
And if you commit to the fight, you might get doomed anyway. It puts you in a real awkward spot. As new as very dead. That was an ambitious TP.
You can use that TP if you want, I guess. Shiro will take the Tormentor for his team, getting a jetpack for PYW. They also got Hunter's Boomerang for Spirit, so that means the magic amp continues. So the Elder Titan has level 3 natural order, so there goes all of your base resistance once it gets to level 4. And then you have the Hunter's Boomerang, which increases incoming spell damage by 20%, and you're going to have a Tiny with a Conda. I'm not going to do the numbers for you, but I will tell you that's a lot of damage.
And it's very fast.
Very fast. Might be able to one-shot the Pango. He doesn't have a shield crash shield. Might be able to one-shot the Troll. Phoenix, certainly. I mean, this is an incredibly scary trio. They gotta, as you said, LGD have to get the initiation on all of these fights. Give the opportunity to the Hoodwink like this. Bushwhack ult, almost enough, and Yatoro will seal the deal, or Laurel does, actually, with the tree.
And didn't even need the Tiny, and that was LGD smoking to that Pangolier, trying to get a fight out of it around this tier 2. Now they have to choose if they want to take it anyway.
They're going to try and burst down Yatoro here, and they almost, that was a little close. Laurel hits one hell of an avalanche toss combination that almost wipes out this trio that jumped in from LGD. Maposhka. They got the kill on the enemy carry. Maposhka, he's going to try and beat down the Centaur. Collapses there on the other side to collect the kills as they are being chased out, flushed out of the jungle straight to him.
I mean, that is another, it's just, I don't want to say that's a desperation fight from LG, but I don't know how you're winning that fight overall without the Pangolier, and the Troll didn't even TP to it. So if that's like, okay, we're going to trade some lives for Terrorblade here, I guess there's some logic there, but I don't think it's winning you the game, just because the rest of this lineup is going to scale as well. It's not as if it's just a 4 protect 1. Everybody else will fall off. If you slow down Terrorblade, you're happy. His Tiny's going to scale. He has ET Aura behind him. His Doom is going to scale. He's going to have a Shiva's very soon. It's going to make your Troll's life miserable.
At this point, Avery, any team that gets eliminated or loses a series off to multiple Tiny appearances on the enemy team, I just got to question what's going on.
I mean, there's one thing to give Tiny. It's another if you have a very good plan for it. And there are elements in this LGD draft that can deal with him. You know, I think Clock Phoenix are good versus the hero. I think Pango free farms mid versus the hero. There's a lot of heroes you can put there that do that. You have some damage and spells you can throw into him, but what is the counterplay in the fight? That is the part I've yet to see him figure out.
Yeah. Good catch on Amira.
This is a good setup.
Team Spirits hovering around. Look for Laurel. Where he goes, Spirit goes, and he goes in. It's the Avalanche. Good force stab. Helps get Echo get away.
Okay,
only
they got both supports.
They got the other Titan, so both supports are now dead. This was the win condition that you said for LGD. They pop the Stampede. Do not try and chase after Spirit, though. They just content themselves with the 2 kills.
That is what you're looking for. Find the supports, get a hook shot on one, finish off the other, and that fight's completely free. We saw how fast Spirit just bailed out of there. That's not an engagement they want to take without the backup. Eternal Shroud on New does make him a lot tankier versus this Tiny on the front line.
And he's getting thick.
Amp Damage Rune will also help push through that. It's all just time for Yatoro to scale up here, look towards that second Roche that he's going to contest. Got to keep this Phoenix alive in the fight. Like, he's your best tool against the Tiny. He's your best tool at throwing down the attack speed slows on all these heroes and creating some zone control that you can reset under. Burst the Doom, burst the Tiny combo. I think Y is maybe the most important piece here for LGD. You need to keep the Phoenix alive, and you need to, again, go on the enemy support so that the Phoenix can get good position in the fight without risk of getting bursted down by this combination. Spirit will smoke up, looked across the map. They're heading towards the triangle, looking for the troll. They're going to run into the 3-man smoke.
Smoke breaks, awkward position, but they got the Phoenix first. If they can kill him, they do.
No way.
And they now have the Doom on the Centaur, which they give him 4 staff, but no Stampede. It was on cooldown anyway. Collapse, commits for the kill, trying to do enough that the Doom will take him out. Looks like it will, just by the last couple of ticks. Even if not that, there's the Acorn. Now jump back in from Laurel, hits another Avalanche. Toss combination beautiful. With a Bushwhack on top. It's just beautiful team play from Spirit.
I mean, Laurel's just dissected this game. 8-0 and 8. Amp Damage Rune, you can't even see it on the model. Just shreds him up. And now Yatoro's like, okay, time to push. Thanks for setting up the plate, my friend. I will collect the entire buffet. Thank you.
I feel like it's been a chill series for Yatoro. Maybe that game 1 went long, but he did not have to do the heavy lifting that most carries have to do in a 60-minute game, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if that game 1 was chill for him, but well, I get what you're saying. Like the other 4 members of Spirit, it definitely feels like they could have won both these games with just those 4.
Yeah.
They have done some serious work in these team fights. I mean, this game just felt like 3v5, honestly. I don't know if Collapse or Yatoro have had to do much.
Yeah, every once in a while. Hook shot in from PYW, an immediate Sunder. They'll chase after Mira. They are going for those supports like you have suggested. Put themselves at a stomp. A big splitter here. Are they going to jump back in? This is a lot of damage. An early BKB used by Shiro. Maybe Spirit just see the BKB and call that a win.
I mean, no Doom available. No BKB. No real reason to take that fight.
Sure.
Roche is up as well. You don't want to throw here. Give that objective to LGD when it's very contestable. Maybe even favored for you right now.
Echo showing himself. Not a good time for that. Team Spirit were already set up to go for the pickoff, and damn, that's a lot of damage, man.
Yeah,
1,822 total damage to Pangolier. Ew.
Yeah, I feel like you know a combo is pretty dumb when the enemy team is pinging the damage. I don't even have to look at the death summary. And I think that tells the story of this game.
Yeah.
Team Spirit picked Tiny. Tiny has tossed people. They have died. Tiny is winning the game.
Thing is, Team Spirit, they got that lesson from Liquid in the upper bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Problem is, LGD, there's not a lower bracket for them to be able to turn the Tiny back onto some other poor team. They chose this in elimination, and they may pay the price for it. Up 16,000 net worth for Team Spirit. And with ease, they have taken over the map.
And Laurel's just going, you know, team fight utility items like Octarine 4-staff here on the Tiny, not the BKB scaling physical that we saw last game. Very different build, but one that's going to be equally as spooky here is he's going to have very low cooldowns, going to be able to go in and out of the fight. There's not a lot of lockdown outside of that hookshot cogs. If you force out of that, how do you control this Tiny to actually bring him down and let Shiro and the Sunray go to work? I just don't see it. This build's going to be very obnoxious for LGD as Laurel's basically said, hey, my 2 other cores are going to pick up the actual heavy scale in this game. I'm just going to go in, be annoying, get out, go in again. What are you going to do about it? You don't have the spell power to take me down without hard committing onto me, and that's not going to happen.
Like jump onto the troll, see if he can get him to pop his ultimate, and then force staff, Wind Waker away.
You throw out a sleep in there, somebody gets slept, and then you're just in trouble. Yatoro is half HP here, does have Sunder, and once more smoke on smoke. You need a good supernova.
Why leading the charge, and he's just dead. No buyback either, so it's not even like they were playing off of that one.
That is not the man you want in front.
Now trying to get him out of there. They have the dust to be able to spot him. He's gonna pop the Stampede. Make a break for it. They're gonna chase after him. Nothing they can do about it.
Well, that is your Roche fight. I mean, that's the risk of putting all these obs on your 5 who you don't want getting jumped first, is he has to go up and ward. No one else wants to. And you just risk getting popped. And the second that Phoenix is gone, the fight's over.
PYW, I don't know if he is sticking around to see if he can contest Roshan, do a little cheeky Aegis steal or something, but it's not going to happen. Mira flushes him out, and a Doom on the other side of the map. It is rough when they are doing Roshan and they're getting picked off somewhere else.
This game is just absolutely crumbled for LGD. Did not get any sort of that early pace they were looking for. Clockwork did not snowball. We did not see some crazy PYW Clockwork game like we saw in the groups. And now you are battling up against a terrifying lineup in the late game. One in which 2 of the heavy scaling cores haven't had to do that much lifting so far. That's the terrifying part.
Yeah. They've got so many answers to troll. The Tiny, trying to get that early ult out of him. The Doom, just killing the healing part of it. LGD, they got to make something big happen here. And maybe Roshan rotating to the other side of the map is an opportunity.
Look for the hook shot.
You see Roshan's low. Laurel goes for the Phoenix once again. This time he can't get him. Shiro's not sure what to do here, though. He doesn't want to clump up on this high ground. The Phoenix gets lower and lower.
Dying.
Laurel, he might go for it. They're pushing forward. The Avalanche, out toss. No, we got off the Supernova this time. PYW, meanwhile, has locked down Mira. If LGD could keep these heroes inside of the Supernova, maybe we would be fine, but Team Spirit able to play the outskirts of the situation.
Need the Pango to come back in the fight. He is walking down the lane.
He's trying to get there as quick as possible. Mew almost low. Shiro has to pop the BKB now. He's hitting an illusion for now, but finally the Pango's going to show up with a Rolling Thunder. Try and help out, but Collapse still had his BKB. Shiro's not done that much.
Oh my
God, that damage. It's just overwhelming, man.
Ping the Facet.
Echo's going to try and do it.
The Facet.
Mira, who died at the start of the fight, just pinging Crash Landing.
Just ping it some more.
Oh my God.
Insult after misery. That is all there is in this game for LGD. Yes. The Facet pinging has commenced. I mean, there were elements of what the team fight should look like for LGD there, but you're 20k down, your spell power is vastly outmatched here, and the rolling boulder is way too big. 13, 0, and 10 for Laurel. He has been untouchable. And he's brought a lot of firepower of his own. LGD have escaped elimination many a times this tournament so far, but they have perhaps met their match here.
Megas at 33 potentially.
Maybe a lot more
hops
fight.
back in. The Crash Landing will do its job. I guess the top lane is still going to be up. Yotaro doesn't stick around to try and finish that up right away. Hook shot. He's got BKB. Collapse. He can walk this one off for now. But a Stampede to chase after it. Now the BKB is gone. They go for it, but they got him up to the high ground. Laurel jumps in, goes for the kill on you. That Centaur is just nothing. And now they got the Doom out of control. They get so much worth. An Earth Splitter right on top of that one. They are just going to cleave through LGD. They don't need Megas in this situation. They are just going to kill LGD out of this game and get the 2-0. Making it 8-0 since the start of last year's Riyadh Masters. Spirit undefeated against this LGD squad.
And you talk about all these iterations of LGD that have gone up against this team and met their match. I think this game showcases one of the big reasons why. If you're willing to give Team Spirit this much space, this much room to operate at what's been their weakest point in the tournament, which is that first 15 minutes, you're asking for trouble. Because this is a team that outplays you down the stretch. And the longer that game goes, they find more of their momentum. They find more of their points in the game where they can take advantage of you and win those crucial team fights, hit their item timings, and strike wall. That iron is hot. I think LGD were just a little too slow here and gave way too much room. There were glimpses of what this team can do, and we've seen it all tournament. They honestly had a decent run, I think, compared to what most people expected for them coming in, and for their struggles, particularly at the start of those groups where it looked like they were just going to go out immediately. This team definitely has some heart, and you can see the potential here for a lot of these young players. A cool team to watch, and a cool team to watch evolve and grow as well. I look forward to seeing what they do in the future, but for now, The top dogs are here to fight, and they're here to play.
Yep, their growth will be a bit stunted as Spirit will kick them out of the tournament early on in this playoffs. But as you said, they did have a very long run. The champs, though, last year, Team Spirit, hold on. Get knocked down to the lower bracket, but as you said, they've been there before. And they certainly have shown they have the Spirit's resilience to be able to make a long lower bracket run. I do not envy any team that has to face elimination on the line. And Team Spirit is on the other side of the stage waiting for them. And that's going to be a question of whether that's OG or PSG. Quest will have to take that matchup. Of course, OG and PSG Quest, that's going to be played up tomorrow. But all around, I think Team Spirit, I'm not fully convinced just because it felt like they were not tested by LGD.
Yeah, they
in
still...
the same weakness that was exploited in the upper bracket final. But we have an opportunity to be able to get some insights into Spirit as we've got Laurel up there on the main stage with Collapse.
Thank you very much. I am joined by both Laurel and Collapse. What a privilege it is. Laurel, thank you for joining me. Collapse, thank you for agreeing to join me as well, because I want to congratulate you guys, because I saw yesterday's game. And boy, was I worried after that. I saw the performance against Liquid, and I said, well, that's not very typical for Team Spirit, but you guys brought it back. And for you, I thought you brought it back with Tiny, because you had not been playing Tiny this tournament. I think your whole group wasn't really that big a fan of Tiny. How much of your draft today was inspired by yesterday, being like, Maposhka, dude, this Tiny hero is amazing, please give it to me?
I mean, after our series against Liquid, we think Tiny is pretty good, because in like group stage he has not good win rate. Teams pick him, and he like lost a lot of games. Even we play against Tiny, and like not big problem. But I guess here in playoffs we play against Tiny. It's, we feel like strength in this hero. Like you can pick it, and it's gonna be very impactful for your like team.
Especially if you can follow up on Collapse's initiation. Usually you're used to him having to play spirits and stuff like that, but now he's just tossing stuff into your initiation. Your Doom experience, was it made easier because he's playing Tiny?
Yeah, it feels good if you're not the single initiator on the team, and you have the Tiny who can jump first, and you don't have to jump on Doom the first wave. So yeah, it's good for me.
Nice. And one order of business I would like to take care of, if we could get LGD to present their key to you, the winners, because you get the privilege of now crushing their key. Always a thrill to watch against each other, but unfortunately the journey ends there. If you don't mind taking it, and in a gesture of sportsmanship, could I get a handshake as well? Thank you. Appreciate it. I got one more question for you, Laurel. In your Tiny adventures, I noticed in game 2, around 20 minutes, there was a fight near the top roche pit where Phoenix did a supernova and Collapse had already jumped in. You were kind of keeping your distance. You tossed Mira into the fight. Did you ask him before you did that? Did you get his permission?
Yeah, so like, Mira, I'm gonna toss you. He said, no, but I still toss him because I need the damage and slow to kill enemies. And I will help him because he has ult, and I have avalanche. They cannot kill this hoodwink. So yeah, I say, I'm gonna toss you, and I toss.
And you calculated all those possibilities. You knew they couldn't kill him.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, he should trust you more often. And then one last question for you, Collapse. I'm noticing you guys are pinging so-and-so has this innate, so-and-so has this crash landing facet. What is going on with you guys with the pings?
I don't know, just funny thing. We find out this thing on the scrims today, and we just started spamming.
Great, well, we enjoyed. I'm glad I know that Tiny has crash landing. Very important information that you're sharing with the viewers. Collapse, congratulations on the win. Laurel, congratulations. We'll get this crushing process started and send it back to the studio.
Well, look, it turns out it's not just Team Spirit that found out today that you could ping facets, but also some of my panel members, Thea, that also just found out about it.
I did. I mean, how did you know?
What do you mean? Have you never clicked on the enemy and then...
And you all chat with Facet they have?
No, I mean, I don't normally do that. I know, but I don't normally do that. Anyway, we're not going to get into an argument right now. I'll argue with you later.
I want to argue. We'll do it later.
We can argue about something else, not about the facets then. Let's argue about why Brian thought that this was going to go 3 games.
No, I said it was either 2-0 Team Spirit or 2-1 LGD, and then after LGD lost game 1, I think Team Spirit clearly displayed that they're the better team.
That's why I told you have to pick one. Like,
yeah.
Right.
If you pick multiple ones, like you're gonna win at some point.
Yeah, that's the whole
Total
point.
game time in your defense was over like 95 minutes.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's like 3 games pretty much in this meta.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Lacoste.
I like that we went to blaming BSJ and then defending him and then flip-flopping on it. But look, Team Spirit at the end of the day, they get the 2-0 here for themselves. In this game number 2, break it down a little bit more. Echoes, I felt comfortable on stage. He didn't have the nerves that maybe had been present in game 1 when he missed a lot of those SF Requiems. But in game number 2, started off much better for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed what he was doing in this game number 2. He won mid lane against a Tiny, which is already a feat of its own. And then he was making rotations. He was top net worth in this game. He was getting kills on bot lane. He was getting kills on top lane. But unfortunately, that all came to an end. And once those rotations started to fail, nothing else really came together for LGD. But he had a great early game, so I had to give him a shout.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's go step by step, and let's start off with BSJ's highlight. It was an earlier fight, so we're going to start off with you. It was around 15, 18 minutes?
It was around 18 minutes. It was the one we just got done watching Laurel tossing his comrade in at the start of the... This is the start of the fight where he gets an initiation, pretty much forcing the Phoenix to egg right away as he's super low. The Centaur losing half his HP to just that combo. It allows Collapse to get the crucial Doom onto the Centaur, and Collapse was talking about how much easier his job is because Laurel is the primary initiator. And then we see the toss of the Hoodwink. This is something in a pub that you're probably getting reported for. But, you know, even if your teammate doesn't trust you in the middle of an engagement, like Mira's like, no, please. You know, he did end up hitting 4 heroes with that. And since Mira still had his ulti, he was able to use it to create a little bit of space. He wasn't using it for damage. He was using it for that little bit of knockback that kind of treated like a force staff. And whenever these fights like started off with a Doom on Centaur or a Doom on the Troll, it just felt pretty unplayable for LGD, and Team Spirit's execution is just showcasing one example like that.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing some more explanation about LGD's viewpoints. I know that we will have that exit interview in a little bit. The next highlight, though, is Fear for Yourself. There was another team fight. A couple of deaths, actually, I think it was, that you wanted to highlight, the Phoenix and the Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, in this fight, I just wanted to highlight, like, this was their last chance for LGD. Unfortunately, they initiate with their Phoenix face first, ends up dying there. Roshan was up at this point, and then they're able to catch the Centaur shortly after this. But pretty much just want to highlight that Spirit in every stage of this game, they kind of had their number. They were waiting for them. They weren't in the pit. They're waiting outside of the pit, and they just really capitalized yet again on positioning here. And unfortunately for the Phoenix, he was not the guy that was probably supposed to go first in that situation, but it happens when you're getting behind, you're getting desperate, things like that can happen.
Let's go into a very last highlight. Lacoste, it's your time to shine. Make sure that we find out some new information of game number 2.
Yeah, this is the fight where Tiny is gonna go ham pretty much. His Facet crash landing 40% more damage, 30% slow, so he gets the toss off. You're pretty much losing 30-40% of your HP immediately. And also Radan, he doesn't have ulti in this one because most of the time he's using it to be full HP before coming into the fight, swapping things around, and also, you know, getting that Doom off. And these cogs, it's pretty much the end of the fight because Pango, he doesn't feel too comfortable playing these fights, you know, playing into Terrorblade. It's one of the few heroes who can just kill him pretty much during the Rolling Thunder, even if you get the crash, the what's it called? It's not the crash landing, I'm thinking too much of a Tiny, the shield crash. And as we're slowing down, we can see Collapse, you know, ping out the innate ability as well. Same goes for Mira. This is the new meta. Pretty much there are no voice lines being spammed right now, so that's gonna be the thing until they fix it.
It's new. It's the Facet spamming instead of the voice line spamming. It was tough for you guys to pick a PlayStation MVP, but it was a Collapse. He is our MVP, and we are very lucky to be able to have these players with us and joining us here. So, Collapse, we're going to have a bit of a chat about this series and potentially also yesterday. I want to start off with you had 24 hours from the loss against Team Liquid to now. How is that spent? How much is sleeping? How much is replays? And how much is scrims?
I have a sleep for 8 hours. I think I did not eat in the morning, so I have like still the bad mood because of the last game, and I don't know how much time we spent for replays because our coach and our captain take this time. So how to say it? We just when we came back from the WAS, we watched some replays of the past games versus LGD, some teams like Falcons and other stuff. We watched our replays versus Liquid, and we did some
breakdowns and drafting?
We realized our mistakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very nice. Well, obviously, I mean, the fact you guys could bounce back, get this 2-0 today, worked out really well. Do you want to ask any more questions?
I would just say, like, when you guys end up taking the strategy from other teams, like, how much of it do you feel like is kind of luck-based when, like, one group is successful with Tiny and the other one's not, and then you end up losing to it in the playoffs? Like, do you think that's you kind of got the wrong idea from what was happening in your groups, basically?
Not really. Versus Liquid, we just we probably a little bit was focused on the Sand King. We knew we had Tiny, but we thought the SK was stronger hero than Tiny, but like they showed us it's not.
Nice.
Yeah, in a very tough way as well.
Yeah, in a very tough way. So we decided to not ignore that hero and also pick it, because if teams don't ban it, but they ban it like in the 80% of our matches, so we decided just to pick it, not to ignore it.
How do you feel about the offlane meta right now? Some of your, signature heroes that, Mars, etc., and also Magnus that you played against Team Liquid yesterday. Do you still think those are usable, or was it like the combination of the heroes that didn't work out?
I mean, it was risky for us to pick Magnus because this hero is just kind of bad right now. Not sure about Mars because he's like 50-50. Need to... For right now, I don't have confidence on this hero because I lost like 3 or 4 wins in a row on this hero, and just feel this hero is kind of bad for me. But on the other heroes like Brewmaster, Darkseer, Beastmaster, and other heroes, we were training with them at the scrims like 2 weeks or 1 week ago, so I'm ready to play these heroes, and I don't feel bad about it.
The important question though is, I know you guys love to do tier lists over on Team Spirit. I saw that you placed Morphling very high for offlaners. When's that going to come out? Will we ever get an offlane Morphling from you guys?
We tried it today on the scrim, yeah, and we lost it versus Doom.
Okay, so never is what you're saying.
Not sure. We can pick it. We can use him, but not versus the Doom.
Okay.
So.
All right, so we know that we're not going to get it, but we'll have to wait and see when we do. Collapse, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win, on the MVP as well. And while we say goodbye to you, I want to have a look at our bracket. Let's see exactly how it's shaping up. We can see that earlier today, XG WBG continued on by beating Aurora in a 2-0. BB Team also continuing on, but a much closer series. That one was a 2-1 against Entity, and our very final series today was Team Spirit against LGD, and unfortunately just no oomph in the tank for LGD. Weren't able to get anything rolling for themselves within this series, but it is great to see that even though Team Spirit coming down from that upper bracket, able to continue and learn a lot for themselves. With LGD exiting Riyadh Masters, it is unfortunate, and that does mean that we're going to have our exit interview. I believe New is going to be giving us some words on just their path here over the last 3 weeks.
Yes, I have New from LGD here with me. New, it is unfortunate to see you here at the being eliminated from the tournament. You guys fought very hard against Team Spirit. Game 1, you guys, you guys put up a massive fight. Even though you guys were like more than 50,000 gold behind, it did not seem that way in those team fights. And you absolutely put on the show. I just want to know, what were your expectations coming into this tournament? Because you guys had like one of the toughest roads in this entire tournament. You guys went through the play-ins, you guys had to go through tiebreakers and then the group stages, and eking through the group stages to the playoffs, where unfortunately you finally met your match in Team Spirit. So what were your expectations coming into this tournament? I want to know this.
牛哥就首先就是 非常遗憾，你们惜败给了这个雪碧战队，然后止步于12强。但是你们当时刚刚进入这个比赛的时候呢，在利雅得大师赛20支战队，你们也是走了很坎坷的路，就是从这个突围赛，然后再进入这个加赛，然后再打小组赛，然后再走到这里。就想问你们当时刚刚进入利雅得大师赛的时候，你们对你们的成绩期望是什么样的呢？
期望，因为一开始我们状态比较差嘛，反正，但每一轮的期望就是先活到下一轮嘛，然后，就是到这时候输了就只能说就很遗憾嘛，但是就输了就是输了，这也没办法了。
Indeed, New here has told me that they have taken the hardest road, and every single step they were always on the edge of elimination. So their goal has always been focused on just surviving to the next round. Survival is their goal, has been their goal for this entire tournament, and they feel fortunate that they have survived this far. They do express the regret that they have been eliminated, but having gone this far there is still a bit of relief involved as well. Next question I want to ask, because this is before this game, in the pre-game series, we interviewed Echoes, and he told us that this is his first ever international tournament, and one of the reasons why he felt that he didn't perform so well in the early games was because the nerves were getting to him. He felt very, very nervous throughout the entire play-ins and the group stages. I want to ask you, because not so long ago you were also a new player to the international scene. So I want to ask you, how do you feel he has done in his first ever international venture compared to your experience? 这边我就想问，就是之前呢，我们在这个赛前采访呢，当时你们中单 Echoes 他也说这是他第一次的国际比赛，然后就是感到非常紧张，然后就想问你，因为不久之前你也是你的第一场国际比赛嘛，然后你觉得他的表现跟你当时的表现有什么样的一种对比呢？
这种这个怎么说呢？我觉得他就是作为第一次来到这种比赛，就是表现的已经可以了吧，就是把他该发挥的都发挥了。主要是我们队伍整体状态也不够好吧，就是反正就是以后肯定大家都有很多的成长空间嘛，我也一样。
确实，你们也是一个非常年轻有为的一个战队，也非常期待你们未来的一些战绩。Indeed. New has revealed to me that for Echo's first tournament, I think he did very well. I think he has certainly fulfilled his role, and unfortunately this time around, our team as a whole had a lot of areas that we needed to improve on, and we didn't perform so well this tournament. But LGD is a pretty young team. They have a lot of young players, and we do very much look forward to future tournaments from them. Thank you very much, and I'll throw it back to the panel.
Having Jin is such a helpful tool, especially because we get all of this valuable information out of New. Unfortunately, with LGD's run ending here, or maybe fortunately, depending on how much you enjoy the key crushing, we do see Yutaro putting in LGD's key into the hydraulic crusher here. He's going to be stepping on that pedal, crushing their dreams, ending LGD's run here like they did just moments ago. Is this what you expected from Team Spirit to do with the crushing, guys?
No.
Not really.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I literally said Maposhka. I thought the captain would get in there and get it done, You got to do the dirty work as the captain.
Maybe he's saving up for a specific team. Maybe there's one team he would love to crush the key of.
What I will say is if it was Maposhka, I would argue that it's probably because nobody else felt comfortable doing it, so they gave the dirty work to the captain. But because it's Radon,
it's personal.
It's definitely personal.
Oh, you reckon?
Or like he wanted to
This is for you, Xiaoyi.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of history between these teams, and we can see Radon with the crush.
He's very
key.
happy with himself.
He also managed to crush LGD's dreams so many times in the last couple of years, and this is just, for them, cherry on top of the cake. And unfortunately for LGD, they hit the pretty much the end of the tunnel. They were unable to achieve more than 9 plays, but a new team, relatively young team, as they said, and Echo's first LAN, and they did pretty well, I would say. Nothing to be ashamed of. Good squad, definitely. Unfortunately, they will not be at TI, but they have, 2024, 2025, actually, because time flies so quickly, to be able to, regroup. They have a couple of months, but overall, we got to, give them a clap for some good performances.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing what this squad's able to do for themselves. I really, truly believe that this is just the beginning for them. It's sad to see 3 play-ins teams get eliminated today, but let's have a little bit more of a reflection, see which moments were our highlights, which ones were our Kadir play of the days, the moments that stood out the most out of our 3 series. I know this one in game number 1 between Entity and BB team was
the backyard barbecue team. Yeah, if you look at the Doom, he doesn't have ulti ready right now. The green light comes on, so he's jumping in immediately, gets that ink soul on top of him. He gets tipped mid team fight. GPK was so ready for that because he didn't have to do pretty much anything after that double Doom was used. We've seen them use that combo multiple times in game number 1, and it was so effective. But because of the timing, that's why I wanted to highlight it, because it was so on point.
Yeah, I mean, the communication you have to be like, okay, Soulbind, and I know that within those moments that they are connected, I will have ultimate up. So.
Yeah, his Blink Dagger will not be canceled. He's in a good spot to be able to get the jump, and they have the vision. Also, Inkswell on top of it. Just perfect execution coming up from Bibbidi Bobbidi team.
Bibbidi Bobbidi team, they do it yet again. Let's see what our second Kadir play of the day is, though. This one, I think, was from this series. Yes, game number 1 of this series, the double spear.
Yeah, right into the effigy of all things, as it sets up Echoes with the Requiem combo. And this is when they're down by 14k. And they were talking about that with Jin in the interview, saying that they were losing by like 30, 40k later on in the game, and they were still able to take fights. So this play ended up not being enough for them to be able to win the game, but it made the game go all the way to 60 minutes, because this was the high ground push that Team Spear was kind of expected to wrap up the game with. But 6 spellcasting coming out from LGD. They do manage to take down the Aegis while Tiny's already dead. They do miss the Requiem, sadly, in terms of the timing. He does have to have the Fear already on the ground when Radon responds, but nonetheless, still quite a showing from LGD, and just nice little playoff for them as they exit the tournament.
You guys know how there's the Manta style in the workshop in Dota, the Manta style training, so that you can
the Manta dodge.
Oh yeah.
They need that before Requiem on
Aegis respawn.
That's like polygon training.
The polygon training. I think they should just do an overarching one. I do like you giving a bit of a shout out though. LGD was still able to find some great initiations, some fights that they were able to turn for themselves, just unfortunately not enough. But our very lucky last Kadir play of the day, Thea, if you will take us away.
We'll see what shows up here, as I don't know, just kidding. This is the fight where we had the MVP on here just a second ago. This is his play. You're grouped up in this area. You throw the, just missed the Ursa onto that high ground there, but guess who didn't miss the high ground play there? It was Collapse, getting 3 heroes with a vacuum on top of the high ground there. To me, this was a play of the day, without a doubt. It's very few times can you get 3 heroes on 1 high ground. That automatically just wins them this team fight. Sure, LGD still had a lot of AoE. They're able to fight back a little bit, but ultimately, if you don't get that vacuum off, I feel like that fight is an absolute disaster, because Radon, he got caught out of position there. It looked like disastrous for the side of Spirit there, but with 1 vacuum, he takes it back and it goes Team Spirit's way.
I mean, LGD even had that net worth lead as well, so you imagine that goes a little bit better. Maybe Collapse also is in position to do that. That game 1 very easily could have continued in favor of LGD with the way they were playing. So all 3 of you guys are picking out fantastic Kadir play of the days. Anything else that you're looking forward to now that we're ending out our day? Maybe looking at what games are tomorrow?
Just more key crushing, honestly.
That's all you want. You just want more key crushing.
I want to see them all crush.
Well, there's
even
good,
the winners.
There's good and bad news for you, Pia. There will be more key crushing. We have our 4th and final lower bracket series for round 1 tomorrow. OG up against PSG Quest. However, we then go to upper bracket, which means there are no key crushings, but we will find out if Team Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, or Tundra will be making it through to secure themselves at least top 3. That's pretty impressive if you can make it through. Just 2 best of 3s and you're guaranteed top 3 for yourself.
Yep, I'm looking at Team Falcons against Gaming Gladiators because these are the fastest teams on Team Liquid as well, but these teams, they know how to play fast Dota. This is not going to be, you know, some 50-minute farm fest. It's going to be super quick, but I'm really looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
I'm personally looking forward to the Tundra versus Liquid series because I'm also just so interested to see how Liquid ups the tempo of the game just like Gaming Gladiators, but they do it with like a fighting style, which is I biasly do things a little bit more interesting than the Gaming Gladiators pipe 5-man ball, walk up high ground at 20 minutes.
Sure.
So I want to see somebody, I think both teams are being tested against this pace and see if that pace can be thwarted or whether or not we're going to see the meta for the rest of this tournament be dictated as like a 20-30 minute pace meta.
Yeah, and I'm looking for the XG WBG versus BB team because that's the last one left. But I'm looking forward to it.
I think you had to say OG Quest. That's what I'm looking forward to. One, the key crushing is really enjoyable. True. But also OG in the nicest way kind of got absolutely slapped down to the lower bracket. That's the nicest way I'm going to put it. They had the advantage. It was nice. They had the advantage of having one extra day for themselves. It's day number 2 of playoffs coming to a close. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow for day number 3. It's going to be more key crushing and also some upper brackets to secure top 3. We'll see you then.
it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now